What do you want? Han Sen looked at Luo Yu, frowning. Luo Yu curled his lips and said, You want to go hunt some super creatures, right? Then, to respect Luo Lan, I'll give you this chance. Han Sen was a bit surprised. He thought that Luo Yu meant him some harm, yet the man was inviting him to hunt super creatures. The super creatures must have been the ones discovered by Jia Sherdao. Is that really necessary? Han Sen looked at Luo Yu, his expression veiled. He had some idea of what Luo Yu intended. Are you too chicken to go? Said Luo Yu, disrespectfully. Of course I can go with you, but I'll get half the super creatures I hunt. Han Sen didn't care much about what Luo Yu thought. If he could get life geno essences, he would totally go. No problem, as long as you can bring them down. Luo Yu promised him easily. When shall we go? Han Sen didn't want to say anything more. Tomorrow, said Luo Yu. Okay, answered Han Senator. He then left the courtyard and went to meet Little Silver. Second brother, we tried so hard to find common ground with Jia Sherdao and get rid of Han Senator. Why are we bringing him now? Asked Luo Hui. Luo Yu said coldly. I was going to kick him out before because I wanted to show him the power of our family, and I'm bringing him now to show him our power again. And I also want to show our great-grandfather that there are talents in our family. He's just not giving us a chance. That's right. What was our great-grandfather thinking? Why is he using the Hans instead of us? Muttered Luo Hui. Luo Haitong's choice had upset many from the Luo's family. They were in no position to judge his decision, but none of them were happy about it. Now that they had finally met Han Sen, they wanted to perform well in front of Luo Haitang. They wanted Luo Haitang to know that they were better than Han Sen. Luo Yu didn't think he was any worse than Han Senator. Han Sen might have been the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but to them that was only a joke. With the help of Luo Haitang, the Luos had already gained super genes. But because of the rules of the Luo family, they didn't publicize it. Luo Li could only smile inside as she listened to Luo Yu rant. She knew Luo Yu and Luo Hui extremely well. They indeed had some power, but neither of them was exceptional, and with the status of Luo Haitang in Godslayer Shelter, they had been spoiled since the day they were born. Even other demigods in the alliance had to pay them so much respect that they thought they were the most powerful demigods in existence other than Luo Haitang and several other great beings. They despised ordinary demigods with all their hearts, and they overestimated themselves. The next day, Han Sen took Little Silver to the square of Godslayer Shelter and found Luo Yu already standing there. Jia Sherdao was also there, and he was surprised to see Han Senator. He pretended to smile. What a coincidence, Brother Han. Not a coincidence. I called him, and he'll be following us this time, said Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao coughed, feeling awkward. He had no idea what Luo Yu was thinking. It had been Luo Yu who asked Jia Sherdao to kick Han Sen out, yet now the man had asked Han Sen to come with them. Luo Yu took Han Sen to see several creatures, but he didn't say much. After all, it was not an easy job to domesticate powerful creatures. There were only a few super creatures in Godslayer Shelter. Besides, even those super creatures in the shelter wouldn't let them drive them like this. It was way more difficult to enslave super creatures than to kill them. Han Sen's super creatures were basically raised by him when they were only children. Mature ones like the little red horse wouldn't be as obedient as those like Little Silver, and it was difficult to manipulate them. Everyone traveled under Jia Sherdao's guidance, and Luo Li also followed them. Her fighting power wasn't great, as she only had a gemstone genocore. Luo Yu and Luo Hui weren't counting on her help. They just took her because they wanted her to be a witness. Luo Li wasn't a Luo by blood, but she was responsible for assisting Luo Haitang with mundane tasks, so she spent more time with Luo Haitang than they did. If Luo Li saw it, that meant Luo Haitang also saw it. Luo Yu and Luo Hui didn't make a single attack on their way. When they ran into groups of creatures, the demigods following them took care of the threat. Those demigods had attached themselves to the Luos, but they didn't have the blood of the Luos, so they couldn't practice the falsified Sky Sutra. After more than 4 days, they finally arrived at the dune Jia Sherdao had talked about. The ground was covered in white sand, and Han Sen could see some random green shadows in the distance. They were enormous, bulbous cacti. Jia Sherdao pointed at those cacti and said, "Be careful, everyone. The cacti aren't plants. They're creatures. The super creatures that I talked about are the cacti at the heart of this dune. What kind of power do these cacti have? Asked Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao wasn't willing to say anything before they arrived. So Luo Yu didn't know any more than Han Sen. Jia Sherdao found no reason to conceal it anymore. He pointed at the cactus closest to them and said, "Those cacti aren't able to move, but they can spew their thorns out. The thorns can travel more than half a mile, so we need to be careful." "No worries." Luo Yu summoned a beast soul shield, and he walked toward one of the cacti. When they were only 1,000 feet away from the cactus, it noticed Luo Yu. All of a sudden, thorns that were inches long spewed out. There were at least 100 of them. However, those thorns weren't able to pierce through Luo Yu's shield. The shield warded off everything, while Luo Yu kept marching toward the cactus. The cactus seemed to have endless thorns. After it finished firing the first round of thorns, they immediately grew back and started to spew out again. However, none of the thorns were very strong, so the shield was able to ward them off. Luo Yu ran up to the cactus and slashed it in half. "It is a creature, but it's only a mutant creature." "Jia Sherdao, are you sure there are cacti at the super level?" Luo Yu asked Jia Sherdao after killing the cactus. "There are, definitely. I accidentally got in here before, and I saw a cactus made of gold, and that's at sacred blood level. There's another one that looks like a crystal pillar, and that's definitely a super creature," said Jia Sherdao. "Then let's keep going." Luo Yu looked farther into the dune, then led the way with his shield. Ordinary cacti were not a threat to Luo Yu and the others. They had the power of falsified sky, and none of the cacti could even defend themselves against them. However, Han Sen also realized that Luo Yu and the others had only practiced the first half of the Falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't understand why Luo Haitang hadn't even taught his direct family members the complete version of the Falsified Sky Sutra. As for Luo Yu's body, it also looked strange to Han Senator. Both his strength and speed seemed to have reached super level, but his life force didn't seem as strong as it should have been. Instead, it had stayed at the sacred blood level. Han Sen didn't know that Luo Haitang had obtained a life geno essence a long time ago, but he wasn't able to absorb the life geno essence because of his practice of Shura change. The other Luos like Luo Yu were ordinary humans, but they hadn't figured out a method of absorbing life geno essences from the first god's sanctuary, not to mention the fourth god's sanctuary. Back then, the gene liquid that most people now use to absorb life geno essences hadn't been invented yet. Those from the generation of Luo Yu's and Luo Hui's father studied it for a long time, and they finally came up with a special method to use life geno essences. That method wasn't the same as the conventional method of absorbing life geno essences. They borrowed it from a geno solution designed for a qigong, and it treated life geno essence as a geno solution. Though the technique didn't allow the user to merge the life geno essence with their own flesh and blood, it did create a strange geno solution with the origin of power of the Luos. The Luos had another kind of special power aside from the power of falsified sky. When they arrived at the fourth god's sanctuary, the geno solution they had condensed was transformed into a self-geno core. More importantly, that self-geno core still had the same ability to absorb life geno essences. When the geno core formed, it was automatically at super level. Aside from that self-geno core, they could also condense a second self-geno core from the Falsified Sky Sutra, which was why the Luos were so proud. Having two self-geno cores, with one of those cores immediately rising to super level, gave the Luos the leverage to roam the alliance. However, there was a huge downside to this method. Their bodies hadn't reached super level, so the Luos were physically weak. Their life forces hadn't reached super level, which was why they felt strange to Han Sen. A couple 100 miles into the dune, they began to find cacti made of gold. They were all sacred blood creatures, yet they were still killed by Luo Yu and Luo Hui with one strike. The power of half the Falsified Sky Sutra was already extraordinary. Han Sen also killed several golden cacti with his teia and gained a beast soul. It was a heavy mace that was made of gold, and it looked forceful. However, Han Sen didn't know how to use this kind of unpopular weapon, so he would have to trade it. The cacti were bizarre. They were grown in the sand, so they couldn't move at all, and the only attack techniques they had were thorns. Their flesh and blood weren't edible either. If Han Sen hadn't already killed some, he wouldn't even have thought they were creatures. Luo Yu and the others weren't surprised to see Han Sen slaying the sacred blood creatures. If Han Sen couldn't even do that, Luo Haitang wouldn't have valued him. Those cacti. After walking 1,000 miles into the dune, Jia Sherdao pointed in front of them. Han Sen and Luo Yu and the others all followed Jia Sherdao's gaze. They saw a cactus that was 10 feet tall, made of crystal, simmering under the sun. And it wasn't the only cactus. Behind that cactus were many other crystal cacti with a variety of shapes. Everyone stopped walking, and nobody dared to move forward anymore. Even Luo Yu and Luo Hui had to be careful when they faced super creatures. After all, their bodies were only as sturdy as sacred blood creatures, so they might be killed by super creatures. You want to kill a super creature, right? Now it's your chance to do so. Let's see whether you can actually do it or not, said Luo Yu, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen took a look at those cacti made of crystal. He shook his head and said, I don't even know what those cacti are capable of yet, so I'd better test them first. Although the previous cacti couldn't move at all, nobody could guarantee that these cacti wouldn't be able to move either, so Han Sen didn't want to risk it. If you're too scared to try it, then I'll do it first, said Luo Yu while summoning his Geno Core. A red crystal armor covered Luo Yu's body, and a blade appeared in his hands. That red crystal armor looked bizarre. Han Sen felt that it was made of life Geno essence, but he couldn't tell how that had been done. Luo Yu's blade looked like the Shi King blade, but it wasn't as delicate. This is so weird. The power of that crystal armor doesn't seem to be connected to the falsified Sky Sutra at all, but it gives Luo Yu terrific power. Han Sen's interest was piqued. Luo Yu lifted his shield and dashed toward the cactus closest to him. Just like the ordinary cacti, it spewed out many thorns that looked like crystal. The thorns flew toward Luo Yu like a storm. Dang! The thorns pierced Luo Yu's sacred blood shield. However, the thorns that hit his body were warded off by the crystal armor, so they didn't injure him at all. Han Sen nodded. The Luos indeed have something to be proud of. With that armor, only a few humans like Gu Qingqing would actually be able to hurt him. Luo Yu rushed toward the crystal cactus like a heavy armored soldier. The thorns hit his armor, making a sound like rain on a tin roof, but they still failed to pierce through the armor. Luo Yu was getting closer and closer to the cactus. The blade in his hand that contained the mysterious power of falsified sky slashed toward the crystal cactus. Jia Sherdao was exhilarated, and he couldn't help yelling, Luo Yu is incredible. We can't even compare with him. Luo Hui smiled. It was right of you to cooperate with us. Big Brother's Geno Core has both attacks and defense. Killing creatures that can't move their bodies will be easy for him. Just wait here for the rewards. Luo Yu's blade hit the crystal cactus as they spoke, but in the next second, Luo Yu's face fell. The Geno Core blade that contained the power of falsified sky slashed the crystal cactus, but it couldn't injure the crystal cactus in the slightest. The Geno Core blade was a Geno Core condensed from the falsified Sky Sutra, so it couldn't grow immediately to super level like the first self Geno Core. It was still a gemstone core. The body of the crystal cactus was too solid. Even if it had the power of falsified sky, the sword couldn't break the body of the crystal cactus at all. Luo Yu was trying to resist the attacks of the crystal thorns, and he kept slashing the crystal cactus with his blade. He struck the crystal cactus easily every time. He had already covered the entire surface of the cactus in blows, yet he left nothing more than white scratch marks on its surface. Han Sen shook his head. The best aspect of falsified sky power is that it hits its target every time, and it can even bypass the defenses and deal damage inside the body. In this case, however, Luo Yu doesn't have enough power to damage the body of the crystal cactus. Even though he can hit it, he won't be able to break it. Luo Hui and Jia Sherdao were terrified to see that Luo Yu couldn't break the cactus. Luo Yu fought the crystal cactus, yet he couldn't do any harm to the crystal cactus, while the crystal cactus couldn't hurt him either. Luo Yu fought for a while, then he suddenly retreated, leaving the attack range of the crystal cactus. Its body is too sturdy. Luo Hui, you're our only chance now, said Luo Yu, looking at Luo Hui. Perhaps my Geno Core Truth Spear can hurt it, but I don't have a Geno Core armor, so I can't approach him, said Luo Hui. Unlike Luo Yu, Luo Hui's first self-Geno Core was a spear, and it was an incredibly destructive super-level core. Don't worry, I'll ward off the crystal thorns for you, and you can kill it, said Luo Yu. Okay. Luo Hui nodded. They rushed forward, and Luo Yu defended them against the thorns while Luo Hui moved toward the nearest crystal cactus. Luo Hui immediately summoned a shining spear that was made from golden crystal, pierced the crystal cactus, and half the tip went in. We can definitely kill it easily. Luo Yu was exhilarated. He and Luo Hui moved among the crystal cactuses, leaving more and more injuries upon them. Jia Sherdao and the others were also overjoyed. Lu Che said, "That crystal cactus is impressive. It's fortunate that we have both Luo Yu and Luo Hui. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance of killing them." Jia Sherdao also nodded and said excitedly, "We can finally get a life Geno essence, so this trip won't have been in vain." After almost 3 hours, Luo Hui finally broke the crystal cactus with his truth spear, and they watched the crystal cactus dissipate. However, no life Geno essence was left behind. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had used too much energy, so they had to retreat. "What's happening? Where's the life Geno essence?" asked Jia Sherdao, confused. Luo Hui frowned. "It's so strange. Though we killed that crystal cactus, we didn't hear any notification of it being killed." "No notification at all? How is that possible?" Jia Sherdao couldn't believe it. "Something strange about that crystal cactus," said Luo Yu. "If it's actually a super creature, it should have left behind a life Geno essence." Jia Sherdao thought it made sense. Though he rose to the fourth god's sanctuary before killing super creatures became common in the previous sanctuaries, the life Geno essence wasn't a secret anymore, and he knew that ordinary super creatures all had a life Geno essence. This cactus didn't have one though, so something was definitely wrong with it. "We've lost too much energy. Let's rest for a while, and then we can kill another crystal cactus and see," Luo Yu said, then looked at Han Sr. "You've already seen the crystal cactuses and their powers. Don't you want to go and kill one?" "Okay." Han Sen didn't decline this time. Han Sen had watched carefully as Luo Yu and Luo Hui fought. These crystal cactuses weren't much different from the ordinary cactuses, aside from stronger thorn-spewing power and sturdier bodies. Luo Yu and the others saw Han Sen going, and they couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Han Sen had that would allow him to defend himself against the cactus and kill it at the same time. Jia Sherdao looked at Han Sen, surprised. He was surprised that Han Sen dared to go attack it after seeing the impressive abilities of the crystal cactuses. Luo Li wasn't surprised at all. She watched Han Sen, curious about how powerful he had become. Han Sen left Little Silver behind, and he walked toward a pillar-like cactus 12 feet tall. The cactus was triggered and began to fire crystal thorns toward him. They were extremely fast, and they didn't give him a chance to dodge. Han Sen didn't intend to dodge them. Instead, he summoned his overbearing shield, which was exactly the right size to protect him against the thorns, and then he kept walking with the shield in his hand. The thorns hit the shield with a rattling noise. Luo Yu and Jia Sherdao opened their eyes wide when they saw the crystal thorns failing to pierce through Han Sen's shield. However, what happened next shocked them to their very core. Not only was the shield unharmed, but the thorns bounced off the shield so hard that they buried themselves back in the cactus. Though they didn't do much harm, it was still quite unbelievable. "What kind of beast soul is that? It's deflecting all the attacks from the super creature," said Luo Hui, surprised. "It's only a beast soul. It doesn't mean anything. That's only his tool, not the power he actually has," said Luo Yu coldly. Han Sen continued walking toward the crystal cactus. He summoned his split-blade Geno Core and slashed the cactus like he was cutting a water vat. The cactus that took Luo Hui more than 2 hours to break was slashed in half by Han Sen with only one strike, and he didn't even need to strike it a second time. How is that possible? Luo Yu couldn't stay calm anymore. He stared incredulously as the crystal cactus faded away and Han Sen stood in front of it. Jia Sherdao and the others were completely bewildered. They had thought that Luo Yu and Luo Hui were very powerful, yet those two couldn't even compare with Han Sen. It had taken Luo Yu and Luo Hui hours to kill one crystal cactus, yet Han Sen killed one with a single strike. The gap between them was so huge that they weren't even in the same league. Luo Li was shocked as well. She knew that Han Sen was strong, yet this was beyond what even she had guessed. There isn't any notification after you kill one. Are these crystal cactuses really creatures? Han Sen frowned. Just as Luo Hui had said, no notification sounded as the cactus disappeared. Just as Han Sen was looking around in confusion, the crystal cactuses all started to move. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the crystal cactuses had surrounded them, much to everyone's horror. Jia Sherdao and the others looked completely horrified as the crystal cacti surrounded them like a forest. Luo Yu and Luo Hui also looked frightened. Luo Yu had the armor, so he wasn't afraid of the thorns of the crystal cacti. However, Luo Hui didn't have any armor to protect him. If those crystal cacti attacked him from all directions at the same time, there was no way he would survive it. Luo Yu wouldn't be much better off. Though he had armor to protect him, those crystal cacti had already surrounded him like a cage. No matter how strong his armor was, he would still die if he couldn't break free. Just as everyone was starting to panic, the crystal cacti separated and made a path in the direction of a mountain valley. Two creatures that looked identical were walking down either side of the path. The two creatures looked like jade, and their shapes looked like the legendary white beasts. Luo Li was shocked when she saw two mutant creatures coming out. She shouted, "Those are super creatures called white beasts. I saw one once when I was following Luo Haitang. However, he said that white beasts are extremely rare creatures, and it's difficult for them to procreate. He thought there might have been only one white beast in the entire fourth god's sanctuary. He wanted to domesticate the white beast that we saw, but it managed to escape. It's extremely powerful. Now two white beasts just showed up at the same time. What is this place?" Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui looked sick after hearing what Luo Li said. A terrifying cactus forest, and two super creatures that even their patriarch praised. They had even less chance of surviving now. The two white beasts walked down the path. They stepped aside without attacking Han Sen or the others. After the white beasts stepped aside, the group saw another creature walking behind the white beasts. That creature was a black bull with goat horns, and there was white mist surrounding its hoofs as if it were stepping on the clouds. Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Li was horrified. Though Luo Li didn't say anything about the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, the name itself had already made Luo Yu and Luo Hui desperate. Jia Sherdao didn't know what a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast was, but he could tell from Luo Yu and Luo Hui that it was even more terrifying than a white beast. The Sky Cloud Beast kept walking toward them. Though it didn't let out its power, it made Luo Yu feel an indefinable sense of pressure. Sweat covered his palms. If it weren't for the crystal cacti blocking their way, they would have run far away instead of standing there staring at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had both heard of Sky Cloud Sacred Beasts before. They were berserk super creatures, and they were some of the most powerful creatures in the fourth god's sanctuary. No matter how arrogant and proud Luo Yu and Luo Hui were, they wouldn't be naive enough to think that they could actually rival a berserk super creature. They were already sinking into hopelessness as the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast walked toward them. They didn't see any chance that they would survive. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast walked into the encirclement. It didn't even glance at Luo Yu and the others. Instead, it stepped directly toward Han Sen. "Are you Sky Sword Han Sen?" The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast stared at Han Sen with its eyes that looked like brass bells. "I'm Han Sen, but I won't call myself Sky Sword. Who are you?" Han Sen was a little dazed. He had already prepared to have a huge battle. He'd been planning to use the technique he learned in God's Ruin and summon his Destiny's Tower to smash his way out. He hadn't expected the terrifying creature to call out his name. Luo Hui and Luo Yu looked between the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast and Han Sen, confused, as they didn't know what was happening. Clearly, Han Sen didn't know what a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast was. Yet it had called Han Sen's name, so apparently, it was coming for him. "It is indeed Sky Sword, Your Highness." My young master wants to meet you, so please come to the shelter and greet him." The sky cloud sacred beast nodded at the white beast beside it. One of the white beasts moved to lay down in front of Han Senator. It seemed that it wanted Han San to ride it. Luo Yu and the others were all bewildered. Even if Luo Haitang came here by himself, he wouldn't have had such a welcoming. After all, Luo Haitang was so ferocious that many creatures and spirits hated him. If the sky cloud sacred beast met him, there might have been a huge battle instead of a warm welcoming like this. Besides, the sky cloud sacred beast had said it had a master. This being was terrifying enough to control a sky cloud sacred beast, and he had just invited Han San to his shelter with such an ostentatious presentation. They couldn't even imagine what was going on. "Sorry, may I ask who your young master is?" Han San couldn't think of anyone he knew who could afford something so grand. "You'll know when you meet him." Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't answer the question directly. Han San saw that the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't mean anything hostile, and besides, he didn't really have a choice. Instead of asking more questions, he just sat down on the white beast. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast turned around and began walking deep into the dune, while the white beast carrying Han San followed it. Little Silver was lying on Han Sen's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast in front of him. Bauer was riding the small ice seahorse behind Han San, and Little Star quickly followed as well. "What should we do?" Luo Hui asked anxiously. They were still encircled by the crystal cacti and couldn't get out. "He's the son of Sister Lan. He'll be merciful." Luo Li then followed Han Sen, looking at him riding the white beast with a complicated expression. Luo Yu clenched his teeth and asked Luo Hui and the others to follow him. Jia Sherdao didn't have any other choice. He was nervous, but the whole thing also seemed a little unbelievable. He didn't know what was happening, or what he was getting himself into. Under the guidance of the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, everyone arrived at the deepest area of the dune. They saw a shelter that looked like a bronze mountain, and it was spectacular. There was a spirit waiting in front of the shelter. When Luo Yu and the others saw the spirit, they looked more upset. Luo Haitang was well known in this shelter. He was respected, but he had made lots of enemies as well. Usually, Luo Haitang's enemies were all horrifying beings. Luo Yu and Luo Hui recognized the spirit when they saw him standing in front of the Bronze Mountain shelter. That spirit was a descendant of one of Luo Haitang's enemies, and it had a great reputation in the sanctuary. If that spirit knew that they were descendants of Luo Haitang, they might be doomed. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces were a little pale. While they were still fidgeting nervously, the spirit appeared. "Sky Sword Teacher, you are finally here. I waited for you for the longest time." The spirit walked in front of Han San and bowed seriously. He spoke with much excitement. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and Luo Li were frozen. Jia Sherdao had no idea who the spirit was. Luo Yu knew about the spirit, and he watched as the spirit bowed towards Han Senator. It was an unimaginable thing, and they initially believed themselves to be dreaming. The son of Furnace Emperor was Sumi, and he and his mother were second-gen emperors. He had bowed to a human, and they never thought something like that would ever occur. After all, since when had humanity achieved such a reputation? And since when had they earned the right to such respect? Even Luo Haitang, despite becoming so famous, had never earned the respect and privilege Han San was getting. But now they saw Sumi bow to Han San and welcome him into the shelter. The level of prestige and respect he had earned was no joke. Han San had promised Sumi he'd teach him a sword skill, but he never expected to meet the spirit here. With much surprise, Han San said, "Furnace Shelter is here?" Sumi smiled. "Teacher, Furnace Shelter has the ability to teleport. We moved here recently, but we didn't expect to meet you. This is most fortuitous." After entering Furnace Shelter, Sumi brought Han San to a hall. Luo Yu and the others saw Bauer and Little Star following, and they started to follow as well. They, however, were stopped. "Wait here. If it wasn't for Mr. Skysword, you humans from Godslayer Shelter would have all been killed." The white beasts hummed. They were guarding the left and right sides of the entrance to the hall. Luo Yu did not know where they could go. They did not want to walk around in furnace shelter, so they just waited outside. They were quite nervous, but they were still glad Han-sen was there. Otherwise, they might have been killed. Of course, if Sumi knew about the grudge between Luo Haitang and Furnace Emperor, they'd still be on the chopping block. What did he do? Why do spirits like Sumi obey him? Not even Big Luo receives treatment like that. Luo Li looked towards the hall with a complicated expression. The way inside had been closed now, though, so she couldn't see what Han-san was doing there. Sumi, is this the teacher you requested? Inside the hall, Furnace Emperor, who looked like a god, looked at Han-san and frowned. Sumi had made it sound important when he requested that Skycloud Beast bring back Han. Senator Furnace Emperor thought Sumi was going to get a very powerful teacher. He did not expect it to be only a human, one who was not even super at that. What can you teach my son? Furnace Emperor was not happy with Sumi's decision. But he wasn't so brash as to throw Han-sen out right then and there. Sumi wants to learn a sword skill from me, so it is a sword skill I will teach him, Han-sen answered. Sumi quickly stepped in to say, Father, teacher's sword skills are strong, and even Six Paths said his talent is as high as the sky. That is why he is called Sky Sword. Furnace Emperor heard that and was actually convinced. To earn the compliments of Six Paths, Han-sen had to have been powerful indeed. But Furnace Emperor could not tell what was so special about Han-sen, so he said, If you have earned the name Sky Sword, and earned the appreciation of Six Paths Emperor, your sword skills must indeed be good. My garden has a sword mark. It was delivered by Holy Sword Emperor during his ascension to the fifth sanctuary. You can take a look at it. Perhaps you may learn something. The Holy Sword Emperor he mentioned was an emperor who was good with the sword. He was powerful in the fourth god's sanctuary, around 500,000 years ago. His most impressive talent was his proficiency with the sword. When he leveled up, he broke the dimension with his blade. The aftershock crashed against a mountain, leaving a cleft across the landscape that never faded away. The mountain belonged to Furnace Emperor, and he had it moved to the gardens so it would be close to Sumi. It was easier for Sumi to learn the sword skills from it by having it there. Holy Sword Emperor's sword skills were special. Many sword elites had made the pilgrimage to visit that scar, but more often than not, they did not learn anything. Some were very seduced by it, though, and some even came close to losing their sword heart. Furnace Emperor wished to let Han-san take a look so he could test the fortitude of the human's mind. If the scar did claim Han-sen's heart and he was seduced by the sword mind, no matter how good people said he was, he wouldn't be a good enough teacher for Sumi. Sumi knew this was Furnace Emperor's game, but he didn't think Han-san would end up getting seduced by the sword mind. So he said, Teacher, let me take you to the sword mark. Han-san and Furnace Emperor did not have much to talk about. Talking to the spirit, who was sitting loftily on his throne, was boring. So he was happy to leave with Sumi. Han-san brought Bauer along with him to the garden. And while it was called a garden, it was huge. The 1,000-meter-high mountain only took up a fifth of the space there. Han-sen looked at the mountain. There was a sword mark there that had almost cut the mountain in two. Sumi explained, Holy Sword Emperor broke the vacuum with his sword and created a way that led him to the fifth sanctuary. The sword waves landed on this mountain and left a sword mine behind. Many sword elites have come to face this but left with nothing. I come here to try and learn from the mark, but not even I can learn a thing. If it was left behind by a sword emperor, you should have been able to learn something, Han-sen said with confusion. Standing at the door, Han-san felt an insanely scary presence stemming from the sword mark. The sword mind was strong. Just being near it should have allowed for some sort of learning. Just like people said, if you read 300 poems and still cannot write your own, you will at least be able to read. You cannot walk away with absolutely nothing. Teacher, you don't understand. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is special. Many Emperor-class elites visit here, and none of them learn anything. Many of them get seduced and almost lose themselves completely. Sumi explained as he brought Han-san through the garden. In the spirit hall, Furnace Emperor and a female spirit watched through an old mirror as Han-san entered the garden. If that human does not get seduced by the sword mark, will you really let Sumi become his student? The female spirit frowned while watching the video feed. If he does not get seduced by the sword mind, and with what Six Paths Emperor has said about him, I can only presume he is qualified, Furnace Emperor said. The female spirit shook her head. My son's teacher should be the strongest swordsman in the world. Being qualified is not enough for me. Han Sen entered the garden and felt the sword mind's influence emerge from the cleft. The sword mind was strange. Most swordsmen would give people a sharp feeling or a strong sensation of intimidation. But this sword mind in particular was different. It toiled back and forth like waves, endlessly. It didn't feel intimidating per se, but it was hard and tough. It felt as if the sword mind was not strong at first, and everyone had the chance to battle it through their own sheer will. It wasn't a task only reserved for the capabilities of super beings, though. Those who were gemstones confront it just as well. There were no disadvantages to having a weaker body. But the sword mind, despite not feeling very strong, would perplex most swordsmen, and leave them unsure of how to proceed. Not even super elites had managed to tame it, and they were often negatively affected by it. When people first see it, they aren't sure if this really is Holy Sword Emperor's sword mark. They have to spend a while getting a feel for it before they acknowledge how frightening it can be. This sword mind is like an endless river. The pressure it exudes builds up over time, and the more pressure that builds up, the stronger it becomes. Gemstones class creatures can watch it for a few days and without being affected. Super elites can hardly even make it 10. They are affected after some time, and they might even suffer injuries. In some cases, their faith can be broken and their own sword mind damaged, Sumi said. Hansen nodded. He had sword skills, and although it wasn't the best, he had a sword mind of his own. Especially after seeing Six Paths Heartsword. Ever since, his sword skills had developed to become something special. If he was affected by Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, it would be a great loss. Sumi went on to say, don't try to use your own sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. His sword mind is like water. If you use your sword mind against it, it'll be like trying to go against the stream. The more strength you use, the more pressure will be put against you. If you don't go against it, you could at least last a few days. If you willingly go against it, I'm afraid you wouldn't last a day. In only a few hours, your sword mind might be irreparably damaged. It looks tame, but it is actually overbearing, Hansen said. Well, it did come from an emperor of the sword generation, Sumi said. Han-san felt the sword mind's rush and likened it to a lapsing tide. He thought to himself, I have practiced Heartsword. My sword skills are tough. I can challenge the water, never giving up. Going against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is a perfect opportunity to make my Heartsword stronger. Hansen knew that Furnace Emperor had asked him to go there to see the mark as a form of test. Hansen didn't really want to teach Sumi, so it didn't matter that he had to take this detour. He wasn't in a particular rush to give Furnace Emperor an impressive demonstration. Hansen used his sword mind, and then the mark's sword mind that was previously tame suddenly began to swell. The stronger Hansen pushed his sword mind, the more pressure the other sword mind brought down on him. It was just as Sumi had explained. Sumi saw Hansen use his sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and he became very excited as he watched them fight. His sword mind looks like Heartsword. There is definitely a bit of difference between his and Six Paths variants, however. Furnace Emperor watched Hansen use his sword mind. He could see it all. Furnace Emperor had fought Six Paths once. He lost, but the experience made him very familiar with Six Paths' sword skills. Sumi's mother, Fire Empress, frowned. Sumi told him what he knows about Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and still he uses his own sword mind to go against it. He is brave, but he is too arrogant. He is not suitable to be Sumi's teacher. Furnace Emperor shook his head. Don't be so sure. Although Six Paths Emperor is not as good as Holy Sword Emperor, they are not too far apart. He self-destructed and became an emperor again, starting from scratch. Restarting like that means he might not be any worse than Holy Sword Emperor now. If Han-san really practiced Heartsword, even if he only managed to nail 70% of it, he will definitely be able to resist the power of the sword mind without bringing damage to himself. If he only knows 70%, then why not just ask 6 paths to become his teacher instead? Fire Empress said. It's not that easy to hire 6 paths. If he didn't take Sumi seriously, then paying him would be pointless. Furnace shook his head. Sumi has our great genes. The talents he has must surely be better than those of 6 paths. If Sumi is not good enough to be his student, I don't think anyone in the 4th God Sanctuary would be good enough for him. Fire Empress opened her eyes wide. She was like any mother, though, thinking her son was the best. The pressure building upon Han-sen was becoming a lot. When he used his sword mind, the sword mark that was previously calm suddenly started to rage. Han-san felt as if he had been thrust into a rapid river. The other sword mind was grinding against his sword skills, and he felt as if he'd be flattened any second. A sword mind wasn't all about pure power. The sword mind concerned itself with the sensation of the sword. It was something you could only feel and not describe. You could not touch it either, as it was not solid. But if your sword mind was damaged, things could turn out worse than if you endured a physical injury. When physical damage was inflicted upon you, you could consult a doctor and use their medicine to heal. But if it was your heart that was injured, nothing could remedy it. You would have to use your own will to fix it. Han-san felt as if his sword mind was like steel, but it was getting ground down. His will was being used up quickly. If he had been a person with a weak will, he'd have gone crazy already. Even a swordsman with a strong will wouldn't have lasted this long under this sort of opposition. But Han-sen was different. His heart sword gave him a strong sword mind, and his will was reinforced by the crystallizers. That scary sword mind could not break his will. No matter how much the sword mind tried to break his will, Han-sen was unmoved. Instead, he allowed his will to get stronger. Time passed, and so far an hour had gone by. No wonder he is the teacher. He has battled with Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind for an hour, all without moving. He is better than those super swordsmen. Sumi complimented him. He is good, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress coldly said, it's only been 1 hour. If he can last 12 and his sword mind is still fine, then he can be Sumi's teacher. 12 hours? I doubt he'd be human if he managed that. Out of all the super swordsmen that have tried, only one has ever managed to last 12 hours. And that person isn't much weaker than 6 paths. Do you really think Han-san stands a chance? Furnace Emperor wore a wry smile. But we need someone that accomplished. Otherwise, how can we be happy with our selection of Sumi's teacher? Fire Empress said with certainty. Furnace Emperor merely shook his head and did not speak. Powerful elites such as that wouldn't teach others, he believed. He thought Han-sen was fine, as he had the strength and had learned 6 paths heartsword. He would be a fine choice for Sumi's teacher. But Furnace Emperor wouldn't do anything Fire Empress did not approve of, so the decision was ultimately up to her. Han-san was unmoving while he battled Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. The sword mind was like a grinding wheel, but it couldn't diminish Han-sen's mind. Instead, it felt more like a smithy's grindstone. The hard edges swept by Han-sen, making him sharper as time went on. If Han-sen's sword mind was comparable to steel, the grinding process was making it sparkle like a well-cut jewel. Time passed, and after 6 hours, seeing he was doing fine, Sumi looked ecstatically happy. Furnace Emperor had to give another compliment, and he said, this kid is not bad. Sumi's got taste. With such a strong will and sword skills, Sumi is bound to learn a thing or two by accepting this guy as his teacher. Fire Empress, seeing Han-sen performing without trouble or anything, found herself half convinced, actually. But she still showed refrain and said, we've only reached the halfway point. It's still too early for us to say anything. Another 2 hours passed. Furnace Emperor was very convinced by this point, and he said, this kid still hasn't moved at all. His will is stern. Finding another person like this would be difficult. Fire Empress was more convinced as well, but she quietly said, there are still 4 hours to go. Let's see if he can make it first. Another 2 hours passed and Han-sen hadn't moved at all, just like he hadn't the past 10 hours. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were in shock. Even now, Han Sen wasn't showing signs of moving. It almost looked as if he wasn't affected by the sword mind. They now thought Han Sen could safely make it to the 12-hour mark. My son has a good eye. Finding a teacher like this will be of a great boon and benefit for him. Every time Furnace Emperor spoke about Han Sen, his tone was different. He had passed from simple observation to agreement, and now he was full of admiration. He had changed his views a lot. Fire Empress didn't look so arrogant now either. She watched the stream in shock, and she said, "This human is indeed different. He is qualified to be Sumi's teacher." The two emperors thought Han Sen could easily make it to 12 hours, and their opinions of him began to become the same. More time elapsed, and after 12 hours passed, Sumi couldn't help but blurt out compliments. "Teacher, you are super special. Across all these years, only one person has ever made it 12 hours against the sword mind. You are the second one to achieve this." Han Sen didn't hear what he said, though. His focus rested solely on the sword mind. The sword mind was grinding against his will, and all that time, Han Sen's own sword mind had been growing stronger. But after a while, Han Sen started to believe there was something wrong with the sword mind. He couldn't grind his own sword mind anymore, and Han Sen walked towards the sword mark without realizing it. He wanted to get closer to it so he could get a stronger feel for it. What is he doing? Fire Empress watched Han Sen approach the mark. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind always appeared tame, but things were vastly different when Han Sen got nearer. Holy Sword Emperor had swung his sword and left the mountain with his sword mind, and it had lasted ever since his departure. This sword mind was extreme. The closer to the sword mark you got, the more intensely you could feel Holy Sword Emperor's will. It was the faith he had used to break the dimension. It was an everlasting sword mind. Back then, many elites came to watch Holy Sword Emperor ascend. Many of them wished to claim the mountain for themselves afterwards, but in the end, it was Furnace Emperor who owned it. And that was because normal folk wouldn't dare touch the mountain, and they could not move it as he could. Inside the sword mind, it did not matter whether or not you were an emperor that focused purely on sword skills. If you simply touched the sword mark, you would be attacked by the will required for breaking through the vacuum. Your will would be heavily damaged. The reason the elites weren't able to take the sword-marked mountain was because only Furnace Emperor met the teleportation requirement via Furnace Shelter. He teleported Furnace Shelter around the base of the mountain. Then, he was able to take it away with him. Now Han Sen had been grinding against the sword mind for 12 hours. His own will had proven far too effective. It had not broken, and so he dared to venture closer to the sword mark. This was way too shocking for Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. This young man's will is strong. It's like the best elite in existence. Furnace Emperor spoke with a look of seriousness. Fire Empress didn't say anything, but the way she looked at Han Sen said it all. There was no more disdain, just surprise. Han Sen approached the sword mark and felt the sword mind become stronger. His sword mind got even sharper, and his will became stronger. He was 100 meters away from the sword mark when he slowed down. But every step was so sure, there was no hesitation accompanying a single one. Han Sen's entire body looked as if it had become a sharp sword. It was as if he was breaking the water as he advanced towards the cleft. Finally, Han Sen stepped onto the mountain and touched the mark. Boom! The endless sword mind came at Han Sen like the ceaseless discharge of an infinite river. It was like putting Han Sen's sword mind into a river of time to remain washed forevermore. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress faces changed. They did not expect Han Sen to approach the mountain and use his hand to physically touch the sword mark. That mark had been left behind by an elite that was halfway through the process of becoming a god. He was ascending to the fifth sanctuary when this happened, and even an emperor's will would be damaged if they touched it. Han Sen's will was strong, but there was a chance even he would be damaged by touching it. If he did it poorly, his will would be broken and never return. Oh no! Furnace Emperor's stomach fell. He was very satisfied with Han Sen's skill, and it'd be a shame if the human was destroyed right there. It wasn't easy for Sumi to find such an accomplished teacher. Fire Empress sighed. She agreed Han Sen had enough power, but she never thought he'd be reckless enough to go and touch the mark. That was sure to hurt. Fire Empress merely hoped he wouldn't be damaged too badly to teach Sumi. The endless sword mind kept rushing against Han Sen's will, and even Han Sen found it difficult to withstand. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss, where hope and life forces were gone forever. If others were in his shoes, their wills would have broken. They would have given up. But Han Sen did not know what giving up meant. Beneath that pressure, his mind was still as hard as brushed steel, and he clung to the small amount of faith he had. At a time like this, success was not achieved through strength. It wasn't about talent either. It was all determined by a person's personality and the prior experiences that had shaped them. If their personalities were weak, it did not matter how refined their skills were. Their will would crumble. This was even true for super elites. Even with a mind that was really strong, it was difficult to survive this sort of force. Han Sen was a person with a mighty will, and he had adopted the stubborn personality that defined his parents. But even so, beneath the pressure of the sword mind, his grip and will were starting to lessen. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress saw Han Sen's expression change, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They knew this was bad news. Han Sen might not be able to withstand the constant force much longer, and his sword mind and will could soon buckle and break. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress teleported to the garden. They planned to pull Han Sen out of the sword mark. But before they could try, Han Sen's sword mind surged like an erupting volcano. The force charged out from Han Sen's sword mind to suppress the sword mind of the very mountain itself. How is this possible? Fire Empress and Furnace Emperor were frozen in shock. They could not believe what their eyes were witnessing. A human that did not even look superclass had a sword mind capable of suppressing Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. They felt as if the world was changing right below their feet. They froze in place, unsure of exactly what they were doing. Sumi was very excited at this point, and he said, "Teacher's sword mind is so powerful. I don't think I could find anyone with a stronger sword mind than his. Not even Six Paths Emperor could keep up with this performance." Han Sen felt terrible, though. When his sword mind almost broke, the sleeping black crystal armor suddenly unleashed an additional portion of will directly into his sword mind to bolster it. It was then that Han Sen's sword mind erupted like mad, without any control. It allowed him to brush away Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. He was even able to suppress the sword mind of the entire mountain. But the will that came from the black crystal armor was too strong, and when it entered Han Sen's sword mind, he was almost unable to accept it all. Fortunately, Han Sen had a strong personality and will. He made the best decision he could in the short amount of time he had to decide. He used his sword mind to reinforce that will. Although it was hard, primarily due to the fact that Han Sen's sword mind was weak and the boosting will was strong, Han Sen's own will was strong too. The boosting will was going to accept him, so it was able to assimilate with Han Sen's sword mind and allow a seamless increase in strength. When that additional will refined itself inside Han Sen's sword mind, it became stronger. Boom! Beneath the powerful impact of the sword mind, the mountain was sundered. It was cut in half and flung wide open. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind was fading, and all that remained was Han Sen's. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress felt their mouths drop. But they didn't say anything. They just froze as if they had become petrified. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind had been broken by Han Senator. It was difficult to believe. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, Luo Li, and Jia Sherdao had been waiting in the plaza for 2 days. But Han Sen had yet to return. Luo Hui complained, "Han Sen is too arrogant. We are his elders. So why would he just leave us here? This is not Godslayer shelter, and it's not his territory either. He can't control anything here. Just wait a little longer," Luo Li said. "Yeah, we're lucky we're still breathing. Just wait a while," Jia Sherdao said. Luo Yu started to say something, but before he could, the gates swung open. The 2 white beasts stepped to either side as someone came out. Is he finally coming out? The group of them had a look. It was indeed Han Sen who came striding out. Luo Li wanted to shout Han Sen's name, but she closed her mouth when she saw the people around him. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces changed. The people who walked out alongside Han Sen were Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. They stood beside him, with Sumi trailing them from behind. Teacher Han, please teach Sumi well. Hit him if you need to. Treat and think of him as you would your own child. Fire Empress said. Yes, Teacher Han. Let us know if there is anything you need. We will try to accommodate your needs in whatever way we can. Furnace Emperor spoke with earnest passion. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui were frozen in shock. They couldn't believe what their eyes were telling them. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were top-tier spirits of the Fourth God Sanctuary. And yet, they were being friendly and very respectful to Han Sen. It was hard to imagine how a human could get the likes of Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress to treat them that way. Not even Luo Haitang could accomplish that. Don't worry. I will teach him. But how much he learns depends on his talent and his effort, Han Sen said. You are right, Teacher Han. If Sumi can only learn a small bit from you, you can consider us satisfied, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress said, it is up to Sumi how much he can learn from you. Even if he only learns a small amount from you, it is good enough for him. Jia Sherdao and the others were all frozen. The two powerful spirits didn't sound like emperors at all. Not as the humans had imagined. They looked like proper parents that were simply trying to snipe a good teacher for their kid. Is he really that strong? Luo Li was confused. She knew Han Sen was strong, but she found it hard to believe he was that strong. Even emperors were talking to him nicely. She hoped her own child might one day be able to study underneath his wing. Luo Hui and Luo Yu's brains were just empty. They could muster no reaction. When they walked out of Furnace Shelter with Han Sen, they still felt as if they were in a dream and none of it was real. Sumi followed Han Sen out of Furnace Shelter. He was going to travel with him as a student. Han Sen wasn't very good at teaching, but even if he only took the time to teach Sumi some skills of the Alliance, it would be enough. Compared to human education, what spirits received was pretty much rubbish. Spirits could live forever, so they could learn what they wanted whenever they wanted. There was no need for efficiency and proper timetabling. Humans weren't like that, of course. In ancient times, it was said that it was rare for humans to see the age of 70. That was considered a very old age, but a human's learning capabilities declined after the age of 30, anyway. Therefore, a core principle for humanity was the need for studying effectively and in a timely manner. Humans always tried to find the best ways to learn and absorb knowledge in the shortest amount of time. There were many different ways to study, but all of them were highly organized. This had been very important in ancient times. It didn't matter whether someone went to a public school or went to a private martial hall. The education they received had been refined for millennia. It was far better than anything spirits ever received. Han Sen did not think it would be difficult to teach Sumi. He asked the AI to formulate a plan and course of education for Sumi, too. There were humans in Furnace Shelter, but no one really ever listened to them. Sumi certainly wouldn't, especially since he was Emperor class. He had never taken the time to learn how humans studied. What Han Sen presented him with was all new. It fascinated him, and he put a lot of effort into studying as hard as he could. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui looked weirded out. They thought Han Sen's teaching method was so dull and average. They expected him to teach Sumi something grand and powerful. After seeing this, they wondered why Sumi would have such great respect for him. They could not understand why Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress had treated Han Sen so well, either. But still, they kept their thoughts to themselves. They were a bit scared of Han Sen, and they did not want to criticize him. Han Sen, why don't you come to Godslayer Shelter with us? After they left the Valley of Sand, Luo Li invited Han Sen to come back with them. I'm going back to my own shelter. Take care. Han Sen was not a fan of the Luo family, and so he didn't want to stick with them very long. He brought the Silver Fox, Sumi, and the rest to leave with him. Jia Sherdao knew the Luo family's relationship with Han Sen was strained. He didn't say anything regarding that, but he did think to himself, it's difficult to discern the intricacies of genes. I am afraid the Luo family will fall, and when it does, the Han family will rise to supersede them. Maybe Han Sen will one day become better than Luo Haitang himself. It looks like the Iron Fist Martial Hall will need to morph to accommodate the coming change. Han-san brought Sumi with him to his shelter. His new guest was a second-gen super spirit, so no creatures or spirits gave them any trouble on the return trip. Han-san did not go back to God's ruin, and Sumi told them the place was shut down now. Anyway, it would be many decades before it reopened. Little Lion King had gone back to Lion Mountain, so there was no point going back there either. What are those crystal cacti in the Valley of Sand? Han-san asked Sumi. Sumi smiled and said, "It is a super creature. It isn't a normal one, though, and it is actually called Cactus Needle. My parents spent a lot of time trying to claim it so it could stand guard and protect the shelter. The crystal cactus branch you broke in the beginning was just an illusion. It didn't affect the real creature. Unless you find its real body and kill it, it can just keep on summoning illusions like that. The illusions are all strong, just like super creatures, too. It makes for a powerful ally." That is a very powerful super creature. Indeed. It doesn't sound any weaker than a berserk super creature. Actually, Han-san complimented it. Yeah. If it wasn't, I don't think my parents would have exerted as much effort as they did when they claimed it. Sumi spoke of this proudly. They returned to Shadow Shelter before long, and Han-san settled Sumi down there. Han-san then called on Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to give him a sit rep on the shelter, so he could learn how things had been and if any important events had unfolded in his absence. "Bossman, with us here, the shelter has been doing fine." Cheap Sheep continued to compliment himself and tell Han-san how well he had performed, and he really had done well. He had done a great job while Han-san was gone and kept everything operational. Han-san was satisfied. Red Pony was still in the garden, but Nine Life Cat was gone. Where it went, Han-san had no clue, but it never returned. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon remained comfortably in the shelter, and it seemed as if they weren't keen on the concept of leaving. Gu Qingcheng rarely left the shelter, but Elysian Moon frequently did. She came back from time to time, but she never communicated with Han Senator. She would always come back and return to Gu Qingcheng's side. Han-san wanted to ask Gu Qingcheng a few questions and see if she was the number 4 mentioned in the diary, but after thinking it over for a while, he decided to go back to the Alliance first. He wanted to see his family and his son. Han-sen had been gone for a long time, and he had missed them quite a bit. "It is a shame Little Flower is too young and cannot go to the shelter, and I don't have enough power to ensure Ji Yenran could become a demigod safely. The whole family could hunt creatures together if we were all here, and we'd see each other a lot more." Han-sen sighed. When he went home, though, Han-sen thought something in the atmosphere had soured. Luolan and Ji Yenran were already there waiting for him, and when they saw him, they looked at him as if he was a criminal. "Has something happened?" Han-sen asked quickly. "Nothing has happened, but you have a big problem." Luolan looked at Han-sen as if she was a judge, and she spoke with alarming seriousness. "What problem do I have?" Han-sen did not understand. "You went to Godslayer Shelter?" Luolan asked. Han-sen nodded. "I was on my way through. Due to a business arrangement, I had to go. But don't you worry, I haven't established any ties to them. It's done." Looking very angry, Luolan pointed to the gift box on the table. She said, "If nothing happened, then why did Old Stubbornness send these things here?" "Old Stubbornness? You mean Luo Haitang? What did he send here? Does he want to teach Han Yen some horrible skill again? I'm telling you, she shouldn't learn that stuff. It'll harm her lifespan," Han-san said quickly. Luolan shook her head and said, "These were my favorite snacks. After all these years, he still remembers. You better tell me what you did with him. There's no way that Old Stubbornness would concede to me and ask Luo Li to deliver these things. Luo Li brought it, but there were some items in there she didn't know about. It must have been his idea." Luolan said she'd never go back to see the Luo family again. But when Luo Haitang sent her those things, it made her feel weird. She was both touched and confused. After so many years, Luo Haitang finally understood. He didn't come, but the items he had included obviously meant a lot. Luolan didn't believe someone with Luo Haitang's personality would do this. But Luolan was worried Han-san had sacrificed something, which prompted the gesture. Han-sen himself was surprised. Although he had seen Luo Haitang in Godslayer shelter, he hadn't agreed to any of the man's requests or given him anything. So why would the old man send a gift? It seemed as if he really wanted to re-establish a connection with Luolan. But given Luolan's personality, Han Sen knew what Luo Haitang might have been like. It had been many years since he saw her, and there had been no texting or form of communication in the meantime. If he'd really wanted to send her something, he'd had plenty of time to do it. It wouldn't have had to be that day of all days. Now that he had sent something, it obviously had something to do with him having just met Han Sen. Mom, I didn't do anything for him. I didn't agree to anything. Han Sen went on to relay the story of how he encountered Luo Haitang. You dodged his palm? Luolan looked at Han Sen with wide-open eyes. She looked as if she was in shock. I didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra either. But you know that I knew about it and what to expect. Is there something wrong with the fact that I managed to dodge it? Han Sen didn't think there was a problem. No, there's nothing wrong. You did a great job. Luolan was very happy to hear this. She put her fingers on Han Sen's cheek and rubbed it. My good son, you really did a great job. What does that mean? Han Sen looked confused, not entirely sure what had just happened. He had very rarely seen her this happy. Nothing. It's just good, that's all. Luolan smiled and left, not really answering Han Sen's question. Han Sen rested at home for another 2 days before returning to the sanctuary. When he got back, he went directly to Gu Qingqing's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door to her chamber, he heard Gu Qingqing's voice say, Come in. The door isn't locked. Han Sen lightly pushed the door open. Gu Qingqing was in front of a table, drawing with an old pen. Han Sen learned about what she was doing in a history lesson. It was calligraphy. She was using a brush pen, a tool devised by ancient humans to write. They weren't really used anymore. The few that still existed were typically used by artists for a few odd tasks. He hadn't expected Gu Qingqing to be the sort to love them like so. Han Sen wasn't very good with art, but he could tell that she must have had a lot of practice to draw with the level of talent she had. Gu Qingqing lowered her pen. She took a moment to admire her own artwork before asking, Why were you looking for me? Han Sen smiled and then said, I met someone who told me some wild things about you. I don't know if he was a liar, so I'd like to ask you for the truth about these things he said about you. Oh? What did he say about me? Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sen as if her curiosity had been piqued. Han Sen had already established how he'd approach this conversation in his mind. Now, he smiled and said, He said you killed Cruel Chi, is that true or false? Gu Qingqing frowned and said, Maybe, I don't remember. I have killed many creatures in my lifetime. Cruel Chi was a famous demigod super creature. If you killed one such as that, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Han Sen didn't believe her. I really did just forget. Why would I lie about this? Gu Qingqing said with lifted lips. Han Sen thought that if Gu Qingqing wanted to lie, she would have just said a simple yes or no. He couldn't quite tell from the answer he was given. It's okay if you don't remember that. He said a lot of other things. He said you drank the pee of a jade beast to avoid dying of thirst out in the desert and... Han Sen was going to say a few similar statements, but before he could finish speaking the first, Gu Qingqing's face changed. Impossible. No one knew about that. How would you know? Gu Qingqing stared at Han Sen as if she had seen a ghost. You really did this? Then did you hide inside the hunting sky beast's egg, and end up getting sat on by the hunting sky beast for an entire month? Han Sen asked. Impossible. No one should know about this. Who did you hear it from? Gu Qingqing's face changed. She ran in front of him and grabbed him by the sleeves. I said I met someone, didn't I? He told me these things, saying that he saw you commit these acts. I thought he was lying. I had no idea he was telling me the truth. Han Sen was both surprised and happy. He was now sure Gu Qingqing was the number 4 in the diary. Impossible. When I did these things, humans did not even know what a steamer was. Who could have seen me? Gu Qingqing looked annoyed. Han Sen froze. His eyes opened wide as he looked at her, and he said, Steamer? That is something from ancient times. Were you in the sanctuary all the way back then? Hansen couldn't believe what he was hearing, but Gu Qingcheng had unwittingly proved what he wished to know. Gu Qingcheng frowned as she stared at him. She said, "You are right. I am from that era. I was in the sanctuary even during ancient times. Tell me who told you this stuff. When I did these things, humans could not appear in the sanctuaries. They shouldn't have been able to see me. No way. Back then, there were no teleporters. There weren't even generators. How were you able to enter the sanctuary? You're joking, right?" Hansen heard every word, but he found it hard to believe. "Does it look like I am joking?" Gu Qingqing said coldly. "But that is not right. Even if you entered the shelter, that would have been at least 10,000 years ago. Even as a demigod, your few hundred-year lifespan should have long been over. How have you lived for so long?" Gu Qingqing had admitted to something quite strange. He didn't believe it. "I don't care if you believe it or not. I only want you to tell me who told you this stuff." Gu Qingqing's face looked dim. A chill had run down her spine. The things she had done were something no other human could have seen. The things Hansen spoke of were events she believed no one else would know about. Spirits and creatures couldn't have known either. Now that Hansen had said this, it spooked her quite a bit. If someone knew about these things, then it meant someone had been watching her in ancient times and even up until now. This was a pretty scary thing to learn. "Is there a way for you to prove to me you hail from ancient times?" Hansen saw that she wasn't actually joking. He had a number of different questions he wished to ask her. "It doesn't matter if I can or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I'm not. But just tell me who told you these things." Gu Qingcheng knew Hansen, and she knew it couldn't have been Hansen who saw those events. Someone must have told him. So, Gu Qingcheng had no reason to be suspicious about what he had told her. "I'm not sure. I met someone, but I don't know anything about him. I never saw him again after that." Hansen didn't know who the person was, so he couldn't tell her. Gu Qingcheng frowned and looked at Han Senator. She didn't believe what he said. After all, why would some random stranger tell him such stories? Hansen kept talking about things that didn't matter, now wanting to slip away. He had at least confirmed that Gu Qingcheng was the elusive number 4. But if Gu Qingcheng was a human that had been in the sanctuaries in ancient times like she had just told him, how did she enter? And how was she still alive after all that time had passed? Something else confused Hansen too. If number 4 was a number the observer had just written down, did that mean the other numbers were humans too? If they were humans, how were the numbers decided? If the numbers were given by order of entry into the sanctuaries, then that meant 3 had already come before her. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The numbers might not have even represented humans. "You can leave, but you need to explain things to me first." Gu Qingqing raced to the door and blocked the exit, prohibiting Hansen from leaving. Hansen looked at Gu Qingqing. He thought what she said was fairly believable. When he first met her, he thought she was strange. He never thought she fit into this world. Anyway, the name Gu Qingcheng itself was something rather old-fashioned. It wasn't a modern human name at all, and some of her behavior flat out made Hansen feel strange. She was both mysterious and hauntingly beautiful, and that in itself was odd. Her being different might have been something to expect. Then, now that he thought about it, Gu Qingcheng didn't look like a modern human, either. "I can tell you what you want to know, but first, I need you to tell me who you are," Hansen said quietly. "I told you already. You're the one who chose not to believe me," Gu Qingcheng said. "Even if I did believe you are an ancient human, you should have a historical identity. Back then, humans were separated by countries. Which country did you hail from? What did you do before?" What Hansen wanted to know the most was how she had managed to enter the sanctuary. He was afraid that by asking her directly, he wouldn't receive an answer. First, he had to test the waters. Gu Qingcheng looked at Hansen with strange doubt, but answered, "I am from the Chu state. I am a Qi Gong caster." "Qi Gong caster? Which faction did you belong to?" Hansen asked politely. "That's none of your business," Gu Qingcheng answered. "How did you get into the sanctuary?" Hansen asked. "If I answer this question, you will have to tell me who told you all that stuff." Gu Qingcheng looked right at Hansen when she said this. "Okay, It's a deal, Hansen agreed. With no hesitation, Gu Qingcheng said, I am from Chu State, but I practiced at sea. Once, when I returned to land in my boat, a weird vortex appeared. I fell into it, and when I came to, I was in the sanctuary. Which planet was the vortex on? And where? Hansen asked. That's pointless information. I left the sanctuary many times to search for the vortex, but I learned nothing. I have even used powerful submarines to search underwater. All I found are ordinary seas and nothing else special, Gu Qingcheng said. Hansen nodded. According to what you have said, if you are from Chu State, it has been tens of thousands of years. How have you managed to live so long? I told you. I have answered your original question, and now it is your turn to answer mine. Answer my question. Who told you this stuff? Gu Qingcheng said. Hansen pulled out a book and showed it to her. It wasn't the diary he found in the control room, though. It was a copy he had made. The number 4 sections were there, while he had left the original at home. This was why Hansen did not go see her immediately. Gu Qingcheng took the book and opened it with confusion. After seeing it, her face changed. She flipped through the book really quickly and soon looked ill. Who is this person? Gu Qingcheng closed the book and stared at Han Senator. She looked very angry, and goosebumps ran up and down her skin after having read all the complaints. From what she asked, it looked as if something she never thought would be known had now been exposed for all to see. She felt naked. I don't know the writer, but I copied it from a book I found in God's ruin. Hansen went on to tell her what happened. Gu Qingcheng wasn't too convinced with the tale, though. She stared at him for a good long while. She wanted to find the truth from his face, but she was disappointed. If what you're saying is true, there must be more numbers. There has to be another 3 at least, Gu Qingcheng said thoughtfully. Yes, but there isn't much about them. Just 2 sentences. You were the focus of the record. Hansen smiled. Let me see the other parts. Gu Qingcheng reached out her hand. Okay. But you need to tell me how you've managed to live all this time. Hansen blinked. Gu Qingcheng did not hesitate, and it looked as if she had just thought of something. She had to confirm her thoughts and said, I had been here for a dozen years when I explored God's ruin. I entered a strange place and got trapped there. Felt like a short time, maybe a few months. But when I came out, the teleporters in the shelters that were previously not available for use now were functional. I used one of them to leave the sanctuary, and then I learned that tens of thousands of years had passed. Saying this, Gu Qingcheng then thought of something quite upsetting. She looked darkly at Han San and said, Not long after I returned to the Alliance, I met your liar. I met your great-grandfather. Han San could imagine what would happen if a person displaced from the ancient past met a liar. The place you went to, were there many crystal machines? Hansen asked. Gu Qingcheng nodded. You are right. The rooms you and I went to were similar. There were some differences, however. I guess those must have been crystallizer items, but I didn't know that at the time. And when I actually returned from there, I was unable to find the entrance I had originally used. Hansen thought the sanctuaries definitely had some association with the crystallizers now. When he entered the main control room, he himself had been taken 10 years into the future. He had no reason to doubt what she was telling him, but Han San still believed that something was amiss. He looked at Gu Qingcheng and said, I remember something. Weren't you a member of the 7th team? You were with Han Jinji in the beginning, and it's a well-known fact that humans were unable to enter the sanctuaries at that point. The teleporters were just for testing. Did you get out through one of those devices? Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Teleporters aren't the only way for one to leave the sanctuaries. When I teleported away, I found myself standing at an altar situated in some old construct on a human-inhabited planet. It was my exit point, but there was no way for me to re-enter from there. When I eventually returned to the sanctuaries, I made use of human-built teleporters to go to and fro. Han Sen asked, When you entered the sanctuary with Han Jinji, what did you see? I have answered enough for now. Now it's your turn. Give me the rest of the book. Gu Qingcheng simply put out her hands. Answer my last question. What happened there? Han Sen insisted on an answer for this. I don't know what happened. We met a being called God. He said he could fulfill our grandest wishes, but we would only receive one each. Han Jinji told me not to make a wish, so I left with Ning. Ning did not make a wish either. After that, I'm unsure what happened, Gu Qingqing said. Were you a demigod by that point already? Did you think that was God himself? Or was it just some strong, almighty creature? Han Sen asked. I don't know. I guess that place was the elusive fifth sanctuary, though. The god we met might have just been a god-class creature, Gu Qingqing said, and then put her hands out again. She said, I've answered everything you've wanted to hear. Now, give me what I'm owed. I left the original version at home. I'll have to go and get it. There was nothing more Han Sen could ask, so he complied and went to retrieve the diary for her. She could read ancient texts better than Han Sen, so she moved through the contents of the diary at a much faster pace. Strange. That's very strange. Gu Qingqing was talking to herself as she perused the contents of the book. What is strange? Han Sen quickly asked. The creatures mentioned are from the fourth god's sanctuary. I saw some after I became a demigod, but when humans from the Alliance entered, they all disappeared. These people who are numbered, they sound like individuals that might be easy to find. I don't think they are the same sort of humans you'd find in the Alliance, Gu Qingqing said. Maybe they're like you. Perhaps they were people who could enter before all humans naturally could, Han Sen suggested. Judging from the numerical values, it seems as if there might be a few thousand such people. I have never met them during my time in the sanctuaries. However, Gu Qingqing said, the sanctuaries are big places. A few thousand scattered across such vast worlds? I'd say it's not too out of the ordinary that you haven't encountered any, Han Sen said. Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, impossible. Some people mentioned in here are said to have killed famous demigod supercreatures. There's no way I wouldn't have heard about any of these feats being accomplished. That is weird. Maybe the numbers aren't all humans. Then, Han Sen pointed at the last part and asked, can you explain the last part? It sounds as if you hadn't been seen in a while. Where did you go off to? Is it because I entered that strange place, and they could not see me? Gu Qingqing said after some thought. That is possible. But that also means these observations began recently. Those numbered humans are old humans, though not modern humans, Han Sen said, after also taking a moment to think. It looks like the crystallizers have quite the connection to the sanctuaries, but history says they were destroyed a long time ago. There are many tidbits to string together and figure out here. Gu Qingqing gave the diary back to Han Sen, and then went on to say, if you want to get to the bottom of all this, we can cooperate. If you make any more discoveries, how about you share what you know with me? We can investigate this together. What do you think? I can agree to that, yes. Han Sen then asked, what is up with Elysian Moon? By the way, why do you both look identical? She is a spirit. That is one item of discussion that is none of your business. Gu Qingqing's temperament went cold. We are cooperating, aren't we? It's best that partners get to know each other a bit better. Han Sen smiled. This is off-limits to our cooperation. Gu Qingqing then swiftly pushed Han Sen out of her room and slammed the door. Han Sen touched his nose and left. He wasn't put off, he'd just ask again next time. It's time to show off my skills. Han Sen went to the Genocore storage. He wanted to get all his Genocores to first place before proceeding to gold class. Han Sen's genes had leveled up very quickly, but his Genocores hadn't been given the opportunity to catch up. He wanted to spend some time upgrading his Genocores now. It would be difficult to reach superclass, but reaching Gemstone should be easy enough. Han Sen used Crystal Core as his key for entry. This Genocore was already in first place, so many wished to challenge and dethrone it. Han Sen then saw a familiar name. It was Ghost Eye. He was in the top 10 in the Silver Genocore rankings. Han Sen wasn't sure if Ghost Eye had worked his way through the ranks, or if he had just bought his way up. Han Sen remembered striking a bargain with him once, one that Ghost Eye swiftly betrayed. Although Ghost Eye had ultimately failed, Han Sen was still upset about what had occurred. This guy has guts to challenge me. If he wants to die, I suppose I don't mind helping him. Han Sen clenched his fists and accepted Ghost Eye's challenge. Then, he entered the Geno Core battleground. Han Sen found the three-eyed panther waiting on the battleground. It was indeed the lying asshole Ghost Eye. You've got some nerve showing your face to me. Han Sen moved his body and teleported directly in front of the tricky feline. Boss, hang on. I have a big secret I wish to inform you about. Ghost Eye screamed as he tried to run. You and your secret can go to hell. Han Sen wasn't having any of it. Wearing the ghost armor given to him by Ghost Eye, he dashed in front of the creature and attempted to punch its head in. I have an Emperor Geno Core. I was going to give it to you. Please take it. Ghost Eye screamed, seeing he'd be unable to dodge the manic fist. When Han Sen heard this, he stopped. He let his fist hover above the panther's third eye, and he said, You've got 3 seconds. If I don't see an Emperor Geno Core within the allotted time, you're going straight to hell. 1. Ghost Eye gritted his teeth and pulled out an item that resembled a claw. He placed it in front of Han's senator. Then he said, Boss, this is it. I know I was wrong to do what I did last time, but now I am being wholeheartedly sincere. For first place, I am willing to give you this Emperor Geno Core. Please, believe me once more. Han Sen took the item from Ghost Eye, with his other hand still hovering above the creature's head. He said, This is an Emperor Geno Core? Han Sen did not believe Ghost Eye. If he had an Emperor Geno Core, why would he throw it away to get first place for a silver Geno Core? Not even first place in the gemstone leaderboard would be worth that much, he reckoned. It was a strange Geno Core. In the Geno Core storage, a Geno Core was sealed and unusable if it wasn't the self Geno Core used as a key for entry. But that Geno Core did not look as if it had just been sealed by the Geno Core storage. It looked gray and dark, like rusted steel. It was weird. It looked like a flute, minus the holes. It was like a pipe made of stone. Ghost Eye smiled and said, You were smart. This is indeed an Emperor Geno Core, but it just has the problem of being sealed. But with your strength, you can most certainly unseal it and become the best in the fourth god's sanctuary. Had you been able to unseal it, you wouldn't have given it to me, would you? Han Sen looked at him with disdain. Ghost Eye looked awkward, and with a grin he said, I was unable to open it because I was weak. You, however, are so strong. You must certainly be able to. I'm taking the item as a punishment for you breaking the deal last time. If you want to gain first place this time, go and bring me something even better. Don't bring me something else like this, Han Sen said, and without giving the creature a chance to object, he punched it in the face. Ghost Eye hacked out blood. He had been injured, but he was allowed to concede and exit the Geno battleground. Fuck, he's worse than me. He took my stuff and didn't give me anything. Ghost Eye was feeling fairly disheartened. He had tricked Han Sen once, but he had never expected him to reach first place again. Now that he had sacrificed the Emperor Geno Core and gotten beaten up without obtaining first place as he desired, he was dismayed. It looks like I'll have to wait until he reaches gold class before I can reach first place. I wasted my Emperor class Geno Core. Ghost Eye was feeling very upset, and he spoke his sorrow aloud. Ghost Eye had given Han Sen an Emperor Geno Core. It was quite infamous in the fourth god's sanctuary, but so was its seal. No one had ever been able to open it. The emperor that used to own it was named Drink Blood Emperor. He was a very infamous spirit, and this Geno Core belonged to him. It was called Blow Blood. The sad thing was, Drink Blood Emperor garnered the ire of a certain creature and was killed by it. The result of this circumstance left Blow Blood sealed. After that, the Blow Blood Geno Core had passed through the hands of many different elites. Sadly, no one had ever figured out how to unseal it. Its renown increased, but so too did the belief that it was completely worthless. After all, no matter how strong you were, a sealed Geno Core was useless. Ghost Eye had only managed to get it recently, and he wished to speak with Han Sen and offer it up in exchange for first place. But Han Sen wanted to kill him right away, and in a rush, Ghost Eye had to play his cards and reveal Blow Blood. He had actually planned to trick him again after the exchange too. But now that Blow Blood had been taken, and he had not obtained first place, Ghost Eye was quite upset. Fortunately, Blowblood's worth was only the equivalent of a gemstone genocore nowadays. Therefore, it wasn't all that expensive to lose. He'd be a lot more upset if he lost something of even greater value. Han Sen, seeing Ghost Eye, was not in a rush to level up his crystal core now. He wanted to scam the Panther and drain him of what he could before proceeding on to gold class. Han Sen left the genocore storage with the intent of studying his new genocore. He wanted to see if he was the one who could unseal the item. Han Sen had never heard of Blowblood genocore, though. He didn't know where it came from, and a part of him even thought it wasn't actually an Emperor genocore. Han Sen summoned his gold-class Real Blood genocore and attached it to the Blowblood genocore. He wanted to see if that would allow it to be used. Real Blood landed on the gray pipe. It didn't melt into it, but it didn't slide down either. It seemed to be absorbing. Han Sen watched the process, and near Real Blood's position, a red line like a piece of silk was being generated. It seemed as if Real Blood was soaking into the genocore. Han Sen was delighted, and so he thought, it looks like Real Blood is helping with the seal. At this rate, it might take a few days. If Ghost Eye learned that Blowblood could be unsealed, he'd definitely be angrier. Han Sen still did not know whether or not it was an Emperor genocore, but the seal was very powerful. He had no doubt about that. It was a high-class genocore either way. It was definitely super at the very least. As Han Sen continued his investigation, Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon suddenly walked into the hall. Elysian Moon hadn't been seen for a while. This time she had come back looking terrible. She was covered in wounds. Her face was pale and bloodied. There is an angry creature nearby. It's a super creature and it hurt Elysian Moon. I'm gonna go kill it. Would you like to come with me? Gu Qingcheng asked Han Sen directly. How are you going to split the profits? Han Sen asked. You can have the loot. I just want to avenge her, Gu Qingcheng said. She wouldn't come looking for me if it was this easy. There must be something up with the creature. Han Sen didn't think Gu Qingcheng would approach Han Sen to assign an easy task. The Destroyer Wolf at rank 139 on the Super Geno Core leaderboard won't be all that easy to kill, Gu Qingcheng said. May I ask what your rank is on the Super Geno Core leaderboard? Han Sen asked out of genuine curiosity. I am 17th, Gu Qingcheng said carelessly. You're that high? You're 17th and you can't defeat this Destroyer Wolf that is only 139. Han Sen was surprised. It can't beat me in raw strength, but it has the ability to consume space. I will be unable to catch him, and that is why I'll need you and Nightmare, Gu Qingcheng said. To me, it sounds as if all you really need is the assistance of Little Red. Why don't you just ask him straight away? I can't make him come. Han Sen shook his head. He won't accept my invitation, but you will be just as useful as him. You can come to help, Gu Qingcheng said. Okay, and just to confirm what you told me, I will be receiving the items once it's dead. Yes. Han Sen smiled. If you can truly help, sure. Would you plan on taking the loot even if you didn't put any effort in? Gu Qingcheng wasn't very polite when it came to these sorts of affairs. We will see, but I am known to take out as much as I put in. Han Sen did not argue and just went along with her. He wanted to see how strong Gu Qingcheng was if she truly was ranked 17th on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Han Sen followed Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon out of the shelter. The travel was dull for Han Sen, and he found himself bored. So, he asked, who is in first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard? Gu Qingcheng was equally bored. She said, the one currently in first place is the fellow who leads Sacred. He claims to be God's own child, but there are others who have the same might as him. The person in first place switches every now and again. Why does the person in first place frequently change? Han Sen asked, having been surprised by this. What's so weird about that? There are many powerful genocores there of Emperor class and Berserk class. They're all good at something. No one is the absolute strongest. That being said, when I first became a demigod, I heard there was a genocore that held first place for a very long time. It hadn't lost once. But that is the only time in history when the first place on the Super Genocore leaderboard seemed fixed. Nowadays, the holder of the first position changes frequently, Gu Qingcheng said. What was that Geno Core's name? Is it still on the leaderboard? Han Sen asked with curiosity. You're reading on Webnovel, .tks. If it was still on the leaderboard, the ranks wouldn't keep changing. I have only heard about it through hearsay, though. When I first arrived here, it was already gone. I suppose you could say it's more of a myth now. Its name, however, was Destiny's Tower. I can only suppose it left for the fifth sanctuary alongside its master, Gu Qingcheng said. When Han Sen heard Gu Qingcheng say this, his heart jumped. If that stellar genocore was indeed Destiny's Tower, it probably meant the one resting in his Sea of Soul. Shit! Destiny's Tower is that strong. Han Sen held onto his excitement and pretended the name didn't ring any bells. Then, he asked, who was Destiny's Tower's master? I don't know, and I don't think anyone does. It's an old myth, and it is something I have only heard of once, Gu Qingcheng said. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but she didn't know much. She said the master of Destiny's Tower was strange. The rumors said when he first appeared on the Genocore leaderboard, he did so at a low rank. Apparently it was in the 10,000s. No one had seen it in the first few ranks, but all of a sudden it managed to reach number 1. No one knew whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, this was just part of the myth. Gu Qingcheng had only heard about these events. She hadn't witnessed them firsthand. Han Sen retreated into thought. Is this Destiny's Tower the same one that's in my Sea of Soul? If it is that good, and so was its master, why did they not go on to the fifth sanctuary? And who was that being in armor that resided in the Black Chimenia? Why was he an enemy of Destiny's Tower's master? All these questions now rattled around Han Sen's head. But thinking he actually owned that tower now, he almost lost control and laughed his head off. Dad, why are you so happy? Bauer was in Han Sen's arms. She looked right at him as she spoke. Oh, it's just because you're next to me. That's why I am happy, Han Sen quickly said. He was worried Gu Qingcheng might have gotten suspicious. When Bauer heard this, she was delighted. She kissed Han Sen on the cheek and said, I am happy too. When you are around me. Elysian Moon couldn't bear watching it. She balked. Ugh. You two are so gross. You're just jealous. You could be like me if you had a beautiful daughter, too. Han Sen held Bauer and laughed at her. Humph. Elysian Moon turned glum and looked away. Han Sen felt weird about that, though. He wasn't sure what he said that might have upset her. What he said shouldn't have peeved her as it did. Gu Qingcheng then changed the subject. When you see Destroyer Wolf, be careful. It can consume space, and it can also leap out at you from tiers in the dimension, pouncing at you from any angle. If he slips into a space crack, follow me. That sounds annoying. How do you plan on killing it? Han Sen frowned and asked. Han Sen had enough power to fight supercreatures, but this was a berserk supercreature with space powers. It would be a hard fight. That was, unless he used his Destiny's Tower. But that thing cost a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be wise to show it off in public. If others recognized it was Destiny's Tower, and it was in the hands of a human, all the emperors and supercreatures would come dogpile on him to end him. Maybe we should take a look first. There's every chance we won't get to him, Gu Qingcheng said. What do you mean? Han Sen was shocked. That Destroyer Wolf offended some people. For some reason, many creatures and spirits are now after him. We're just gonna try our luck and see if we can get it. We might not even be able to find it, Gu Qingcheng said. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Han Sen frowned. Hearing her say this, Han Sen knew this task would not be as simple as he had initially assumed. They walked for less than 2 days, and there were scary beings everywhere. Sometimes, Han Sen could even detect powerful auras sweeping across the sky. However, the creatures seemed to be moving chaotically. Felt less like they were chasing something, and more like they were searching. They must be looking for that Destroyer Wolf, said Elysian Moon. Just when Han Sen was about to respond, Sumi ran up to him and said, Teacher, something major is happening. What's happening? Han Sen asked, looking at Sumi. He had sent Sumi out earlier to train. Sumi said excitedly, The destroyer wolf stole a descendant of the master of sacred shelter. Now, it has come toward us, and many powerful super creatures are chasing it. A child of sacred shelter's master? A creature like goddess. Han Sen suddenly imagined a goddess climbing out of an egg, which was a bizarre thought. Yes, I heard that it's the child of Sacred's master and a berserk super creature. But the berserk super creature wasn't living in Sacred Shelter, which was how the destroyer wolf managed to steal the egg. Now, many powerful shelters like Sacred and Outer Sky are all hunting that destroyer wolf, said Sumi. Sacred is powerful enough to gather all those shelters to help him? Asked Han Sen, amazed. No, they're all looking for the egg. It's a descendant of two berserk super creatures, so its genes must be extraordinary. The egg will be highly beneficial to any being that eats it. If it's a female, then they'll keep it and make it procreate with others to further improve the genes. Sumi couldn't be more excited. He lowered his voice and said to Han Sen, Teacher, should we also go look for it? If we're lucky enough, perhaps we can actually find the egg. Then let's try to find it before others do. Han Sen didn't have much hope for it. Many top-tier shelters sent their most powerful creatures to look for the destroyer wolf and that egg. That destroyer wolf had been given plenty of time to hide itself. Han Sen didn't think they alone would be able to find it. And even if he could find it, it wouldn't be easy to steal the egg from so many terrifying beings. Many powerful creatures swept across the sky above them. After only half a day, Han Sen detected 20 different creatures flying over him, and those were just the ones close enough for him to notice. However, they were still searching chaotically. It seemed that they still hadn't found the destroyer wolf yet. Elysian Moon. Where did you meet the destroyer wolf? Han Sen asked her. Near Rolling Dragon Lake, Elysian Moon said, pointing in a direction. Han Sen was kind of familiar with the area around him, since it wasn't far from his shelter. Rolling Dragon Lake was a giant lake among the mountains, and it was named such because of the dragon-like creatures in the lake. Han Sen had heard that there was a lake nearby, but he had never been there. Though Rolling Dragon Lake was among the mountains, it was very large, more than 100 square miles. However, the water in the lake was dark, giving out dark light like gas. It looked dense, so nobody could see anything that was even an inch below the water's surface. Nobody could say for sure whether a creature could actually live in the water or not. When Han Sen and the others arrived at the lake, they found Goddess already there. Goddess looked a bit different from before. Her life force had become terrifying, but it was also obscured and difficult to read. It seemed that she had reached super level. Just as Han Sen observed Goddess, she also noticed Han Sen, and her eyes became aloof. However, seeing Gu Qingcheng beside Han Sen, Goddess frowned and began walking toward Han Sen with some creatures from her shelter beside her. There were 4 creatures beside Goddess, and they were all livid. Apparently, they were already super creatures and all of them were mighty. However, Goddess didn't talk to Han Senator instead. She walked up to Gu Qingcheng and asked, Elysium Master, is this person related to you? How is that your business one way or the other? Asked Gu Qingcheng mildly. This man is a mortal enemy of mine. If he doesn't have anything to do with you, I'm going to take my revenge now. Gu Qingcheng took a look at Han Sen, squinted her eyes and said, What do you think? Han Sen heard it and said, Of course there's a connection between us. We're partners working together. You heard that, right? Gu Qingcheng said, glancing at Goddess. Of course. I'll let him go this time for your sake. Goddess waved her hands and left with those 4 super creatures. You get along pretty well here. Han Sen gave a thumbs up to Gu Qingcheng. You owe me one, said Gu Qingcheng. Okay, no problem, but I'm still a bit confused. Why did she call you Elysium Master? You're a human. How did you become the head of the Elysium race? Han Sen was curious about that. That has nothing to do with you. Gu Qingcheng glared at him, then took Elysian Moon and walked toward the lake. Han Sen looked in the direction that Goddess had vanished, then followed Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. There was indeed some evidence of a fight that had happened beside the lake, and there were some residual tears in the fabric of space. They were feeble, but they hadn't yet healed entirely. Goddess and her sidekicks were also looking at those rips in space. They could tell that the tears had been left by Destroyer Wolf. Hansen also used his Dongxian aura to observe the remaining evidence of the wolf. There were only a few molecules left, and it was probably because Destroyer Wolf got away through the space vault, so it didn't leave any molecules on its way. Gu Qingqing only looked at it for a short while, but she couldn't find any clues. She frowned and said, "Someone was definitely chasing the Destroyer Wolf, and that's how Elysian Moon was lucky enough to get away. The Destroyer Wolf also escaped through the space cracks. We might not be able to find any traces here. Let's just walk around and look. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to find some clues." Han Sen took a look at Rolling Dragon Lake and walked to the other side. The Destroyer Wolf really hadn't left much of a trail, but Han Sen could see that it had left behind a few molecules, at least. He then walked toward the other side of the shining lake and found more traces of some sort of creature. Han Sen didn't know which creature these molecules belonged to, but he could tell that those molecules had been left there at the same time as the molecules left by Destroyer Wolf. That indicated that another creature had been in the area at the same time as Destroyer Wolf. Han Sen wanted to find that creature first to see what he could learn from it. Destroyer Wolf got away through a space crack. "What clue do you think you can find here?" Elysian Moon said, frowning. "Let's just look around. Perhaps we can find some clues," Hansen said as he walked. "Then you can try your luck here." "We don't think we'd find anything," Elysian Moon said while pointing in another direction. "There's nothing to find here. We can secretly follow the groups from Sacred and Outer Sky. Better that than wasting our time here," said Gu Qingqing. "Then let's separate into 2 teams. You can follow them, and I'll keep looking here." Hansen wasn't in a rush. There were too many powerful beings from Sacred and Outer Sky, and everyone was on high alert, so Hansen's group would be easily spotted. Hansen planned to walk around to check for any remaining molecules. He wanted to see what kind of creatures were with the Destroyer Wolf. "Okay, I'll leave you some marks to indicate where we've gone." Elysian Moon was already walking away, so Gu Qingchang left Hansen a mark and hurried after her. Sumi wanted to follow them as well, but since Hansen was not going, he had to follow Hansen. "Teacher, that Destroyer Wolf has fled through the space vault. Why are we still looking for clues here? We'd better follow Goddess's group. There'll be some interesting things happening later," Sumi said. He didn't think he'd be able to seize the egg. He just wanted to watch those powerful beings fight each other. Hansen smiled and said, "I'll keep searching here. You can follow those 2 if you really want to go." Sumi thought for a minute and said, "I'd rather follow you, teacher." Hansen didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed the molecules along the lake. There were only a few molecules left. It had been quite a long time, so there were only some scent molecules left, and they were not continuous. It would take Hansen a long while to follow such a faint trail. Sumi saw Hansen walk around the lake, looking around everywhere. He walked slowly, but he didn't know what Hansen was looking at. He could only follow behind Hansen. Hansen walked around most of the lake, and at some point the trail disappeared. He walked forward, but he couldn't find any more molecules. Weird. Where are they? Hansen walked back to the last spot he had seen the molecules, and he observed the place carefully. "You're reading on .com, thanks." It was very close to the lake shore, and there were some black water stains at the shoreline. Does this lake rise at some point? Did the creature that left the scent enter the lake? Why did he walk around for so long instead of entering the lake immediately? Is there something special in this location? Hansen frowned as he thought. He observed the lake, but he couldn't see anything special. The lake here was exactly like other areas of Rolling Dragon Lake. It was dark like ink, and he couldn't see anything inside. The surface of the water was peaceful as well, and there were no ripples. Hansen couldn't find any living beings in the lake using his Dongxian aura. "What are you looking at, teacher?" Sumi stood beside Hansen and looked at the lake, but he couldn't see anything either. "I'm looking for clues," Hansen said with a smile. "Clues? What clues? I can't see anything." Sumi was curious. He observed the lake again, but he still couldn't see anything there. What would you need me for if you could see through everything? Han-san said condescendingly. Sumi said, no wonder you're a teacher. I can't even compare with you. Please, teacher, teach me something. What kind of clues are there in this lake? My disciple, you will only truly learn if you find the answers yourself. You have to use your brain more and think it through. That's how you actually learn things. Han-sen pointed at the lake and said, just observe here. I'll go to other areas to see if I can find other clues. Okay, teacher. I won't let you down. Sumi kept staring at the lake, trying to find the clues his teacher alluded to. Han-sun kept walking around the lake, carrying Bauer. He walked all the way around the lake, and then he began walking around in the forest nearby, hoping to find the scent molecules again. Sumi gazed at the lake for a long time, but he still couldn't find any clues. Teacher is indeed wise and mysterious, and I'm not at the same level that he is. What did teacher find here? Sumi gazed at the lake more carefully. Actually, Han-sen didn't find any clues himself. He just felt that it wasn't a coincidence that he found some scent molecules there. So he asked Sumi to stay there to see whether he could find anything. If Han-sen was correct, the creature must have dived back into the lake when the tides rose in Rolling Dragon Lake. Han-sen then decided to walk around Rolling Dragon Lake and come back when the tides rose again. Perhaps he could find something after that. Han-sen walked around the nearby forest for a while, and he didn't find the trail he was looking for. But he did find a familiar scent. Ghost eye? Why is it here? It's so weak. Is it being suicidal? Han-sen checked it carefully, and he found some other molecule traces that resembled those of ghost eye. There were two other types of molecules, but he wasn't sure which creatures they belonged to, and he couldn't tell the power of those creatures either. He toured the forest, and he felt several powerful forces sweeping across the sky, but none of them stayed nearby. After a short while, they were all gone. He didn't find anything new, and it was getting darker. Han-sen went toward Rolling Dragon Lake. Teacher, I've found something. Han-sen was a bit stunned. He only asked Sumi to stay there on the off chance that something happened, but he hadn't expected the spirit to make a discovery. Sumi pointed at the place where Han-sen asked him to stay and watch. The place where Han-sen and Sumi stood before was already covered by the Black Lake water, but there wasn't anything special there. However, after the lake water rose, a small section of lake water looked different. In that one place close to the shore, the lake water that was originally black became transparent like the water in a normal lake. However, it was already dark, and it was only a tiny area. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed the clear water at all. Teacher, you indeed have great acumen. I wasn't able to see anything special before, but I only saw the difference of that part of the lake after it got dark. Sumi looked at Han-sen in awe. Han-sen flew above the small section of clear water, and he tried to see whether there was any difference in the water. That section of the lake looked like a well. It was clear from top to bottom, yet all the water around it was dark. The dark water and the clear water didn't integrate at all. However, it was already after sunset, and the water was very deep, so even if they looked directly down on the clear water, they could only see darkness. They had no idea how deep it was. Unlike the dark lake around it, there were bubbles coming up through the clear water, as if there were lots of fish below. Teacher, what's wrong with the water here? Sumi asked Han-sen, standing beside him. Han-sen thought, how should I know anything about it? I'm not a god who knows everything. Of course, Han-sen didn't say that out loud. He smiled at Sumi and said, just wait here for now. I'll go down there and check. Don't enter the water until I come out. Han-sen jumped into the clear water with Bauer, diving deep. He had practiced his swimming skills before. Though he couldn't compare with real marine creatures, he was still able to engage in ordinary fights. Han-sen was cautious. As he swam down, he summoned his golden engraving shield and held it in front of himself to defend against ferocious creatures. The lake was surprisingly deep. Han-sen had dived more than 3,000 feet, yet he still couldn't see the bottom. Everything around him was still dark, and the water looked like ink. Han-sen kept diving, and as he swam down, he suddenly felt a hollow sensation below him, and then he fell forward. As Hansen quickly regained his feet, he found out that he was standing in a huge underground cave. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and there was a strong stench in the air. In the middle of the cave was a black spring, and it was spewing water like gas. Two creatures lay beside the mouth of the well. The one on the left looked like a dragon, and its scales gleamed with black light as if they were made of coal. The dragon teeth in its mouth looked like knives. It was around 80 feet long, and it looked belligerent. The creature on the right was a giant white wolf, and it was just as large as the black dragon beside it. Its fur was white as snow, yet its eyes were black like ink. Ripples and distortions in space itself seemed to waver through the wolf's fur. The two ferocious beasts glared at Han San at the same time, looking at him like a piece of fresh meat that had just been dropped on their doorstep. Destroyer wolf? Han Sen was startled. He was originally looking for the trail of the creature he had sensed on the shoreline, but he hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf here. Gu Qingqing described the appearance of the destroyer wolf to Han Sen before, and this giant white wolf looked just as she had described it. And with that terrifying force coming from it, it had to be the destroyer wolf. As for the black dragon, it was likely to be the legendary rolling dragon. However, neither of them seemed to be the creature Han Sen was looking for. Aside from the rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf, there weren't any other creatures in the entire underground cave. Inside the black spring, an object about the size of a basketball was rolling around. Before Han Sen could see what that object exactly was, he heard the rolling dragon roar, after which it spewed a stream of black light toward him. Han Sen couldn't see clearly what that black light was, so he couldn't even dodge it. He raised the golden engraving shield to ward it off. Dang! Han Sen felt a giant force transmitting through the golden engraving shield, and he couldn't help stepping back, his back running into a rock wall in the cave. The rock was so hard that it only had some faint cracks after being hit by Han Sen's body. Yet Han Sen's bones were almost dislocated. That stream of black light also bounced back after hitting the golden engraving shield. The black light shot toward the rolling dragon and splashed over its tail. Rather than being injured by the power, the dragon's tail caught the black light. Han Sen then saw clearly that the black light shot by the rolling dragon was a trident, which was as dark as ink. There were dragon engravings on the handle, and 3 dragon heads formed the top of the trident. The strike from the rolling dragon didn't kill Han Sen, which shocked it a little bit. The destroyer wolf stared at Han Sen and said, "Who sent you here? Sacred shelter or outer sky shelter?" "Nobody sent me. I came here myself." Lots of thoughts flooded into Han Sen's mind. The rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf didn't seem to be enemies. And besides, both the creatures were emanating horrifying life forces. They were both incredibly powerful beings. Han Sen's power hadn't reached super level yet, so he wasn't sure whether he could fight against 2 beings at that level. "I should have brought Gu Qingqing with me." Han Sen sighed. He hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf so easily. Han Sen had thought that the destroyer wolf would team up with the rolling dragon to fight him. Instead, the destroyer wolf squinted its eyes and gazed at Han Sen for a while, then made a surprising suggestion. "Since you weren't sent by Sacred, and you're all by yourself, why don't you stay here and share the sacred egg with us?" "How could I do that?" Han Sen found it hard to believe that the destroyer wolf would be so kind. It had risked everything to steal that egg. Why would it share with some random human? The destroyer wolf smiled, yet that smile kind of creeped Han Sen out. A smile from a giant wolf was a truly disturbing thing to see. "Let me put it this way," the destroyer wolf said, sounding sincere. "We don't want to share the sacred egg with others. From my perspective, you're pretty powerful, and it won't be easy for us to kill you. If you flee and attract other powerful creatures here, it'll be a huge problem for us both. If you're willing, the 3 of us can share this egg. What do you think?" Though what the destroyer wolf said made perfect sense to Han Sen, he still felt something off. However, Han Sen was certain of one thing. If he refused, the 2 creatures would immediately team up and try to kill him to protect their secret. "Okay, since you're this sincere, I'll go along with it." Han Sen thought to himself, "I'll just use my destiny's tower if you really want to attack me. Perhaps I can even find a chance to get that egg. Then you can come down now, my friend. The sacred egg is ready for eating. Is there anyone else aside from you who knows that we're here? Asked the destroyer wolf, smiling. No, Han-san moved down towards them slowly. However, he kept his distance from them. He looked at the white object within the black well and asked, "Is that the sacred egg?" "Correct, that's the sacred egg. However, its shell is too solid. We've tried everything we could think of, but nothing could break the eggshell. We then resorted to using the water from the black pond to erode the shell of the sacred egg. You came here at the right time. After another 40 or 50 hours, the eggshell will be completely eroded, after which we can enjoy this sacred egg," said the destroyer wolf. The rolling dragon just stared at Han-sen coldly, like a sculpture made of iron. Han-sen wasn't sure if it was because it couldn't understand the human language, or because it didn't want to talk to him. Han-sen saw that neither the destroyer wolf nor the rolling dragon intended to attack him, which surprised him a little bit. Han-sen thought the destroyer wolf just wanted to make sure nobody was around before it attacked him. Yet the destroyer wolf didn't seem to have any intention of striking him. It seemed that it had made up its mind to share the sacred egg. Han-sen was still cautious as he wasn't sure what the destroyer wolf wanted. He kept his distance from the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon, and he also kept an eye on the sacred egg, waiting for it to be completely eroded. Though it was called a sacred egg, there wasn't any special about its appearance. It looked like an ordinary egg at an extra size. It was hard to imagine that a great being like the destroyer wolf couldn't break the eggshell. The water was flowing, and the sacred egg was floating on it. Han-sen looked at it carefully, and he found that there were many tiny black engravings on the shell. It seemed that the water from the black pond was sipping in. "You're reading on .com, thanks. How should I call you, friend?" The destroyer wolf didn't want to get close to Han-sen either. Instead, it watched Han-sen from a distance, smiling. "Han-sen," answered Han-sen. "You're so powerful, so you must come from somewhere famous. What, haven't I heard of you before?" asked the destroyer wolf again. "Nowhere famous. I was just lucky enough to obtain some powerful genocores and beast souls," said Han-sen. The more Han-sen spoke, the less the destroyer wolf dared to look down upon him. Kept talking with Han-sen, but it didn't show any sign of attacking him. It seemed that it was actually waiting for the eggshell to break so that it could share it with Han-sen. "Is that eggshell really so solid that even you can't break it?" Han-sen asked again, as he still found it unbelievable. Based on the rules in the fourth god sanctuary, even the descendant of a berserk supercreature was only at bronze level when it was just born. The destroyer wolf laid down beside the black pond and smiled. "If I were really able to break it, I wouldn't have run around carrying it and being hunted by so many powerful creatures." The destroyer wolf paused and laughed. The master of sacred spent so much effort gaining the confidence of the destroyer empress and convincing her to birth his child. He spent lots of time and effort on that egg, so it should be special. Han-sen took a look at that sacred egg, yet he still couldn't see anything special about it. Even more confusing, Han-sen still couldn't find any trace of the creature he had previously been looking for. If that creature was just some food that the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon brought here and ate, Han-sen should still be able to find its scent. Just like the bones left in the cave, all three of them were leaving molecules behind. However, Han-sen didn't see any remaining molecules of that creature. Han-sen was afraid that the molecules in the cave were too chaotic for him to check carefully. He rechecked them several times, but he still couldn't find any trace of the creature that he had noticed before. Maybe that creature didn't get into the lake? Then where is it? Han-sen was frowning as he thought, but he couldn't figure anything out. The destroyer wolf sometimes talked with Han-sen, and it was gentle and looked harmless. On the contrary, the rolling dragon didn't say a word. It just lay beside the black pond, staring at the floating sacred egg as if that egg was the only thing it could see. They didn't show any intention of attacking Han-sen, which confused him. Bauer sometimes looked at the sacred egg as if it were some kind of new toy. Time passed, and more black fissures appeared on the eggshell. Just as the destroyer wolf said, the eggshell seemed to be almost completely eroded. "Gotcha!" After more than 50 hours of waiting, Han Sen, Destroyer Wolf, and the rolling dragon heard a blast that sounded like an eggshell cracking after being boiled. A black crack appeared on the white eggshell. It's done. The Destroyer Wolf was exhilarated, and the rolling dragon was even more so. Its tail was carrying the trident, and it immediately threw the trident toward the egg. The egg was already covered with small cracks, and Han Sen thought that the trident of the rolling dragon would pierce through the egg completely. However, when the tip of the trident hit one of the cracks, there were only some sparks on the egg, and the egg was perfectly safe. The crack wasn't enlarged at all. Han Sen was terrified. The Destroyer Wolf had told him how sturdy the sacred egg was, but he hadn't believed it until now. He had experienced the trident's power, and it was definitely at the top-tier level in the fourth god sanctuary. Despite that, it couldn't injure the shell at all. The Destroyer Wolf licked its lips, and it stopped the rolling dragon from striking again. It gazed at the sacred egg and said, "Guess I need to wait longer. We've waited for a long time, so there's no need to rush it." The rolling dragon retreated back to the original spot and laid down. Han Sen stared at the sacred egg, but something still seemed strange to him. There wasn't anything living in the sacred egg. After the eggshell cracked, Han Sen finally managed to detect some energy coming from the egg. However, it wasn't a life force coming from the egg, but a force that resembled death. Why does this power feel like death? Does this sacred egg have the power of a dead spirit? That shouldn't be right. I've seen the power of goddess, and her power feels nothing like this. If they're both descendants of Sacred's master, they shouldn't be so different, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen was thinking, he frowned and turned his attention to a corner of the cave. There were some familiar molecules floating there, the same molecules he saw on the shore. Strange. I've checked the cave several times already, yet I couldn't find any of the molecules of that creature. Why have some showed up here now? Han Sen frowned worriedly. Is there a creature here that not even the Destroyer Wolf and the Rolling Dragon know of? Perhaps they know about it, but they're letting the creature hide here for some reason. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was very confident about his Dongxian aura. He was certain that the molecules belonged to the creature he had been looking for before. Also, these molecules were very recent. There was only one possibility. The mutant creature was in the cave, but it was somehow concealing its presence. Han Sen speculated that when the eggshell of the sacred egg cracked and the rolling dragon struck, the creature thought it was time to make a move and accidentally left some molecules in its excitement. Won't the water from the black pond just pour into the eggshell and pollute the egg yolk inside? Han Sen said randomly. He watched the Destroyer Wolf casually, but his Dongxian aura was intensely focused on the corner with the molecules. However, nothing strange seemed to be happening. Everything was peaceful, and no more random molecules were slipping out. That makes sense. Let's get the egg out now. There are so many cracks in the egg at this point, so there's a chance that we can just suck the yolk out directly, said the Destroyer Wolf to the rolling dragon beside it. Han Sen found it strange that Destroyer Wolf was asking for rolling dragon's help. Part of the egg was above the black water, so if the Destroyer Wolf was afraid of the water of the black pond, he could retrieve the egg without exposing himself to the water. Normally, people wouldn't just entrust a valuable like this to others. Instead, they would do it by themselves. The rolling dragon heard what the Destroyer Wolf said. It spun its tail, using its trident like a spoon to lift the sacred egg out of the pond. It dredged up the sacred egg and put it on the ground beside the spring. At this moment, black fissures covered the egg like a cobweb, and lots of the black fissures had sunk deeply into the egg. The Destroyer Wolf walked to the egg and looked down at the cracks. The crack is still not large enough, and we can't even see what's inside. There isn't anything slipping out, so it needs to be eroded further, said the Destroyer Wolf. Then it grabbed the sacred egg with its paws and stood up like a human being. It then lifted the sacred egg to throw it in the black pond again. However, just as it turned around, the rolling dragon whipped its tail, and the trident pierced through the body of the Destroyer Wolf, punching a hole in the wolf's chest. Blood burst out, dyeing the white fur red. The Destroyer Wolf dropped the egg, and bizarre ripples began to twist the space around the wolf's body. They disappeared for a second, and when they showed up again, Destroyer Wolf was right behind the rolling dragon. The wolf teeth tore downwards, biting toward the neck of the rolling dragon. Ew. However, before the Destroyer Wolf could bite the neck of the rolling dragon, a transparent arrow shot through the wolf's head. The arrow went into the back of its head, through its brain, and out between its eyebrows. Blood dripped from the tip of the arrow. Destroyer Wolf fell on the ground without even having the chance to struggle. It laid on the ground, completely lifeless. Han Sen was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe that the mighty Destroyer Wolf had been killed so easily. He then looked to the corner of the cave and saw a creature standing there. Its upper body was that of a human being, while its lower body looked like a snake. It stood there, sneering with its apathetic face. The creature was holding a bow, and the color of the bow resembled the color of the horns on his head. "Good job, Black Dragon." The half-human-shaped creature moved to the side of the rolling dragon and patted its head. The horrifying rolling dragon suddenly became meek and submissive, and apparently, it enjoyed the praise of the half-human-shaped creature. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked, alarmed. It was apparent now that the half-human-shaped being and the rolling dragon were on the same team. The Destroyer Wolf originally wanted to borrow the Black Pond, which was why it agreed to share the sacred egg with the rolling dragon. Little did it expect that the rolling dragon had another partner, who wanted to kill the Destroyer Wolf and keep the sacred egg all to himself. Rolling Dragon King, the king of the Rolling Dragon Lake. The half-human-shaped creature looked at Han Sen scornfully. Han Sen was dazed. Now he knew that the legendary creature in the Rolling Dragon Lake was the strange creature in front of him, not the Black Dragon. Rolling Dragon King walked to the side of the Black Pond. He picked up the sacred egg and held it in his palms. "Kill him?" Rolling Dragon King said mildly, looking at the sacred egg. The Black Dragon roared suddenly, then dashed toward Han Sen with the trident in its tail. Its claws and dragon teeth and trident were all terrifying weapons. Han Sen resisted the waves of attacks with his golden engraving shield. However, Han Sen kept stepping back under that aggressive force. The red light on Han Sen's body surged as a pair of butterfly wings opened on Han Sen's back, and at the same time, he entered bloodthirsty mode. Han Sen's power surged. He fought the Black Dragon for a long time, but it was a stalemate. Neither could defeat the other. The Rolling Dragon King apparently didn't intend to help the Black Dragon fight Han Senator. He pulled his arrow out of the Destroyer Wolf and wiped the blood on the wolf's fur. Then he stabbed the arrow down towards the cracked egg. The arrow pierced the egg twice, but it couldn't penetrate the crack of the sacred egg. The Rolling Dragon King frowned. Then his body gave off a bizarre black light. The black light infused the arrow, and he stabbed the arrow back toward the egg again. Gotcha! The arrow finally pierced the egg. The tip and part of the shaft both went in. The Rolling Dragon King was exhilarated. He grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it back out. But in the next second, the Rolling Dragon King became horrified. He wasn't able to pull the arrow out of the egg. Instead, his entire body was trembling as if he was being electrified. Black light was being pulled rapidly from his body, along the arrow, and down into the egg. Rolling Dragon King, did you really think I didn't know you were the real master of Rolling Dragon Lake? The Destroyer Wolf that was presumed to be dead gradually crawled up from the ground, which was inconceivable. The holes in its chest and head were healing so fast that the wounds were visibly shrinking. It glared at Rolling Dragon King with its wolf eyes, and it had a bizarre smile on its face. "You?" The Rolling Dragon King was terrified as he realized that he had been tricked by the Destroyer Wolf. However, it was too late for him to regret now. His body was being pulled inescapably toward the sacred egg. His power kept flooding into the egg, making him weaker and weaker. The Black Dragon roared. It ditched Han Sen and rushed toward the Rolling Dragon King. It stabbed the sacred egg with the trident on its tail, trying to separate the sacred egg from the Rolling Dragon King. "You're being suicidal," the Destroyer Wolf sneered, watching from the side. It wasn't trying to stop the Black Dragon at all. The Black Dragon's trident slammed into the sacred egg, but it immediately became stuck to the egg, and the egg began absorbing its power. It ended up just like the Rolling Dragon King. The two terrifying super creatures, which were possibly berserk super creatures, seemed utterly incapable of escaping from the sacred egg. Both the rolling dragon king and the black dragon were shocked to their very core. Han Sen was petrified. He had seen lots of descendants of two super beings before, and Sumi was a child of two emperors. However, he had never seen a descendant like this. It wasn't even born yet, but it was already able to wreck two super beings. Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were being sucked dry, and it was a stunning thing to witness. The Rolling Dragon King seemed to have aged 1,000 years, and the scales on his snake tail were yellowing. His upper body looked old, and he wasn't as forceful as he had been before. He looked like an old man who was so skinny that his bones were visible. As for the Black Dragon, it wasn't doing any better. Its body was quickly aging as the essence inside its body was sucked out. The Destroyer Wolf looked at the withering Rolling Dragon King and said, "Everyone else thinks that the Black Dragon is the master of Rolling Dragon Lake, but I am exceptional. Do you really think you can trick me? Do you really think I came to Rolling Dragon Lake because I couldn't break the sacred egg? How naive are you?" As it spoke, the Destroyer Wolf squinted its eyes and a trace of light gleamed. "I came here because of the power of death in the Black Pond. Without that power of death, there's no way that the sacred egg could have incubated this soon. It's a descendant of sacred shelter. What does it have to do with the power of death?" Rolling Dragon King asked through clenched teeth. Destroyer Wolf sneered. "Are you an idiot? Don't you know that its mother is the Destroyer Empress? Her power is the power of death. The power that Sacred Egg inherited isn't just the power of Sacred's master, but also the Destroyer Empress's power of destruction. The power of Rolling Dragon Lake is the best way to nourish it. What good will it do you? Let us go, and we'll give you whatever you want," said the Rolling Dragon King. The sacred egg had almost sucked him dry. There was only a layer of skin covering his bone, and he looked more horrendous than a skull. "Idiot, what do you think you can offer me? Even if you both gave me your self-genocores, they can't even begin to compare with this sacred egg." Destroyer Wolf's eyes were gleaming. The descendant of Sacred's master and the Destroyer Empress will have both the advantages of their genes. Since it was incubated, it has been nurtured by the godly fluids of Sacred's master, and with your power of death, the creature about to be born will be more perfect than any other berserk super creature. Once it's born, I'll merge its genes with mine. Then I'll become the most powerful creature in the fourth god's sanctuary. Don't count on it. Even me and Black Dragon are not its match. How do you think you'll manage to merge with it? The bones of Rolling Dragon Emperor were starting to degrade. He fell on the ground beside the Black Dragon. "I have my ways, and you don't need to worry about it. Just wait for your death." After the Destroyer Wolf finished, it stopped giving a damn about the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. "As for you, I really don't want to waste my time to kill you, but it'll take me a while to merge with the egg. If Sacred Shelter and Outer Sky learn about it, it'll be a pain in the ass." "You should just die," said Destroyer Wolf as it stepped forward, its body entering a space vault. A crack showed up beside Han Sen, and a wolf head extended out, surging toward Han Sen's neck with its white teeth. Han Sen used the golden engraving shield on his shoulder to ward it off and defend himself against the bite of the Destroyer Wolf. Scrappy. The teeth of Destroyer Wolf and the shield ground against each other, and it made an annoying sound. The teeth of the Destroyer Wolf tore a part of the golden engraving shield off, and the golden engravings on the shield were dimming. It didn't have the power to reflect the attack. Han Sen was terrified. He had never seen a force that the golden engraving shield couldn't defend against. The Destroyer Wolf fell toward Han Senator. It looked at Han Sen coldly. "My power is to swallow space, and I already control this space entirely. Where do you think your shield's reflecting power comes from? Your shield is nothing against me." Destroyer Wolf's body was dimming as it traveled through the space vault. Every time, it left red slashes across Han Sen's body. Han Sen couldn't catch up with the rapidly vanishing and reappearing wolf, and his body couldn't defend against the wolf's spatial powers. The wounds looked bizarre, like pieces of Han Sen's flesh were simply vanishing. Fortunately, the golden engraving shield warded off a large part of the attacks. Otherwise, Han Sen would have been eaten alive. Han Sen was frowning. The space-swallowing power of the destroyer wolf was indeed terrifying, and Han Sen couldn't handle its attacks. He couldn't see how its body was moving between the faults, nor could he guess how the power worked. He couldn't wield any of his advantages, and he was completely suppressed by Destroyer Wolf. Han Sen clenched his teeth, and gleaming holy light rushed out of his body. His hair immediately grew longer, and shining light flowed from his eyes. He went into the Super King Spirit mode. The Super King Spirit was different from Han Sen's usual power. A human's body didn't grow stronger when their self-geno core leveled up, but creatures and spirits were more closely connected with their cores. The Super King Spirit mode made Han Sen like a creature or spirit. His body became more powerful as his geno cores improved. As of yet, the coin geno core hadn't been upgraded, so the power given by the Super King Spirit mode wasn't very strong. However, Han Sen didn't enter Super King Spirit mode to improve his power. After he entered the Super Spirit mode, Han Sen rushed toward the sacred egg. He slapped toward the sacred egg with his palm, in an attempt to knock the sacred egg away from the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. He didn't want to save them. Destroyer Wolf wanted the sacred egg to absorb power, but without a connection to the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon, the sacred egg wouldn't be incubated. That was why Han Sen saved Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. No matter what they were going to do, the Destroyer Wolf would have to deal with them first, so this was Han Sen's chance. Destroyer Wolf saw Han Sen slapping toward the sacred egg, and it sneered. "You want to touch the sacred egg? You're being suicidal." However, the Destroyer Wolf didn't stop attacking. On the contrary, it appeared behind Han Sen and snatched Han Sen's neck with its space-swallowing power. Han Sen didn't turn back. He moved the severely damaged shield to cover his back, and at the same time, he slapped the sacred egg with his left hand. Two noises echoed at the same time. The Destroyer Wolf left 3 deep scars on the shield with its claws, piercing almost all the way through the shield. However, unlike what Han Sen had expected, that sacred egg didn't exert any magnetic force on him. But it didn't separate from the Rolling Dragon King and Black Dragon either. Instead, the sacred egg, Rolling Dragon King, and the Black Dragon all spun away at the same time. The 3 of them fell into the black pond. They sank, splashing the dark water everywhere. The Destroyer Wolf was surprised when it saw that Han Sen wasn't drawn towards the sacred egg. Then it roared and dashed toward Han Sen again. Han Sen dodged it while trying to think of a method to defend himself against the Destroyer Wolf, but nothing came to mind. "I have to resort to Destiny's Tower now." Han Sen knew that if he kept doing this, he would be killed before too long. The best chance for him to survive was to use his Blood Legion technique and his Destiny's Tower before too much of his energy was consumed. Before Han Sen could activate the technique, the water in the black pond suddenly surged upwards. A terrifying force rushed out of the black pond. The Destroyer Wolf and Han Sen both dodged away from the splashing black pond water. At the same time, they looked at the black pond, trying to figure out what was going on. A stream of black light rose from the black pond like the sun escaping an eclipse, and then the light floated on the water. That terrifying force came from the stream of black light, and the entire cave was covered by the sensation of death. The black light gradually withdrew, but the force of death became stronger and stronger. After the light went away, Han Sen missed a heartbeat after seeing what emerged. A beautiful woman walked out of the black pond. She was wearing black armor and carrying a long black bow. She had a pair of black wings like that of a crow, and her hair was dark like ink while her eyes were deep like an abyss. Her entire body emanated a beautiful yet ferocious force, as if she were an angel descending into hell. "It has finally incubated." The Destroyer Wolf's eyes were glinting like crazy. It stopped fighting Han Sen and rushed toward the female just hatched from the sacred egg. Han Sen didn't move towards the egg. It wasn't because he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Destroyer Wolf, but that the force of death coming from that woman was too horrifying. To Han Sen, the woman was more terrifying than Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps the Destroyer Wolf had already prepared itself enough that it thought it could gain something from the woman, but as for Han Sen, He didn't think he could gain any power from her. That woman was floating above the black pond. Though she had her eyes open, her eyes looked hollow, as if she didn't have any soul. The destroyer wolf opened its mouth wide, and it bit the woman's neck with its barb-like fangs. Those white teeth were actually hollow inside. As they bit into the woman's neck, the blood filled the wolf's teeth, dyeing them black. The woman's blood was actually black, which made Destroyer Wolf more excited. It bit deeper and harder into her neck so that it could absorb the power faster. The female seemed to have felt the pain. She frowned, and some sort of thought finally appeared to cross her dark eyes. More. I want more. I want the most perfect and the most powerful genes. The Destroyer Wolf sucked as it roared crazily. The woman's body seemed to be very sturdy. The wolf's teeth could only go a little bit deeper, and the harder it bit, the more difficult it was. However, the black blood kept flooding into the fangs of Destroyer Wolf, and at the same time, black smoke drifted out of its white wolf fur. His body seemed to be going through some changes. Han Sen was surprised. Humans, creatures, or even spirits could evolve by eating the flesh and blood of creatures. However, while eating creature flesh could strengthen one's genes, the genes of the original body would always be the foundation. The changes Destroyer Wolf was experiencing were a bit different. Its body seemed to have accepted the foreign genes completely, and its body was going through some changes that shouldn't have happened. The black smoke from the Destroyer Wolf was getting denser and denser, and its originally white fur had turned completely dark. The flesh on its back was twisted as if something was about to extend from its spine. Han Sen didn't know what to do. He thought that a terrifying being like that woman would have fought the Destroyer Wolf to the death, yet she wasn't reacting at all. Instead, she was just standing there, letting the Destroyer Wolf suck her blood. As the Destroyer Wolf drank her blood, its power became much stronger. Though the woman's facial expression changed a little bit, she was still floating there without any actual reactions. After such a long time, her blood must have been almost completely drained, and now it was too late for her to react. Though she looks like goddess, she's only a newborn after all. She might not have enough intelligence to know what's happening, Han Sen thought. After a short while, the flesh on Destroyer Wolf's back exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. A pair of bloody wings extended. The wings looked raw and bloody, as fur was still growing across them. However, the wings were growing fast, and they darkened until they resembled the woman's wings. Power. Strong power. Fascinating. Destroyer Wolf was greedy, and it kept sucking until it drained all of the woman's blood. After that, it took out its teeth and roared at the sky. Its body was covered with black fire emanating the force of death, and its wings spread wide behind it. As it roared, its black wings gave off the feeling of death as well. As for the woman who had been sucked dry, she fell to the floor of the cave like a lifeless puppet. Her eyes were still open like black holes, but there wasn't any life force in her. Perhaps she was dead already. Han Sen sighed and rushed toward the water on top of the cave. He had completely lost his chance already. Destroyer Wolf had finished merging, and it was more powerful than ever. Even its previous power had been terrifying. Han Sen's Blood Legion technique could only last for a while, so he didn't want to risk anything before he was sure that he could defeat Destroyer Wolf in a short period of time. "Do you want to go?" Destroyer Wolf sneered, shook its wings, and shot toward Han Sen with its terrifying force of death. Han Sen frowned, and a 3-foot-long pipe that looked like it was made of gray stone showed up in his hands. That stone pipe was a genocore called Blow Blood that Han Sen had obtained from Ghost Eye. He had been using his genocore Real Blood to break its restrictions, so both genocores had been sitting unused in his Sea of Soul. Han Sen almost forgot about it, until he heard a voice in his head. Obtained Emperor Genocore Blow Blood. Han Sen then discovered that the restrictions on Blow Blood had been removed by Real Blood, and the Emperor Core had been activated so that Han Sen could use it any time. Han Sen needed to use the Blood Legion technique to summon Destiny's Tower, so he wouldn't be able to use that core for very long. Now that he had another Emperor Genocore, it was time for Han Sen to see how useful it would be. So Ghost Eye wasn't lying. "It is indeed an Emperor Genocore?" Han Sen whispered. lifting blood in his hands. The fact that the panther had told the truth was actually rather surprising. He saw Destroyer Wolf approaching him, so he didn't have much time to think anymore. Han Sen infused his power into blood, and he used it like a knife. He raced toward Destroyer Wolf with it. Dang! A terrifying force hit blood, and Han Sen lost his grip on the Genocore. It flew out of his hands. Han Sen also hit the mountain behind him, spitting blood out. Damn, is that really an Emperor Genocore? Why is it completely useless? Han Sen was deeply upset. The Genocore didn't seem to be doing him any good. Other than being so solid that even the Destroyer Wolf's teeth couldn't break it, it didn't exert any exceptional power, and it was even inferior to Han Sen's Teia sword. The Destroyer Wolf didn't give Han Sen a chance to think. It dashed toward Han Sen in an instant. With its powers of death and space, it reached toward Han Sen's chest. Wang! Han Sen summoned his Destiny's Tower. After a shocking sound, blood flew up off the ground and shot toward Han Sen like an arrow. The Destroyer Wolf sensed that something was flying toward it with incredible energy. It gave up attacking Han Sen and tried to dodge. Blood fell into Han Sen's palm. Blood was rippling with power. Han Sen grabbed it with his hands, but he didn't know how to use it. That strike had proven that blood shouldn't be used like an ordinary blade or sword, so Han Sen couldn't figure out how to use it instantly. What? Why is the Genocore of Drink Blood Emperor in your hands? And why is it activated? When Destroyer Wolf identified blood, it looked shocked. Drink Blood Emperor had been very famous, and blood had been one of the top 10 Genocores in the sanctuary. Destroyer Wolf wasn't a stranger to it. Instead, the creature was kind of intimidated by it. However, it was only afraid for a short while. After an instant, Destroyer Wolf dismissed his own fear, becoming hostile and belligerent again. It said coldly, "I might have been intimidated by this thing yesterday, but not anymore. I've merged myself with the most perfect and powerful genes, and that Genocore is nothing to me. Even if Drink Blood Emperor comes here himself, he'll regret it." Destroyer Wolf rushed toward Han Sen with his raging powers of space and death. The creature was even more ferocious than last time. Just as Han Sen was thinking about how to use blood, the Genocore started to move without his control. One end of the stone pipe touched Han Sen's lips, while the other end pointed right at Destroyer Wolf. Is it like a flute? Should I just blow it? Han Sen tried to blow it. After that, the air and blood inside Han Sen's body felt like they were tumbling, and the blood of his heart flooded out his mouth and into that stone pipe. A bloody arrow was fired out of the stone pipe, and it flew directly at the Destroyer Wolf's paws. As it rushed toward Han Senator, the Destroyer Wolf failed to dodge it. Pa! The bloody arrow cut off a part of the Destroyer Wolf's paw, disrupting its powers of space and death. Wow! No wonder it's called Blood Genocore. I can actually blow my blood out with this thing. Han Sen was surprised but exhilarated. The power of blood was amazing, and it was indeed an Emperor Genocore. One spit of blood could cut through the evolved Destroyer Wolf's paw. He was only concerned about the fact that he was using up his own blood, as he didn't have much blood to lose. Destroyer Wolf roared furiously, and it moved into a space vault. Then it appeared at Han Sen's back, trying to tear him apart. Han Sen then saw something amazing. When the Destroyer Wolf moved, blood moved as well. The end of the pipe pointed right at Destroyer Wolf as it emerged. Han Sen didn't hesitate at all, and he blew his blood out again. Though Destroyer Wolf was very fast, the bloody arrow still hit its legs and tore a gruesome wound. Blood flooded out. Han Sen clenched his teeth, and he blew his blood out again and again without paying attention to what reached Destroyer Wolf and what didn't. Then, he leaped back into the lake and swam away from the underground cave. Destroyer Wolf didn't dare to fight the bloody arrows directly. After it dodged the attacks, it rushed out to chase Han Sen. Neither of them realized that one of the bloody arrows Han Sen fired reached the female whose blood had been sucked dry, and the blood sipped into her body. After that bloody arrow entered her body, her face regained color, and she gradually became more and more lively. The blood flooded the woman's body, flowing in her veins, making her more and more dynamic as if her body was gradually recovering. You're reading on .com, thanks. Her originally hollow eyes became more dynamic, losing the dullness that had haunted them since she was born. All the bloody arrows that Han-san unleashed fell on the ground, and the blood rolled toward the woman as if it were being attracted by a magnet. Drops of blood sank through her skin and slipped into her veins, and she became more and more lively, and her face turned redder and redder. She now finally looked like an actual living creature. The woman had been full of a deathly power, but she lost that ability after absorbing Han-sen's blood. Instead, she was now giving out a bizarre power. It had the silence of death, but it also felt rather different. Even if Han-sen was there, he wouldn't have been able to tell exactly how it was different. He could only feel that something had changed. Han-sen and the Destroyer Wolf had no idea what kind of strange alterations were happening to the woman. A human and a wolf hurtled out of Rolling Dragon Lake, and the wolf chased the human into the sky. The bloodline of the sacred egg came from both Sacred's Master and Destroyer Empress. But after absorbing the power of death from Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon and being born from the Black Pond, she had too much deathly power. Her hereditary abilities from Destroyer Empress were completely activated, and they suppressed her inheritance from Sacred's Master. There was too much deathly power piling up in her body, which was very bad for a newborn baby. If the newborn baby kept absorbing the power of death, it would become exactly the same as Destroyer Empress, and there would be nothing special about her. Destroyer Wolf drained the blood of the newborn, and at the same time, it also took away the excessive deathly power inside her. That meant the Destroyer Wolf didn't actually merge all the genes of the newborn. Instead, it only obtained the genes of her destruction abilities. The blood and genes of the newborn were finally balanced, as her whole body was now growing instead of just the part that belonged to Destroyer Empress. However, she didn't only lose the power that had been dammed up inside her. She also lost her blood, which had caused her to slip into a coma. When Han-sen's blood fell on her body and soaked into her, she recovered quickly. As the newborn absorbed Han-sen's blood, she obtained some of his genes, and her own genes also changed slightly because of the blood she absorbed. Han-sen's blood was like a geno solution, which merged the two different bloodlines of the newborn and created a unique new power that neither of the original powers possessed. Han-sen didn't expect his blood to be this useful. At that time, he was spewing out his blood recklessly. Blood kept bursting from the stone pipe, and though it wasn't hitting the Destroyer Wolf, the enormous power was enough to destroy an entire mountain. After Han-sen fired 4 or 5 bloody arrows, the mountains around them were already in ruins. Ghost Eye was walking around with 2 super creatures, looking for any opportunities that might come their way. As they walked, they watched the mountains nearby explode, and then Han-sen and the Destroyer Wolf flew by in front of them. Han-sen fired at the Destroyer Wolf with blow blood. The blood light shone, and the Destroyer Wolf dodged. The mountain behind the wolf wasn't so lucky. The trace of blood light ravaged the mountain, and that power was mesmerizing. That is blow blood. No way. Ghost Eye opened its eyes and mouth wide, and it looked like it had just eaten a fly. It had been kept blow blood for a long time, so it knew the Genocore perfectly well. Could easily identify the weapon in Han-sen's hands. It tried to console itself that Han-sen might be wielding some other Genocore. After a short while, Ghost Eye saw the power of blow blood just as described in the legends, and the creature couldn't lie to himself anymore. Damn, that's blow blood. Is that bastard the master of the Genocore? How did he activate it? Ghost Eye was so upset that it started to see red. Its eyes popped, and it watched Han-sen fight Destroyer Wolf in the sky. Little Master, that seems to be Destroyer Wolf. What happened to him? A super creature asked while staring at the Destroyer Wolf. Is that Destroyer Wolf? The rumors say that it's a giant wolf, and it's white. Ghost Eye said, glancing at the wolf in the sky. I am not sure whether that is it or not. The super creature hesitated. The Destroyer Wolf now looked completely different than it had before, and the characteristics of its power had changed sharply as well. Even those who had seen it before couldn't be sure if this was actually it. Han-sen then yelled loudly, Destroyer Wolf is here. It has eaten the sacred egg. Han Sen's voice wasn't loud, but he was powerful, and his voice spread widely. Those like Goddess, who were already attracted by the ripples of power, were deeply upset upon hearing what Han Sen said. They flew across the sky and rushed toward Destroyer Wolf. You deserve to die, Destroyer Wolf. Goddess's face turned pale with rage. She also saw the power of destruction coming from the Destroyer Wolf, so she didn't have any doubts anymore. She rushed toward it with the super creatures following her. I've already obtained the most perfect and powerful genes. I will definitely rule the world in the future. If you want to make yourself my enemy, you're the one that deserves to die. Destroyer Wolf couldn't be more arrogant, and it now looked upon those from Sacred Shelter with disdain. Its powers of space and berserk death combined in its body, and it wanted to fight the 5 enemies all at once and kill them all. Instead of fighting Destroyer Wolf, Han Sen quickly escaped from the battlefield. He landed on a mountain in the distance to watch the fight. All the powerful creatures nearby rushed toward the fight after hearing what had happened. They all gathered to watch the fight between Destroyer Wolf and Goddess's group. All 4 of the super creatures beside Goddess were renowned beings who had impressive reputations in Sacred Shelter, but now, they were all simultaneously suppressed by the Destroyer Wolf. They had to retreat again and again, and it seemed that they were not the Destroyer Wolf's match. Sumi had stayed beside Rolling Dragon Lake all along, and he refused to leave. He saw Destroyer Wolf and a strange creature rush out of the lake, but he didn't see Han Senator. He was kind of worried. Just as he wanted to enter the water to see if Han San had run into some danger, he saw Bauer exit the water and jump to the shore. Bauer, where's my teacher? Asked Sumi to Bauer. Father still has something to do down there. He told me to tell you that you don't need to worry about him, and don't go into the water, Bauer said, blinking her eyes. Sumi felt relieved, and he turned to watch the fight in the sky. Anyone who helps me kill Destroyer Wolf will be greatly rewarded by Sacred Shelter, yelled Goddess. There were 5 of them fighting one Destroyer Wolf, yet they were still not its match. The body of one of the super creatures was torn apart by the Destroyer Wolf, and its blood splashed across the sky. Don't worry, Goddess. I'll come help you. Yu Miao rushed toward them with some spirits. Nobody knew what she was thinking as she aided Goddess. Not only Yu Miao, but many great beings rushed toward the Destroyer Wolf. All of a sudden, there were terrifying life forces flowing everywhere. After consuming the blood of the newborn, the Destroyer Wolf was indeed incredible. It was fighting so many creatures all by itself, yet nobody was able to do anything to it. You dare to antagonize me? I'll kill you all today. Destroyer Wolf yelled at the sky, and terrifying deathly power burst from the creature. Han Sen watched in the distance for a while, yet those great beings were all crushed by Destroyer Wolf. Their attempts at entrapment were useless against an enemy that could travel through space. That Destroyer Wolf will be a big problem if I don't kill it. Han Sen frowned as he watched the Destroyer Wolf roaming wherever it pleased. Destroyer Wolf had seen him become a super king spirit, and the wolf was definitely an enemy now. Han Sen certainly wanted to kill it, but the Destroyer Wolf's powers of death and space were a difficult combo to deal with. It could easily travel between space faults, so it would be difficult to kill. There were at least 30 super creatures encircling it now, yet none of them could do anything to it. Instead, many of them were getting gravely injured. There were also many super creatures watching the fight, and some of them were incredibly powerful. Han Sen saw that Gu Qingqing was also observing the fight from a distance. She wasn't certain that she could kill the Destroyer Wolf, so she could only watch the fight without doing anything. Han Sen watched for a while as he thought, there are so many powerful creatures here, so perhaps my coin Genocore can finally be put to use. Though the coin Genocore had a low level, the nature of its power could still be useful. It was normally rather useless, but now, surrounded by so many powerful creatures, things were different. The super creatures here were all like billionaires. If the Genocore could absorb a little power from each of them, the power inside the coin would be inconceivable. The only problem now is, how can I hit the body of that Destroyer Wolf with coin? Han Sen glared at the Destroyer Wolf that was blinking between locations, trying to find a chance to hit it with the genocore. The destroyer wolf was moving quickly, and sacred blood was splashing everywhere. It was powerful beyond imagination. Sumi took Bauer to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing took a look at Bauer and asked, "Where's Han Sen? Teacher had something important to do, so he hasn't come back yet." Sumi looked at the fight in the sky and asked, "Sister Gu, do you think they can defeat that destroyer wolf?" "That will be difficult. The power of that destroyer wolf has surged, and nobody can stop its attacking power. But that's not even the problem. His space-swallowing power is just incredible. Its ability to travel between space faults makes it too difficult to kill. If Sacred's group doesn't choose to leave, there will be a lot of casualties here today," said Gu Qingqing mildly. "You're reading on. Calm, thanks." Sumi shook his head and said, "Destroyer Wolf might not be able to do that. Though it's indeed powerful, it still can't compare with the emperors throughout the Fourth God's sanctuary. If it actually goes reckless today, it won't be able to stay in this sanctuary anymore." As Sumi spoke, Destroyer Wolf tore apart a spirit from outer sky, and it didn't show any sign of stopping. It seemed that it needed to kill everyone present to sate its bloodlust. "It's gone mad." Sumi smiled. Gu Qingqing said, "It suddenly got such incredible power, so it's normal that it's arrogant and rash. It's probably powerful enough to rival some of the strongest emperors now." "Goddess, let's go. Destroyer Wolf is too powerful, and there's nothing we can do about it," yelled a super creature following Goddess. Another spirit was also trying to persuade Yu Miao to retreat. Some of the spirits and mutant creatures watching the fight also fled the area. "You want to go? Not that easily. I'll kill you all today, and no one will survive." The destroyer wolf was reckless. It grabbed a super creature that looked like an elephant and broke its neck. It took a bite, then roared at the sky. All of a sudden, a trace of golden light broke the sky and flew toward it. Just when Destroyer Wolf had reached its peak, the gold light hit the Destroyer Wolf's neck and stuck to it. Everyone was staring at the Destroyer Wolf, and they could all clearly see the golden coin stuck on the wolf's neck. Everyone, including the Destroyer Wolf, looked back at where the golden coin had flown from. Han Sen was standing there in his Super King spirit mode. All the super creatures were dazed. Apparently, no one recognized Han Sen as a Super King spirit. Destroyer Wolf sneered, and its eyes were bulging with rage. "You again. Great. Then I'll kill you first." The Destroyer Wolf's deathly power surged as it flew toward Han Sen. Han Sen didn't say anything. Instead, he clicked his fingers. All of a sudden, the golden coin on the wolf's neck started to gleam, and the wolf's body paused for a bit. As for the other super creatures, they were all horrified as they noticed that a little of their power was seeping out of their bodies and drifting toward the golden coin on the Destroyer Wolf's neck. All the creatures were trying to stop their power from leaving, but it was completely useless. That part of their power didn't seem to belong to them anymore, as it was completely out of their control. Even Gu Qingqing looked ill. A part of her power was also being sucked away. Even with her strength, she wasn't able to slow it down. She was horrified, and she couldn't help looking at the master of that golden coin. As a matter of fact, all the creatures around were staring at Han Sen in shock. Some random guy with a random golden coin was able to steal their power from their control. When they looked at the Destroyer Wolf, the super creatures were even more horrified. The Destroyer Wolf, who had previously been dominating the battle, was now being suppressed completely, like it was being crushed under a mountain. Its body was shaking, and then the creature was falling through the air. Bam! With a giant sound, the Destroyer Wolf hit the ground hard enough to form a crater. The genocore couldn't gather power from a very large area, so it usually wasn't very strong. However, there were too many super creatures around, so they could give the coin much more power than usual, which was why the golden coin was stronger than ever before. Han Sen was exhilarated, as the coin was performing much better than he had expected. It was even able to absorb power from all those super creatures. It was absolutely incredible, as it was only a silver genocore, and it hadn't even reached the level of gold genocore yet. Every creature here had at least a gemstone genocore, and many had super genocores. but none of them could resist the absorbing power of the coin. The destroyer wolf struggled and tried to move into a space vault. Yet its body was trembling, and it couldn't even take a step. Its head was particularly immobile, and the creature had a hard time even raising it. The wolf's head was getting lower and lower, and it almost touched the ground. Kept roaring, but its head just kept sinking. Boom! Amidst the angry roaring, Destroyer Wolf's head fell to the ground. No matter how loudly it roared, it could not move. All the super elites were frozen. They were terrified. They knew how powerful Destroyer Wolf was, but that one little coin was able to bring the beast's head down to the ground and prevent it from being lifted up. Han Sen's mystique rose even higher in their hearts. As those watching were still reeling in shock, Han Sen placed the stone pipe to his lips. Then he blew down at the wolf. It flashed red, and then that light went straight into the wolf's head, tearing it apart. Berserk super creature Destroyer Wolf killed. Destroyer Wolf beast soul has been obtained. Genocore unobtained. Flesh inedible. Collect its life geno essence to receive 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted. He had managed to earn another Berserk super beast soul. The other super elites, seeing the Destroyer Wolf's head split open, looked stunned. They all turned to look at Han Sen as he went forward to the body that was fading away. Their foreheads started to produce a cold sweat. Han Sen grabbed the life geno essence that the wolf's corpse had left behind and then turned to look at the super elites. After that, he disappeared. When Han Sen disappeared in mid-air, the super elites all felt a grand wash of relief. The mounting pressure they had experienced finally began to lift. That did not mean Han Sen was powerful. They merely thought Han Sen was powerful. Killing Destroyer Wolf was something unimaginably scary. Of course, they were just scaring themselves more than anything. The pressure they felt was unwarranted. This is scary. Who was that? Was that the alpha of some race? I have never heard about him before. It looked like a spirit, though. I thought it looked like a creature, personally. No, that was a spirit. Bullshit. That was a creature. Did you guys see the stone pipe he used to slay Destroyer Wolf? It looked like Drink Blood Emperor's Blow Blood Genocore. It did look like it, yes. It didn't just look like it. That was it. For sure. I saw Drink Blood Emperor use it once. I thought Emperor-class elites couldn't open it once it was sealed. How did he manage to activate it? The power to open that Genocore is not something we can comprehend. Goddess looked to the point where Han Sen vanished. Her beautiful eyes looked strange, and she said, "When did such a powerful being come to exist here?" Yu Miao looked in that direction, too. She couldn't tell it was Han Sen, however. Gu Qingqing merely frowned. The power that had been forcibly taken from her had now been returned, and she was surprised. What a weird power. Who is he? Gu Qingqing could not tell it was Han Sen either. Sumi looked on in admiration, and he said, "That person is so strong. I wonder what race he is. I should have asked him." As the crowds began to leave, conversation started to revolve around Han Senator. The image of Han San as a super king spirit was now all over the fourth god's sanctuary, and they really wanted to find out who he was. No one knew who it was until humans from the third god's sanctuary came, claiming to have seen him before. They recognized him. That was Dollar. Our human Dollar. Dollar is strong. So many super creatures and king spirits were unable to bring down Destroyer Wolf, and he killed it in a flash. That's pretty scary. Wherever Dollar goes, he is strong. Dollar is like a god. He is finally here. The creatures and spirits did not believe it was a human. They did not think it was possible for this Dollar to be a human, but strangely only humans seemed to recognize him. No others did. No matter what the case might have been, however, Dollar's name was spoken all across the fourth god's sanctuary. All the factions spoke about him, but no one knew much about him. His identity and location were unknown. The saddest being in the sanctuary at the time must have been Ghost Eye. He had ever expected that Han Sen would be able to unseal Blow Blood. Seeing Blow Blood's ability to kill strong creatures such as Destroyer Wolf, Ghost Eye's eyes were now bleeding. Hansen left the battleground and found a place with no one around to see him deactivate his Super King spirit mode. He returned to the image of his real self, and then circled back to Rolling Dragon Lake. Then, he went into the underwater cave. He wanted to see if the dead woman from the sacred egg was still there. If the body had remained, it would be a shame to waste it. The woman was dead and the flesh was just a vessel. It would be a good deed to benefit from the death of another creature. Hansen, thinking this, then entered the underwater cave. After looking inside the cave, he was surprised to see the body was actually gone. Was she like Destroyer Wolf and couldn't be eaten? Did she just disappear when she died? Hansen frowned. Normally, if the flesh of super creatures was inedible, they'd just disappear. But she hadn't, as far as he'd seen. This one confused him. Hansen poked around for a bit and even used his weapons to swing around in the black pond. He found nothing, though. He left the underwater cave then to meet up with Gu Qingqing. Blood-Feet Beast was traveling across the mountains at the time, in a very angry mood. He was a super creature, but he hadn't received any benefits from the killing of the wolf. He was also injured. As he was walking, he saw a small creature that was flapping its black wings. Blood-Feet Beast was hungry, so it ran up to it and tried to eat the creature. Before Blood-Feet Beast pounced, the small body raised a black bow. The sound of a plucked string rang through the air, accompanying the flight of a black arrow that punched a hole through the creature's head. Pang! Blood-Feet Beast's head and body blew up. It was very dead. The small creature did not look back. It just flapped its wings and left the area. If Hansen was there, he'd have recognized that creature. That small creature was the woman from the sacred egg. Back at the shelter, Hansen had the time to examine the Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul. Berserk Super Beast Soul Destroyer Wolf. Charm type. Hansen saw this and was quite surprised. He didn't know what a Charm Beast Soul was. He had never heard of it before. Hansen summoned the Destroyer Wolf next, to examine what the Charm Beast Soul could do. Destroyer Wolf flew out from the Sea of Soul and became a charm that was about the same size as Hansen's palm. The charm was pitch black in color, and it was engraved with the depiction of a wolf with wings. It looked just like Destroyer Wolf itself did after it evolved. Hansen looked at the charm a few times. He felt a deathly aura and residual space powers entwining all around it. It was a scary little thing and he didn't have a clue how it worked. Hansen spent the next few days researching it, and when he discovered what its purpose was, he was delighted. Charm-type beast souls were special, and much of the information Hansen uncovered was from the Alliance. He read on Skynet about a person who had come into possession of a charm-type beast soul. The person said he had figured out how to use it, and the post he had made was basically just the man showing off. But at least it was informative enough to teach Hansen how to use it. Charm beast souls could resurrect dead creatures. The resurrected creature would then adhere to the charm, and the charm explicitly, not the person who operated it. When the charm was placed on someone, the creature you summoned would follow that person until death. It did not matter if the target was living or dead, but the charm would be destroyed. And that meant the charm beast soul was a single-use item. At least it was a strong one. Destroyer Wolf was a mighty foe. Even if Hansen chose a target that had a super creature for protection, they'd be easily slain. There was one downside to the item, however. He could only use it once. Hansen wouldn't want to use it until it was a proper life or death moment. The person he read about must have used the charm beast soul to discover its purpose. As before that, there was no such information in the Alliance. Not many people believed the post, though, and many people thought it was a straight-up lie. With nothing else to do, Hansen went to the Genocore storage. He received many invitations to battle, and one repeated challenge was from Ghost Eye. That kid dares challenge me again? Has he finally given up on living? Hansen accepted the challenge, wondering what the pest wanted this time. The moment Hansen stepped into the battleground, Ghost Eye began shouting, "Congratulations on unsealing Blood Genocore. Now you know I wasn't lying." Congratulations for what? I sold it off because I wasn't able to unseal it either. There's no use congratulating me, Hansen said coldly. Ghost Eye looked shocked. Are you joking? You are dollar, surely. If I was dollar, I wouldn't waste my breath with talk. I'd just kill you. Han-sen put on his annoyed face, and then went on to say your piece or get lost. Ghost Eye stared at Han-sen, unsure if he was telling the truth. But he didn't dare continue pestering him. So he said, boss, about that other thing. I want to buy your first place rank. Name your price, and I'll meet the demand if I can. Okay, 1 super Geno core, Hansen said. Boss, I only have a silver Geno core. How am I supposed to obtain a super Geno core? I gave you my Emperor Geno core, didn't I? That was my only one. Ghost Eye looked bitter. But on the inside, he was thinking, you are evil. You want to trade a super Geno core for the first rank on the silver Geno core leaderboard. Do you think that is something someone can get on a whim? Who is to know the broken thing you gave me was an Emperor Geno core? I sold it like the junk I thought it was. It makes me mad that you didn't tell me how powerful it might have been. You should have told me sooner, as now I have lost it, Han-sen said menacingly. Ghost Eye was enraged, but he didn't dare argue. So, he said, boss, didn't I tell you a few times? You just didn't believe me. Fine. I will forget about that. So, do you want to buy it once or buy it off? Han-sen looked at Ghost Eye as he spoke. What does buying it once or buying it off mean? Buying it once adheres to the rules of our first deal. You rent it temporarily, and when you're done, you give it back to me. If you buy it off completely, you're purchasing permanent ownership. Then, I won't expect you to return it. What are the prices for each package? Once and off, Ghost Eye asked. Buying it once will cost you a gemstone Geno core. If you buy it off, it's that price times 10, Hansen said. Ghost Eye thought to himself, he must think I'm crazy. Of course I'll just buy it once, because he can't guarantee the return or do anything to me. Anyway, I was fine even after I didn't return it the last time. Boss, I would like to buy it once, Ghost Eye said politely. Okay. But if you buy it once, we're gonna have to hammer out a contract. Hansen smiled. What contract? Ghost Eye asked. If you buy my first place and do not give me the first rank back, you have to reimburse me with 10 super Geno cores. This will be inked onto a contract as proof. Hansen smiled. Okay, I'll sign it. I'll give it back. Put faith in me this second time. Ghost Eye was very happy, and he thought to himself, what is the point of making a contract? He can't find me in Hell Shelter. He won't be able to find its location, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare come. Then let's make the contract. Hansen pulled out a pen and paper. Then Ghost Eye wrote down the words Hansen asked him to write. Then he placed a paw print on it. Boss, how's this? Ghost Eye returned the contract to Hansen, alongside a Sacred Blood Geno core. Hansen reviewed the contract, folded it up and said, okay, now you are first. Hansen conceded and left the Geno battleground. Then he challenged Ghost Eye again. Ghost Eye saw Hansen's challenge request, but ignored it. Then he said, Pa, so naive. Who would return it to you? I am going to sell this first rank before anything else happens. Hansen knew Ghost Eye wouldn't be honest, though. He didn't mind selling it for a Sacred Blood Geno core, as the contract might pay dividends further down the line. Hansen wasn't going to let Ghost Eye off the hook, either. He left the Geno core storage and leveled his crystal core up to gold. Then, he returned to the Geno core storage with Bulwark Umbrella. Ghost Eye had already schemed what to do, and as soon as the deal was done, he contacted the buyer. But as soon as he made contact with the person, he lost his first rank position. Ghost Eye, are you trying to trick me again? The spirit that wished to make a trade with Ghost Eye spoke with a cold tone of voice. No, what the fuck happened? Ghost Eye looked disheartened. He had been super quick, so how could someone have already usurped his position? Does this have something to do with that guy? Ghost Eye saw that the first rank was now occupied by Bulwark Umbrella. He kept thinking about it, and soon, a chill ran down his spine. If both of those Geno cores did belong to Hansen, Ghost Eye couldn't fathom how powerful he might have been. He must have had many Geno cores that could reach first place through the testing. Ghost I didn't dare think it was all the machination of one person, however. He thought the cores must have belonged to a faction. No one would have expected all those Geno cores to be owned by one individual. Hansen used Bulwark Umbrella to achieve first place and immediately claim the 9 reinforcements. He used Gold Core Lights to then push it up to a Gold-class Geno core. Then, Ghost I noticed he was back in first place. This brought back his cheer, and he said, "Haha! It looks like the Umbrella's master was testing at a bad time. He must have leveled it up to gold straight away after reinforcing it 9 times. It looks like my luck is still here." Ghost I contacted the buyer spirit again, wanting to sell off his position, but when they established the time and place to do so, the Geno Core leaderboard started to shine. The rankings changed again. Ghost I felt awful. It was like sitting on a roller coaster of emotions. With the constant twists and turns, he felt as if his heart was going to explode. Ghost I, what is the meaning of this? The spirit was maddened. He stared at Ghost I with eyes filled with anger. Ghost I was depressed. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Coin had achieved first place in the Geno Core storage. It was a huge shock, and everyone in the Fourth God Sanctuary was starting to think it might have belonged to the almighty dollar that had managed to fell the Destroyer Wolf. If they were related, and it was only a silver Geno core that had been used to destroy Destroyer Wolf, its might was frightening to think about. Some creatures believed the coin Geno core had to be the Geno core that toppled Destroyer Wolf. Some thought they weren't related. It was quite the argument. Some people couldn't wait to challenge Coin's master to see if the Geno core did indeed belong to Dollar. Hansen didn't care much for that, though. He accepted his first rank and just left without agreeing to any of the proposed matches. Afterwards, though, Hansen did not level up Coin to gold. He was planning on using it on Ghost I. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Bulwark Umbrella were now gold class. He'd be reaching the bottleneck once they leveled up again, as getting them up through the ranks of Super would be difficult. Hansen absorbed the Life Geno Essence from Destroyer Wolf. He received 8 Super Geno points from it, bringing his total tally of such points to 34. Hansen's body had gotten considerably stronger. What he needed to focus on now, primarily, was how he might max out his Super Geno points. Hansen had the power necessary to kill super creatures, but there weren't many out there that were solo. Most super creatures belonged to proper super shelters, and so finding an appropriate target would be arduous work. As Hansen wondered where he might be able to find and kill a super creature, Lady Chef returned to the shelter with shocking news. She said Outer Sky Shelter had attracted the ire of something most fearsome. Many super creatures and spirits had been killed, leaving them damaged and vulnerable. Who did that? This sounds great. Hansen heard this and beamed a smile. He was planning on taking down Outer Sky once he got strong enough, anyway. No one knows where the creature came from, as no one has seen her before. She was a creature that wielded a bow. She wore black armor and had black wings. She looked as if she had come from Sacred, but she hadn't. She was as powerful as Sacred's leader, though. Even the Outer Sky leader was incapable of fighting her off. Lady Chef detailed the events that had occurred. Hansen was shocked. He thought the creature she mentioned might have been the woman from the Sacred Egg. But the woman didn't seem that strong when he saw her. Destroyer Wolf had sucked her blood dry. How could she emerge so quickly, appearing healthy and stronger than ever? Hansen quickly asked, "The creature you mentioned, was she around 1.8 m tall? Were the black wings like the wings of a raven? Did her armor look like this?" Hansen drew her armor as best as he could from memory. Lady Chef saw it and was surprised. She said, "You saw her." Hansen's head was in a right mess now, and he thought to himself, "Undoubtedly, she is the woman from the Sacred Egg, but what happened to save her life and make her strong?" Hansen didn't realize that a part of his strength was included. "The creature is that strong?" Gu Qingqing came in asking. She had heard the conversation. "Yes, she is that strong. If the spirits were unable to revive in Outer Sky, the shelter should be empty right now. Her mode of operation is 1 arrow, 1 kill. Super creatures and king spirits are both killed in a single strike. Only Outer Sky's leader and a few of their elites were able to survive an arrow. I am sure the fourth god's sanctuary is all in shock over this. No one even knows her name. Everyone just calls her Reaper or Death Goddess. If she gets angry, she will kill everyone she wants to without speaking a single word. Lady Chef sounded jealous. She wanted to be able to do the same thing, too. If she could, obtaining ingredients would be much easier. Leveling up was hard, and thus far, she had only reached gemstone class. Death Goddess. Han Sen's expression was reserved. He repeatedly tapped his head in thought. Han Sen was sure it was the woman from the sacred egg. But the woman did not go to Sacred or Destroyer Empress. She had been searching for something, but what that was, Han Sen did not know. Han Sen was standing in front of the headquarters of the company Impression Culture when the security guard saw him. He was wearing big sunglasses and a hat, with Little Flower in his arms and Bauer perched upon his shoulder. "We have a meeting with your chief editor. Here is the appointment slip." Han Sen handed the slip over to the security guard. The security guard scanned the slip and then gave Han Sen a look of admiration. He handed the slip back with both hands and said, "You are Xie King, the author of Overbearing President Love Luov. I really love your comic. Can I have your signature? I apologize, but I am merely his manager." "Xie King is busy, so he is unable to attend," Han Sen said. Xie King became a demigod a few years back, but there was no news about what became of him. Han Sen did not know if he was still alive or where he had gone, following his ascension. Still, Han Sen continued to handle the matters surrounding his comics. Although there hadn't been any new material published in the past few years, Overbearing President Love Luov was still popular. They were actually printed in physical, comic format, and a filming-producing company had contacted Impression Culture with the desire to produce an anime and live-action adaptation of the work. Han Sen had come to talk about copyright matters. "Brother Qing, I am so good to you. Even if you have died, your work has been immortalized. Your life and legacy will go on, even if you aren't present," Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen wasn't interested in these sorts of matters, but it was a personal matter regarding Xie King. It might have been the last thing he left behind in this world, and Han Sen didn't want to see it mishandled. The security guard looked disappointed, but he still said, "Please enter. The chief editor is waiting for you in the boardroom. An AI will show you the rest of the way there." Han Sen followed an AI to the discussion room. He made Little Flower happy as he went. Ji Yanran had been busy lately, so since Han Sen had some free time, he thought it would be good to bring Little Flower along with him. They were worried Little Flower might have been affected by the time spent in the crystallizer's main control room, but nothing had seemed to go awry. Little Flower had grown up like a normal child, and at the tender age of being 1 year old, he could walk and talk. But even so, Little Flower was a very quiet boy. Unless someone spent time with him, he'd sit silently all day long. In the boardroom, Zualan frowned while looking at the screen. Before Han Sen reached the impression building, she had already been watching him. She was disappointed it wasn't Xie King himself who had shown up, and when she saw Han Sen had brought 2 kids with him to a discussion about copyrights, she frowned even harder. Zualan was not afraid of meeting with famous authors and superstars, but she was afraid of consulting with agents and managers. She was especially afraid of this one, as he didn't look professional. He had brought 2 kids with him, after all. She didn't think the discussion would go smoothly, but Overbearing President Love Luov was too popular, and after all those years it was still in the top 5. That alone could tell you how popular it was. Most comics that were still updating and ongoing were not as popular as it, and there were many investors interested in Overbearing President Love Luov, due to its staying power. They wanted to make an anime and live-action adaptation of it. Chief Editor Zua, why has Xie King not come? The middle-aged man next to her frowned as he watched Han Sen. Although Xie King is an author for Impression Culture, he is freelance. He has his own way of doing things. If he allowed his manager to come here, that means he is the one who now has total control, Zualan said carefully. Until now, no one knew who Xie King actually was. Zualan herself was quite curious, too. Zhuolan really loved overbearing President Love Luov as well. Her mind was like that of a normal young lady. She'd love nothing more than to be loved by a man like that. She was also a little different from most young ladies, and she knew men such as that didn't exist in the real world. She was smart. Did you tell him it was Dong Tae Film that wanted to discuss copyright issues? Our president is here, so isn't he being a little rude? A secretary-looking woman said, standing behind the middle-aged man. Maybe he is busy, and as a result he couldn't make it here, Zhuolan said. What could be more important than this? Dong Tae Film has a lot of investment capital. The woman looked displeased. Zhuolan smiled but did not say anything. She did not like how arrogant they were, but business was business. The copyright fee was rather high, and if the deal was a success, Impression Culture could receive 20% of it. That was a big number. So, even if Zhuolan hated the woman's attitude, she had to endure it. I didn't even say anything, and you're just a secretary talking crap. You're obviously just a bitch who sold her body to achieve a modicum of fame. Zhuolan looked at her with disdain. As they were talking, Han Sen reached the meeting room. Zhuolan turned the monitor off and let Han Sen and the baby inside. She was thinking, this is bad. Such an unprofessional manager and a slutty bitch all in one room. These matters of business will be difficult to discuss. Hi, you are Zhua, the chief editor? I am Xie King's manager. Call me San Mu. Han Sen reached his hand out to Zhuolan. Zhuolan saw that he was holding a kid and wearing a hat and glasses, and she knew he had no manners. She still shook his hand, though, and she said, Hello, I am indeed Zhuolan. Allow me to introduce you to Dong Tae Film's president Yu Hatian. He would like to purchase the rights to overbearing President Love Luov. Hello, President Yu. I am San Mu. Han Sen reached out his hand to Yu Hatian. Yu Hatian was on a chair, unwilling to stand up. He dropped some cigarette ash and said, Why is Xie King not here? Are you sure you can handle such big business matters? Han Sen was not angry. He just smiled and said, Xie King is in the sanctuary, and he hasn't come back yet, and I have total control over overbearing President Love Luov. I can represent Xie King fully in these matters. You do not have to worry. When Zhuolan heard what Han Sen said, she wasn't sure if what he was telling the truth, but she understood. The secretary could only roll her eyes and say, This is a big business matter, and he goes to the sanctuary? And what is this attitude of yours? And what is with these children? Are you a manager or a babysitter? Yu Hatian looked displeased. He didn't like Han Sen at all. Han Sen, seeing them, had to resist the urge to laugh. He wouldn't let Xie King's work end up in the hands of such people, and he thought it'd be wasted on them. Even though Han Sen did not know much about art, he knew Yu Hatian did not know much about art either. Han Sen wanted to do something good for Xie King, but he wasn't willing to give the rights of the book to such people. What are you smiling for? Yu Hatian asked, sensing Han Sen's desire to laugh. Han Sen laughed. You might think this is a big business matter, but I'm telling you now that it is small. I decided that I could spare the time to come to this meeting, but if you don't like the way I have presented myself, then let's just shelve the discussion. After that, Han Sen turned around and headed toward the door. Overbearing President Love Luov needed to be published, but he had to ensure those handling it were excellent. Even if Han Sen did not earn much money, that did not matter very much as long as the adaptation was done exceptionally. Zhuolan and Yu Hatian were in shock. They hadn't expected Han Sen to say what he did. Normal managers wanted to earn money, but he was leaving as if he didn't care at all. Small business? Do you have any idea how much we are willing to invest? Do you know how much you will earn once the deal is done? You'll never earn this much money any other way. The secretary looked annoyed. Zhuolan stepped forward and said, We are here for business. We can all sit down and talk. Han Sen looked at Zhuolan and said, There is no need for talk. Chief Editor Zhua, please find some decent people next time. I will only sell the copyright to people who can really make good films. If you only have people like this lined up, don't bother contacting me. Zhuolan knew things were about to get much worse. Yu Hetian really hated it when people talked as if he didn't know anything. The truth was, though, he didn't. Dongtae Film was rich, but that did not mean they could craft exceptional films. They weren't even all that popular in the alliance. Yu Hetian was one of the shareholders of Starry Group, too. Dongtae Film was initially constructed for fun, as something to support actresses. Wei Minjin, the secretary, was one of Yu Hetian's mistresses. She was his favorite. The reason he wanted to film this movie was because of her. She wanted to be the main character and earn fame. Although Yu Hetian was just playing, he hated it when people suggested he didn't know anything. Young man, don't be so reckless. If you continue like this, you'll cluelessly walk by opportunities that are right in front of you. Yu Hetian stumped out his cigarette in the ashtray. He spoke to Hansen coldly. Chief editor, if there is nothing else to discuss, I'm leaving. Han-san attended the meeting to talk about copyright, yes, but it was also just a way for him to take Little Flower for a walk. Han-sen's mood was ruined by the way things had turned out, and he had no intention of talking with them. Zuolan wished to say something, but before she could, Yu Hetian said coldly, Young man, do you think that if you leave now, overbearing President Love Luo will never be sold? When Hansen heard the man say that, he turned around. He looked at him and said, Yu Hetian, right? You talk big. But I've never even heard your name before. You've never heard the names of the shareholders of Starry Group? How can you consider yourself a manager? Wei Minjin coldly laughed. I know a few people from Starry Group, but not Yu Hetian, Hansen said and turned to leave. Not even the other shareholders of Starry Group or the controllers of Starry Group, the Ning family, would treat him this way. Hearing Hansen say this, Zuolan felt dizzy. Things were turning sour real quick. Yu Hetian was enraged. He slammed the table, wanting to say something, but just as he was about to, his phone rang. Yu Hetian was so angry that he almost destroyed it. He looked at the screen and picked it up. Mr. Yu, why are you contacting me? I can do anything. I won't disappoint you. Yu Hetian forced a smile to the video stream of the on-screen call. The image showed Ningyu, dressed in white clothing. Ningyu was still as elegant as ever, even after all the time that had passed. Yu Hetian immediately became nervous, seeing Ningyu. Even though it was just a video call, the respect he showed was nothing that could be faked. Ningyu ignored him, though. Ningyu saw Hansen leaving through the video and said, Hansen, why are you here? Ningyu remembered Han Senator. He recognized him, even though he could just see his back and he was wearing a disguise. Ningyu, long time no see. Hansen, hearing Ningyu, turned around to say hello. There was still tension between the two, so it was difficult to discern if they were friends or foes. I was going to drop by your house, but since you're here, there is no need for me to go. My second uncle wishes to buy you dinner. Do you have the time? Ningyu said. After Ningyu said this, Yu Hetian's legs felt soft. Rivers of cold sweat began to cascade down his back. When Ningyu spoke to Han-san, Yu Hetian couldn't muster a reaction. But when Ningyu mentioned his second uncle, Yu Hetian's heart almost exploded. People knew the Ning family had an old man. He was a demigod, but few people knew that bit. They also had a second uncle. He was the genuinely cruel one. He dictated the lives of those in Starry Group. Ning family had become this famous not because of the old man, but because of the second uncle. The second uncle in the Ning family would only eat dinner with the president if he felt like it. He had never bought food for anyone else either. This was a request no other demigod had received before. Now that second uncle wished to buy the young man dinner, Yu Hetian's body began to shake. He felt as if he was going to pee himself, as a cold chill struck him. Zuolan did not know who second uncle was, but she heard Han-san and Ningyu, and with Yu Hetian's facial expression being what it was, some things finally clicked into place. Hansen, no wait, the first super aristocrat of the alliance? Is he Xie Qing King? Zuolan looked at Han-san with a confused expression, her mind now a mess of different thoughts. Zuolan thought if he actually was Han-san, with his identity being what it was, he wouldn't be the sort to allow someone else to be the manager of his work. Overbearing President Love Luo had to be his creation. He didn't want others to know that, and that is why he must have donned the guise of a manager. Realizing that Xie King might have been Han Sen, Zualan felt as if her heart was going to blow up inside her chest. For such a powerful person to have such unbridled creativity was an incredible thing. If Han Sen knew what she was thinking at that moment, he'd be having a cold sweat. That was because he had no artistic talent, and he wasn't even all that interested in Xie King's comics, either. Second uncle? Who is second uncle? Han Sen's heart jumped. He could guess who he might have been referring to, but he couldn't quite believe it. Second brother Ning. Second uncle told me to say this name and you'll know. Ningyu calmly said. Yu Hetian heard second brother Ning and felt his heart begin to cramp. His face was turning black with cold sweat. The last person who mentioned that name in front of Han Sen was a demigod. He then became a fertilizer in the garden. When Han Sen wanted to confirm that the second uncle in the Ning family was like Gu Qingcheng and hadn't made a wish before the elusive god. Han Sen did not know why the man wished to meet with him, but Han Sen himself had many questions he wanted to ask, so he decided to take the man up on his offer. If you have the time, I will allow Director Yu to bring you here, Ningyu said. Okay. Han Sen nodded. Director Yu. Director Yu. Ningyu had to call him a few times before he snapped back to reality. Yes. Yes? Is there something you require? Yu Hetian quickly asked. Take our guest to meet with the second uncle. I do not want him to be made upset again, Ningyu said coldly. Yes. Do not worry. I will deliver our guest safely to meet with the second uncle. I'll make sure he is satisfied. While Yu Hetian spoke, a pained look appeared on his face. Hansen, no, demigod Han, this is my fault. Please, let me live. Although Yu Hetian did not want to apologize, he did. The thought of being wedged between two individuals like Han Sen and second uncle made all his anger disappear and replaced it with fear. Seeing Yu Hetian talking like this, Wei Mingjin was taken aback. What are you looking at? Apologize to demigod Han. Seeing Wei Mingjin's face made him angry again. If it wasn't for her desire to create the adaptation, none of this would have happened in the first place. He slapped her in the face. Zualan felt immense joy watching that. She'd had enough of these people, and she had only slogged through it for the benefit of impression culture. It is no wonder he is a super aristocrat. Even the Ning family of Starry Group treats him with such respect. And the fact that he can also draw such amazing comics makes him the most perfect man. It is a shame he is married. Why are all the good men already taken? Zualan was thinking. Han Sen didn't do anything to Yu Hetian. After all, Yu Hetian was one of the Ning family's people. Han Sen would let them deal with him however they saw fit. After all, he still didn't know if the Ning family were friends or enemies. He didn't want to cross any unspoken lines. Yu Hetian then took Han Sen to the planet where second uncle lived. He didn't even land his ship. He told Han Sen that second uncle wasn't fond of visitors, so he just left as soon as he dropped off the guest he was tasked to deliver. Ningyu was waiting for Han Sen at the spaceport. He used an older ship to take Han Sen across the planet. The planet looked very primal. It was like a prehistoric forest. There were many creatures there, and the place hadn't seen any development. When the ship came to a stop, Ningyu walked ahead to lead Han Senator. It was just one big forest, and there were no paths. Second uncle is not fond of technology. He doesn't want such things anywhere near him. He doesn't really care about the family business either. He has remained hidden for decades. I am surprised he wanted to meet with you. Specifically, Ningyu said to Han Sen as if he was talking to an old friend. You could not tell that Han Sen had once hurt him, and he had to be alone for years. Maybe it is because of the old man's business? Han Sen really admired Ningyu. Even though he was an enemy, it didn't hinder Han Sen's admiration of him. Han Sen thought if he was in Ningyu's shoes, he couldn't have done the same. Ningyu now looked very tame. He was a hard man to decipher, and not even Han Sen would underestimate him. On the way, Ningyu begged something of Han Senator. He told Han Sen that the Ning family had two people he could not offend. One was second uncle and the other was Ningyu himself. The grumpy one, the son of God, was not mentioned. there wouldn't be a problem there. Grass was everywhere and so were flowers. Han-san saw a slope with a few wooden houses perched upon it. The walls of the constructs were built from branches. They all appeared to be handmade, and while it was not entirely pretty, it gave Han-san a feeling of rustic comfort. "Second uncle, Han-san is here," Ningyu said from outside one of the houses. The wooden door was open, and a middle-aged man came walking through the doorframe. He looked similar to Ningyu. He looked like a gentle person, but when he rolled up his sleeves, you could see that he was holding a hoe. He was also wearing flip-flops. It was a strange combination. "Come in. No one else is here, so make yourself at home." Second uncle was very polite to Han-san, but it made Han-san feel as if he had encountered a fake second uncle. From the way Yu Hetian reacted, you'd assume second uncle was a devil that loved to murder people. "Why did you ask me to come here?" Han-san asked with a bow. Second uncle was from the same time period as Han Jinji. If they were friends, Han-san would not be against calling him second uncle. Second uncle looked at Han-san and said, "You've never seen Han Jinji?" They were just words, but they made Han-san's heart jump. They made his face change. "Is he still alive?" Han-san asked while looking at second uncle. Second uncle smiled and said, "That man can survive no matter where he goes. He's not the sort to lay down and die." "Where is he?" Han-san asked. Second uncle sat at the end of a wooden table. He poured out 3 cups of tea, then passed 2 to Han-san and Ningyu. After having a sip of his own, he said, "I want to know where he is, too. The thing is, I can't find him." Han-san was disappointed. He patted Little Flower and said, "If you're looking for that answer from me, you'll be disappointed. I don't know where he is. I've never seen him before." Second uncle shook his head and said, "I know you don't know where he is. If so, then why have you requested a sit-down with me?" Han-san asked. Han-san did not understand what second uncle wanted from him. Second uncle looked at Han-san and sighed. He said, "If I told you Han Jinji had no blood relation with you, would you believe me?" Han-san froze, then asked, "Why?" Han-san had harbored doubts about this in the past, but his father had told him Han Jinji was his great-grandfather. Now second uncle was telling him this, and Han-san did not believe him. But still, Han-san was willing to listen and ask why. Second uncle didn't immediately reply. He nodded to Ningyu. Then, Ningyu brought out some information to show Han Senator. He said, "Since we found out that you possessed the 9-life cat pendant, we have been investigating the things that surround you. That includes your relation to Han Jinji. This is a compilation of what we have discovered." Han-san flipped through a few pages of what he had been given, and he noticed the contents were very detailed. It showed that whenever he left the house or went somewhere, it was recorded and noted. Within the investigation, he also found information regarding his family. They had even been watching Han-sen's aunts and uncles. It didn't really bother Han-sen, though. Even if they had found out his aunt's favorite panty colors, Han-sen didn't care. "You guys conducted a lot of work," Han-sen said, as he went through the information. "We needed to find out whether you're a friend or foe. It's nothing out of the ordinary." Ningyu smiled. Second uncle was just sipping his tea. He didn't say a word. Ningyu pointed to the information, and then went on to say, "After concluding our lengthy investigation, we found a decent amount of evidence that you and your father are indeed related to Han Jinji. If that is so, then why did your second uncle suggest I wasn't related to Han Jinji?" Han-sen glanced at Ningyu and second uncle with visible confusion. The things they said were very contradictory, so Han-sen knew there had to be something else he hadn't been told yet. Ningyu looked serious as he said, "During the investigation, we found a lot of suspicious activity, so we aren't able to 100% confirm that you and your father are related to Han Jinji. We're spending a lot of time and resources to get to the bottom of this. It might be possible you two are related to Han Jinji, but..." Han-sen didn't say anything. He wanted him to continue. Ningyu sighed and said, "We ran into a problem, one that we are unable to solve." "What is it?" Han-sen asked with curiosity. Ningyu pointed to the reports titled Han Jinji, and with a weird tone of voice, said, "Why is your great-grandfather called Han Jinji?" Hansen froze, and he understood now what Ningyu meant. Han Jinji was Han Jinji, but even Hansen wondered why the doppelganger he found was called Han Jinji. If Han Jinji used the identity of a blue-blood officer to hide you and your father, then he shouldn't have used another man named Han Jinji. Any other name would have surely been a million times safer. But he chose that name. Ningyu paused for a moment before continuing. And this name makes it difficult to determine the power Han Jinji wielded. We spent a lot of time and resources figuring all this stuff out. I believe it is not just the Ning family conducting such research either. I am sure there are many other factions spending such resources in this pursuit, eager to discover your true identity, and also to reveal the truth behind Han Jinji's tricks. But all the mystery behind you and your family has misled our investigations. It prevented us from being able to confirm whether or not you were related to Han Jinji. When we do finally get to the bottom of all this mystery, we'll probably discover that you are indeed relatives. But if so, it leaves us with one greater mystery. Why is Han Jinji Han Jinji? Did you not find your answers to that mystery? Hansen asked. Ningyu shook his head. We haven't found any answers yet. We have made some predictions and have a hypothesis. Would you care to listen? Please go ahead. Hansen looked at Ningyu. He wanted the answers just as much. Ningyu sighed and said, if we assume Han Jinji is not your relative, and if he used the name Han Jinji for a purpose, what would that purpose be? What we think is that your family is involved with another family and another faction's power. They're all focused on you guys, and they learned you are actually Han Jinji's relative. Who would benefit from this knowledge? Hansen's face changed. If this was the story, then the one who would benefit from this was none other than Han Jinji himself. The sacrifice would be Hansen's family. Han Jinji's name was more like bait left behind by Han Jinji. It was the sort of bait every shark would try to claim. He let others focus on that while he went on to do whatever it was he wanted to do. The scarier thing was, they did not know if Han Jinji was alive or not. And if Han-san was confirmed to be a relative, then the family would have to face all his enemies. If Han-sen's father had not faked his death, and Han-san hadn't grown up so well, none of this would have happened. Only the new community had the chance of ruining his family now. But this was just a theory. It wasn't 100% factual. Still, the mere thought gave Hansen a shock, and sent a chill running down his spine. We can't guarantee the accuracy of the hypothesis, but aside from this, we couldn't find another plausible explanation as to why Han Jinji is still Han Jinji, Ningyu said, as he looked at Han-san. Why are you guys telling me all this? Han-san took a deep breath to compose his thoughts before asking. After all, what he had been told was a hypothesis. It was just a collection of ifs, and there was no point in Han-san being troubled by all this. This time, Ningyu did not speak. Second uncle looked at Han-san and said, there's one thing you shouldn't doubt. Han Jinji is capable of doing all this. Although it may not be true, at least we have confirmed that it is possible. Whether you're Han Jinji's heir or not, you're still functioning as bait. Everyone wants to get you, especially the leader of this new community. I am just unsure why he hasn't done anything yet. Perhaps he needs another 2 years to recover, and once he has, you'll be his prime target again. Second uncle, do you know the new community's leader? Who is he? Hansen had so many questions about the new community, all of which had no answers. He wanted them. Second uncle seemed to know a thing or two, that much was clear. And just as second uncle said, the new community had already tried coming after him once. Hansen had managed to avoid them. Had he not, he'd be in their hands. You must have heard what happened to the 7th team by now. Second uncle sighed. Hansen suddenly perked up. With excitement, he nodded and said, I have heard a bit. When you guys first entered the sanctuary, you met a character called God. This being granted you all one wish. Only you and another woman refused the offer. Second uncle nodded and said, my knowledge of the events reflects yours. We entered that strange dimension and did indeed meet someone called God. Gu Qingcheng and I didn't make a wish, but everybody else did. They accepted God's trial. Han-sun lifted his ears, not willing to miss a single word. He knew he was close to learning things that he had never discovered before. Second uncle poured some more tea and took a sip before speaking again. He said, Han Jinji told me it wasn't actually God. It was merely a creature that looked like us, and that is why he told me not to make a wish. I didn't make a wish at the time, but I ultimately disregarded his advice. I eventually made one. What? You did? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He was too shocked to refer to him as second uncle politely now. In the versions of the story he had heard up until now, second uncle did not make a wish. But now he was being told that the man had, right from the horse's mouth. Second uncle sighed and said, that being said, I wish I had listened to Han Jinji and not made the wish. The temptation, however, was too strong. I made it. Han Sen's heart was full of conflicted emotions. He wanted to start asking questions, but he couldn't think of where to begin. He looked at second uncle and waited for him to resume speaking. If second uncle made a wish, then why did he appear to be doing just fine? He had not been trapped like Dawn, and he was not living with pain like Uncle Bug. He seemed in perfect health. Do you know what wish I made? Second uncle smiled, but it was a queer one. What was the wish? Han Sen didn't make guesses. He just wanted to hear the answers directly. Han Sen had spent far too much time guessing these matters, and he was getting tired of the constant theorizing. Clearly, second uncle didn't want him to guess either. He smiled and said, I am the greediest, so the wish I made was to have more wishes. Han Sen looked at second uncle. The wish seemed so childish. It was something a kid would do, but at the same time it sort of made sense. Second uncle took a deep breath and said, I was wondering if Han Jinji was telling the truth. After all, he made a wish. If that being wasn't God, then why would he impart advice and still make a wish of his own? Anyway, that's why I ultimately decided to make one. And then, did your wish come true? Han Sen asked. It did. Second uncle's face looked bitter. He went on to say, now I can have many wishes, but first, I must finish the missions I was given. And those wishes were not what I wanted. But if I don't finish the missions, I will be dead. Now Han Sen understood what he meant. He had been tricked by God, enslaved by him to do his bidding. He was a slave and nothing more. What is this God thing? Han Sen asked, gritting his teeth. Second uncle shook his head and said, I don't know what it is, but you should assume it is simply a creature residing in the fifth sanctuary. That might be true, but its powers exceed the boundaries of the sanctuary. This is nothing an ordinary creature can do. The new community has some sort of a connection to this God, and the missions I am forced to do are all for the greater benefit of the new community. Could the leader of the new community be this God? Han Sen asked in shock. Second uncle shook his head, as it was not something he could answer. I don't know why the new community has not tried anything against you yet, but from what I see, their focus in finding Han Jinji is greater than anyone else's. And that confuses me. Perhaps you are able to tell me why this is? Second uncle asked Han Sen. Maybe it is because they aren't strong enough to get me, Han Sen said. Second uncle gave a wry smile. The new community is stronger than you think. You are strong, but if they wanted you done for, you would be. They'd find a way. But I can't think of any other reasons why they haven't. Han Sen shrugged with his hands open. Second uncle went quiet for a moment, before proceeding. There is a problem with the new community leader's body. From what I have come to know, it will take 2 years to recover. And once it has recovered, he will most likely come after you himself. Second uncle didn't give a second thought to the idea that the new community had not struck yet was because it currently wasn't strong enough. When Tina brought the Geno armor with her to fight, it was stolen by Han's senator, and Han Sen found himself able to use it. This put the new community at a big disadvantage. They could now only wait for their leader to recover and deal personally with Han Sen. If you are willing, I am hoping we can cooperate when the time comes to deal with the new community. Second uncle looked directly at Han Sen. Second uncle, is this appropriate? Han-san did not really trust second uncle, especially as he was apparently under the control of the enigmatic god. If he became an open enemy of the new community, harm could be brought upon him. I have lived long enough. If I can do something to save the Ning family before I go, I will be satisfied, second uncle said quietly. Okay then. And by the way, can you tell me where the new community is hiding out? Han-sen asked. On Han-sen's way back, he continued reading through the information second uncle provided him. He found information pertaining to key individuals of the new community, including details of their whereabouts. There were 3 planets second uncle believed might be possible locations for their headquarters, and also possible locations for their leader. But second uncle also told Han-sen not to provoke the new community. He told Han-sen the reason they had not yet taken action was most likely due to them being afraid of something. But if Han-sen didn't get rid of them now, it would only be a matter of time before they came after him. So Han-sen decided it would be best if he struck first. The only problem with this was not knowing which planet the leader was currently residing on. Looking at the information he had been provided, some of the new community's members were actually rather famous and accomplished people, from both the human and Shura sides. It was difficult to imagine how the leader had managed to unify the 2 races that way as well. The person that caught Han-sen's attention the most was Qinya. He was a mysterious one, and not even the Ling family was able to tell where he came from. But with that being said, he was a high-ranking member of the new community and one of the most important people in the organization. No one had seen him fight before, but it was known that he had the ability to teleport at will. The man who saved Tina must have been Qinya. Han-sen carefully memorized all the information pertaining to that man. With power like that, the man would be a dangerous foe even if he couldn't fight. Han-sen looked down to see if his father was included in the list. But after browsing through everything, it didn't seem as if there was a mention of his father. Is Dad's rank too low in the new community? Is that why he didn't make the cut? Han-sen thought to himself. A few days later, after Han-sen returned home, he spent some more time in research. He wasn't sure if second uncle's intent for cooperation was genuine, but knowing more about any potential threat was always for the best. Han-sen met his father-in-law Ji Ruajin and told him what had transpired in his meeting with second uncle. He also provided him the information second uncle had given him. If they were able to locate the leader, Han-sen would go and fight. Han-sen was not the strongest in the sanctuary, but in space he had the crystal armor and his beetle. He had more power than the strongest demigod. Returning to the shelter, Han-sen heard more people talking about Death Goddess. They were talking about who might have provoked her and how she was able to one-hit kill her enemies. All conversations in the 4th sanctuary seemed to revolve around either Death Goddess or Dollar. And there was frequent chatter about who they believed to be better. Han-sen knew his power was still lagging a good distance behind Death Goddess, however. He didn't think he would be a formidable opponent for her yet. Strength is still the most important thing. After Han-sen's investigation, he settled on traveling to Windsong Desert to hunt down super creatures, so he could max out his super geno points and get to fighting the most elite of the elites. The reason he selected Windsong Desert was because it was notoriously dangerous there, and also because there were no super shelters around. There were supposed to be a lot of lone super creatures out there. Killing a super creature there would be easier than trying to take down a super shelter. Han-sen decided to bring Little Silver and Little Star with him as well. Little Star had the Starsea travel powers, so if he ended up in bad shape, he could flee with ease. Little Silver had strong healing abilities. And whenever they were in trouble, Han-sen could make use of the Blow Blood Geno Core. Han-sen would have to spill blood to use the Geno Core, and Little Silver's healing would help for that necessity at the very least. And of course, Han-sen brought Bauer with him wherever he went. He'd never leave her behind. Lady Chef heard about him going to Windsong Desert and she seemed determined to follow him, no matter what. So he brought her along as well. There was also Sumi. Han-sen didn't want to bring him along, as he was afraid something bad might happen to the spirit. He couldn't explain a grievous mishap to Sumi's parents, but Sumi was just as determined to come. He was convinced the outing would make for good practice. He said if Han-sen would not let him come, he'd just go alone, anyway. So Hansen really had no choice but to let him tag along too. If he went alone, it'd be a great deal more dangerous. The monsters in the desert would not recognize Furnace Emperor's heir either. Wang Yuhang wanted to come, but Hansen left him behind for obvious reasons. That place was dangerous, and if Wang Yuhang followed, Hansen couldn't imagine the terrible misfortunes that might befall them. The last thing he wanted was to end up surrounded by super creatures in such a place. Everything was good on the way there, but when they entered the desert, a sandstorm immediately hit. It cloaked the sky and made darkness fall. Luckily, Hansen was able to find a rocky place for them to take shelter. No trouble befell them there. With their combined power, normal sandstorms wouldn't affect them. But the sandstorms in Windsong Desert were different. Sitting in the cave, Hansen heard a strange noise howl through the raging storm. It was like a woman that was singing in the wind. Even in the midst of that sandstorm, he could hear the singing clearly. Weirdly, though, he couldn't understand a word of what was being sung. But this was also how the desert received its name, Windsong Desert. I've heard if there is singing in the sandstorm and you cannot find a place to hide in time, you will be lost in the sandstorm forever. This even happens to powerful super creatures. I wonder if it is true. Sumi looked out of the cave, listening to the song outside. I advise you not to find out, Lady Chef said coldly. Something is getting close to the cave. Leastways. Hansen frowned and continued looking outside. Lady Chef and Sumi looked to where he was watching, and aside from a black and yellow sandstorm, they could not make out anything unusual. Sumi looked closer but did not see anything. Just as he was about to ask Hansen what he had seen, a form began to emerge from the sandstorm. The body looked human-shaped. Everyone was suddenly alert. After a few more steps, the body came right into the cave. It was covered in black and yellow sand. When the being shook itself a little, the person beneath the sand slowly became visible. Hansen. Before anyone could react, the shadow saw Hansen and blurted out his name in shock. Lin Feng. Hansen asked when he heard the man's voice. With much glee, he ran over to him. Encountering friends in such a place was always a very happy occurrence. Why are you here? They asked at the same time, prompting them both to laugh in unison. Lin Feng shook the sand and dust out of his hair and patted himself down. With a smile, he said, Jing Jiwu and I have been on a streak of good luck. We were able to meet each other and level up out here. We have been here for a few years, so you might consider us natives of the place. That's fantastic. With you guys here, we can hunt creatures with greater ease. Hansen was looking excited. Hansen had no doubt concerning the breadth of Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu's potential power. Some people were simply good no matter where they went. Jing Jiwu and Lin Feng were such people. They were the best of the best. We can take you there, but first we will have to wait for the sandstorm to pass. The sandstorm has gotten too strong. Heading into it now will surely hurry our demise. Lin Feng smiled. Old Lin, are there any solo super creatures out there to your knowledge? Hansen asked. After sitting down near the fire, Lin Feng prepared for them. He had also been offered food and drink. Lin Feng nodded. There are quite a few. Jiwu and I have been observing them for a while, and I believe there are a few we can kill. When the sandstorm ends, we can call on Jiwu. Hansen shook his head. Whatever target you have in mind is yours. I will go for ones I find myself. Lin Feng smiled and said, We have only seen them. We don't yet have the experience to hunt them, so the ones we have in mind can't really be called targets. Hunting with you, however, would let us gain experience and whatnot. That is good enough. But this sandstorm will have us trapped inside here for a few days. I am afraid. The sandstorm was fierce. The noise outside was like howling thunder, but the soothing vocals still echoed softly under it all. It was a song that could most certainly hypnotize a person into a deep sleep. As Hansen was talked with Lin Feng, he did not realize that Bauer had been enticed by the acoustics. So she crawled out of the cave. Hansen was shocked when he noticed. He ran towards the entrance, and uncaring for the sandstorm, he ran out into it. He called out Bauer's name, wanting her to come back. As soon as he exited the cave's mouth, though, a lot of black and yellow sand came his way. He couldn't see Bauer, or even his own hands. The severity of it all prompted Han Sen to return. Lin Feng and Sumi ran towards him. The former said, "You shouldn't go out there. The sandstorm is far too powerful. I once saw a giant snake flee into it. When the dust settled, only its bones remained." Once Lin Feng said that Han Sen's worry about Bauer increased. Bauer was strong, but Han Sen still considered her his child. Just like any parent, it did not matter how well their child grew up, they still harbored a strong yearning to keep them protected. "Wait for me here. I'll be back," Han Sen said, then ran back out of the cave again. This time, he summoned the bulwark umbrella as he went. Lady Chef wished to stop Han Sen, but she couldn't. Han Sen was too quick. When he opened the umbrella, though, the sand outside was parted. The sand could no longer harm Han Sen, but still, he was unable to see much. The storm was like a dragon in the sky, circling him. "Bauer!" Han Sen used the umbrella while calling out for Bauer. Unfortunately, his voice was silenced in the midst of that storm, even if he used his sonic powers. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly saw something flash inside the sandstorm. Eventually, Bauer came racing into the shelter provided by the bulwark umbrella. "Bauer, why did you go running off like that? It's dangerous out here." Han Sen picked her up. He was happy he had found her, but he maintained a stern tone to tell her off. "Dad, take a look at this. It's beautiful." Bauer raised her chubby hand. She was holding on to something Han Sen had never seen before. It was a ring made of gold. The stone at its center was jade, around the same size as a pigeon's egg. Seeing its style and the quality of its production, Han Sen deduced it was the craftwork of a human. Beings in the sanctuary would not put in the time or effort to create something that was pretty much just a luxury and nothing more. "Bauer, where did you get this from? Did someone die out here?" Han Sen asked her as he took the ring. "I got it over there, but it's just a ring." Bauer pointed in a particular direction, but nothing was visible due to the storm. Han Sen was unable to see what she was pointing towards, but he couldn't see the entrance of the cave behind him, either. "Forget it, let's go back. If someone did die out there, there's nothing we can do about it now." Han Sen held Bauer and returned to the cave. Han Sen remembered the direction to go back and he wasn't led astray. He managed to get back to the cave without harm. When Lin Feng saw Han Sen return, he and the rest all felt relief. Too many creatures had died in this sort of sandstorm. This was Sumi's first time there, but Lin Feng had occupied this area for a few years. He knew how dangerous this region could be, and he was very surprised to see Han Sen make it back. "Lin Feng, do you recognize this?" Han Sen threw him the ring Bauer had found. Lin Feng had been there for a few years, so he should have known the other humans in the area. Perhaps he could put a name to the person the ring may have once belonged to. Lin Feng examined the ring, but as soon as he did, his face changed. He stood up, staring at the ring. "Where did you get this?" "I got it out in the desert." "Do you know who it belongs to?" Han Sen could sense something was amiss. "This is Jiwoo's ring. His first girlfriend gave it to him back when he was in school. He always wore it, and he would never take it off, let alone leave it behind someplace." Lin Feng stared out into the sandstorm before clenching his jaw. "He came out here with you? Why is he not here with us now?" Han Sen's heart jumped. "He didn't come with me. He should be in the shelter. Why would his ring be out here?" Lin Feng looked so shocked, and he kept his gaze fixed on the sandstorm. Before Han Sen said anything more, though, Lin Feng rushed right out into the sandstorm, ring in hand. As this was happening, the song that tainted the wind changed. The voice that had no words suddenly said something summoning like, "Hansen, Hansen." Han Sen and the others were all surprised. They had never heard of the singing voice in the storm calling someone's name. However, there was no mistaking what the voice was saying now. It was clearly calling Han Sen. Han Sen grabbed Lin Feng and said, "Wait a minute, something's wrong." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I have to go no matter what. Otherwise, I'll never forgive myself. Okay, then I'll come with you. Han-san took a look at the storm outside the cave as he listened to the voice yelling his name. It sounded like a sad girl who was calling for her loved one. The thing outside seems to be targeting you. You don't need to go out there. I've lived here for years, and I have my way with the storm. Just wait for me here, Lin Feng said as he walked out. Han-sen didn't stop Lin Feng this time. He said to Little Silver and Little Star, "You guys stay here. I'll go out with Lin Feng and check. Teacher, the thing outside seems to know you. How about I go out there with you? I'm a spirit, so even if I die, I can still be resurrected," said Sumi. "No need," Han-sen called over his shoulder as he left the cave. He opened the umbrella in his hand, sheltering himself and Lin Feng from the wind and sand. Lin Feng nodded his thanks to Han Senator. He asked, "Where did you find that ring?" The storm outside was so strong that they couldn't see or feel anything. There were no visible landmarks to use as reference points in the storm, so they simply needed to pick a direction to walk. "Where did you find the ring, Bauer?" Han-sen looked to Bauer. Bauer was lying lazily on Han-sen's shoulder. She lifted a finger to point out into the storm. She only picked up that ring because she thought it was pretty. However, she knew that she wouldn't be getting the ring back now, so she had lost her motivation. Both Han-san and Lin Feng were a little shocked at the direction Bauer was pointing. She was pointing toward the voice in the storm. "Let's go and check." Han-san walked forward with the umbrella in his hands. Neither of them said anything. They walked forward in the storm. The farther forward they moved, the stronger the storm became. The pressure on their hands became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, Han-sen's body was pretty good, so the pressure didn't crush him. As they walked, the voice calling to Han-san became clearer and clearer. It was creepy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he kicked something. He bent down to touch it, and then he pulled an iron arrow from the sand. "This is Jiwu's arrow. There's his mark on the shaft." Lin Feng looked much more worried than before. "Let's just walk forward. Perhaps he's right in front of us. He might be trapped by something," said Han-sen. The two kept walking, and they kept finding random things along the way, based on Lin Feng's speculation, and they all belonged to Jing Jiwu. They were both very worried as they realized that Jing Jiwu might be in great danger. However, they couldn't do anything more than keep walking, hoping that they could still save Jing Jiwu. Suddenly, the storm in front of them weakened, and they could finally see something clear instead of complete darkness in front of them. Han-san and Lin Feng saw clearly what was going on in front of them, and their eyes turned red. There was a giant skeleton in front of them, and it was more than 100 feet tall and 1,000 feet long. It blocked most of the wind and sand, which was why the storm was weaker here than elsewhere. However, there was also a human being hanging from the skeleton. It was Jing Jiwu. At this moment, Jing Jiwu was crucified upon the skeleton. His arms and feet were bleeding, and his eyes were also nailed to the skeleton. He couldn't look more dead. "Jiwu!" Lin Feng looked at Jing Jiwu, who was nailed to the skeleton. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist hard, driving his nails into his palm. However, Lin Feng didn't take one step forward. Instead, he held out an arm and stopped Han-san from lowering the body down. "Something's wrong here. Someone's trying to lure us over there to ambush us." Lin Feng said each word quietly, but his voice was trembling. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was furious. "I know, but the only way to lure our enemies out is for us to go in." Han-sen was also enraged. It didn't feel good to see that someone he knew had died so tragically. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked, staring at Han-sen. "There are few in the fourth god's sanctuary who can kill me," answered Han-sen. "Okay, let's go. Let's go bring back Jiwu's body," Lin Feng said while taking large steps toward the skeleton. Han-sen lifted his bulwark umbrella and followed. Though Han-san and Lin Feng couldn't see them, a man and a woman were standing somewhere close to the skeleton, in a place wasn't affected by the storm at all. That man looked normal, like an elegant middle-aged man. However, the woman looked quite unique. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body looked like a centipede, and it was constituted with bones and barbs. Apparently, she was a creature. They were tricked. The women's eyes gleamed. "Bloodbone demon, are you sure you can kill him?" asked the man as he looked at that strange woman. "Rest assured, Mr. Chinya, I'll definitely kill him for the chairman. This is Feng Gu Desert, and this place belongs to me." Bloodbone demon smiled weirdly. "As long as they touch my bloodbone puppet, they'll be doomed. Even God won't be able to help them." "Good. As long as you kill Han San, the chairman will always remember your contribution," said Chinya mildly. He was staring at Han San and Lin Feng, who were approaching the skeleton. Bloodbone demon's eyes gleamed, and she licked her lips using her snake-like tongue. She was looking at Han San as if looking at a dead man. "Watch my back as I lower Jiwu's body," Lin Feng said as he flew to the skeleton. He summoned a beast soul sword, cutting the bones behind Jing Jiwu, and he caught Jing Jiwu's body as it fell. However, just as Lin Feng touched Jing Jiwu's body, Jing Jiwu's eyes popped open, and its body wound around Lin Feng like a group of snakes. And then, bones emerged from Jing Jiwu's body and locked around Lin Feng like an exoskeleton. Jing Jiwu's corpse had been completely twisted, and it looked like a skeleton with lots of blood and flesh. Lin Feng under the skeleton's control, and he couldn't help slashing wildly toward Han Senator. Both of them were terrified. Han Sen was horrified. He tried to dodge the attacks from Lin Feng, and at the same time, he yelled, "What's happening, Lin Feng?" Han Sen knew that Lin Feng was controlled, but he didn't know if only Lin Feng's body was possessed, or if his mind was as well. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword toward Han San, and at the same time, he said, "My body is under someone else's control. Go away. Then I'll cut you free." Han San was holding the bulwark umbrella in one hand and his Taya sword in the other. He struck the bones that were locked around Lin Feng. "Ah!" Lin Feng suddenly screamed in agony. Then he coughed out blood, which shocked Han San to his very core. Han San was confident about his sword technique. His aim was perfect. Han San was certain that he slashed the bloody bones, so he couldn't understand why Lin Feng had been injured. Han San saw that the bloody bones were completely intact, but Lin Feng kept coughing up blood. Han Sen realized something was wrong. "Either flee now or kill me," Lin Feng told Han Sen through gritted teeth. He had realized what was happening. Han Sen didn't want to give up like that. He then slashed the bloody bones in two different places, but the same thing happened. The bloody bones got hit, but Lin Feng was the one who was actually injured. The bloody bones were transferring all damage done to them straight to Lin Feng. Han Sen wasn't having any sudden inspiration on how to deal with the situation. He had to use his bulwark umbrella and Taya sword to ward off the attacks. Han San and Lin Feng realized that their time was running out. Yet Han San still didn't have the time to actually fight Lin Feng. Han Sen didn't know much about Lin Feng's actual fighting power, but he was certainly that Lin Feng was incredibly powerful. Now, Lin Feng was totally under the bloody bones' control, but he was still performing his own blade techniques. Although Lin Feng only had a gemstone Geno core, his blade technique shocked Han Sen a lot. Lin Feng's techniques were elegant and mild, but they weren't visually stunning or mysterious. They weren't like God's retribution skills, which turned complicated into simple, and they weren't as intricate as Six Paths abilities. Each of Lin Feng's moves looked very simple and plain, but those simple and ordinary sword techniques seemed powerful, perhaps unbreakable. Lin Feng's sword techniques turned something base and ordinary into something rare and ethereal. There were some flaws in Lin Feng's techniques, but the pressure exerted from those attacks made the wielder feel like they were like an emperor that nobody could easily bypass. Han Sen's blade techniques were also good, but it would be difficult for him to win against Lin Feng just using his sword. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on swords, so he had many other methods to suppress Lin Feng. When it came to strength, Lin Feng was not Han Sen's match. If Lin Feng had been an enemy, Han Sen would have killed him already, but Han Sen didn't want to harm his friend. He was forced to stay on the defensive, which put him at a disadvantage. To make sure that he didn't injure Lin Feng, Han Sen had to keep stepping back, and after several steps, he had drifted back into the storm, so he couldn't see anything around him. Dang! Lin Feng, who was controlled by the bloody bones, didn't seem to be affected by the storm at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, and he flitted here and there like a shadow in the storm. He kept showing up in the storm and hitting Hansen. Hansen warded off another strike from Lin Feng, yet all of a sudden, a sword suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's left hand. The sword stabbed Hansen's shoulder, and he started to bleed. Hansen spun his own sword, but he couldn't slash the bloody bones. Lin Feng disappeared into the storm again. Lin Feng, who was now dual-wielding swords, got more aggressive. He attacked Hansen again and again from the cover of the storm, but Hansen could only defend instead of attacking. Lin Feng took advantage of every opening that Hansen provided, and Hansen's wounds kept piling up and his blood kept dripping. "Kill me?" Lin Feng yelled with a hoarse voice, his eyes red. However, Hansen couldn't attack Lin Feng like that. He warded off the attacks from Lin Feng while saying, "I'll keep thinking. There's got to be something I can do. I won't let you die like this." Despite saying so, Hansen couldn't think of anything. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, but he also couldn't dodge the attacks in the storm as fast as Lin Feng. It seemed that killing Lin Feng would be the only way to survive. Hansen got more injured, and blood covered his entire body. Bloodbone Demon looked at Lin Feng and Hansen, who were fighting each other in the storm. She smiled. "I thought it would take longer to kill Hansen since he didn't touch the Bloodbone puppet, but now it seems it's not necessary anymore. Humans are such bizarre creatures. They'll literally let themselves be killed for the sake of others. Totally bizarre, but I like this feeling. Humans are indeed idiotic creatures, as they usually do things that are completely meaningless," said Qinya mildly. Just when Bloodbone Demon tried to say something, Lin Feng lunged forward and ran his sword through Hansen's heart. Hansen fell onto the ground. "Mr. Qinya, it's done now," Bloodbone Demon said excitedly to Qinya. "You should be more careful. That human being is exceptional," Qinya said, looking at Hansen's lifeless body on the ground. "Please rest assured, Mr. Qinya, there won't be a problem." Bloodbone Demon was very confident. She walked toward Hansen and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing in the storm. All of a sudden, the storm around them disappeared, and then a man and a woman walked toward him. To be exact, there were 3 of them. That woman had the lower body of a centipede, and she was carrying a man that couldn't move at all. That person seemed to have been completely paralyzed. Though he was still slightly conscious, he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs. It was Jing Jiwu. "Who are you?" Lin Feng shouted at Qinya as his eyes popped in shock. Apparently, he could tell that Qinya was the master in this situation. Bloodbone Demon smiled weirdly. Lin Feng couldn't control himself at all. He raised the blade in his hand and stabbed Hansen, who already seemed lifeless. "See, Mr. Qinya, that human is completely dead now," said Bloodbone Demon. And then, she threw the paralyzed Jing Jiwu onto the ground, and she stabbed down toward him with claws that looked like bones. "This guy is useless now." Before Bloodbone Demon could stab Jing Jiwu with her claws, the space around her was suddenly twisted, and a trace of light flashed, cutting off the claws that struck toward Jing Jiwu. As for Jing Jiwu, a hand grabbed him and pulled him away from the claws. "You're still alive?" Bloodbone Demon's eyes popped out, staring at the man supporting Jing Jiwu. It was Hansen, who she had presumed to be dead. "You've come out already, so I don't need to stay dead anymore." Hansen smiled mildly. He was holding the split knife, and at the same time he checked Jing Jiwu's body with his Dongxian aura. Jing Jiwu seemed to have been poisoned, but it wasn't deadly. Bloodbone Demon realized that she had been tricked, and tricked in front of Qinya. She got furious and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Bloodbone Demon screamed several times, but she found that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be controlled by the bloody bone puppet, didn't rush toward Hansen. The bloody bones were trembling, trying to move Lin Feng's body forward, but Lin Feng was just standing there without moving a muscle. There were traces of golden light bursting out of his body, which made Lin Feng's body look like a golden Buddha. Pong! Light exploded from Lin Feng's body like a nuclear blast. He turned into a golden sun, which burned several bones of the bloody skeleton that had encased him. The broken bloody bones went back to Blood Bone Demon. When she reabsorbed the broken bones, Blood Bone Demon couldn't help coughing out some blood. The Blood Bone puppet was herself genocore, and after having her genocore injured, she was also injured a bit. After the golden light went away, Lin Feng walked out calmly. He wasn't injured at all. Impossible. How is it possible? Blood Bone Demon couldn't believe her eyes. She had a super genocore while that human only had a gemstone genocore. Yet not only did she fail to control him, he even injured her. Though the Blood Bone puppet was only slightly injured, it was still unacceptable to Blood Bone Demon. Unfortunately, my endless Buddha body is still at gemstone level. It's still not able to rival a super genocore, said Lin Feng calmly as his face turned pale. I'll kill you, shrieked Blood Bone Demon. Lin Feng had spoken calmly, but she was still infuriated by what he had said. Blood Bone puppet merged with her body, and it formed a blood bone armor around her. She shouted furiously and rushed toward Lin Feng like a strange dragon with the wind and sand. The butterfly wings on Han Sen's back trembled, and bloodthirsty Ant King was shining with dazzling light. All of a sudden, he crossed the distance between them and went into the wind and sand, slashing Blood Bone Demon. Before Blood Bone Demon could reach Lin Feng, Han Sen's blade had already cut through her body and the blood bone armor protecting her. Super creature Blood Bone Demon killed. No beast soul gained. Genocore unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen licked his lips. He was a little upset about not receiving a beast soul. However, Han Sen never stopped moving. Instead, he slashed the split knife toward Qinya, going through time and space. We'll meet again very soon, and next time, you won't be so lucky that you meet a moron like her. Qinya looked at Han Sen and smiled. You won't have a next time. Han Sen teleported through time and space and rushed toward Qinya, thrusting his blade into Qinya's body. However, Qinya was still smiling, and his body became lighter and lighter, until it disappeared completely. Han Sen's blade seemed to slash a phantom. It went through directly and completely, and it didn't touch anything. Who was he? Lin Feng asked, looking at where Qinya had disappeared. I only know that he's from the new community, and his name is Qinya. Han Sen took a look at Jing Jiwu, who was not able to move at all. He then apologized. Sorry that you were dragged into this. They were coming after me. Lin Feng shook his head without saying anything. He walked to Jing Jiwu and checked his body. Then he frowned. He's poisoned. Hopefully, something in the Alliance can help him. Antidotes in the Alliance were usually designed for certain types of poison, but poisons in the sanctuaries were a little different from those in the Alliance, so it was difficult to say whether it was going to work or not. Let Little Silver try, perhaps it'll work. Han Sen then picked up Jing Jiwu and walked back. After Blood Bond Demon was killed, the storm stopped. Han Sen had absorbed the life geno essence of Blood Bone Demon, so he was very happy about that. His goal for this trip was to get a life geno essence. Though he went through some trouble before getting it, he was still pleased with what he had gained. Little Silver and the others had already come out of the cave. Jing Jiwu looked like a corpse when Han Sen laid him beside Little Silver. Little Silver, can you get rid of the poison in him? If you can't, can you at least save his life first? Without saying anything, Little Silver hit Jing Jiwu with a stream of silver lightning. Jing Jiwu's zombie-like face twisted. Look, his life force is recovering. How amazing! When Lin Feng saw that Jing Jiwu was recovering, he was exhilarated. He couldn't help complimenting Little Silver, and he turned to Han Sen and said, Jiwu is safe now, and you're also injured severely. Ask the fox to heal you now. Seeing Little Silver look at him, Han Sen quickly waved his hands. No need. I can heal myself. Though Little Silver was a skilled healer, his lightning-based healing powers did not feel good. Han Sen would rather simulate the power of the Holy Rhino and heal himself slowly. He had a sturdy body, and his injuries were not fatal. Both Lin Feng and Han Sen had known that it wasn't Jing Jiwu on the skeleton. However, the things they picked up on the way had been real. They made a show to lure Bloodbone Demon out. Han Sen had carefully controlled where he was injured, and with the cooperation of Lin Feng, he wasn't actually severely injured. The spots that got stabbed by the sword looked fatal, but none of them hurt the organs and the bones. Only the flesh was injured. Ah! Under the constant treatment of Little Silver, Jing Jiwoo could finally make a sound. And the first sound he made was so miserable that even Han San and Lin Feng couldn't help being scared. To get rid of the poison inside Jing Jiwoo completely, Little Silver kept treating him. Jing Jiwoo didn't make any more noise, but his face was twisting. After the poison in Jing Jiwoo was completely eradicated, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo took Han San to the shelter they were staying in. It was a little shelter in the desert, but it was only a primitive shelter that was already abandoned. They were the only ones that were staying there. They stayed in the shelter for 2 days before Han Sen went out hunting again. With the information provided by Jing Jiwoo and Lin Feng, Han Sen chose a super creature named Ancient Demon Beast as his next target. I need to improve my power as soon as possible. The new community is already on the move, so I need to attack first. I can't just wait here to be hit. Han Sen hoped that his father-in-law could quickly figure out where the chairman was so that they could eradicate the new community completely. Chairman, our plan has failed. Bloodbone Demon was killed. I take full responsibility. Inside the new community's headquarters, Qinya stood with his head lowered. The chairman of new community said, I already know what happened to Bloodbone Demon. That has nothing to do with you. You're not responsible for her stupidity. The chairman then said, Go to the departed abyss, and take the creature there to Han Senator. It will definitely be able to kill Han San. As long as it's not as stupid as Bloodbone Demon. Will the one in departed be willing to help us? Qinya asked, frowning. It doesn't have a choice. Take this. The chairman handed a box to Qinya. When the creature sees this, it'll understand. Yes. Qinya left the meeting room with the box without asking what was in it. Chairman, is it appropriate to give something so important to Qinya? Asked a Shura man who entered the meeting room right after Qinya left. Do you think there's anyone else who is capable of taking the one in the departed abyss to Winesong Desert? Asked the chairman calmly. The Shura man frowned and said, I've always thought there's something wrong with that Qinya. He's always so mysterious. It doesn't matter. As long as he can finish what I told him to do, everything will be well, said the chairman of the new community. Go to your job now. There isn't much time left. Han Sen and Lin Feng took off to the desert oasis where Ancient Demon Beast lived. Based on what Lin Feng knew, Ancient Demon Beast was ferocious, and it had the power of time. It was one of the most powerful super creatures in Winsong Desert. Han Sen chose it because of its unusual power. If he could obtain its beast soul or geno core, it would benefit him a great deal. I can't believe there are so many creatures in this desert. After half a day of walking, Han Sen saw a black river in front of them. However, it wasn't actually a river. It was a large swarm of black sand mice. No one could tell how many mice there were. They moved together in a group as they rushed deeper into the desert. Sand mice are the most common creatures in Winsong Desert, so we see them all the time. However, this is the first time I have seen so many sand mice together. Lin Feng looked at the group of sand mice, surprised. Jing Jiwoo was also looking at the sand mice. He thought about it and said, I've seen such a large group of sand mice before, but that's because they encountered powerful enemies and escaped their homes through a secret portal under the sand. However, they don't seem to be running away from anything this time. It looks more like they're looking for something. Han Sen observed the sand mice using his Dongxian aura and tried to hear what they were thinking. Han Sen thought that he wouldn't be able to gain anything. The Dongxian aura didn't work well on demigods, unless the thinking ripples of demigods were very strong. To Han Sen's surprise, he could actually hear something. The thoughts of those sand mice were very strong. So strong that Han Sen could actually hear each sand mouse shouting, Fruit! Fruit! Han Sen listened to it for a while. Then he shut down his Dongxian aura. His ears and brain had been about to explode because of the noise. The only thing those sand mice were thinking about was fruit. Fruit? What is the fruit? Is there a top-tier genoplant maturing and bearing fruits nearby? Hansen thought. He turned to Lin Feng. I think those sand mice are up to something. Let's follow them and see if we find anything. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu agreed to it. The chef and Sumi were also curious. They then followed the group of sand mice to see what they were after. Hansen's companions were naturally much faster than the sand mice, and they soon reached the front of the group of sand mice. There they found a sand mouse the size of a cow with a body of marble, leading the entire group of sand mice forward. A super creature! Sumi looked at the king of mice, surprised. Everyone was just as surprised as Sumi. Though there were many sand mice, the vast majority of them were at ordinary level, with only a few primitive mice mixed in. There wasn't even one sacred blood creature. It was indeed surprising to see a super king of mice among them. Though it was possible for extraordinary circumstances to occasionally produce a more powerful variant among low-level creatures, it was extremely rare. As for low-level creatures like sand mice, it was rare for them to have a mutant creature, and it would be a miracle to have a sacred blood creature among them. However, there was a king of mice that was a super creature, which made Hansen wonder what was going on. The king of mice just continued leading the group of mice forward, and it didn't show any hostility. Hansen followed the king of mice forward, continuing to become more nervous. The king of mice was capable of running very fast, but it wasn't doing that instead. It was just jogging so that the group of sand mice behind it could keep up with it. The smaller sand mice followed their king tirelessly as they ran across the desert. The group of sand mice kept running until midnight. Suddenly, Hansen and his friends saw a river in front of them, and this time it was a real river. A river lay across the desert like a thread made of jade. It looked bizarre. Despite the fact that the night was at its darkest and there wasn't much light from the stars in the sky, the river was gleaming as if the water itself was glowing. The river was only a couple of feet wide, but the water flowed as fast as that in Yellow River. However, after a short while, the water decreased and then flowed away, like a snake slithering away. The king of mice made a noise, and then it went on to catch up with the river, chasing the water that continued to flow away across the desert. Hansen and the others were all the more curious. They followed the king of mice. After only a short while, Hansen found something weird. The river was flowing through a place with lots of dunes, and rather than pooling or flowing around the dunes, the water just flowed up and down them. It was scientifically impossible. Water didn't flow up. It was just bizarre. Despite using his Dongshin aura to observe the water for a long time, Hansen couldn't find anything strange about it. It just felt like a normal river with normal water. They followed the king of mice and ran for a couple of hours, and suddenly, the fluorescent river in front of them disappeared. Holes emerged in the sand, and the fluorescent water all flowed into them. Those sand holes were only as large as fists, which meant Hansen and the others definitely couldn't get in. They had to stop. The king of mice stopped in front of the holes in the sand. Then it called to the group of mice behind it. The sand mice immediately ran into the holes. Nobody knew how deep the holes were, but they looked like an abyss. A great many sand mice had already entered, but it still wasn't full. I can't get into a hole like that. Jing Jiwu looked at the holes that were the size of a fist and shook his head. How about we dig into a hole to see what's inside? Sumi suggested. Jing Jiwu shook his head and said, if we could simply dig into a hole, the Mouse King wouldn't be staying outside. I'm pretty sure that he would be much better at digging holes than us. Sumi thought that made sense. The sand mice were still entering the holes. Lin Feng examined the Mouse King and said, do you think that Mouse King became a super creature because of something inside one of those holes? Jing Jiwu's eyes gleamed. If so, then it'll bring all its descendants here to make sure that its descendants can also evolve like it did. Yes, that must be the case. Let's try digging a hole. Sumi was excited. No need for the trouble, Hansen said to Sumi, jumping on Little Star's back. Get on Little Star's back, all of you. Although Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu didn't know Little Star's power, they both suspected that Little Star might be great at digging holes. Everyone climbed on Little Star's back. Starlight shone around Little Star's body, covering Hansen and the others, and they went into one of the holes. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had thought that Little Star had the power to dig holes, but instead, Little Star was traveling straight through the sandstone layers. He can pass through materials? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hansen nodded, and Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were all the more surprised seeing that Han San had confirmed it. This ability was very rare and quite impressive. After seeing Han San kill Bloodbone Demon, Little Silver use incredible curing power, Little Star passed through solid materials. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were continually amazed. Han Sen, you're just favored by God. You have all the nice things in the world. How are we supposed to catch up? Asked Jing Jiwu, smiling. Han Sen also smiled. There are many good things in the shelter. I'm just a little bit lucky. Neither Lin Feng nor Jing Jiwu said anything. If Han San was only considered a little bit lucky, they had no idea what real luck meant. The sand hole was very deep, and after several miles, the small sand holes started to converge into a giant rock road. Han San saw the fluorescent river flowing away down the underground rock road while the group of mice chased after it. The king of mice hadn't entered with them, so only the small sand mice were chasing the river. Many ordinary sand mice were not able to keep up with the river, but they kept driving themselves forward until their bodies were twitching and foam was spewing from their mouths. Unfortunately, they were not able to keep up with the river anymore. As Han San saw more and more sand mice falling behind, the rest sped up and tried to catch up with the river. The underground rock road was like a cobweb, and it extended in all directions. The river didn't leave any traces where it flowed across. If they didn't follow the river, they would definitely get lost in the underground labyrinth. Han San and the others chased the underground river for more than 40 hours, and they saw more and more sand mice dropping out of the race. Only less than 1% of the sand mice were able to keep up. However, even 1% of the mice was at least 10,000. Most of them were mutant creatures, while some were primitive creatures. Now, lots of them had burned out already. Many primitive sand mice couldn't run anymore, and they were foaming at the mouth. At this moment, the river in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Han San and the others. They didn't rush to chase it. The rock road got broader in front of them, forming an enormous underground space. The fluorescent river flowed into the cave, forming an underground lake, and it stopped right there. Han San and the others followed the group of sand mice to the lake, and they saw that at the center of the lake was a small island with a small tree growing on it. There were fruits that looked like pears on the tree. There's indeed something amazing here. We made the right choice to come here. Sumi was exhilarated. He wanted to fly across the lake and go to the island immediately. Hansen grabbed Sumi, shook his head and said, "Let's observe it first. If it's really that valuable, it won't be so easy to take." After only a short while, the sand mice rushed into the lake. They tried to swim toward the island, wanting to eat the fruit. The sand mice began swimming across, and nothing happened at first halfway across the lake. Though, the sand mice sunk as if they had been grabbed by something in the water. They vanished under the surface. Han Sen and the others were all shocked. They watched the water for a short while, but they couldn't see what had dragged the sand mice down. Though the fluorescent water was bright, it wasn't very transparent because it was too bright. It was difficult to see what was beneath the surface. The sand mice had sunk one by one, as if they were dragged down by a water ghost. Yet the group of mice didn't give up. On the contrary, they continued swimming toward the island without any consideration for their lives. Many sand mice were dragged into the lake, but a small portion of them were lucky, and they were gradually approaching the island. Not all the sand mice are sinking. I don't think it's the water itself pulling them down. There's something inside the water, Jing Jiwu said, looking at the lake. It should be okay for us to fly across the lake, right? Said Sumi. We can try that, but we still need to be careful. Hansen nodded. Everyone saw that some of the sand mice were about to reach the island. They stopped hesitating and flew up into the sky, trying to fly as high as possible. Nothing happened in the beginning, but when they were halfway there, Hansen felt that a powerful force grabbing him and trying to drag him into the lake. Hansen looked down and tried to see what there was down there, but he couldn't see anything under the water. Splush! Splush splush! Hansen summoned his butterfly wings and bloodthirsty Ant King to stop himself from falling. But at the same time, the dragon chef, Sumi, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwoo all fell into the lake, and they were quickly sinking. "Help me, little star." Han Sun saw Little Silver and Bower sitting on the back of Little Star, and nothing seemed to be happening to them. As for Little Star, it didn't seem to be affected by that pulling force at all. It was floating in the sky, relaxed. Han Sun called for Little Star's attention, and at the same time he pulled back his power and stopped fighting that pulling force. Instead, he dived. Splash! Han Sun fell into the lake. Unexpectedly, the fluorescent lake water wasn't cold at all, but warm like a hot spring, which was very comfortable. However, that powerful pulling force didn't give Han Sen a chance to actually enjoy the sensation. Re-engaging his power, Han Sen fought that terrific gravity-like power and grabbed a hold of Sumi. He then threw Sumi into the sky. Little Star turned its body in the sky and caught Sumi with its tail, putting him on its back. Han Sen then dived into the water like a dragon, and he swam toward Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo, who were still sinking. He then threw them out of the water one by one. Little Star then flew toward them, putting both of them on its back. He then found Dragon Chef, and after throwing her out of the water, Han Sen was about to rush out himself. However, he felt that something was binding his feet, and a horrifying force was dragging him down deeper into the water. Han Sun used his God's Geno Core and Bloodthirsty Ant King power at the same time. Yet they couldn't resist that powerful pulling force, and he was being dragged into the lake. God damn it. There's definitely something down there. Han Sen was shocked. The God's Geno Core, together with Bloodthirsty Ant King and Han Sen's own body, made Han Sen as powerful as ordinary super creatures, or perhaps even stronger. But those forces combined weren't a match for the force in the water. Kept dragging Han Sen down. Han Sen tried to fight it, but that didn't work very well. He wanted to see what was dragging him down, but he could only see spots of light beneath him. Other than those, nothing was visible. Han Sen felt that something had bound his feet, so he focused on that. He summoned his split knife and slashed toward whatever was trapping his feet. After slashing several times, he couldn't find anything to cut. The force trapping him didn't show any sign of relieving. Han Sen was completely shocked. Split knife was able to easily kill super creatures, so if something was actually binding his feet, he should have cut it already. However, he didn't slash anything, yet he still felt that his feet were trapped, which kind of confused him. Han Sen didn't have time to think about it now. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was pulling him down relentlessly. Han Sen was already over 1,000 feet deep in the lake. Han Sen didn't know what was down there. Perhaps there was a giant bloody mouth waiting for him at the bottom, waiting to eat and swallow him. Han Sen entered Super King Spirit mode immediately. Before Han Sen could take further action, he felt the force at his feet relax, and the power binding his ankles disappeared. He couldn't feel that pulling force anymore. Han Sen didn't have the mental capacity to wonder why that force suddenly disappeared. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward, and without the pulling force, Han Sen successfully flew out of the lake. As he breached the surface, Han Sen deactivated the Super King Spirit mode, already as he didn't want Sumi and the others to see it. Seeing Han Sen appear from the lake, Little Star chuffed in joy and rushed toward Han Sen, putting him on its back. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? Did you see anything down there? The Dragon Lady Chef asked Han Sen curiously. Han Sen had saved all of them, so naturally, he had the power to get out himself, which was why they didn't think of anything else. They thought that Han Sen found something down there. Han Sen smiled. I didn't find anything. After I pushed you guys out, something trapped my feet, and my strength couldn't resist the power of that thing. I kept sinking, and thank God, I got rid of it and got away. Everyone heard what Han Sen said, and they all looked at Han Sen's feet. Everyone was dazed by what they had just seen, and they all looked at Han Sen in a weird way. Han Sen, I can't believe you have such a weird habit. Jing Jiwoo looked at Han Sen, seeming confused. What are you talking about? Han Sen was dazed. He then looked down at his feet and found himself equally surprised. Out of nowhere, Han Sen had a shoe on one of his feet. Han Sen was sure that it was definitely not his shoe. When Han Sen came to Wind Song Desert, He had been wearing a beast soul armor, but he hadn't worn any shoes. Besides, he was still wearing the armor and the fighting boots were attached to the armor. How was it possible that he was wearing a shoe? However, there was indeed a shoe on his left foot, and it was a high-heeled shoe that belonged to a woman. The shoe looked fabulous, and it was comparable with the shoes of luxury brands, if not better. With Han-san wearing the shoe, it made Han-sen's big foot look a bit delicate. Even weirder, the shoe was made of crystal and so was the heel. Please trust me. This is not my shoe. I'm not Cinderella. Why I am even wearing this? Han-san asked while lifting his foot, trying to get the shoe off. However, the shoe seemed to be attached to his foot, and it was impervious to Han-sen's attempts to pull it off. Are you still trying to deny that this is your shoe? If it's not your shoe, why does it fit your foot so well? Don't deny it anymore, Cinderella. Go back and marry your prince, said Jing Jiwoo. Fuck Cinderella. Even if I am a character in the fairy tale, I'm the prince. Han-san took out his split knife and stabbed the crystal shoe. Followed by a sharp sound, the split knife bounced up, and there wasn't even a white scar on the crystal heel. Everyone was shocked after seeing that. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo had both seen Han-san kill Bloodbone Demon with his split knife, and it was a blade that could easily cut a super creature in half. However, it didn't leave even a mark on the shoe. It was shocking, and Lin Feng and the others were now worried. How is your foot? Does anything feel wrong? Lin Feng asked, staring at the crystal heel. I feel wrong everywhere now, said Han-sen, bummed. He wasn't actually hurt, but he was indeed deeply upset. The crystal heel was on his left foot, but the foot felt fine. He didn't even feel like he was wearing a shoe. Otherwise, he would have noticed the shoe before. Han-sen thought of it and he missed a heartbeat. He then said, Was this crystal shoe the thing that was dragging me down while I was in the water? Han-san tried a lot of things, but he still couldn't get the crystal shoe off his foot. That shoe seemed to have been permanently attached to him, and he couldn't even get the thing to wiggle. After a short while, a sand mouse managed to cross the entire fluorescent lake and reach the island. The island was very small, around 2,000 square feet in total area, and there was a fruit tree growing in the middle of the island. The fruit tree wasn't very tall, and it looked like an ordinary pear tree. Despite the fact that it was around 10 feet tall, there were only 3 pieces of fruit hanging on it. Perhaps some of the fruit had already been taken. One of the pears was green, one was red, and the third one was yellow. It was strange how different all the pieces of fruit looked from each other. If the green pear hadn't matured yet, then what about the red pear and the yellow pear? Which one had matured? Let's get onto the island first. Han-san saw that he couldn't get the crystal heel off at the moment, so he let Little Star fly to the island anyway. He wasn't anxious at all. Since entering Super King Spirit mode had some impact on the crystal heel, he would probably try to deal with the problem that way. Even if everything else he tried failed, he could just cut off his foot. With Han-sen's physical strength and the curing power of Little Silver, his foot would regrow again. When Little Star flew to the island, it was already late. The sand mouse, which had somehow made it to the island, had climbed up the fruit tree and taken a bite out of the yellow pear. The pear wasn't large, about the size of a man's fist. When the sand mouse bit into it, almost half of the pear disappeared down the mouse's throat. The fluids of the pear were rich, and a delicious smell permeated the air. The sand mouse wanted more, but before it could take another bite, its body got stiffened as if it were petrified, and it fell down from the tree. Han-san and the others were all shocked, and they didn't dare to move forward after seeing the mouse's reaction. The sand mouse fell on the ground, and there was yellow light coming out of its body. The original dark fur had seemed to have been dyed, and it became golden yellow. It looked like a lively golden sculpture. The light coming from the mouse's body got denser and denser, and the golden light became purer and purer. The mouse's life force, however, became weaker and weaker. After a short while, the sand mouse became completely lifeless, and the light vanished. The mouse became a motionless golden sculpture. Han-san and the others looked at each other, and none of them moved. Even Sumi, who had been craving the fruit, didn't dare to touch it now. It seems that it isn't entirely beneficial to eat that fruit. The king of mice might have eaten a fruit that is beneficial to its body, and that's how it got so powerful. As for that sand mouse, it wasn't so lucky. It seems that it made a bad choice, said Sumi, looking at the 2.5 pears on the tree. Can anyone tell which fruit is good and which is bad? Lin Feng looked at everyone. Dragon Chef, you know the most about this stuff. Can you tell? Han Sen looked at the female cook. He couldn't tell the differences between the 3 fruit. All the fruit looked good, and there was nothing unusual about them. Han Sen couldn't see anything different about them other than their colors. Dragon Chef shook her head and said, I've never seen fruit like this, and from my perspective, there's nothing wrong with any of the fruit. I just can't figure out why the sand mouse had such a bad reaction after eating it. The Dragon Chef couldn't tell, even though she was an experienced cook. So Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had no idea how to figure out which of the fruit were safe. The treasure was right in front of them, but none of them dared to take it. Han Sen walked around on the island, trying to find something that might help him. He was wearing a crystal shoe on his left foot. He hadn't felt anything when he was in the water, but now that he was walking on the ground, his feet were unbalanced. Though it didn't affect him much, he still felt weird walking like this. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had the same plan as Han Senator. They all walked around the island, and after walking around for a while, they found something. They walked around the fruit tree, and then they found that there was a line of characters on the trunk of the fruit tree, and they belonged to an ancient human language. If there was no parting grief before the eye, I don't believe men on earth would have white hair. Lin Feng read the sentence out loud. Apparently, he had also studied ancient languages. It seems that it's been a long time since the characters were carved here, and the tree has grown deeply around the words. Unfortunately, we don't know about the growth cycle of this tree, so we can't tell when the carving was made, said Jing Jiwu, frowning. Which human demigod did this, and how did he come here so long ago? Did he eat the fruit? Lin Feng wondered out loud. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu assumed that the characters had been left by a human demigod. Though Han Sen also thought it was possible, he wasn't as sure as the others. In the past few years, Han Sen had discovered that humans weren't the only ones who used ancient human languages. It must have been a woman who left these characters, said the Dragon Chef suddenly. Why? Han Sen and the others looked to the Dragon Chef, but they didn't have any idea how she had come to the conclusion. The growth of the tree had changed the writing a little bit. The handwriting was still visible, and it was even very neat and regular, but it was difficult to tell whether the letters were beautiful or forceful, so it was difficult to tell whether they came from a woman or a man. My natural instinct as a woman, said the Dragon Chef. Han Sen didn't know how to react. Women's intuition wasn't accurate or reliable at all. And besides, the Dragon Chef wasn't a woman but a female spirit. No matter where the handwriting came from, it was completely useless to Senator Han San, and the others searched the island carefully again. But they couldn't find anything else. The sand mice were still trying to swim toward the island. Most of the 10,000 sand mice had sunk into the lake, and now, there were only a few dozen of them struggling to swim toward the island. The mice were still being dragged into the lake, so it was difficult to tell whether any other sand mice would make it. While everyone was thinking about what to do, Bauer climbed up in the tree and took a bite of the green fruit. Han Sen was completely shocked. He knew that Bauer was exceptional, yet he was still worried. After all, they had almost no information on the fruit, so nobody could say for sure that Bauer would be safe. Bauer finished the green pear in 3 bites. Similar to a pear, the fruit didn't have a stone inside. Bauer swallowed the entire fruit. Bauer licked her lips. It seemed that she still wanted more. However, green light shone from her body, and she fell from the tree, which terrified Han Sen. Han Sen rushed forward and caught Bauer. She felt cold. Bauer's soft body became hard like a piece of wood. Not only did she feel different now, but her body began to actually turn into wood, and she looked like a doll made of wood. Bauer! Han Sen was extremely worried. He yelled twice, but he couldn't get an answer from Bauer. The green light coming from her body was getting stronger and stronger, and her body was becoming harder and harder. Bauer's life force was also plummeting. Han Sen was really flustered. Bauer had stayed with him for too long, and he was too used to having her with him. Even his own son Little Flower hadn't been with Hansen as long as Bauer. She was just like a daughter to Hansen now. Now, there was something wrong with Bauer. Even someone with a strong will like Hansen was worried. Little Silver realized what had happened. It hit Bauer with a streak of silver lightning. The lightning flowed into Bauer's body like mercury, which made her livelier. However, she only recovered a little bit, and then her life force started to decline again. "Save her, Little Silver!" Hansen shouted at Little Silver beside him. Little Silver had already run over to Bauer. It used its lightning with all its power, and it became its true body, the ten-tailed lightning fox. The ten-tailed lightning fox was shaking, and it hit Bauer with powerful blasts of silver lightning. However, the incredible healing power could only slow down the rate at which her life force declined. Hansen also simulated Little Silver's lightning power and hit Bauer with it as well, but the power he simulated was far weaker than Little Silver's, so it didn't work quite as well. It was still better than not helping. Even so, Bauer's life force was still declining. After only half an hour, Bauer's life force was so feeble that it seemed like it could vanish at any time. Little Silver looked strange. It took a look at the anxious Hans Senator. The creature seemed to make up its mind about something. It spewed out a crystal ball that was surrounded by silver lightning. The lightning crystal ball flew toward Bauer after Little Silver spat it out. It fell on Bauer's forehead, and forces of lightning power rushed out like threads, penetrating Bauer's body. After the lightning crystal ball showed up, Little Silver stopped being a ten-tailed lightning fox, and it looked burned out. Lightning power rushed out of the lightning crystal ball, which saved Bauer's life. However, as the lightning left the crystal ball became smaller and smaller. It seemed that the power in the lightning crystal ball was not recyclable. The crystal ball kept shrinking, from the size of a fist to the size of an egg to the size of a table tennis ball, and finally it was only the size of a fingernail. The green light covering Bauer finally disappeared. Bauer's stiff body started to recover, and after a short while, her body became soft again. It seemed that she had a very nice sleep, and she stretched her body. "Stop eating random things. Otherwise, I won't take you out anymore." Hansen checked Bauer's body, and after making sure that she had recovered, he scolded her. Bauer had her head lowered and didn't dare to say anything. Hansen stopped talking to her and walked to Little Silver. He stroked Little Silver's head. It seemed that the lightning crystal ball was very important to Little Silver, and the crystal ball was tiny by the time Little Silver retrieved it. Hansen felt that Little Silver's life force had plummeted, and it was almost at the same level as one of the sand mice. Hansen felt horrible as he held the weak Little Silver in his arms. Little Silver had followed him longer than Bauer, so Hansen valued it just as much as he valued Bauer. Fortunately, both Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Hansen couldn't deal with losing either of them. Lin Feng and the others were also relieved seeing that Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Jing Jiwu looked at the only remaining fruit on the tree and said, "I understand now. The fruit on the tree might have the power of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sand mice are of the earth element, so that king of mice must have eaten a fruit of the mud element, so it was lucky enough to escape death. Even more luckily, it evolved. As for the sand mouse just now, it ate a metal element fruit which didn't match its own element, so it turned into metal. As for Bauer, she ate a fruit of the wood element, and as for the remaining fruit, it should be a fire element. If those fruits really correspond to the 5 elements, the other 2 fruit might have been eaten already, perhaps by the person who left the writing on the tree. It does make perfect sense." Lin Feng agreed with what Jing Jiwu said completely. If the remaining one is of the fire element, then it's only useful for those of the fire element. Is there any one of us who meets that qualification? Everyone looked at each other. The dragon chef said, "If no one is going to touch it, then I'll get the last fruit. Are you of the fire element?" Hansen didn't know which element the dragon chef belonged to, but based on her ability, she definitely used fire, so it was highly likely. The dragon chef nodded her head, then shook her head again. "Not entirely, but I won't eat it myself. If what Jing Jiwu said is true, This fruit is a super ingredient. I'll try to cook it, and if I succeed, perhaps I can achieve super level. Hansen didn't raise any objections to that. The dragon chef didn't need the food she cooked. The one thing she needed was the process of cooking, and if she could actually succeed, she would give the food to others. Lin Feng and the others didn't raise any objections either. None of them were of the fire element, and besides, they arrived here because of Hansen's help, so none of them wanted a share of the fruit. The dragon chef saw that nobody raised any objections, so she summoned a knife and a pot. She cut the red fruit and the remaining half of the yellow fruit, putting them in the pot. "I'll share with you guys after I cook it successfully," said the dragon chef, excited. None of the sand mice made it to the island. Hansen and the others didn't want to stick around, so he picked up Little Silver and mounted Little Star with the others. The way back was too complicated. Little Star rushed straight upwards, going through layers of rocks, and then it landed on the ground. After looking around for a while, Hansen realized that they were still in the Windsong Desert. He wanted to ask Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu where they were now, as he wanted to go back to the shelter before they did anything else. Hansen was still wearing the crystal heel, and it bugged him. Hansen wanted to go somewhere with no one around and get the crystal shoe off. However, just as he stepped off Little Star's back, his left foot jerked forward. Hansen rushed forward like an arrow, and he was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far from Lin Feng and the others. Felt like Hansen's leg didn't belong to him. His leg was rushing crazily forward, pulling the rest of his body along behind. No matter how hard Hansen tried to control himself, he wasn't able to stop it. He wasn't even able to change his direction or speed. It seemed that the crystal heel had a mind of its own, and it was dashing forward across the sand. Damn it! It looks like Hansen is being controlled by the shoe. When Lin Feng realized what was happening, he immediately started to chase Hansen. Little Star and the others also ran forward. However, Hansen was running too fast, so Lin Feng and the others couldn't catch up with him, and only Little Star was managing to follow him. Little Star turned its body and ran back to Dragon Chef and the others. It let everyone step onto its back, and then it accelerated toward Hansen again. "What's happening to you, Hansen?" Lin Feng yelled. He wanted to see if Hansen still had his own consciousness. "I can't control my leg anymore. It's the crystal shoe doing," said Hansen. Lin Feng felt relieved after hearing Hansen's answer. It was good that he still had his consciousness. Otherwise, it would be much more trouble. "Damn it!" Jing Jiwu suddenly screamed, and his face suddenly paled. "What's happening? Do you know where that crystal shoe came from?" asked Sumi. "I don't know where that crystal shoe came from, but if he keeps running forward, he'll enter the flowing sand dune," Jing Jiwu said, pointing in front of them. Lin Feng was terrified after hearing that name. "We have to stop Hansen right now. We can't let him run into flowing sand dune." "What's in flowing sand dune?" asked Sumi. He knew that normal flowing sand wouldn't harm Hansen at all. There must be someone or something in flowing sand dune that had terrified Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu. The black horned dragon, one of the most terrifying beings in Windsong Desert. Any creature that enters the flowing sand dune without its permission will be killed, and there are no exceptions. We suspect that it's a berserk super creature. Then what are you waiting for? Please stop me now. Hansen was very anxious. He wasn't invincible yet, so it was too early for him to fight a berserk super creature. However, he didn't have any way to control his leg. "I have an idea," Sumi said. He took his sword out and slashed forward. A trace of sword light flashed above Hansen's head, then slashed a gully into the desert in front of him. Because of Sumi's power, the end of the gully turned into a vertical sandstone wall. Hansen immediately understood what Sumi was trying to do. He opened his mouth to say something, and then he screamed as he ran face first into the sandstone wall. Pong! After only a short while, Hansen emerged from the sandstone, still running. His face was kind of injured, and there was sand all over his body. "You idiot! Do you even have a brain? I almost got killed." Sumi looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, teacher. I thought that I could stop you. If you've never tried something before, don't practice it on me." Han Sen was very bummed. Lin Feng thought about it and said, I can't think of any way to stop you, but I can use my power to hit your body and change your direction. That way, you can at least get around Flowing Sand Dune. Okay, just do it now. Quick, yelled Han Sen. Prepare yourself. I'm gonna hit your left shoulder from behind to turn you right. The right part of the desert is safer, and there aren't many powerful creatures. Golden light started to gleam around Lin Feng's body. He punched Han Sen using his power very ingeniously. He hit Han Sen's left shoulder, and Han Sen's body turned right a little bit. I've succeeded. Everyone was relieved for a second. However, Han Sen spun 180 degrees. He originally had his back to Lin Feng and the others, and now he was facing them. Han Sen started to rush backwards, but he was still rushing in the direction of Flowing Sand Dune. He hadn't slowed down at all. Instead, he was getting faster and faster. You didn't control your power well, Lin Feng. You turned me too much, said Han Sen, upset. Lin Feng looked solemn. It's not that I used too much power. It's that this method is not working. Otherwise, you wouldn't have turned all the way around. Let's try again, Han Sen said, clenching his teeth. Lin Feng hit Han Sen again, but after Han Sen turned around again, he was still rushing toward Flowing Sand Dune. Lin Feng and the others tried lots of methods, yet no matter what they tried, they couldn't stop Han Sen or they couldn't even divert him. It seemed that there was a giant magnet drawing Han Sen forward in a single direction. As time went by, Han Sen ran faster and faster. As he drew close to Flowing Sand Dune, he was already far ahead of Little Star and the others. It might be better this way. When the force in the lake tried to pull me down, I got rid of it using Super King Spirit mode. I should be able to do the same thing here. Han Sen quickly became a Super King Spirit. A white light filled Han Sen's dark eyes, and his black hair became white as well, growing longer and longer. It fluttered in the wind and sand as Han Sen ran. But after Han Sen entered Super King Spirit mode, the power propelling him forward didn't vanish. This time around, Super King Spirit mode didn't work. Han Sen was shocked and furious. It worked before. Damn it! The butterfly wings on his back were trembling, and his bloodthirsty Ant King was also running at full power. He tried everything in his power to stop his body from moving forward. However, nothing worked. Han Sen was still running faster and faster, and after a short while, Han Sen plunged into Flowing Sand Dune. Damn it! Considering how fast he was running, Han Sen should be in Flowing Sand Dune by now. Lin Feng was very worried. They were still chasing after him, but they couldn't even see him now. Please, bless him. Perhaps the Black Horn Dragon has some business to do away from home, said Jing Jiwu. They couldn't chase Han Sen, and even if they caught up with him, they couldn't stop him from moving forward. They could only pray to God for help. Flowing Sand Dune was 300 square miles, and it was definitely a forbidden place in Windsong Desert. Even the storm wouldn't come to this place. Black Horn Dragon was lying on the dune, enjoying the sun and having a nap. Black Horn Dragon had roamed this desert for a very long time, and all the nearby creatures were terrified of it. No creatures ever dared to disturb it from napping in the sun. Though it was sleeping, the Black Horn Dragon still had its senses, so it noticed that someone had come to Flowing Sand Dune. However, the Black Horn Dragon didn't even want to open its eyes. It was still sleeping, and it was thinking in its subconscious. Seriously? Some idiot is running through Flowing Sand Dune again? Well, I'll keep enjoying the sun, and I'll eat him as a dessert after I wake up. The lazy Black Horn Dragon continued lying there, but he felt that something was wrong. That creature that had entered Flowing Sand Dune was too fast, and it was approaching very quickly. Black Horn Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It decided to get up and see who this bold intruder was. Just as Black Horn Dragon opened its eyes, a shining heel fell from the sky and stepped on its face, then ran across its body and continued on across the dunes. You dare to treat me like this? You're dead. Black Horn Dragon jumped up, and its eyes were gleaming with indignation. Its giant body suddenly leaped into the sky, and it unleashed a wave of its dragon breath. The terrifying force lashed toward Han Sen, who was still running forward. Hansen felt really upset though he wanted to kill a super creature. He hadn't expected to fight a super creature under these circumstances. Fortunately, Hansen was running very fast with the shoe. Hansen couldn't stop, but he could accelerate. Using the change in his speed, he dodged the dragon breath from Blackhorn Dragon again and again. The dunes were filled with the rumbling noise of the dragon, and the flowing sand tumbled like waves under the shock of its breath. Hansen dodged the strikes of the Blackhorn Dragon again and again, which just infuriated it more. It was still chasing Hansen with the desire to eat him. Hansen was running too fast, and he crossed the entire flowing sand dune in a flash. Hansen had thought that the crystal shoe wanted to infuriate the Blackhorn Dragon and get Hansen killed, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. He had already crossed the flowing sand dune, yet the crystal shoe was still driving him forward. Apparently, its target wasn't the Blackhorn Dragon. Hansen was still some distance in front of the furious Blackhorn Dragon, but he couldn't increase that distance. It wasn't a good thing for Hansen. Hansen entered an oasis. Pong! Hansen ran over a bird's nest in the oasis, accidentally knocking a hole in an egg as he went. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Hansen looked very disappointed. However, 2 golden birds flew out of the nest, and they rushed toward Hansen, squawking in anger. Hansen ran through a large pack of wolves, and he hit a small wolf. He caught the small wolf, while the large pack of terrifying metal wolves roared and rushed toward him. He quickly threw the baby wolf back towards the pack. Sorry, I'll give you back now. However, the wolf pack didn't want to let him go easily. Instead, they continued to chase Hansen, howling as they ran. I didn't see anything. I swear to God. Hansen rushed through a spring in the oasis, and he saw a female with snowy skin and snake hair showering in the pond. Hansen was making disturbances throughout the entirety of Windsong Desert, and he was getting more and more horrified. He pounded away across the desert, and countless horrifying creatures chased after him. Hansen was sure that if he stopped now, he would be torn to pieces in a millisecond. Run faster. Please run faster. Hansen begged the crystal heel for more speed. Escaping those horrifying creatures had become his first priority. The crystal heel seemed to have reached its limit already, and it wasn't accelerating. It also wasn't managing to shake off the horde of creatures. However, those horrifying creatures couldn't catch up with Hansen, so they couldn't just kill him. Hansen didn't know what the crystal heel wanted. It didn't show any sign of stopping, and it was still rushing in one direction without changing at all. Hansen could now be sure that it wasn't targeting him. Otherwise, it could have redirected him toward the enraged creatures. If it did that, Hansen would be killed instantly. However, it didn't show any sign of stopping. Hansen noticed something strange now. The crystal shoe seemed to be looking for something, or perhaps it was trying to get somewhere it wanted. Hansen looked around and realized that the desert around him now had some scattered trees. He was definitely leaving Windsong Desert. He hadn't expected to cross Windsong Desert entirely under such circumstances. However, he didn't feel happy at all when he looked at the bloodthirsty creatures chasing him. None of them were giving up the chase, and they all wanted to kill Hansen. In the departed abyss, a creature that looked like a devil was sleeping in the dark. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and stared into the darkness. A small human being walked in front of the demon-like creature, and the creature said coldly, "You dared to come to my departed abyss? Do you think you've been living or too long? Fallen Slaughter, look at this." The small human being wasn't scared at all when he saw the creature that looked like a nightmare. He lifted a small box, then he threw it toward the terrifying creature. The creature in the dark caught that box, and suddenly, it looked happily surprised. It then opened the box, and it looked even more so. "Human, why did he ask you to come here?" Fallen Slaughter walked out of the darkness, holding the box. It had a strong black metal body and a pair of black metal wings that looked like those of a demon. It had horns that looked like blades on its head, and black fire surrounding its skull. The monster's terrifying exploding power was obvious with every move, as if it could destroy hell with a single punch. "He wants you to kill someone," said Chinya mildly. "Kill who?" Fallen Slaughter asked. A human being called Han Sen, said Qinya. Where is he now? Take me there, said Fallen Slaughter coldly. As you wish. Qinya moved his body and appeared beside Fallen Slaughter. He put his hands on the creature's shoulder, and then they both vanished from the departed abyss. Where is the human? Fallen Slaughter looked around, but there were no humans about. Over there, Qinya called out, pointing in a specific direction. Fallen Slaughter looked to where Qinya was pointing. He was aiming at a canyon, but it didn't seem as if there would be any humans there. What is that place? Fallen Slaughter frowned. He wasn't angry at Qinya, and he didn't think the human would try to trick him like some low-life creature. The man had teleportation abilities, after all. I can already sense his presence. He should be here soon, Qinya said, looking at the canyon. Fallen Slaughter said nothing more. He looked at the canyon, and after a while he began to feel a life force approaching. Before long, he saw the figure of a human running toward them. He is Han Senior. Qinya pointed at Han Sen, who had now emerged from the valley. Good. Fallen Slaughter's eyes fixed themselves on Han Senator. His body rippled with dark fire as a limitless cascade of flames wreathed his hands. He sent a major blast flying towards Han Sen, who was emerging from the valley. The power was carried by black smoke, and it resembled a demonic-looking dragon flying through the air. The attack filled the entire canyon, for Fallen Slaughter wanted Han Sen to be blown to smithereens in a single strike. One hit, no further problems. His target was just a human, so Fallen Slaughter did not think much of him. Truth be told, he cared little for spirits or creatures either. As an elite creature of the dark element, he was practically at the top of the food chain. If that strike landed, even the mightiest of super creatures would end up crippled. Han Sen just kept moving steadily out of the valley, however. He saw the demonic blast headed his way like a demon with its maw gaping open, and he thought to himself, what horrible creature's territory lies up ahead? This is annoying. But Han Sen did not have much time to think, as he was not in Super King Spirit mode anymore. Lately, he'd mostly just been using his Super King Spirit as a disguise. The test Lin Feng did before, although it couldn't save Han Sen, made him realize one thing. Power still worked on him, he just couldn't change direction. So, when the demonic blast came, Han Sen flapped his wings and threw a punch at it. That punch was not aimed at going against the blast. He used the yin-yang blast technique to bounce himself into the air and avoid it. Han Sen stepped atop the demonic blast, which then came below him. The blast struck the creatures that were in pursuit of him. Boom! The boom of the explosion as the power unleashed flattened the valley on both sides. Fallen Slaughter bounced back a few hundred meters through the air. Blood dripped from his mouth, and he looked shocked. He did not know of anyone who could go up against his power and not wind up damaged. He looked to the valley and his face changed. The group of horrible creatures now looked like a horde of zombies swarming toward him. They all seemed to be disturbingly powerful. Although the creatures would be unable to deal damage to Fallen Slaughter individually, there were too many of the fiends to ignore. Fallen Slaughter could definitely take on 3 of them. It'd be a struggle if there were 5. And it'd be flat-out impossible if there were 10. But there was more than that. There were a few dozen of them. And the sight of that mass actually made him frightened. The scary creatures had managed to block Fallen Slaughter's strike. They were enraged, believing he was helping Han Senator, and all the horrible powers and genocores were now descending upon him. Han Sen ran before Fallen Slaughter and swung the split blade towards him. Fallen Slaughter believed the creatures were actually there to back Han Sen up. He was scared, and he didn't dare fight the human. Instead, he dodged Han Sen's attack and took off running. His speed was much slower than Han Sen's, however, because he was a creature that focused on strength. He was still able to dodge, though, and he kept doing so as he tried to escape. He just couldn't gain a lead due to the differences in speed, and Han Sen always winded up behind him. The attacks from the creatures behind also ended up falling on Fallen Slaughter. Fallen Slaughter roared madly as the demonic aura of his body fired on all cylinders. His body changed into black metal like some ancient demon. Boom! 2 horrible forces collided, and Fallen Slaughter found himself flying away. The more powerful creatures were merely stunned. Blood was drawn from the weaker ones, however. Fallen Slaughter had already proven himself a good fighter, almost countering all those creatures by himself. After all the wretched creatures there were being reinforced by the Black Horn Dragon. Fallen Slaughter had proven himself incredibly powerful by not being killed by their long-distance strike. Han Sen continued running forward. He saw Fallen Slaughter falling towards him, though, as his body cracked and streaming with blood, he looked heavily injured. Then Han Sen had a greedy thought. Next he swung his blade at the falling Fallen Slaughter and struck his back. Split Blade was powerful and it had a high rank for a Super Geno Core. But when the blade hit Fallen Slaughter, it was only able to make an incision that was 3 inches deep. Fallen Slaughter flew away again after the second hit, though. Han Sen felt depressed that the blade hadn't killed the creature. He thought he might be able to at least earn a beast's soul. But when the Fallen Slaughter flew away, he was flying towards the creatures. The horrible creatures had already hit him twice, and now they were very angry. They went to attack him again without any hesitation. Boom! Fallen Slaughter was stunned. He tried to block, but the attack was stronger than ever. His body almost shattered under the impact, and he ended up soaring across the sky like a meteor. While Han Sen was still depressed, he saw Fallen Slaughter flying his way. It made him a very happy guy. He stabbed Fallen Slaughter with all the strength he was able to muster. Catcha! Poor Fallen Slaughter was unable to figure out what had happened and what was going on. He was being tossed between two parties like a beach ball. Before he could wrap his mind around what was happening, Han Sen lopped his head off. Berserk super creature Fallen Slaughter killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Flesh cannot be eaten. Collect the life Geno essence to gain 1 to 10 super Geno points randomly. By the time the announcement came to an end, Han Sen had already grabbed Fallen Slaughter's life Geno essence. Without slowing down, he kept running forward. Why are there so many stupid people? Qingya sighed. In his hands he held a box. It was the one he had given to Fallen Slaughter. Then he disappeared from atop the peak. Although Han Sen had managed to get a Berserk Super Beast Soul and a Life Geno Essence, he was still in danger. The scary creatures were still in hot pursuit, and because of Fallen Slaughter's sudden appearance, their ire and rage had only been increased. Luckily, Han Sen was staying ahead of them with the crystal shoe. He wasn't wasting his own strength, so he wasn't going to get winded by simply running. Without the shoe, outrunning his pursuers would have been impossible. Since there was nothing else to do while he ran, Han Sen decided to take a look inside his Sea of Soul. He wanted to see the specifics of his Berserk Super Beast Soul. Fallen Slaughter was like a demon inside his Sea of Soul, one with a body wholly wrought of metal. When he glanced over the Beast Soul's information, Han Sen came away delighted. Berserk Super Beast Soul Fallen Slaughter, transformation type. It was a shape-shifting beast soul with a humanoid shape. It meant Han Sen could alter his body into something that would allow him to go toe-to-toe with Berserk super creatures. He could really show the breadth of his strength with that. With that beast soul, Han Sen had gotten much stronger, and he wagered he could now fight any rival in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Even so, Han Sen did not dare to stop right now. What happened to Fallen Slaughter was a warning to Han Sen, and it showed him how frightening the horde behind him really was. Even if he used his new gear and exerted all his might, he couldn't take them on. There were reasons why no faction was able to construct anything in Windsong Desert or occupy the area. It was strange, given how the individual creatures there were all stronger than what you would come across in any other shelter. Han Sen was unable to take off the crystal shoe, but he thought he could try cutting his leg off when he found someplace safe. Someplace safe meaning not anywhere in Windsong Desert. There were too many creatures chasing him now. If he stopped for a moment, he'd be killed. By the time Han Sen calmed down, though, he realized he was now out of the desert. The environment was a lot more familiar, and he realized it was actually a place that he knew. But when he saw what he was running toward, his face changed. He was on a collision course with Outer Sky Shelter. If the crystal shoe kept him going that way, he would practically be feeding himself to Yu Miao. Oh no! Even though I have fallen Slaughter's beast soul, it would still be very hard. Outer Sky Shelter is home to many elites. It doesn't matter how strong I am, I'll probably end up dead. Thinking of all the creatures in Outer Sky, Han-san started to think, speaking of incredible power, I have a lot of creatures behind me. Han-san thought of what happened to Fallen Slaughter again, and at that moment another thought crossed his mind. This might be the opportunity I've been looking for. If I transform into Fallen Slaughter before I get to Outer Sky Shelter, Outer Sky will most likely just see the many wretched creatures behind me. They will think I am purposely bringing them to attack the shelter. They'll end up being forced to fight the creatures from Wind Song Desert, providing me an opportunity to escape, Han-sen thought. But he didn't transform just yet. Transforming into Fallen Slaughter would cost a lot of energy. He would only be able to use it for a limited time, so he couldn't waste a single moment of it. The crystal shoe was still driving him forward without reprieve, and Outer Sky Shelter lay directly in front of him. When Han-sen got close to it, he immediately summoned Fallen Slaughter Beast Soul. Ridiculous strength surged through Han-sen's body, and his mass expanded. He became a 4-meter-tall, black metal demon. On his back were demonic metal wings. He looked very scary. The crystal shoe on his foot looked a little strange, but compared to his Fallen Slaughter body, it was of little distinguishing importance. Outer Sky Shelter was just like its usual self that day. It stood stoic, with an air of mysticism. Countless creatures and spirits were there, all resting at the shelter. Suddenly, they all turned to look in one direction beyond its walls. There was a tremor-like shockwave coming for them. Then, they felt an immeasurable life force rush toward them like the tide. The watchers on the shelter's towers and ramparts saw a black body approaching quickly. Behind him was an army of hellborn devils, all racing forward in madness and rage. Attack! Many creatures have come to attack the shelter. A watcher cried out the warning, right before ringing the alarm bell. The bells were positioned all across Outer Sky Shelter, and the occupants inside were all hastily frightened. They knew what that siren meant. Shelters like Outer Sky were not something many would dare to challenge. And those who did decide to fight had to be very powerful themselves. Whenever a siege was underway, a horrific battle would soon follow. Many creatures and spirits were swiftly summoned to defensive positions. Who is attacking our shelter? I don't know. It seems like a bunch of horrible creatures. Is it sacred? I don't think so. None of them look familiar. All the people began to talk about it. Yu Miao was in the line of defense, and when she looked over the horde, her face went white. She said, "Endless Abyss Master, Fallen Slaughter, and creatures from the Wind Song Desert. Why are they here attacking Outer Sky Shelter in unison?" Yu Miao wasn't the only person in the shelter who was confused. Outer Sky was miles away from the Wind Song Desert, so why would such creatures randomly decide to cooperate against them? They didn't have much time to ponder this conundrum, however, since Han-sen had already reached the perimeter of the shelter. He bellowed, "To all the scum that populates Outer Sky Shelter, die!" After that, Han-sen threw a punch towards a spirit from the Yu family that was standing atop a tower. The Yu family spirits were going to ask the approaching army what was going on. But before Han-sen was even close enough to open a dialogue, a punch was being thrown their way. Seeing the demonic force approaching, the Yu family spirits became enraged. They commanded all their troops to attack the Fallen Slaughter Han-sen had become. Outer Sky Shelter had existed in the Fourth God Sanctuary for a long time. The occupants there were not afraid of Fallen Slaughter or the creatures that hailed from Windsong Desert. Seeing the holy lights come shining forth from the spirits, Han-sen did not dare make contact with them. Outer Sky Shelter was home to many elites, and Han-sen had seen what had happened to Fallen Slaughter. He wasn't going to allow himself to suffer the same fate. Han-sen gathered his might and flew upwards. He dodged the attacks, letting the crystal shoe carry him into their shelter. The eyes of the Windsong Desert creature horde were blazing red. Without restraint, they all followed Han-sen inside. This also brought him some relief. He had been worried the creatures would turn tail and flee once he penetrated the shelter. If Han Sen had gone inside all alone, he would probably have been killed. Fortunately, his worries did not manifest. When the creatures poured into the shelter, the outer sky elites were pushed back and forced to split their attention between fighting all the different creatures. The earth trembled as that horrible fight began. Frightening powers coursed through every inch of the atmosphere, and the shelter became a chaotic mess. After Han Sen ran into the shelter, he found a powerful spirit standing in front of him. It was from the Yu family. It was stronger than Yu Miao, indicating it was one of the shelter's elites. Han Sen threw a punch towards it, prompting the spirit to give him a disapproving look. It pulled out an item that looked like a shining ring, and the demonic force Han Sen unleashed was absorbed inside it. After the ring absorbed that force, it continued flying towards Han Sen and arrived just in front of his face. Han Sen's arm then shone black, and he summoned his overbearing shield to deflect it. When the halo came against the shield, a metallic sound rung out. The shield displayed its signature overbearing, making the ring ricochet back at the initial caster. The spirit was quickly given a shock. He used both of his hands to try and catch that halo, and when he did, he was sent flying backward. He crashed into a tower, causing pieces of it to collapse. 2 beasts and 3 spirits blocked Han Sen's way next. They combined arms to go against him. Han Sen could not change his direction, though. The only way he could go was forward. He put all his strength into his shield, making it increase in size. After it grew, he used it to block every incoming attack. With Fallen Slaughter's mighty body, Han Sen was able to hold the overbearing shield effectively, even while it was in its ultimate form. It wasn't difficult at all anymore. Boom! Han Sen's body was sent back dozens of meters. The spirits and creatures that hit the shield were all sent rocketing away, too, coughing up blood as they went. Now Han Sen was really starting to feel the benefit of having such a strong body. With Fallen Slaughter's powerful build, Han Sen could keep going as soon as his feet touched the ground again. There was no need to stop and recover. And while the crystal shoe helped boost his movement, Han Sen knew he had taken quite the impact. It was strange how he only felt a modicum of pain in his chest. He wasn't properly hurt. His body was strong. Han Sen held the shield and his split blade as he went now. He gathered up another demonic force, like an ancient demon. With it, he blasted away the creatures and spirits that tried to stand against him. The weaker creatures and spirits were all killed. Han Sen was unstoppable right now, because of the constant stream of new creatures coming into the shelter, though most of the elites were spread thin. Very few were able to go up against Han Sen at a time. Fallen Slaughter was a top-tier creature. Even 2-on-1 did not put Han Sen at a disadvantage. That was doubly so, given Han Sen was able to wield the supreme overbearing shield. It had been so long since Han Sen had a good fight like this. His weapon and shield did not slow down for a minute, as the constant onslaught of creatures and spirits came to do battle with him. Eventually, they were falling back, with Han Sen being the one on their heels. As Han Sen was enjoying how things were going, the crystal shoe suddenly changed direction. It was making him go somewhere particular within outer sky shelter. Han Sen was shocked. He thought the crystal shoe was just taking him forward as it always had, and it had just happened to cross the shelter. This obviously wasn't true, as they were now leading him through the shelter to someplace specific. What is the connection between the crystal shoe and outer sky shelter? Why would it want to be here? Han Sen pondered the mystery, but it was futile. He had no choice but to follow the shoe, anyway. Yu Miao was surprised when she witnessed the fight. She also felt something was amiss. Recently, she had spent a lot of time focusing on Han Sen, and she was aware he was in possession of the overbearing shield and split blade. She wondered why those 2 items would suddenly end up in Fallen Slaughter's hands. She couldn't figure out why, but she just knew there had to be something wrong. After Han Sen committed to a bit more killing, a palace was soon standing before him. It looked weird. The rest of outer sky shelter was composed of stone, wood, and bronze. They were all quite old-fashioned looking. This palace in the shelter, however, did not match the rest. It looked out of place, as if someone had placed it there against its will. The entire palace appeared to have been created out of glass. There was no similar architecture anywhere else in the shelter. It was like a giant glass sculpture. With the crystal shoe still firmly on, Han Sen ended up walking directly in front of the glass palace. It looked as if the shoe was going to smash him right into the locked door. Han Sen then saw the placard above the gate, which read, Eastern King Palace. This surprised Han Sen because he knew who that was. When Han Sen was on the top floor of Destiny's Tower, he read the message left behind by that spirit. It read, Eastern King was here. That was how he knew Eastern King's name. Now that he saw Eastern King Palace, Han Sen was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is the crystal shoe somehow connected to Eastern King? Or is Eastern King a woman, and the owner of this shoe? Is that why the shoe is coming here? Is it trying to return to its master? As Han Sen pondered this, he was dragged directly in front of the gate. He saw someone outside the gate. The person looked very cold as he came toward Han Sen. My king! Shouted the spirits that had been chasing Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked. This man was Outer Sky Shelter's master and the elder of the Yu family. It was the Emperor-class spirit Outer Sky King. Outer Sky King's appearance was rather similar to Yu Miao's. He was a guy, but he was still very pretty. However, when people saw him, they wouldn't notice that beauty right away. They'd sense a scary aura. By merely standing there, it felt as if he was above everyone. It was like everyone and everything had to obey and pledge allegiance. The world followed him, not the other way around. Even Six Paths did not give off the strong feeling Outer Sky King possessed. Han Sen couldn't retreat, though, and the crystal shoe continued bringing him forward. Still, he gathered up power in his split blade and unleashed it towards Outer Sky King's hand. When Outer Sky King swung his fist, it seemed to be done at random. But the whole world seemed to follow his will and focus on that punch. Put pressure on Han Sen. Dong! The split blade's powerful cutting power and Han Sen's own strength did not prove enough to turn away that incoming fist. Han Sen felt as if his strike had come down on a very soft and plush ball. He bounced away, as the enemy's fist was still incoming. It is no wonder he is the elder. He is so powerful. Han Sen was shocked. He used his split blade like a sword, wanting to employ his sword skills. The sword skill he used included Ghost Sword and God's Retribution skills. His sword mind broke through the sky. Han Sen was not a sword skill professional, but his sword skills were strong enough to be considered better than Six Paths. The crystal shoe seemed to know it had a strong enemy, and then, it allowed Han Sen to control his body freely so he could fight Outer Sky King effectively. Outer Sky King, seeing Han Sen slash towards him, looked strange. Many spirits in Outer Sky had heard about the Endless Abyss Fallen Slaughter. He was powerful and he was in the top 10 on the Super Geno Core leaderboards. But he had only just scraped into the top 10. Compared to the top 5 or Outer Sky King, who once managed to achieve first place, he was considerably inferior. Now that Outer Sky King was fighting Yu Miao and everyone thought he would kill Fallen Slaughter easily. But things quickly didn't seem quite like that. Fallen Slaughter was fighting Outer Sky King, and the fists and sword skills exchanged were complicated. Outer Sky King was incredibly strong, and yet it was difficult to determine which of the two was winning. Han Sen was definitely not falling back. Weird. Fallen Slaughter uses reckless strength to beat enemies. How can he cast sword skills with such grace? Upon seeing Han Sen's skills, the elites from the Yu family thought it was strange. Fallen Slaughter's powers came from his body and the dark power he harnessed. He used physical strength for triumph in a similar way to Outer Sky King. The difference was, he just wasn't as good as the Emperor Spirit. Now Fallen Slaughter was using a sword skill that was as good as Outer Sky King's, and using a sword mind that was as powerful as the one they were witnessing. It was difficult to believe that this was the same Fallen Slaughter they had come to know. That is strange. What is happening today is so strange. The spirits of the Yu family could not understand. Yu Miao was engaged in watching Han Sen fight, and the more she watched, the more her expression changed. The more she saw of the sword skills and the sword mind, the more she thought it wasn't Fallen Slaughter, it was Han Sen. But she did not commit to the belief it was Han Senator. If it was, it'd be truly terrifying. It was difficult to even begin fathoming that it was Han Sen going up against Outer Sky King. Aside from Han Sen and Outer Sky King, the other fights about the shelter came to a stop. The army of the Windsong Desert was used to their freedom, and with so many creatures all together in one place, they were getting confused about where they were. And they really hated Han Sen, so without thinking, they raced over to him. The super elites of Outer Sky stopped their advance, though. And when the creatures realized the shelter and its occupants were as strong as they were, they calmed down and began stepping away one by one. Not many creatures remained there. Then, Han Sen saw what was happening as he battled Outer Sky King. This was not good. Even if he had strong sword skills, he couldn't go against the entire shelter. Plus, the timer for his transformation was limited. He couldn't stay there for too long. Han Sen could not beat Outer Sky King in a short amount of time either. He was fortunate enough to not have been beaten himself yet, but it was too late for him to back out of the fight now. Han Sen couldn't let himself get distracted while fighting such a strong opponent. The first time he let himself get distracted, he took a nasty punch. He was sent flying against the palace behind them. He broke a few pillars before coming to a stop. His body felt as if it was being restrained by a phantom power. It was like his bones were tied up with string. He was now planning on using Destroyer Wolf's charm to aid him in the fight. He couldn't think about much else, and he thought escaping would be the best he could accomplish right now. Han Sen got up and tried to run, but after taking one step, the crystal shoe on his foot began pulling him back toward the glass palace. Crap! Even if your woman is in there, you should hold on. Why are you still going forward in this situation? I will die and you might too. Han Sen felt depressed. The crystal shoe wasn't alive, of course, and it could not hear what Han Sen had told it. It continued taking him back to the glass palace. Seeing Han Sen still approach, Outer Sky King frowned. He was ready to kill him, but he suddenly heard a flurry of catchy noises. The palace that had previously been shut tight was opening wide. The spirits of Outer Sky Shelter were shocked. Even Outer Sky King was too. His face changed completely. Han Sen continued running forward. He saw the gate open, and when he did, he heard a strange yet familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. That was a strange noise to hear in such a situation. Han Sen recognized it as the sound of crystal high heels coming down on hard ground. However, it was similar to the shoe Han Sen wore. Han Sen felt the crystal shoe then pull him into the palace at an even faster pace. The noise from the palace was becoming faster, too, eventually kicking up into a run to the outside. Dong! Before Han Sen ran inside the glass palace, the crystal shoe on his foot slipped off and went flying forward of its own volition. From inside the glass palace, another shoe came out. It was the same type. Han Sen had been wearing a left-foot shoe, but the one he saw now was right-footed. They were a pair. The pair of crystal shoes met each other at the gate. Together again they began to dance. It was like an invisible dancer was wearing them, prancing around. The crystal shoe had departed Han Sen's foot now, though, which meant he was free. Without wasting a moment, he turned around and ran outside the shelter. No more creatures were coming in now, freeing the elites to approach and prohibit his escape. Many elites were coming toward him. Even without Outer Sky King there, Han Sen was in a lot of danger. Seeing all this, he was still able to remain calm. Negative thoughts weren't going to help him out in such a situation. Just like Han Sen's sword mind, the more danger he was in, the more talents and opportunities were available for use. His desire to live would only be stronger. Seeing all the elites approaching, Han Sen's mind was very clear. He used Dongxian Aura to watch their every step. Combining his split blade with his movement and body, Han Sen began an incredible show. Fallen Slaughter unleashed tremendous power and used it methodically. It wasn't just Han Sen's own power either. The elites of Outer Sky contributed to Han Sen's power, as well. The ground was the board and everything else was the chess pieces upon it. That was where something like Heavenly Go could come into its own. He could use his own power and the power of others. Everything was a chess piece, and even the enemies could become his pawns. The Dongxian Sutra's abilities made him a big cheater. He could see through the minds of the enemy and learn their thought process to know how they would move. The strong layout, combined with his ability to predict and the powers he obtained from transforming, in addition to his natural sword skills, put him into a weird mode of operation. Outer Sky Shelter had so many elites surrounding Han Sen, but he noticed they were all fighting individually. It wasn't a cooperative effort on their part. Their companions could not help each other, and sometimes they even got in each other's way. Yu Miao, however, did not participate in the fight. All she did was watch. Han Sen seemed like he was invisible, and she watched him rush amongst the elites who had no chance of stopping him. Han Sen was like a real trickster demon. Everyone was getting played by him. The thoughts and emotions they displayed were just fuel for Han Sen to use. The army was nothing but sand to him. Han Sen swung his sword, utilizing his nightmarish body. To the Outer Sky elites, this was a nightmare. "My king, please kill the enemy." Someone finally asked Outer Sky King to join the fray and kill Han Senator. There were so many of them, and yet they were unable to stop him themselves. It was only a matter of time before he escaped the shelter. Outer Sky King looked at Han Sen and wanted to fight, but he couldn't find the opportunity to do so. It wasn't as if Han Sen's sword skills were strong, though. All this was because every time he walked, he'd appear beside an elite. Outer Sky King couldn't find the chance to strike. "Fall back," Outer Sky King said with a deep voice. It was an admittance that Fallen Slaughter really was a powerful enemy. He wasn't a reckless foe like he used to be. Outer Sky King could not even strike right now, lest he cut down one of his own people. Outer Sky King had never found himself in a situation such as this before. He had faced many strong opponents in the past, but there had never been anything like this. The elites didn't like falling back, but they respected Outer Sky King. They obeyed his command and retreated, each giving Han Sen an angry look. So many elites had been unable to take down one outsider, and they had all been fighting in a frenzy. It was humiliating. When everyone parted, Outer Sky King was given the chance to throw a fist. It felt like the dimension was concentrated, and the fist soon arrived directly before Han Sen's face. His heart was calm, though, and at that moment the fist was the whole world. Han Sen brought his split blade up in a simple swing, without anything fancy about the movement. And then, it was like the sky itself had been sundered. The concentration of power was gone. Han Sen jumped into the air and landed outside the gate. Outer Sky King stumbled back half a step before recovering. Everyone in Outer Sky was shocked. They had never seen Outer Sky King be knocked back like that before. It was an unbelievable thing to witness. But then, something even more unbelievable happened outside of the gate. Fallen Slaughter's body disappeared, and all that was left behind was the image of a human standing tall. The man standing there was Han Senator. His body could not remain transformed Fallen Slaughter forever. If he continued, his entire body would break, so he had to cancel it. The elites of Outer Sky were in shock. It was a human that had been fighting Outer Sky King, and they couldn't accept it. "It really is Han Sen," Yu Miao shouted. She thought it might have been, but she hadn't allowed herself to fully believe it. The human she had not cared about could actually fight Outer Sky elites with ease, and he had managed to escape the shelter despite being wholly surrounded. He had made the entirety of Outer Sky look as if it was nothing. Not many people could do something like that. "This is the power of Outer Sky Shelter?" Han Sen laughed and flew into the sky. Then he disappeared. Only the echo of his laugh remained. Blurg! Han Sen coughed up some blood. The last punch from Outer Sky King had still caused him pain. Of course, he didn't show it while he had his audience, as he had wanted to appear strong. Han Sen hid inside an empty cave to heal. Before the healing process was complete, though, he heard a tapping noise. His face went slack with dread. The tap-tap noise was fast, and when he looked towards the cave's entrance, he saw a pair of crystal shoes. They were the crystal shoes from Eastern Palace. Han Sen was afraid of those shoes, and he didn't want to find himself being controlled by them again. As soon as he saw the shoes he ran, but it was like they remembered who he was. They pursued him and the tap-tap noise followed. "Why are you chasing me?" Tell me what it is you like about me, and I'll change that aspect. Han Sen did not have the strength to run far. He placed himself behind a tree and looked back at the shoes in misery. No matter where he went, though, he could not escape the tracking shoes. The crystal shoes walked in front of Han Sen, but they did not attempt to attach themselves to his feet. All they did was follow him. The crystal shoes came before him, but Han Sen realized that they didn't want to control him. It was a big relief, so he was able to just ignore them and rest by the tree for a while. The shoes settled next to Han Senator whenever Han Sen chose to rest. The shoes rested. Whenever Han Sen walked, they followed suit. If Han Sen had not been able to confirm that there was nothing in the space above them, he would have believed the shoes had an invisible wearer. Luckily, the crystal shoes did not want to control Han Senator after he got his bearings. Han Sen was able to travel back to his shelter. He wanted to go back and find a way in which he might deal with the shoes. Han Sen was in a rush to go home now, too. He didn't know he had become famous in the Fourth God Sanctuary. But regardless, everyone knew about Sky Sword now. Running into Outer Sky Shelter for a fight, and then making it back out, was not something many had ever accomplished. But to top it all off, he was a human. When Lin Feng and his friends heard the news, they could scarcely believe it. They asked around many times for validation, but it was confirmed to be the truth. Han Sen was Sky Sword, the one with crystal shoes. They were chasing after Han Sen to help him, but they left when they got word he had already escaped himself. Little Star and Bauer then brought them safely to Shadow Shelter. Boss, you are so good. The whole Fourth God Sanctuary now knows that you are Sky Sword. Cheap Sheep looked at Han Sen in admiration. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to hear any such bootlicking, though. He headed straight for the Spirit Hall, wishing to return to the Alliance via the teleporter there. Han Sen trusted those he had left with his family. He didn't have to go back, he just wanted to get rid of the shoes. After all, they were in the sanctuary, and after he left, they shouldn't have been able to affect him. Han Sen walked into the teleporter, gave one last look at the shoes, and then left. When Han Sen stepped out into the Alliance, he looked back at the teleporter. He was given an unfortunate shock, though, one that made his face turn green. For some reason, the crystal shoes had followed Han Sen out and made use of the teleporter. No way. Han Sen frowned and walked back. The crystal shoes did the same. I'm warning you. You can go wherever you want, follow anyone you want, except for me. Okay. If this continues, I will bring you harm. Han Sen pointed at the crystal shoes and went on to say angrily, Don't think I can't or won't do anything to you. I might not be able to do anything to you in the sanctuary, but the rules are different out here. I can kill you in this place. Do you believe me? The crystal shoes did not move, perhaps indicating that they did not understand him. Han Sen turned around and walked. The shoes followed. You brought this upon yourselves. Han Sen summoned the white crystal armor. Then he reached toward the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes evaded his lunge, so Han Sen used the armor's power to maximize his speed and strength to try and break the crystal shoes. But the crystal shoes moved too swiftly. Their speed was no slower than the white crystal armor's, and Han Sen was unable to touch them. Han Sen's white crystal armor gave him a lot of strength. It gave him a power that exceeded the capabilities of a demigod. When he was wearing the white crystal armor, not even Outer Sky King could match his strength and speed. Han Sen was shocked to find out the shoes were faster than him in that state. What is this? Such a weird power and strength they have. And they can leave the sanctuary too. This really is strange. Han Sen stopped and looked at the crystal shoes. Are these really made out of crystal? Are they crystallizer items, perhaps? Han Sen thought to himself, although he knew he couldn't be certain. Han Sen, what are you doing? Han Sen was in his garden, and he had been busy chasing the shoes for a while. Ji Yanran came out of the house with Little Flower in her arms. I got followed by high heels. Han Sen looked bitter. What does that mean? Ji Yanran did not understand. Han Sen pointed at the shoes on the floor and said, I've been followed by these. Those shoes are crystal art shoes. They aren't implanted with an L, so how can they follow you? Ji Yanran looked at the transparent crystal shoes. There was no wiring on the inside to see either. They were shoes, plain and simple. But the style of the crystal shoes was something Ji Yanran really liked. She walked near them and pulled out her little white feet. She wanted to try them on. Han Sen quickly stopped her and said, "These things are evil. Don't touch them." Han Sen told her about all that had transpired with the crystal shoes, and when he finished, Ji Yanran burst out laughing. She said, "Well, they didn't do anything bad to you. Why are you so quick to assume they are evil?" Han Sen wished to say more, but the crystal shoes then seemed to have heard and understood what Ji Yanran said. They went tap-tapping again as if in agreement. "These are such amazing shoes." Ji Yanran was surprised. The crystal shoes seemed to have been made extra happy by the compliments they received, and they decided to forget about tailing Han Sen and instead go for Ji Yanran. They slipped themselves onto her feet before Han Sen had a chance to react. The moment Ji Yanran put on the crystal shoes, they started to shine. The crystal shoes then began to grow. In a flash, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body like a magnificent set of crystal armor. "Honey, are you okay?" Han Sen was shocked, not knowing what was going on. "I'm okay. These shoes are weird, though. I feel energized, like I could punch a mountain in two." Ji Yanran moved her body and spoke in a tone of surprise. Seeing that Ji Yanran could control her body just fine, Han Sen felt some relief. He nervously asked, "Can you take them off?" "I don't know how to take this off," Ji Yanran said. As Han Sen frowned, Ji Yanran's crystal armor suddenly started to grow smaller. Before long, she was just wearing the crystal shoes as she had been. Shortly after, they slipped themselves off her feet. "I think these shoes are pretty good. You might benefit from them following you. They could help you out. After all, they are very powerful," Ji Yanran said. "I don't think they can help, but I would be grateful if they didn't hurt me." Han Sen was not as hopeful as Ji Yanran. The shoes were still very bizarre items, and that did not make him feel safe. Han Sen turned around and walked into the house. The crystal shoes followed Han Sen again instead of Ji Yanran. Han Sen could not shake their pursuit no matter what he did. So, he just went about his tasks while trying to ignore their presence. Han Sen refined the new life Geno essences and obtained an extra 16 super Geno points. That brought his point total up to 50. With my power, it shouldn't be difficult to max that out now. I need to level up those Geno cores first, though. If they don't reach super, they won't be very strong, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's fitness was good enough, and what he needed to do most right then was practice and level up his Geno cores. So Han Sen didn't go out much for a time. He spent most of his time practicing. He wanted to get his 4 Geno cores up to gemstone class. 4 of his Geno cores had reached gold class, but they didn't reach the top of the leaderboard. Han Sen was going to wait until they were almost ready to become gemstone Geno cores. When they were, he'd level them up. If he didn't, it'd be too obvious. And because of his fear of the crystal shoes, Han Sen was extra adamant about not going anywhere. He just kept practicing and leveling up his skills quickly. Over the next few months, Bulwark Umbrella, Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin took the first position. Then, they disappeared and caused another surprise across the 4th God's Sanctuary. All the beings tried guessing who might have been the owners of those 4 Geno cores. Try as they might, though, none could guess. The Geno cores reached gemstone class next. All Han Sen would need then was a breakthrough. So, Han Sen decided to max out his super Geno points so he could level them up to super Geno cores. But sadly, he couldn't get rid of the crystal shoes. After a long time of being together, nothing had happened with the shoes. And as strange as it was to have them following him around, Han Sen was at least able to pocket the shoes to avoid the prying eyes of others. But before Han Sen took off, he noticed he had received a message from Ji Ruojian. He said he had uncovered something in his investigation. "Do you know where the new community's leader is?" Han Sen asked. After a long period of investigation, the results led to Planet Tarik. If the new community leader was hiding out at one of the 3 planets, Planet Tarik was the most likely. Ji Ruojian provided Han Sen with all the information he was able to. Planet Tarik, Han Sen thought to himself as he perused the information given. "What are you planning to do? If you need help, I can provide you with some ships the Ji family owns, Ji Ruojin said. There is no need. Han Sen didn't plan on bringing in any battleships for an assault, as his beetle would be more than enough. Even if the leader wasn't on the planet, Han Sen still had to go and see if he could confirm the information. If he didn't, the people of the new community would assume he was weak. Inside a room, Qingya was playing with a little box. The box had been opened, and the item it contained was in front of him. He gazed at it in profound interest. That is the item. That means he is the leader of the new community. Qingya was talking to himself as he played with the box. Mr. Qingya, the leader has asked you to visit the meeting room. A woman's voice contacted him through the communicator. Okay, I'll be right there. Qingya put the little box away, pushed the door open, and went to the meeting room as instructed. Many people were already sitting there when he arrived. There were many humans and Shura there, and even Tina was present. The leader himself wasn't. Where is the leader? Qingya asked the others as he went to sit down. A Shura man approached and sat down on the leader's seat. He said icily, "The leader is sick, so I will be hosting this meet. Are you qualified?" Qingya laughed. "What do you think?" The Shura placed his hands on the table. He was holding a metallic object, and when they all saw what it was, their faces changed. "Okay, if that is what the leader has declared, then we will listen." Qingya shrugged. "Good." The Shura man gave Qingya a silent stare, and then went on to say, "The leader is not happy with your performance. You have failed twice, and twice embarrassed us. What could I do? Who knew Bloodbone, Witch, and Fallen Slaughter were that stupid?" Qingya rebutted. "There are no excuses for your failure. I will be in charge of this operation now. You just need to send our forces to Shadow Shelter," the Shura man said. "Okay, but who exactly are we sending?" Qingya asked. "Me and our grateful Shura fighters." The Shura man spoke calmly, but it was easy to discern the arrogance permeating his tone of voice. "All of them?" Qingya looked at him strangely. "Yes, all of them. No failure is permitted this time. We have to kill Han Sr." The Shura man then looked at Qingya and asked, "Do you have a problem with this?" "No. I know full well your abilities. This is fine," Qingya said. "Good. Do your appointed task and we'll do the rest. Do that and we won't fail." The Shura man sounded very confident. After the meeting, Tina went up to Qingya with a request. "Uncle Qingya, can you take me with you? I want to see that human die. Last time you snuck out and lost the Geno armor. That upset the leader, so you should stay home. I don't think he'd want you going out this time." Qingya gave her a smile. "Uncle Qingya, it's because Han Sen stole it from me that I want to watch him die. Kill him and take the armor back. Oh, please take me with you." Tina swung Qingya's arms as she pleaded. "I don't think so. You can ask Sha Linjia, though. If he says it's okay, then I will bring you along," Qingya said. Tina lifted her lips and said, "Sha Linjia is nothing. He is only a Shura. I don't need his permission. Uncle Qingya, please take me. I want to go. That Han Sen is going to die, and father is practicing. If something bad happens, you can protect me." Tina begged for a while, until Qingya had no choice but to agree and say, "Fine, I will take you, but you have to listen to everything I tell you. If you don't, I won't be taking you anywhere. Uncle Qingya, you are the best. I will listen to everything you tell me." Tina was very happy. "Go and pack up. Wait for Sha Linjia's command," Qingya told her. Tina was not happy about that, though. Again, she lifted her lips. She said, "That Sha Linjia is nothing. He is much worse than you. I don't know why father trusts him so much and lets him do what he wants. If he can earn the leader's trust as he has, then that means only one thing. He is good. Just go and ready up." Han Sen was packing in his house. He decided to fly the beetle to planet Tarik. Even if the leader wasn't there, he was happy to take out a few lackeys and goons in a good raid. He wanted to let them know that Han Sen was not someone you could bully. He wanted to send a message and end their attempts to push him around. Han Sen flew the beetle for 2 days, but he was still in hyperspace. He received a message from an unknown number. There is danger. Leave shadow shelter now. Blind man. Han-sun was shocked to hear this. Blind man had sent him a concerning alert, and on top of that, he had used an unsafe method of sending it. If Blind Man did not have the time to visit Han-sen personally, then that meant it had to be an emergency. Does the new community wish to attack Shadow Shelter? That should be impossible. Shadow Shelter is not big, but that's where I am. With Gu Qingcheng and Little Pony there, too, not even a super shelter should be able to conquer us. What makes them think they have what it takes to do that? Ga, true or false? I suppose it is best to return and make sure. After a moment of extra thought, Han-sen made his decision. Shadow Shelter was 300 miles away. There were a dozen Shura fighters situated in a canyon. When the Shura were able to enter the sanctuary, many would go there for the simple adventure. But the shelter's genes and beast souls were useless for the Shura, meaning not many took the time to go. Now that there were a dozen there, humans who spotted them would be given a massive fright. They were, after all 4th-rank fighters. The Shura fighters were accompanied by horrible creatures. It was obvious that they were super creatures, too. Sha Linjia looked at the super creatures and Shura gathered and was pleased. He said, "Good. We have to go, and we have to end Han-sen this time, once and for all." "Qinya, stay next to me," Sha Linjia said, looking at Qinya. Qinya simply nodded and didn't say a word. Sha Linjia patted the beast he rode upon, and then it released a mist that camouflaged the enclave on their way towards Shadow Shelter. Cheap Sheep was with Green Cow and the others in Shadow Shelter like usual. As he walked, he saw Gu Qingqing venture towards the gate of the shelter. With a forced smile, Cheap Sheep approached and said, "If you need anything, I can go grab it for you. There's no need for you to leave on an errand." "Kick everyone out of here," Gu Qingqing said coldly, eyes peering out beyond the gates. "What?" Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze, unsure of what was happening. "All the creatures, you two included, need to leave. You need to get out if you want to live and go as far as you can. Don't make me tell you this again," Gu Qingqing said, then went beyond the gate of the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze in place. They did not know what they should do. They didn't dare ask her again, and they'd feel terrible if they simply left without telling Han. Senator Cheap Sheep couldn't act on this command. "Just do what she said," said a soft voice. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were frozen until that voice greeted them. It was Little Silver approaching, and the voice came from him. It wasn't just Little Silver either. Starsea Beast, Ice Seahorse, and the lazy red pony appeared, coming out from the garden as well. Every important member of the shelter came forward, which told Cheap Sheep and Green Cow something important was about to happen. "What's going on? Should we inform the boss?" They knew Little Silver was Han Sen's favorite pet. Her words wouldn't be wrong, but they asked just to make sure. "It's okay. Just go before it is too late." Little Silver then ran outside the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow realized things were bad. They followed Little Silver's advice and got on with evacuating all the other creatures from the premises. They had no clue what was going on, and it led to much discussion. Many refused to leave. Cheap Sheep then ran out of the gate to speak with Little Silver and Gu Qingqing. He said, "This is a little difficult as I cannot convince them all to leave. It doesn't matter now anyway. It is too late," Gu Qingqing said, looking forward. There was a mist approaching in the distance, and scary creatures soon emerged from it. Atop the backs of the creatures were humanoid-like creatures, all with horns upon their heads. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, when they saw that horde, almost wet themselves. The life forces of the creatures were incredibly frightening. Now they knew why Gu Qingqing had suggested everyone should leave. The shelter was in big trouble. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were terrified, and they bolted back into the shelter. They almost hugged each other out of fear. "What do we do without the boss? Can they deal with the threat?" Green Cow said as she ran back. "We have to get word to the boss, but he is currently in the Alliance. I have no idea when he'll be back. I hope those out there can put an end to this. If they don't, we are surely done for." Cheap Sheep wore a bitter look. "What do you mean by done for?" a voice asked from behind, startling them. They turned around and saw Han's senator. They happily exclaimed, "Boss, you have returned. What's happening?" Han Sen checked the perimeter outside the shelter. "A host of enemies have come, wishing to attack us. There aren't many of them, but they each look very strong. Even Lady Gu looks quite dim," Cheap Sheep said. Let's take a look." Han Sen wasn't rushing proceedings. He took Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to a tower so they could observe from up high. Blind Man wouldn't suddenly alert Han Sen for no reason. The enemy had to be strong, and they had to have come explicitly for him. Acknowledging this, he wanted to get a better look at those who were coming. Han Sen looked out of the window and saw 14 Shura. Each one was mounted atop a creature. He couldn't discern how strong the Shura were, but the creatures were definitely super creatures. Weird. The Shura might be able to enter the shelter, but their abilities here are limited. They can't even absorb geno points. The treasures here have no effect on them. It should be very difficult for them to tame creatures, so how have they been able to bring so many super creatures to heal? Han Sen saw Qingya leading the Shura, and then thought, "It is the new community," then. As Han Sen watched them come, Xia brought the Shura and super creatures before Shadow Shelter. Shadow Shelter was a small place, and it had little in the way of defenses. Any super creature ought to have been able to destroy the shelter. "Who are you people? And why have you come?" Gu Qingqing asked Xia. Xia coldly answered, "Do I need a reason to kill?" After that, he gestured with his hand. Then 13 of the Shura behind started charging forward. They were going to try to destroy the shelter without any mercy. "Want me to save you one?" Xia asked Qingya, who was floating mid-air. "No thanks. You know I don't take pleasure in killing, and the leader approves of that," Qingya said reservedly. Xia grunted, and then rode his beast towards Gu Qingqing. The new community had done a lot of research on Han Sen. They knew all about Shadow Shelter, and so they wished to destroy it. Xia did not care about any of the other beings there, but he did know Gu Qingqing was the only one who could compromise the attack. So he wanted to deal with her personally. "Gu Qingqing, I have heard you were the master of Elysium Shelter. You must be strong, so show me what you've got." Xia jumped off of his beast and threw a punch her way. The beast continued on its own, running towards Shadow Shelter. Shura could only make use of physical powers. Although they could ride proficiently, doing so in combat wasn't particularly useful. The other Shuras were like that as well. When they neared a target, they leaped off the backs of their mounts. The creatures then went off towards Shadow Shelter. That being said, their purpose was not the mindless destruction of the shelter. They wanted to kill and consume the creatures within. They didn't think Han Sen was in the shelter at the time. They thought they could conquer and claim the shelter for themselves, and whenever Han Sen returned, take him out then and there. If the shelter and teleporter were destroyed, though, Han Sen would spawn somewhere else whenever he returned. They would lose Han Sen, and so they did not want to completely destroy the shelter. "Fuck you." Gu Qingqing's face looked cold as she drew her bronze sword. The bronze sword she wielded was strange. It wasn't a beast soul, and neither was it a Geno weapon. She always carried it around her waist, but never seemed to make use of it. That day was the first time they all saw it. It was 4 feet long, and it was different from the styling of modern swords. It did not have a handguard, and the whole blade was one creation. While it looked very cheap, it also looked very overbearing. The blade had many strange symbols engraved into the metal. They did not look like something that had been added after the sword's creation, however. They looked like something that already existed on the metal. When Gu Qingqing drew that blade, she seemed to change. She usually had a mysterious persona, but now she was like a king on the battlefield. Simply looking at her felt like a grand crime. Gu Qingqing expressionlessly swung her sword. The sword lights cast were like curved moons, as their destructive properties were unleashed on the incoming Shura and super creatures. Boom! When the power came against a Shura or super creature, it blasted them away. All the while Gu Qingqing maintained her stance and position, almost unmoving. Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. Now he understood how she had managed to get out of Elysium shelter on that day. The powers of that sword were quite frightening. Han Sen briefly made some calculations. Even if he was to make use of fallen slaughter, he couldn't do something so great. It is no wonder she was the leader of Elysium. Still, Sha Linjia was not scared facing such power. He stared at her, and as he did, his muscles suddenly expanded in size. His veins bulged and his eyes turned red. That red spread all across him, until he burst into a living blaze of red fire. It was similar to Han Sen and his god Geno core, truth be told. Han Sen thought this was weird. He had seen many Shura engage their Shura change, but in the past, it had always only made them stronger. It didn't enable them to unleash special powers. But the red fire was strong enough to unleash powers. It was supposed to be impossible for the Shura to do this. Gu Qingqing acknowledged this, too, and she frowned as she stared down the red fire. I will deal with her. The rest of you lot can deal with the others. Sha Linjia started walking towards Gu Qingqing, wreathed in red fire. Gu Qingqing fired another swordlight, trying to stop the creatures and Shura that were now coming. But Sha Linjia waved his fist, and when it came into contact with the swordlight, he destroyed it. The fist then went right against her sword. Dong! Gu Qingqing's sword and Sha Linjia's fist collided. Neither of them reeled back, and they came at each other repeatedly, strike after strike, neither of them appearing to have the upper hand. You are able to do battle with my god blood. You should be proud. Sha Linjia's body was flashing red like an erupting volcano. He got in a blast that was immeasurably powerful, and it sent Gu Qingqing stumbling backwards. That is so strong. What is up with that Shura? Han Sen frowned. The other Shura and super creatures were going towards Little Silver as this occurred, all looking very angry. The other Shura also used Shura change, but theirs was the normal one. Their bodies simply became stronger as they were supposed to, and none of their bodies blazed with fire. Even so, 13 fourth-ranked Shura fighters and 14 super creatures was a terrifying amount of power for any host to be subjected to. Little Silver and the others would not be enough. Uncle Qingya, why is Han Sen not here? Tina rode a big bird, something similar to a peacock. She came over to Qingya's side. He should be in the alliance. He is not here just yet, Qingya said. Tina was disappointed by this, and she said, that means I came for nothing. Not really. You can enjoy the spectacle of an amazing fight. Qingya smiled. Tina looked over with disdain and said, what good is there in watching? Father rewarded Sha Linjia with god blood. Of course he's stronger than that human woman. Sometimes that is hard to tell, Qingya said quietly. Seeing Gu Qingqing do combat with Sha Linjia, the Shura and super creatures went for the creatures in the shelter. But then they saw Red Pony emerge. It was tiny when compared to the Shura and creatures that were stampeding forward. Strangely, it also looked fearless, and its head was lifted, as if in massive pride. The Shura ahead came at the Red Pony, throwing punches. Red Pony then roared with its head lifted, and its voice came out like a shockwave. It pushed back the super creatures and Shura that had neared it. The shockwave was so strong it was even visible, covered the entirety of Shadow Shelter. When the Shura and super creatures were able to stand up again, they tried breaking the disk of the shockwave. They were unable to. Their powers were breaking like fireworks outside the shelter. As Red Pony watched them with an unmoving expression, it had most certainly halted their attempted penetration of the shelter. Now, Han Sen was really able to confirm Red Pony was the scariest creature there. It was the one to watch out for in that big battle. Red Pony couldn't have been much weaker than the Elder, so Han Sen wasn't sure why he hadn't been willing to stay with him. I thought only Han Sen and the woman were strong. Why is there something else so strong residing in the shelter? Tina looked surprised. Qingya was surprised, too. The reputation Han Sen has now does not stem from simple luck. It is not surprising he has such mighty elites in his employ. Sha Linjia should most certainly ensure he is prepared. Sha Linjia was currently engaged in the fight against Gu Qingqing, though, and an obvious victor had yet to be determined. Gu Qingqing knew that with Red Pony there, the Shura and super creatures would not be able to make it inside the shelter. So, she wasn't too worried about Elysian Moon's safety. She waved her bronze sword with overbearing sword skills. Sha Linjia's red flames were no worse than what Gu Qingqing wielded. The way he fought was entirely Shura, though. His entire body was a weapon, and he could attack with any part of his body. Han Sen was frozen as he watched them fight. They really made him open his eyes. Especially Sha Linjia's skills, which were different than a human's. There was no focus on feeling. It was all about the raw power dealt through combat. He was a killing machine. Sha Linjia saw his men stop. He looked at them strangely and shouted. When the Shura heard his shout, they all stopped trying to fight back against the shockwave. Instead, they each brought out a vial of red liquid. They opened it and fed it to the super creatures they had previously ridden. The super creatures seemed to have really wanted the red liquid, too. They all scrambled over each other, fighting to get theirs first, and when they did consume the drink, their life forces suddenly became much stronger. Their powers were given a red hue, and it looked as if they had been made berserk. No way! 14 super creatures have become berserk? What kind of red liquid is that? Han Sen was frozen. The difference in power between super creatures and berserk super creatures was not a whole tier of strength like sacred to super. It was half at best. But it was also more difficult to achieve than going from gemstone to super. The fourth god's sanctuary's super creatures were much stronger than the super creatures populating the 3 prior sanctuaries. Even so, berserk super creatures were always quite rare and difficult to find. Now, 14 super creatures had become berserk super creatures by drinking a vial of liquid. It was quite difficult to fathom the implications. Han Sen did not believe it, but he couldn't deny the fact it was happening right before his eyes. After the super creatures drank the liquid, their bodies and genocores became stronger. A mountain-looking genocore landed on the shockwave ring and shook. Other genocores joined in, some like swords that came against the force to try and cut through it. All those genocores came against the aura with equal power, started to shake and tremble, and it eventually cracked. Red Pony's face finally changed. He roared and increased the power he had put into that force. Even so, with the 14 creatures attacking, the aura still felt as if it was going to break any second. You are strong, but I will win. That is because I have god blood and you are just a meager human. Sha Linjia stepped back, gathering a red fire on his fist. It looked like a swirling vortex, and it gradually burned brighter and brighter. God blood? In my time, gods were never that strong. For Qigong masters, our task is to kill them. Gu Qingqing lowered her bronze sword. Her life force became like water, as it began to gather and twirl around her sword. The name of her sword was Pure. It was a superior blade, one of the 10 most famous weapons from ancient history. Gu Qingqing carried it whenever she practiced Qigong. When she became a demigod, she did not create a self-genocore, and instead just used that sword as one. With it, she practiced her sword skill talents. Almost at the same time, Sha Linjia waved his fist that was wreathed in red flame towards Gu Qingqing's sword. 2 scary forces collided. Boom! When those 2 powers hit, there was an explosion. It had the same devastation of a nuke, and when everything vanished in the blinding light, Gu Qingqing and Sha Linjia were left standing in the air. Sha Linjia's fire had been extinguished, and Gu Qingqing's swirling sword powers had also disappeared. Powerful sword! Sha Linjia exclaimed. Some blood leaked from between his lips. A red mark became visible on his forehead, and then his entire body collapsed in 2, originating from where that mark had landed. He couldn't be any more dead. How is that possible? Sha Linjia has father's god blood. How did he end up losing? Tina was in shock. Qingya looked down at Gu Qingqing's sword, lost in thought. Gu Qingqing had one hit killed Sha Linjia. She looked back at the super creatures attacking the aura, but it was obvious that she had still been affected. She had been hurt. The color of her face had washed out and blood dribbled from the corner of her lips. Gu Qingqing was still able to go forward and cut down one of the advancing super creatures. The power she exuded through her sword was much weaker, though. It looked like the blast had damaged her a lot more than initially expected. Hansen could also tell she was pretty injured. He couldn't wait any longer, and so he donned his fallen slaughter and went down to Gu Qingqing. He helped her over to Little Silver and said, "Good job. I'll deal with the rest. Little Silver, heal her." Hansen then spoke to Little Silver, before drawing his sword and moving toward the super creatures. Hansen ran out of the shelter, wielding split blade and overbearing shield. He also used his metallic butterfly wings in addition to the Bloodlust Ant King glyph. A strong power had just been unleashed, and that was Han Senator. He swooped in toward one super creature. The super creatures around noticed and tried moving their genocores to attack their new aggressor. Hansen lifted up his gold, overbearing shield and bounced back the powers of the striking genocores. Then he brought Split Blade down across the neck of the first super creature he came to. Blood squirted through the air as the beast's neck was severed. Super creature Mountain River Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Genocore destroyed. The flesh is edible. Claim the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Even Hansen was surprised by how easy it was to kill super creatures now. He knew the super creatures weren't really berserk, though, and the liquid only imbued them with the equivalent strength for a time. Hansen felt calm. With the protection granted by his overbearing shield and the visceral might of Split Blade, he came down on the crowd of super creatures and Shura with a barrage of sword skills. Many people were stronger than Hansen in the Fourth God Sanctuary, and his power was no greater than Gu Qingqing's or the Red Ponies. Whenever he faced strong elites, Hansen could not fight a group like Gu Qingqing or Red Pony could. But that didn't mean Hansen was afraid of group fights. The gold pattern of his shield shone and his sword mind was unleashed. Like an ancient demon, Hansen laid into the Shura and super creatures with devastation. Their siege against Hansen had not worked, and they ended up hurting themselves a lot more. A powerful formation like that hadn't stood a chance against Hansen. How is that possible? Tina opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. Sha Linjia, who had godblood, was murdered by a human woman. So many super creatures and Shura had come to attack Hansen, but Hansen was like a tiger amidst a crowd of sheep. You underestimate Han Senator. He was called Sky Sword, and he soloed Outer Sky Shelter. Sha Linjia was too arrogant. He made a mistake, and the new community has suffered many losses now, as a result. Qingya looked at Hansen with surprise. It looks like we'll have to wait until father is born before we can kill that asshole. Tina gritted her teeth and did not look happy. It does seem that way. Let's go. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Qingya's hand touched Tina's shoulder, and they both disappeared with the bird. Boss is good. Boss is the best. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow waved a towel from the tower, like a couple of strange cheerleaders swinging a flag. The creatures that had not been able to escape were frozen in place by the sight. It looks like old Han has walked further than us. Even with 10 years to catch up, it feels as if we have not closed the gap. If anything, he seems even further away. Lin Feng gave a wry smile to Jing Jiwu. He's practically a monster at this point. Jing Jiwu slumped his shoulders. It is fortunate we are alive, at least. For as long as I draw breath, I will hold true to the hope that one day, I will do battle with him as an equal. Lin Feng said with passion as he looked at Han San, who was currently unleashing his rage like a demon. Me too. I need to win back the loss I incurred in school. Jing Jiwu smiled and looked very confident in that notion. Han San killed 6 super creatures and 7 Shura. Then the rest gave up on their attempt to fight and started to run away. But Han San wasn't willing to let them go. He chased after them, bringing his kills to 8 super creatures and 11 Shura. He was able to retrieve another 8 life Geno essences from that, and 1 extra super beast soul. He also obtained 1 super Geno core that had not shattered. It looks like the new community is quite generous. I was looking for a place to kill super creatures to get strong, but they delivered all I wanted for free. Now I can max out my super Geno points. The super beast soul and super Geno core are a nice bonus. 2. Hansen thought to himself. People then came out to clean the area. 2 bodies of super creatures had been claimed for eating, and they were fed to Little Silver and the other pets so they could reach superclass as well. While Han Sen tallied what he had gotten, he heard a strange movement in his sea of soul. Little Angel and Golden Growler's lights were moving, indicating they were ready to emerge. Those two orbs of light suddenly cracked and began to peel. Gold and white lights came out from the balls like erupting volcanoes. The entirety of his sea of soul was dyed in the white and gold haze. Boom! The two orbs of light broke, and within the light, two familiar yet strange bodies were revealed. Little Angel didn't change much. She still had that white cape, and her hair looked tidy. The angel wings on her back and the halo on her head didn't show up under non-fighting mode. Her face was so pure that it seemed she was actually from heaven. However, Han Sen knew that this was only the ordinary status of the angel. Her combat mode was totally different. The Golden Growler stood on the other side, and it seemed very small. It looked like a golden retriever, and its hair was a bit curly. It didn't look ferocious at all. Instead, it looked very cute. Han Sen looked at the two pets that didn't seem to have any fighting power at all, and he was very hesitant. He was worried that they might have developed incorrectly. Or were they only at bronze level when they were born? Maybe they needed to upgrade themselves like creatures. Somewhat worried, Han Sen quickly went to check Little Angel's description. Super Beast Soul, Pet Type, Evolved to Fighting Status, Evolve and Merge. Han Sen relieved now. She was still superclass and nothing had changed about her. She still had all her abilities and she could still evolve. Han Sen took a look at Golden Growler's description, and he wasn't as anxious as before. Super Beast Soul Golden Growler. Mount Type, Evolve and Psychic. Han Sen was dazed, and he didn't know what psychic meant. Golden Growler's description had never contained that information before. Now that Han Sen had summoned Golden Growler and Little Angel, he needed to study them more thoroughly. Han Sen wanted to ascertain the extent of their real power. He first let Little Angel enter combat mode, and he watched as her small form was soaked in holy light. She became a golden beauty in holy armor, and a halo and angel wings also appeared. She emanated a holy light as she held the handle of a large sword, and her entire body was holy and solemn. Now that she was giving off a powerful light, she looked like a goddess. The strong, pure power coming out of her body amazed Han Sen. Little Angel, combine. Han Sen ordered the Little Angel. Little Angel walked to Han Sen and took Han Sen's face in her hands. After a gentle kiss, her body turned into holy light and rushed into Han Sen. Han Sen felt that his entire body was filled with warm energy. He couldn't help bellowing, and the power coming out of him turned into holy armor, the wings of an angel, and an angel halo. The giant angel sword also appeared in his hands. The pure energy made Han Sen feel that he was stronger than ever. Even when he was merging with fallen slaughter, he didn't feel such power. Even more incredible, the power flooded into Han Sen's genocores and improved all four of them to super level, which immediately concerned Han Senator. He hadn't strengthened his genocores 9 times yet, so this evolvement would not be perfect. After he separated himself from Little Angel, his genocores dropped back to their normal levels. Han Sen breathed out a sigh of relief. The power of the Little Angel can actually strengthen my genocores. Even though the angel power is a little different from the normal strength that the cores possess, it still means that I have 4 super genocores now. Han Sen was joyful. He had so many life geno essences, and he had the Little Angel now. After he refined the life geno essences, he would be able to roam the 4th God's sanctuary, and he wouldn't need to rely on the fallen slaughter body anymore. When he tested Golden Growler's power, he found that the pet's size-shifting ability had strengthened. When it was the smallest, it was the size of a cell, and when it was the largest, it was as large as a spaceship at star level. As far as what the description meant by psychic, Han Sen still had no idea. He had intended to go to planet Tarik, but now that he had obtained so much, Han Sen decided to slow down a bit. He wanted to go to Tarik Star after he refined all his life geno essences. The new community was still an unknown quantity. In addition to the demigods and Shura they controlled in the universe at large, they were also able to summon so many super creatures in the sanctuary. It was disturbing. Is it possible that the chairman of the new community is actually the god that Han Jingji met? Hansen wondered. Qinya and Tina arrived back in the new community, and they were immediately called to the meeting room. I'm sorry, Chairman. Our task failed again. Hansen is much more powerful than we expected, and he also has two very powerful helpers. Gu Qingchang killed Shalanjia, and we also lost most of our super creatures and Shura warriors, said Qinya to the chairman of the new community. As for Tina, she had her head lowered without saying anything. The chairman said mildly, I'm aware. Tell me something I don't know. It seems that we don't have the power to kill Han San, either in the Alliance or in the sanctuaries, but I have something that might help us deal with this problem, said Qinya. Oh? Do tell. The chairman looked at Qinya, interested. Qinya stopped for a second and continued. It's impossible for us to kill Han San, but we can start with his family first. Do you think he's the type of person who will risk his life for his family? Asked the chairman of the new community, looking at Qinya. It's worth a try, said Qinya. You're right. The chairman looked at Tina and said, Tina, go get some rest. Yes, father, answered Tina. She quickly stepped out, and she made a face at Qinya before she left. Qinya was surprised when the chairman told him to stay. There must be something else that the chairman needed, but Qinya had no idea what it would be. Who is the closest to Han San? Asked the chairman. He has a mother, a wife, and a son. As for the other relatives, they're not that close to him. His mother is a descendant of Luo Haitang, so it won't be easy to attack her. His wife is from the Ji family, but she isn't living with the Jis now. I think it will be easier to get his wife and son, said Qinya after thinking. You're right, but I think there's someone who's closer and easier to find, the chairman said mildly. I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about. Qinya looked confused, but he still spoke calmly. The chairman looked at Qinya and smiled. He then said, he has a father, right? Based on my knowledge, his father died in an accident a long time ago, said Qinya with his head lowered. No, he's still alive, said the chairman of the new community. Where is he? I'll seize him now, said Qinya, surprised. No need, said the chairman of the new community. All of a sudden, the force of his body surged, and the space in the meeting room became tight and claustrophobic. What are you doing, Mr. Chairman? Qinya was horrified. He couldn't move his body anymore, as if he was frozen by a spell. Do you really think I don't know who you are? Qinya? The chairman walked toward Qinya. He reached out his hand, and a box flew out of Qinya's pocket. Mr. Chairman, I was wrong to keep that. I was a bit greedy. Besides, Fallen Slaughter had already died, so that's why I didn't give you back the box. I'm really sorry, said Qinya. The chairman didn't pay any attention to Qinya. He opened the box and took a look. Then he put the box on the desk. He looked at Qinya and said, Since you've seen what's inside the box, then you should have guessed who I am now. I don't know, said Qinya with his head lowered. The chairman looked at Qinya and said, You know? But you don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. Qinya shook his head. As a member of God, you should know that I'm a member of Blood Legion after seeing this, but aside from being a member of Blood Legion, I have another identity, said the chairman mildly. What's your other identity? Qinya raised his head and stared at the chairman of the new community. When the chairman identified Qinya as a member of God, the respect and veneration on Qinya's face slipped away like a mask. He no longer looked like a subordinate. My real name is Han Yufei, said the chairman calmly. Qinya was petrified when he heard the name. Han Yufei? Han Sen's father. Now that you know my name, you know why you have to die, said the chairman. Then he lifted his hand toward Qinya's head. Qinya suddenly smiled and said, Chairman, since you know that I'm a member of God, do you really think that you can kill me? Why not? The president was still calm and peaceful, and he gradually pressed his hand against Qinya's head. Since you know about the existence of God, you should know that the genes we have are different from the genes you inferiors have. Your power is indeed impressive, but that's far from enough to kill me, said Qinya calmly. A strange power began to ripple from his body. However, Qinya quickly looked surprised. After he used all his power, he still wasn't able to get rid of the bindings around him. Impossible. How is it possible? Are you also? Qinya stared at the chairman of the new community in horror. You came here for this thing, right? Have you forgotten about it already? The chairman said quietly. His palm was already pressed against Qinya's head. Impossible. If you're a member of Blood Legion, there's no way you're in existence like us. Did you show us those things on purpose? Qinya looked very pale already. You've overestimated yourself. You called yourselves gods, but you're nowhere near that. Humans have the same potential as you do. It's just that few have reached that far yet, said the chairman as he tightened his fingers. If you kill me, God won't let you get away. Pong. Before Qinya could finish talking, his head imploded. God? I'm not very impressed by your power. The chairman flicked his hands to shake off the blood. Then he turned away from Qinya's body. Hansen had been absorbing the life geno essences, and he had gained more and more super geno points. He was very close to maxing out now. When he arrived home, he prepared to take Little Flower to the garden to relax after dinner. Yet his communicator suddenly rang. Hansen picked up the call, and he found that it was Blind Man. Do you have time? Said Blind Man directly. He wasn't wasting any time. What do you want? Hansen was very direct as well. He didn't know anything about Blind Man, so there was no reason for pleasantries. Your father wants to meet you. Come to this place if you have time. Blind Man sent Hansen an address. Hansen missed a heartbeat. He had always wanted to meet his father to see whether he was still alive or not. But now that the day had finally come, he was anxious. Can I come now? Asked Hansen, looking at Blind Man. His heart was pounding quickly. Okay. But don't let anyone follow you, said Blind Man. Okay, I understand. I'm going now. Right after Hansen finished talking, Blind Man shut down the communicator. Hansen cleared his thoughts for a while, as he couldn't even think straight after receiving such a piece of news. I have to go whether it's true or not. After making up his mind, he packed his things, sent Little Flower to Ji Yenran, and then went out by himself. He set off to the address given by Blind Man, and he didn't even take Bauer this time. If it's really him, is he still the same as before? What should I ask him? Countless thoughts flooded Hansen's mind, but they were all irrelevant. Hansen could only calm himself after getting into the spaceship. He arrived at his destination, which was a famous tourist planet. Hansen could still remember that his father had taken him here when he was a kid. However, it had been a very long time ago, and Hansen was very young back then. His memories of this place were blurry, and he couldn't remember much of the scenery or what he had done here as a child. Hansen walked on the planet that looked like a garden, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate his surroundings. He followed the route on his GPS, and he walked all the way to the designated location. In front of a lake that looked like a piece of jade, Hansen saw a man sitting on a stone bench. The sunset light fell across the man's body, and he had a long shadow. When he saw the shadow, Hansen missed a heartbeat. The shadow in his head overlapped with the blurry shadow in front of him, and the shadow in his mind was getting clearer and clearer. Is that really him? Hansen walked toward that man step by step, and he couldn't keep his legs from shaking. He was more nervous than when he had fought the creature horde in outer sky. The man seemed to have sensed Hansen coming. He stood up from the stone steps, then he turned around to look at Hansen. The second that Hansen saw the man's face, Hansen was horrified. He had received a photo of the chairman of the new community while he was researching the organization, and that was the only material he had. As for the person who was standing in front of him, he looked exactly like the person in the photo. Hansen was horrified. He wasn't worried about his own safety. This was the Alliance, so even if he ran into the chairman of the new community, Hansen could defend himself with his unicorn beetle and crystal armor. However, the fact that the chairman of the new community was here meant that something tragic had happened to his father, so naturally Hansen was terrified. "Little San, you've really grown up?" the chairman exclaimed, looking at Hansen. Hansen heard the chairman's voice, and his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe his ears. He had heard that voice so many times when he was only a child, and he felt that it had been a very long time and everything was so blurry. When he heard it again, everything kept flooding in, and it was like he just heard it yesterday. Impossible. Han Sen couldn't believe that he was staring at the chairman of the new community. A strange light emanated from the chairman's body, drifting over his skin. He had a full head of white hair, and his face was stripped away by the light. A new face showed up. The face was that of a gentle, middle-aged man. It overlapped and merged with the face from Han Sen's memories. You? Han Sen felt like he was suffocating, so he didn't know what to say at the moment. Sit down first, little senator, let's talk. Han Yufei sat back on the stone bench, and he pointed at the spot beside him. Are you really him? Han Sen clenched his jaw and sat down beside Han Yufei. He wasn't sure whether this person was really his father or not. It was so easy for someone with special power to change their face, so Han Sen couldn't believe it. There's a little red mole at the left side of your penis. When you were 5, you said you liked an older girl in the neighborhood, and you swore that you would be her husband. You were still a bedwetter when you were 6. You were afraid that your mom would find out, so you came to me and begged me to wash your bedsheet for you? Han Yufei said to Han Sen slowly, smiling. Stop! Stop! Han Sen started to yell. I believe that you're my father now. Say no more. Han Yufei stopped now, and he looked at Han Sen. Are you the chairman of the new community? Asked Han Sen, looking at Han Yufei. Yes. Han Yufei nodded. Han Sen looked at Han Yufei, his expression bizarre. Since you are the chairman, why would you send someone to kill me, and why did you tell Blind Man to alert me? Why did you say that you're in grave danger now? Han Sen was very confused. He couldn't figure it all out. It's a very long story. Simply put, I thought that the new community was related to our family, so I joined it. Little did I expect that I would inherit the position of chairman. Eventually I found out that the new community isn't related to our family, but it is closely related to an organization called God. The relationship between these two is very delicate. The new community is kind of a subsidiary of the organization God, but God doesn't have the power to control the new community completely. The old chairman told me that he was also a member of the organization called God. Han Yufei then continued, after I became the chairman, the new community was still under the influence of God. From everything I have seen, I have a sense of how powerful and terrifying the organization God really is. Besides, God has also focused on Han Jingji and our family, and they even told the new community to kill you. Han Sen listened carefully as Han Yufei explained everything. Qinya was also a member of the organization God, and he was a spy or an inspector in the new community. Aside from him, there are others from the God organization in the new community, but even I don't know how many there are. Han Yufei smiled and said, as for sending people after you, I wanted you to help me get rid of some of the trouble in the new community, and at the same time I could also send you some aid. However, there were 2 things that I hadn't expected. The first thing was that Tina stole the Geno armor and sent it to you. I've already figured that out, and I know now that it was Qinya who was messing with the whole thing. Fortunately, Tina couldn't control the Geno armor and you were able to seize it, so nothing major happened. As for telling the blind man to warn you, I wanted you to be fully prepared so that you could develop strategies to deal with Shalonjia and the others. Little did I expect that you were strong enough to kill them directly, said Han Yufei. He looked at Han Sen and exclaimed, I've been following your progress, but you've grown and improved much faster than I thought. I have to say that you've done a damn good job. Is Tina your daughter? Han Sen had lots of other urgent questions to ask, but this was the first question that came out of his mouth. What are you even thinking? Han Yufei hit Han Sen's head gently. Tina is the daughter of the previous president. After I became the president, I've been treating her like my own daughter. Fortunately, nothing happened to you too, because otherwise it would be heartbreaking. Han Sen felt relieved. He had been worried that if Han Yufei actually had a daughter outside the family, his mother would never allow the family to return to normal again. After solving that question, Han Sen could think straight again. He looked at Han Yufei and asked, Dad, what kind of organization is God? Han Yufei looked at the lake and said, This is just speculation, but if I'm right, The core members of the God organization are likely to be creatures from the fifth God's sanctuary. Han Sen was startled. Creatures from the fifth sanctuary? And they're in the alliance. Although he had known that the ancestors of both the human race and the Shura race were from the shelter, it was startling that all the creatures in the fifth God sanctuary could also travel to the alliance. Even the weakest creatures in the fifth sanctuary were much stronger than demigods. If they were all in the alliance, humans wouldn't stand a chance. However, humans and the Shura race were still the dominating forces of this universe. "What do you think the fifth God's sanctuary is?" asked Han Yufei. Han Sen was kind of dazed. He didn't expect Han Yufei to ask him such a question out of nowhere. He thought about it and said, "I've been thinking that it might be the place the 7th Action Team went to." Han Yufei shook his head. "I can tell you with absolute certainty that they weren't in the fifth God's sanctuary." "Why?" asked Han Sen. Han Yufei smiled and said to Han Sen, "Because I'm in the fifth sanctuary now, so I certainly know that they weren't." Han Sen opened his mouth wide, and he stared at Han Yufei in awe. "Did you go to the alliance automatically after you entered the fifth sanctuary?" Han Sen couldn't believe what he had just heard, but he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. Han Yufei nodded his head and then shook it to be exact. "This universe is the fifth sanctuary." Han Sen looked at Han Yufei in horror as it was completely out of his imagination. The universe was the fifth God's sanctuary. It was stunning. Humans always thought of the sanctuaries as independent realities, and they never imagined that the universe they were living in was actually a part of the sanctuaries. Han Sen struggled to believe it, even though Han Yufei had just told him plainly, "I know it's kind of unbelievable, but it's the truth. After I rose to the fifth sanctuary, I came to this universe. This universe is the origin of humans. It is the start, and it is also the end," said Han Yufei calmly. "If all the creatures who rise to the fifth sanctuary are living in the universe, why have we never seen them?" asked Han Sen. "It's kind of different than you're imagining. The creatures who enter the fifth sanctuary experience radical changes when they get promoted, and the process reshapes their entire bodies. It's like incarnation, giving you superior genes and body, and you might also gain the ability to condense a geno-armor with your body. Until they can condense a geno-armor, and the so-called gods aren't too powerful because of the reorganization of their bodies. Right after they enter the fifth sanctuary, some gods might not even rival demigods. Once they condense geno-armors, however, it's a totally different story." When the topic turned to armors, Han Yufei stopped and said, "What you've seized from Tina was the geno-armor left by the previous chairman. I haven't condensed my geno-armor yet, and it will take another year or two. The previous chairman told me that I would understand everything then." "Why didn't he tell you the truth directly?" Han Sen asked, frowning. "I also wanted to know why he didn't just tell me." Han Yufei shrugged his shoulders. He stood up and said, "It'll only take a year or two, and soon I'll know everything. Then everything will end." He then tapped Han Sen's shoulders. "Take care of your mom and sister. I've seen Little Flower and he's very cute. Hopefully, I can get to play with Little Flower after everything is done." After finishing, Han Yufei stared at Han Sen for a while, then he turned to leave. "Dad?" Han Sen yelled at Han Yufei's back, but he didn't know what to say. There seemed to be a million words stuck at his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. Before he left, Han Yufei turned around and said, "Oh, right. The previous chairman said that it's important to have a solid foundation. That's related to the level of your geno-armor, and it determines your fate as well. No matter what, improve your power as much as possible before entering the fifth sanctuary so that your genes will be more complete." If what Han Sen's dad said was true, the human ancestor should have been a god, and humans should be the descendants of God. Why were humans so weak that their inborn genes couldn't even rival the Shura race? The Shura were also descendants, but their inborn genes were only a bit stronger than those of humans. They couldn't rival people like Tina at all. And besides, what kind of organization was God? Why did it value Han Jingji this much? What was the place that the 7th team had gone to? What would happen after someone condensed a geno-armor? All the questions were making Han Sen wonder. For what it was worth, Han Sen now knew that his father was still safe and sound, so he felt more relieved. If I can condense a Geno armor, I'll be able to know the truth. It won't take a long time. Han Sen was thinking in his heart. After getting back home, Han Sen went back to absorbing the life Geno essence, and his super Geno points maxed out after more than a month. His Geno points were all maxed out now, and all his Geno cores had reached gemstone level. Now he just needed to practice until they reached super level. However, it would take much more than that to enter the fifth sanctuary. Han Yufei told Han Sen that he needed to break physical space and go through some special space. He would only be able to enter the universe after withstanding the training of that special space. Han Sen was reaching the limits of what he could achieve with his current methods of training. Apparently, it wasn't that easy to get to super level. Han Sen knew that he needed more battles or a turning point so that he could take another step forward. He didn't have any room to improve his Geno points anymore, so Han Sen tested all 4 of his Geno cores, and all of them reached the peak of the ranking system. However, after achieving first rank, Han Sen couldn't immediately move his Geno cores to the super level, so he couldn't get off the ranking either. When he was testing them, all 4 of the Geno cores were in the ranking at the same time. Based on the ranking of the Geno core storage, the crystal core was surpassed by the other 3 Geno cores, which meant that it was the weakest of all 4 Geno cores based on the system's ranking. When the other 3 Geno cores were tested, none of them could surpass each other. He wasn't sure if that was because they were all at the same level or because the gaps between them were negligible. Then he used the crystal core as a jumping board, and all 4 Geno cores reached first place and were reinforced 9 times. Han Sen hadn't been in the sanctuary in a very long time. He could get the practice he needed in the universe, and he got to spend more time with his family. Until one day, the martial halls of the fourth god's sanctuary opened at the same time, and an announcement was made for the start of the Divinity's Bout. Divinity's Bout in the fourth sanctuary attracted very little attention in the human race. After all, only a few human beings could become demigods. However, for those in the top-tier circle, it was a major event. Whoever achieved first place in the Divinity's Bout would earn the title Son of God, and he would be baptized by God. Han Sen was very interested in that too. He wanted to fight top-tier demigod creatures to accelerate his own development, and he also wanted to know what baptism by God meant. He signed up for Divinity's Bout without hesitation, but he didn't use his own name. Instead, he used the name Dollar. I'll give it my best, and hopefully, I can win first place. Han Sen wasn't sure whether he could get first place or not. After all, his Geno cores hadn't reached super level yet. When Han Sen arrived at the martial hall and was preparing to sign up, he saw both Gu Qingcheng and Red Pony there. Apparently, they were both going to sign up for the Divinity's Bout as well. Han Sen was dazed. If all of them signed up in Shadow Shelter, the 3 would need to fight each other before Divinity's Bout to determine which of them could enter Divinity's Bout. You 2 are also signing up? Han Sen wasn't sure whether he could defeat Gu Qingcheng and Red Pony or not. His Geno core wasn't at super level yet, and with only his physical power and beast souls, he wouldn't be at a good advantage. You're joining too? Gu Qingcheng asked, looking at Han Sen. If you both are going to sign up, I won't. Han Sen raised his hand and exited the martial hall. Han Sen certainly wouldn't give up the battle, but he wouldn't sign up in Shadow Shelter. He needed to find another shelter to sign up with. Han Sen thought about it for a while, and he decided to go to the shelter of Ling Mayer. After all, Ling Mayer had already seen him in his Super King spirit mode. Even if Han Sen went to the other shelters to compete, Ling Mayer could still recognize him. He might as well just go to her shelter. Fortunately, Ling Mayer was very innocent, and she trusted Han Sen completely. There wouldn't be that much of a problem. Besides, with Han Sen's current power, he wasn't really afraid of having his identity exposed. However, with the existence of the organization god, he didn't want to expose himself if he could avoid it. Fortunately, Ling Mayer didn't have any plans to join the Divinity's Bout, and no other creatures in that shelter intended to join either. Han Sen prepared to get the first place in the shelter right after he signed up. It took more than a month for every shelter to determine their first place and the real Divinity's Bout to begin. Han Sen planned to practice the Dongxian Sutra so that he could improve his bulwark umbrella. However, only a few days later, Han Sen heard from Ling Meier that a party from Sacred Shelter had come to the underworld, and they went to see the elder of the Dark Spirit race at Dark Spirit Shelter. What are they doing here in the underworld? Han Sen asked, frowning. He still had some unfinished businesses with Goddess. He had originally intended to go find Goddess after his genocores reached super level, but he hadn't expected a group from Sacred to come to the underworld. I heard from the elder that they want to ask him to help them control God's ruin, said Ling Meier. They're asking the elder to attack God's ruin? I thought you guys from Dark Spirit can't leave the underworld because of the 100-tribe deal, asked Han Sen. You can leave here, of course, but if you die outside, you won't be protected by the 100-tribe deal. Besides, our elder is a great being, so he can go wherever he wants. As long as he doesn't go to the territories of other races to slaughter their creatures. The other races won't say anything, said Ling Meier. Where is God's ruin now? Why are they asking the elder of your Dark Spirit race to help them? Asked Han Sen. The elder said that God's ruin is always dark, so even the great beings at Emperor level can't see in there. However, those of the Dark Spirit race have an absolute advantage, which is why they're asking our elder to help them. However, the elder has already rejected them, said Ling Meier. After hearing what Ling Meier said, Han Sen's interest peaked. After sharing some pleasantries with Ling Meier, he left the shelter. The elder of Dark Spirit rejected the Sacred group's request, and now that those from Sacred had left the underground shelter, Han Sen went to catch up with them. He wasn't sure whether Goddess was amongst them or not. If Goddess was still there, he could revenge himself for what she did to him before. Right after Han Sen left the underground shelter, he entered Super King Spirit mode and started to chase after the molecules left by all the creatures from Sacred. However, he didn't detect any of the molecular remains of Goddess, and after he caught up with them, he didn't see Goddess. Han Sen was a bit hesitant. Goddess was his only foe. He didn't hold any grudges against the other creatures from Sacred, so he didn't want to kill them. Just when he was about to leave, he heard a statue-like creature leading the group say, "The Dark Spirit Elder doesn't want to help us. I think we need to turn to Night Empress." Han Sen stopped when he heard of the name of Night Empress, eavesdropping on what they were saying. Night Empress was the mother of Lotus Empress, and when Han Sen had summoned her in the Third God's Sanctuary, she had helped Han Sen a lot. The thing was, Han Sen always got along with Lotus Empress very well, and when Han Sen was summoned to the Fourth Sanctuary, Lotus Empress had already become a demigod, so he didn't have a chance to meet her again. He didn't know where Lotus Empress was. Though they were both in the Fourth Sanctuary, it was an enormous place. It was too difficult to find her. Another creature that looked like a Western dragon said, "Night Empress has already rejected us. It might be useless to go to her again. Humph. If she refuses again, we'll attack her shelter and her spirit stone. That God's ruin is very important to Sacred, and we have to have it," said the statue-like creature coldly. "What if Night Empress would rather destroy her own spirit stone than help us?" asked the giant dragon. "No need to worry. She has a daughter she loves, right? She might be willing to die, but I don't think she'd abandon her daughter," the godlike creature said with a sneer. "Let's hope so. It would be best if she's smart enough to agree to help us, so that we don't need to do anything dirty," said the giant dragon. Han Sen then frowned. He gave up going back, and he kept following the creatures from Sacred Shelter. It was likely that the daughter they were talking about was Lotus Empress. Even if it wasn't, he needed to help Night Empress for the sake of Lotus Empress. Han Sen followed those creatures from Sacred all the way to the west. He had to admit that Sacred was indeed powerful. All the creatures and spirits respected them, and nobody dared to disturb them. They didn't meet any obstacles, and even the masters of super shelters venerated them. No wonder it's one of the top-tier shelters in the Fourth Sanctuary. Han Sen sneered inside. They had been going straight the whole time without taking any detours. After only 4 days, the group from Sacred arrived at a shelter. Han Sen saw a flag with the word Night hanging from the shelter. It was the same as the night flag he had seen before, so it should be the shelter of Night Empress. Han Sen hesitated for a while, but he was still following the creatures from Sacred. He didn't have time to tell Night Empress what was going to happen. Besides, he only knew Night Empress and Lotus Empress, so some random creature in the shelter wouldn't just believe everything he said. It would take him some time to meet Night Empress, and he didn't have enough time now. Before the creatures from Sacred arrived at the shelter, a group was already moving out of the shelter, led by Night Empress. Han Sen also saw Lotus Empress among the spirits and creatures, and he was happy. Sister Lotus is so lucky. She found her mom after she became a demigod. Han Sen thought, "Why did you come to my night shelter again?" Night Empress frowned and said to the statuesque creature called Godlike. Godlike said to Night Empress calmly, "For the same reason we came before. If you're willing to help us search for God's ruin, you can name any terms you want. Anything Sacred can give you, we will." Godlike seemed to be making a generous offer, but that was not the case at all. While he was explicitly saying that the price was flexible, he was implying that Night Empress shouldn't ask for too much as they were from Sacred Shelter. "I might let you down. I'm not powerful enough to help you guys," said Night Empress without any facial expression. "Empress, please reconsider. If you help us, you'll make yourself a friend of Sacred Shelter. And when you're in trouble in the future, Sacred Shelter will definitely come to your aid." Godlike continued, "What if I don't help you?" Night Empress looked cold. "Then you'll make yourself an enemy of Sacred, and I don't think that's a good choice." Godlike spoke softly, but his voice was full of threat. "These tactics fit Sacred's reputation. I'm either a friend or a foe," said Night Empress, her voice hard. "What's your decision?" Godlike asked. He didn't bother to argue against what Night Empress had said. Night Empress frowned. Though she was already an empress, she didn't have a strong foundation. Compared to Sacred Shelter, which had existed in the Fourth Sanctuary for a long time, her shelter was nothing. Night Empress was very angry inside, however, and she had some serious considerations. Even if she wasn't afraid of death, many creatures followed her in the shelter, including her daughter Lotus, who she loved more than everyone in the world. If Sacred really wanted to attack her, she didn't have the power to defend against them. Seeing that Night Empress wasn't speaking, Godlike then said, "Empress, it's better to have a friend than to have an enemy, right? If you just help us this time, you'll have the friendship of Sacred Shelter forever. It's mutually beneficial, isn't it?" Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby, which dazed both Night Shelter and Sacred Shelter. "It's not a good thing to be friends with Sacred." When they turned to where the voice came from, they saw a human being walking out across the grass. And then Lotus Empress and Godlike almost screamed at the same time. However, one of them shouted out Han Sen, while the other one shouted, "Sky Sword." "It's been a long time, Sister Lotus. You're just as beautiful as ever," Han Sen said to Lotus Empress with a smile. He then turned around and said to Night Empress, "Greetings, Empress. I can't believe it. You've grown so fast." Night Empress had already recognized Han Sen, and she looked over him. She found that she couldn't even feel his life force, which made his presence feel strange and mysterious. "Sky Sword, this has nothing to do with you. I hope that you won't interfere." Godlike looked at Han Sen and frowned. Previously, Godlike wouldn't even have given Han Sen a second look. However, after Han Sen slashed his way out of Outer Sky Shelter all by himself, everyone was amazed by his power. Even Godlike, a berserk super creature who came from Sacred, didn't dare to underestimate Han Sen. A creature who fought the Master of Outer Sky and made it out of Outer Sky Shelter alive should be respected, whether he was a human or a creature. "Lotus Empress is my sister, while Night Empress is the mother of my sister, so she's like a mother to me. Tell me, do you really think this has nothing to do with me?" said Han Sen calmly. "Sky Sword, are you really going to make yourself an enemy of Sacred?" Godlike's face looked blue now. Though Han Sen was very renowned, Godlike was reluctant to give up attacking God's ruin because of Han Sen. "I should ask you this. Does Sacred really want you to make an enemy of me?" asked Han Sen calmly. Godlike looked very conflicted. He kept staring at Han Sen without saying anything. "Why are you talking so much with him, young master? Just swallow him," said the large dragon, which was also staring at Han Sen. Godlike waved his hand to silence the large dragon. He stared at Han Sen and said, "If you really want to interfere, then you and I can make an agreement. We can fight each other, and if you lose, you'll have to leave immediately, and you have to promise that you'll never interfere with any of the business of Sacred Shelter anymore. And from now on, wherever people from Sacred show up, you have to leave." "What if I win?" Han Sen asked Godlike. "If you win, then we'll leave immediately and never set foot in Night Shelter anymore," said Godlike calmly. "Okay, you've got yourself a deal." Killing them wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen, but doing so would bring trouble to Night and Lotus. Godlike didn't say anything more. He summoned a shield and held it in his hands. He said to Han Sen, "I hear that you have a terrific shield. Let's see who has the better shield. Neither of us is going to dodge each other, and we'll only attack each other with our shields. Whoever crushes the shield of their opponent will be the winner. What do you think of that?" Godlike made such a suggestion because he was kind of intimidated by Han Senator. After all, Han Sen fought the Master of Outer Sky and survived. Though he didn't know exactly what happened in there, he still didn't want to risk anything. "Okay." Han Sen didn't hesitate at all. He summoned his overbearing shield. When Godlike heard Han Sen agree to his proposal, he looked happy. Godlike was already a berserk super creature, and the shield was his Genocore. When it came to defense, Godlike was certain that his shield Genocore could be ranked in the top 3. His shield was called Eternal Shield, and it was invincible. It had gone through many battles at all levels, and even great beings at Emperor level couldn't break the Eternal Shield. Godlike was exhilarated that Han Sen would agree to his terms that easily. Godlike was confident that he was halfway to winning. As for Night Empress, she was already familiar with Godlike. After hearing what Godlike proposed, she reminded Han Sen, "Han Sen, his shield is called Eternal Shield. He's ranked 28th on the ranking of Super Genocores, and he's definitely one of the top 3 on defense. You need to be careful. If Sky Sword is regretting that he agreed to the challenge, we don't have to do this." Godlike was smiling, and he sounded scornful. "No need. Let's begin," said Han Sen calmly. "No wonder you're Sky Sword. You're definitely confident." Godlike complimented Han Sen, then grabbed the Eternal Shield and rushed forward. White light flowed across the shield, and it flew toward Han Sen like a comet. The light on the shield was getting brighter and brighter, and the physical space in front of the shield seemed like it was starting to twist. Han Sen looked at Godlike and his Eternal Shield, but he remained very calm. His physical strength was already at the pinnacle level in the 4th sanctuary, and he wasn't weaker than any of the super creatures or spirits. Though Godlike was powerful, not even a berserk super creature was enough to scare Han Sen. He raised his arm and brought out the overbearing shield. It became as tall as a human being and stood in front of Han Senator Hong. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield, and the powerful shock waves shook the space around them, forming a twisted black hole. "Mom, do you think Han Sen can win?" Lotus Empress felt kind of anxious. Han Sen had only entered the 4th sanctuary a few years earlier than her, so she wasn't sure if he could defend against such a power. Before Night Empress answered, she heard a sound of clashing metal. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield with terrifying power, but it couldn't damage the overbearing shield. It didn't even force Han Sen to take any steps back. Instead, the Eternal Shield and Godlike bounced back. Godlike took 4 steps back before he could balance himself again, and he was shocked. "You deserve your reputation, Sky Sword," Godlike yelled, and the light on the shield got brighter and brighter. He rushed toward the overbearing shield again. The Eternal Shield kept hitting Han Sen's shield, and it kept bouncing back. Couldn't make Han Sen move even a little bit. "I can't believe Han Sen is already this powerful." Lotus's eyes were gleaming. Night Empress also praised, "I've heard about Sky Sword before, but I can hardly believe that this is him. The rumors about him certainly seem to be true, though. His power is indeed amazing. I would never have imagined that he would already be this powerful after only a decade of being a demigod." Night Empress and the others didn't know that Han Sen had actually been absent from the sanctuary for almost 10 years. Han Sen was just standing there, and his arm shield was hit again and again. Though the overbearing shield wasn't damaged, it couldn't damage the eternal shield of godlike either. It seems that my shield's reflecting power isn't enough to break the eternal shield. Hansen looked at his opponent, but he didn't feel anything. He'd agreed to the competition because he was already well prepared. Seeing that the strikes from godlike didn't do anything to Hansen, the creatures from sacred were all dazed. They all knew how sturdy godlike's shield was. Even though the eternal shield had hit the overbearing shield many times, Hansen's shield still hadn't cracked. That meant Hansen's shield had to be just as sturdy as the eternal shield. "Are you done?" Hansen asked, looking at godlike. "I've never stopped you from making attacks. You can do so whenever you want." Godlike was surprised by how solid Hansen's shield was, but he wasn't that worried. He couldn't break Hansen's defense, but he was still confident in his own eternal shield. He was confident that Hansen couldn't damage his shield, and it would end up in a tie. Hansen smiled, and he summoned an object into his hand. Godlike was suddenly anxious. After all, the reputation of Skysword preceded him. Though he had the invincible eternal shield, he still couldn't help being nervous. He looked at Hansen's hands, and he saw that Hansen was grabbing an object about the size of an egg instead of something sharp. Even so, godlike didn't dare underestimate it. He summoned all the power in his body and infused it into the eternal shield, and the shield started to shine like a sacred object. Hansen was holding his crystal core. He took a look at the radiant eternal shield. He grabbed the crystal core and he pulled his arm back. And then he threw the crystal core out like a baseball. The crystal core flew between them like lightning, and then it hit the eternal shield. Ho! At the same time, godlike yelled as well, and all his power burst out, condensing in the eternal shield and making it much more solid. Everyone stared at the place where the eternal shield and the crystal core would connect. However, what happened next shocked everyone and made their eyes pop out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The crystal core hit the eternal shield hard, like a china cup hitting an iron plate, and the crystal core was smashed into pieces. Everyone was startled. They originally thought that the object Hansen threw out would be a powerful one, but nobody had expected it to be immediately smashed, so all of them found it quite unacceptable. However, after the crystal core got smashed, that wasn't the end of it. A small skeleton climbed out and hit the eternal shield with one punch. Godlike was scared again because he didn't know what the skeleton was. He condensed his power again and used his eternal shield to ward off that punch. What confused Godlike was that the punch from the jade skeleton didn't have much power. When its small fist hit the eternal shield, it barely made any sound, and Godlike didn't even feel his shield tremble. The jade skeleton then flew back into Hansen's hands. "I thought that was going to be impressive, but you were just bluffing," said the giant dragon. Everyone else thought the same thing that the giant dragon did. They all thought that Hansen was just bluffing, since the attack didn't do anything. No wonder. After all, this is the eternal shield of our leader. Even if Skysword's shield is impressive, it won't be able to damage the eternal shield, said another creature, smiling. However, Godlike's expression suddenly changed, and he made a small squeaking sound. Everyone looked to him and his eternal shield. A jade color was spreading across the surface of the eternal shield, and after only a short while, it covered the entire eternal shield and turned it into a jade sculpture. It looked completely different from the original eternal shield now. All the mutant creatures from Sacred were stunned because they didn't know whether the change was good or bad. All the creatures from Night Shelter looked at the eternal shield curiously, as they didn't know what was going on. As for Godlike, his face was already deep red, and his eyes were filled with horror. Godlike found that his eternal shield seemed to be sealed out of his control now, and he couldn't infuse it with his power anymore. Hansen looked at the shield that had turned into jade, the shield that had once been called invincible. He punched it, and the eternal shield was smashed with one strike. The fragments flew into the sky like ice cubes, and everyone stared blankly at the wreckage. Godlike couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Now you can leave." Hansen lowered his fist. He was satisfied with the performance of his crystal core. Even though it was only at gemstone level, the crystal core could suppress the power of a super genocore. It was indeed mighty, and it deserved its ability to top the Genocore leaderboard. Let's go. Godlike took a look at Han-sen, and then he gathered the creatures from Sacred Shelter and left. Han-sen, thank you so much for helping our shelter, Lotus said gratefully after entering Night Shelter. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Besides, I don't get along with Sacred Shelter anyway. Han-sen smiled. Night Empress and Lotus Empress gave Han-sen a warm welcome. Han-sen didn't have anything to do, so he stayed in Night Shelter for a couple of days. Night Empress was influential in the local area, and she was already at Emperor level. However, she didn't have a strong foundation, so she didn't have many great beings as subordinates. She only had one king spirit and one super creature under her control. Lotus Empress only had a gemstone Genocore, and she wasn't at Emperor level yet. I forgot how nice it is to live in such a large shelter, Han-sen said in praise as he walked with Lotus Empress. You can live here as long as you want. I'm here, so this your home as well. Lotus smiled. Then I'll come here as often as possible, said Han-sen. That's what I want. Lotus Empress sat on a rock beside the spring. She put her white feet into the spring water and shook them. She then exclaimed, I knew that you would accomplish something great, but I didn't expect you to achieve such great things in the fourth sanctuary in such a short period of time. When I heard about Sky Sword, I couldn't even believe it was you. You're being too nice, sister. Han-sen smiled. Lotus Empress shook her head. I'm not being polite. I'm really amazed. And I'm really grateful as well. Without you, my mother would have to take risks in a place like God's Ruin. Though she's already an empress, and she's a top-tier being in the fourth sanctuary, I can't say for sure whether she'd be safe in a place like God's Ruin. Fortunately, you were there to save her. Han-sen sat down beside Lotus Empress, and he completely agreed with what Lotus Empress said. He had been to God's Ruin before, and he knew how terrifying that place was. The headless rockman and the creature in black armor were both very powerful. Even now, Han-sen couldn't guarantee that he could defeat them. It's so good to have you here. Lotus Empress reached out her hands and ruffled Han-sen's hair. Han-sen would have resisted if anyone else had done this, but Lotus Empress felt like a sister to Han-sen, so he didn't feel wrong about it. If you have time, sister, you should come and visit my shelter. Though it is not as large as Night Shelter, I still believe that you will like that place, said Han-sen. I will definitely come in a while. However, I am still at the crucial moment before becoming an empress, so I cannot leave Night Shelter yet, said Lotus. Han-sen and Lotus talked about things that had happened in the past, and the experience Lotus had after she came to the fourth god sanctuary. Han-sen thought that Lotus was very lucky, but she had still gone through many dangers, and she almost lost her life several times before she found a safe place in the fourth sanctuary. She only ran into Night Empress in the second year after she entered the fourth sanctuary. I can't believe that you became so powerful without anyone there to help you. How did you do it? Lotus Empress could not help exclaiming. After living in Night Shelter for several days, Han-sen scheduled a time to meet Lotus Empress again. Then he left Night Shelter and went back to the underworld. The time for the real divinities bout was drawing near, so Han-sen needed to prepare for that as well. Unlike battles in the Genocore storage, the divinities bout used all the skills, including but not limited to Genocores, beast souls, and learned abilities could be used. Power was all that mattered there. Han-sen was practicing the Dongxian Sutra, but unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to raise Bulwark Umbrella to super level when the divinities bout actually happened. Let's see who I am going to face in the first fight. Han-sen scanned over the contestant list. Anyone who showed up in Divinity's bout had to be the number one in their own shelter, so Han-sen would not underestimate any of his competitors. Soon, Han-sen saw the name $, listed among the competitors. When he looked at his scheduled adversary, he was startled. He saw the name 6 Paths opposite his own name. His first adversary was the renowned Emperor 6 Paths, the madman who had excellent sword skills. Han-sen felt a bit of a headache. Though there were no weak contestants in Divinity's bout, running into 6 Paths in the first fight was still incredibly unlucky. There would always be small shelters joining in the contest, so there should be many sacred blood creatures and king spirits in the first round. Running into 6 paths was like winning the universe's most terrible lottery. I must have stayed with Cheap Sheep and Wang Yuhang for too long. Han Sen could not believe that he had gotten so unlucky. Han Sen wasn't the only person surprised by the matchup. All the great beings in the fourth god sanctuary were studying the competition list. When they saw the names Dollar and 6 paths put together, they all missed a heartbeat. No way. 6 paths and Dollar are fighting in the first round. Something great is going to happen. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? 6 paths, of course. 6 paths is a top-tier being, and he won the second place last time he joined Divinity's bout, though Dollar is also very powerful. He's still not as powerful as 6 paths. That's right, but it's a good thing for us no matter who wins. One of the two will be eliminated, so a powerful competitor will be gone. I'm so looking forward to their competition. I really want to see how powerful that Dollar is. The fight when he suppressed Destroyer Wolf was so quick that I couldn't even tell his true power. Originally, humans weren't very interested in the Divinity's bout in the fourth sanctuary. At most, they would watch a Divinity's bout to see the most powerful creatures and spirits. However, when Dollar appeared on the list of competitors, lots of human demigods were interested. Dollar is joining now. I'll have to watch that fight. Dollar. Son of Heaven's eyes were gleaming, but he was very upset. I heard that Dollar is able to kill terrifying beings like the Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps he will even be able to top the list. I don't think it will be that easy. Dollar is definitely powerful, but he still can't compare with the beings who've lived in the fourth sanctuary for countless millennia. The gap between their experience levels is too large. What's to worry about? Dollar is Dollar. I believe he can pull off a miracle. When Han Sen got back to the Alliance, Tang Jinliu dragged him into a holographic meeting room. Han Sen saw that Tang Jinliu, Wang Yuhang, Huang Fujing, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwu were all there. Han Sen, do you think this Dollar who's joining the match is the Dollar who killed Destroyer Wolf? Tang Jinliu asked after Han Sen entered the meeting room. I'd say so. I haven't heard of anyone else using that name. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. If it's really that Dollar, do you think he can actually beat 6 paths? Asked Tang Jinliu again. How should I know? Han Sen smiled. I don't think he can win. I've seen 6 paths fighting before, and he's really powerful. In the Divinities bout 100 years ago, 6 paths almost took first place, but he lost to the then champion for half a strike. That spirit is too powerful. I don't think Dollar can win, said Wang Yuhang. Not necessarily. That 6 paths is certainly powerful, but Dollar is also exceptional. Besides, we humans actually evolve much more quickly than creatures and spirits. If Dollar has enough resources, and if he reaches super level, it's likely that he can defeat 6 paths, Jing Jiwu said, disagreeing with Wang Yuhang. Han Sen had thought that they had something important to tell him, but they just wanted to gossip about the upcoming fight. It seemed that the impending fight between him and 6 paths had attracted a lot of attention. Old Han, who do you think will win? After talking about it for a while, Tang Jinliu turned around and asked Han Sen. Of course, I think Dollar will win. After all, he's a human like us, so I want him to win, said Han Sen. When it was mealtime, Han Sen left the holographic room. Han Yen and his mother were both there, and Ji Yanran's parents were also there. The dinner conversation turned to Divinity's bout, and they couldn't help bringing up the fight between Dollar and 6 paths. Dollar is definitely the most powerful person within the human race. If he can actually defeat 6 paths, it'll be a good thing for all humans. It'll be a huge motivation for everyone, said Ji Ruojian. Dollar is indeed impressive, but I think my brother is stronger than him. Are you going to join Divinity's bout, brother? Why didn't I see your name? Han Yen asked, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head and said, my self-geno core hasn't reached super level yet, and I have something important to do right now. I didn't sign up for Divinity's bout. Ji Ruojian nodded his head and said, you're right. You should be careful when it comes to Divinity's bout. You're indeed powerful now, but relying on external power too much is not a good thing. You should improve your power as much as possible first. The humans hadn't even cared about Divinity's bout originally, but their interest had been piqued by Dollar's entrance. Lots of media were going to be reporting the fight between Dollar and Six Paths. This had never happened, even after the news of the third and the fourth sanctuaries were revealed. Dollar was too famous in the alliance. Normal people were not that interested in Divinity's bout in the fourth shelter, but they were still very interested in news about Dollar. Han Sen entered the martial hall to observe the fights on the second day after he went back to the sanctuary. There were still 2 days before the fight between him and Six Paths. Han Sen arrived before the Divinity's bout because he wanted to observe the power of the other competitors. Just as Han Sen expected, he saw many powerful beings joining the Divinity's bout on the first day. There were too many powerful beings in the fourth sanctuary, and they obviously stood out among the sacred blood creatures and king spirits. However, the battle that attracted Han Sen the most was the fight of Sumi's mother, Fire Empress. When Han Sen saw Fire Empress, he took a look at her competitor, and noticed that the name listed was Jade Shura. Han Sen originally thought that it was just a coincidence, but when Fire Empress's adversary walked on the stage, Han Sen was surprised. The contestant was wearing a jade mask, and it was as smooth as an eggshell. The surface was unbroken, without a mouth, nose, or eyes. Though he couldn't see the person's face, the life force coming from her and her pair of purple horns meant that she was definitely a royal Shura. Can the Shura also join the Divinity's bout? Han Sen was very surprised. What was more surprising was that he wasn't sure whether this Jade Shura was actually the Jade Shura. Only the Empress of the Shura could use the name Jade Shura. So if she really was the Empress, it would be very interesting. Han Sen followed the fight very closely. Fire Empress had never met a Shura before, so she treated Jade Shura as an ordinary creature. She waved her hands, and a wave of fire that looked like a dragon tried to swallow Jade Shura. Jade Shura saw the fire dragon, but she didn't seem impressed by it. She let the fire dragon swallow her. But after the fire dragon withered away, Jade Shura was still standing there, unharmed. Fire Empress was kind of intimidated and infuriated. She lifted her arms, and a fire gem floated into her hands. The fire gem was like a sun burning everything around it. It flew toward Jade Shura. That fire was so terrifying that even people who were watching from their own martial halls leaned away from it. Jade Shura finally started to move. She raised her jade hand to her chest, and she waved her hand toward that fire gem like a knife. The invisible power slashed forward like a blade, and in the next second, the fire gem was falling apart in 2 pieces. Everyone was stunned into silence, and many people couldn't help standing up. Falsified sky power. Someone couldn't help screaming. Amongst the human demigods, and even the creature and spirit demigods, the falsified sky sutra was an infamous technique. And furthermore, it was always associated with Godslayer Luo. Of course, alongside Godslayer Luo, the entire Luo family possessed and practiced the falsified Sky Sutra as well. It was just that none others of the family were as frightening with the skill as he was. If Godslayer Luo was taken out of the picture, the falsified Sky Sutra would not be as notorious as it was. Now Jade Shura had just popped out of nowhere, wielding enough falsified sky power to break Fire Empress Geno Core. It would have been believed to be the work of Godslayer Luo, had it not been a woman. Fire Empress looked glum. Her Geno Core had been destroyed, and she herself had ended up injured. Seeing the falsified sky power wielded with such dexterity, she no longer wanted to fight Jade Shura. She simply exited the battleground. Jade Shura left Divinity's bout after winning, too, but many people fervently discussed what they saw. Even the spirits and creatures chattered amongst themselves about it, all wondering who it might have been. It was primarily just the humans who knew about the Shura, though. Most others didn't, and so they didn't know that only the Shura Empress had the name Jade Shura. Nothing ultimately came from their discussions. Han San was positive that this contender was from the Jade Shura family. He just wasn't sure if it was the queen herself. Han San observed the matching index in order to determine whether or not he could win the next 6 fights. It looked likely he'd go up against Jade Shura in the 7th match. But Jade Shura had to win 6 times as well. This is good. I would like to see how strong Jade Shura's power has become. In case little Yen winds up at a disadvantage against them, Han Sen thought to himself. If Han Sen wanted to battle Jade Shura, he had to win the next 6 times. Over the course of the next 2 days, Han Sen observed many elites. There were far too many creatures competing, and nothing was as exciting as the fight between Jade Shura and Fire Empress. Finally, on the 3rd day, Han Sen noticed it was almost time for his first fight. He became a Super King Spirit, and then walked into Divinity's bout from the Martial Hall. There were many creatures in the stadium, all focused on the battleground before them. Without a doubt, they were already paying attention to the place where Dollar and Six Paths would compete. Many creatures were in the martial halls of their shelters watching, as well via the tablets there. Dollar! It really is Dollar! When the humans saw a shadow enter, they all screamed. It is Dollar! He really has come! This will be a good show. I hope Dollar can beat Six Paths. He very well might. Dollar killed Destroyer Wolf, so he's not weak. It's the same Dollar as the one that killed Destroyer Wolf? I don't think it'll be easy for Six Paths to win this one. What are you talking about? No matter who the opponent is, Six Paths is invincible in combat. I think Six Paths will win too. After all, he was an elite in 2nd place long ago. He self-destructed so he could begin his practice all over again and become an emperor that way. He must be even stronger than before. As everyone discussed these matters, another figure appeared on the battleground. He was wearing green clothes with a black piece of wood in his hands. He was approaching quietly and slowly, as people's vision and focus narrowed in on him. It was like he was carrying the spotlight, and the crowd couldn't tear their eyes away from him. People watched him more closely than they did celebrities. Han Sen watched the man walk slowly toward him, and he knew it was Six Paths. But Six Paths did not know who his opponent was. Six Paths had seen Han Sen's true self, but he had never seen him in Super King Spirit mode. He was unable to recognize him. Six Paths stopped 10 meters away from Han Sen and spoke. You are strong. After Six Paths said this, the humans felt very happy. For a human to have been approved and complimented by a top-tier demigod was something of a glory. The spirits and creatures that knew about Six Paths were all in shock. They knew of Six Paths' personality. When people complimented their opponent, it wasn't usually truthful. But Six Paths spoke the truth, and that spoke volumes for how extremely strong he knew his opponent to be. Thanks for the compliment, Han Sen calmly said. He didn't look away from Six Paths for a second. Han Sen knew a lot about Six Paths, and he had even learned his skills. But while Heart Sword was easy to learn, Han Sen had not had any practice with the other 5 techniques. When Six Paths entered the battleground, Heart Sword was already active. Han Sen was not affected by this, and that was what prompted the initial compliment. Han Sen's sword mind was very strong, and he wasn't bothered by Six Paths' Heart Sword. This also made Six Paths think he had been presumptuous. Six Paths shook his head and did not say anything else. He lifted his sword and came striking at Han Sen. There was no more dialogue or gesturing, and his attack was something that shocked quite a lot of people. Normal people wouldn't understand, though, thinking that it looked like any other strike. It seemed like a simple swing, something even a novice could do. But that simple strike was different under Six Paths' control. There was nothing tricky, and there wasn't much raw power either, but that was because it focused on the sword mind. Heart Sword was dependent on the heart. Six Paths' Sky Sword path used the power of the sky, so when he struck, he combined it with the power of the earth. People assumed it was an ordinary strike, but in the eyes of the elites, it looked like a tremendous force that could crush Han Sen in an instant. The sky and the ground lent power to the sword, and the attack was impossible to dodge. The strike was using the Origin Sword skill at max capacity. Han Sen had the name Sky Sword, but he knew it was Six Paths with the genuine Sky Sword. He was just a guy who was talented with the sword, but nothing like a proper Sky Sword. Outer Sky Leader saw this and complimented it, saying, Six Paths Emperor has become scarier than ever. It is difficult to tell who will win. The Sacred Leader from Sacred Shelter saw it and frowned. Six Paths Emperor really is a legend. The people that weren't skilled probably felt nothing when watching the fight. But the faces of all the powerful spectators changed. particularly when they imagined what things would be like if they were facing six paths themselves. They were in utter shock, and they had no clue how they'd respond to such a strike. Everyone's eyes moved to Han Sen, wondering how he'd deal with the situation. "Are you sure Dollar is fine?" Tang Jinliu asked, swallowing hard. He wasn't very good with the sword, but he could feel the pressure of that strike. So he had to ask. Gu Qingcheng was standing by his side. She said, "Six Paths Emperor is strong, but this strike won't be able to hurt his opponent." "Why?" Tang Jinliu asked simply, as the Six Paths sword came directly in front of Han Sen. Han Sen's body glowed with holy light. He raised his hand and simply flicked the Six Paths sword, and from that one small move the sword was knocked off course. Came down near Han Sen, missing him. Outer Sky Leader and the others all looked on in shock. Normal sorts couldn't feel or see how amazing it was that Six Paths strike had failed. But the elites knew. And they knew how difficult it must have been to have flicked the sword off course. Sky Sword used the power of the sky and the power of the ground. The finger meant Han Sen had gone against the sky and the ground. If he could simply defy those powers with a flick, it was a statement of the power he possessed. And if Han Sen used Flick Sword, he had to destroy the sword mind of the sky and ground. If he was unable to destroy the sword mind, he wouldn't have been able to flick the sky and ground. Han Sen's Flick Sword shocked many elites, even Outer Sky King. But truthfully, it wasn't that amazing. Because Han Sen's sword mind received a big boost from the sword mark, he was stronger than Six Paths. Even his sword mind was. So Six Paths' sword mind did not affect him. The power to gather the forces of the sky and ground was more than anything a borrowing of their strength. Six Paths didn't possess it himself. And momentum attacks did not work on Han Sen when he used Super King Spirit. So, while the elites saw an incredible strike, Han Sen saw a fairly average strike similar to what the ordinary people saw. With the right amount of strength, it wasn't difficult to block. Now that Han Sen had maxed out his Super Geno points, his strength was greater than Six Paths. His ability to flick the sword away was not surprising. In the eyes of the other elites, the flick was far too shocking to witness. "Good," Six Paths said. His eyes held a wild excitement, as his interest in his opponent had increased tenfold after the flick. He struck again, but this time it was different. When he unleashed the attack, the audience felt as if they themselves had been hit. Their bodies shook. Han Sen remembered this strike. It was Six Paths' Spirit Sword Path. Its title did not refer to the spirits of the sanctuary, but the spirit of a living being. The skill had a name, but it felt hollow and empty. When it struck, it came to claim your spirit. The person that recognized your greatest flaws was often yourself. The spirit sword attacked a person's spirit, and when it landed on different people felt different things. When people felt the strike, they could feel it target their weaknesses. Even the audience, when trying to block it, became a bit of a mess. Some people with weak minds looked pale. It looked as if they themselves had been struck. They opened their mouths and coughed up blood. People with strong minds, like Outer Sky King, simply grimaced a little. Even he had been affected somewhat. Such powerful skills. I can't believe the spirits have a swordsman that talented. Gu Qingcheng expressed a compliment. What is that sword skill? He is attacking Dollar, but it feels like it is attacking me. Wang Yuhang's face looked bad as he spoke. This is a sword skill that can steal a person's soul. You can't even see it being cast. It's not like he is using an ordinary skill. It is like he is controlling something that can seek out and exploit our weaknesses. Gu Qingcheng said. Is such a thing possible? Tang Jinliu's eyes opened wide. He had never even considered something like this before. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were lost in thought for quite a bit. And when the silence between them ended, Jing Jiwu said, Does this mean Dollar is battling himself? Six Paths Sword is now controlled by Dollar, so he's attacking himself, right? Yes. It does not matter how strong anyone is. They can all feel fear. It can go unnoticed, like if someone sprained their left hand, but others didn't realize it. The one with the injury can be afraid because he knows he has incurred that injury. And that fear is what can draw in the Six Paths Sword. It can bring it to target the weak spot. That means the enemy will begin to reveal their own weak spots. In my time, very few people were able to use something like this, Gu Qingcheng coldly said. Whoa, that's such a horrible technique, Tang Xinliu balked. Everyone who knew about Spirit Sword now stared at Han Senator. They wanted to see how Han Sen would break the threat. People could dodge when an attack came for their weak spot. Spirit Sword itself wasn't much of a killer, unless the will of its opponent was weak. Dodging it would not be hard if it wasn't. The scary thing about Spirit Sword was that it exposed your flaws and weaknesses to the opponent. It was not something that aimed to kill you right away. Outer Sky Leader did not think Dollar had a weak mind, so this strike probably wouldn't harm him. They wanted to see what Dollar's flaw might be, though. If Dollar won and became their enemy, they would know his weakness. It'd be a great benefit. Everyone was thinking like this while watching Han Senator. They were eager to see how he'd respond. Han Sen showed no sign of a reaction, though. He didn't even move. He flicked his sword and knocked the Six Paths sword away again. Everyone looked at that in shock. Dollar did not have any reaction, and he revealed no weakness. It was unbelievable. There were two possibilities for this occurring. The first was that Dollar's will was strong enough to be absolutely fearless. Strange, since everyone living had the occasional negative thought. Unless you were God, being fearless sounded impossible. The second possibility was that Dollar's body was perfect, and there were no weak spots. There was nothing to expose. No matter which was correct, the entire scenario was difficult to fathom. It shouldn't have happened to any being that wasn't a god. The truth was, the attack wasn't as annoying as everyone thought. Han Sen's Super King Spirit Mode could suppress and immunize all negative feelings of oneself. This included Heart Sword, Sonic Sword, Sky Sword, and Spirit Sword. None of those would work on Han Sen in Super King Spirit Mode. Others were in fear seeing all those sword skills fail. To Han Sen it was nothing spectacular. Han Sen was familiar with Six Paths sword skills. He knew the only skills that could threaten him were Blood Sword and Life Sword. With those conning next, the real fight was only just beginning. Six Paths noticed Han Sen's body change. The three sword skills he used already did not work on Han Sen, but he now looked calm. People who knew Six Paths knew what his calmness suggested. People that had finesse with the sword knew it was best not to wield such a weapon with jittery excitement. And when Six Paths saw an opponent that impressed him, he'd often get excited. But when Six Paths saw an opponent that could be considered his rival, he always became calmer instead. He'd don the look of a proper swordsman. The sword in Six Paths' hand did not move. His face started to look red, as if his blood was boiling on the inside. It made people think he was a volcano that could erupt at a moment's notice. But his eyes were a contrast to that look. They seemed extremely calm, holding neither sadness or happiness. Han Sen looked dim now. He knew the real fight was only just beginning, too. With Six Paths' Blood Sword coming up, Han Sen knew he could no longer rely on tricks. He had to fight properly. Han Sen took a deep breath and let the energy course through his entire body and run on a cycle. Yin Yang Blast with twice the cycle allowed Han Sen to finally control both Yin and Yang. Han Sen had learned many different skills, and aside from sword skills, Yin Yang Blast was still something he frequently used. It was originally taught to him by Ishan. It was a dangerous hyper-geno art, though. The results could either be heaven or hell. If he used it well, it could prove to be the strongest hyper-geno art one could use. But if it was used poorly, Han Sen could damage himself badly. Yin Yang Blast was banned in the Alliance due to its power and volatility, despite the ease of learning. The sword was like a bird flying low at Han Senator. The violence was coming fast and quiet. It was impressive enough just to watch. Even if you did not know how to use a sword, you could tell how accurate it was. You could tell how fast and steady it was coming. Han Sen did not have a sword, but even if he did, he wouldn't use it against Six Paths. Although Han Sen's sword skills were no weaker than Six Paths' techniques, if they fought sword to sword, Han Sen only had a 40% chance of winning. Han Sen was good with sword skills, but the sword was more of a tool for him. If he used a spear or a knife, it was all very similar to him. But to Six Paths, a sword was a sword, and there was no comparison to anything else. Facing Six Paths and his sword skills, Han Sen did not dodge. He did not have sword heart, but he still had the inherent will to fight. It did not make much of a difference whether he had a sword or not. He wanted to win just as much either way. Han Sen flicked his finger, unleashing a yin-yang blast of power at Six Paths' sword. The sword went 3 inches off course. Six Paths' sword heart remained calm, but his sword skills were like a volcano or a tsunami. Fast, faster. Hard, harder. Accurate, more accurate. Steady, steadier. Six Paths' sword was harder than ever. It was crazier than ever, too. By the end, you couldn't even see Six Paths' sword nor his body. All you could see was a sword light flickering around Han Senator. It left sword marks everywhere. Han San was in the arena, but his arms moved blindingly fast with all 10 fingers flicking in different directions. You could hear the sword and fingers colliding against each other repeatedly. It happened so many times, it was impossible to keep an accurate count of how many times they had hit each other. Everyone stopped breathing. It was like if you stopped to blink, you'd miss an insane match. You wouldn't want to waste a single second. So many creatures were in the stadium watching, but still it was all deathly quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of the fighters striking. Powerful sword skill meets a powerful plan, Furnace Emperor said with a sigh. Sumi, who was next to him, looked confused. Father, what plan? Sumi could tell Six Paths was strong, but he was not sure why Furnace Emperor said plan. Furnace Emperor sighed again and said, Dollar's skills aren't special. He has calculated his strength, and Six Paths' sword skills are in fact stronger. If I fought against him, I know I'd lose worse. But sword skills require an accurate judgment of strength. Stabbing and slashing can change the entire direction of a fight. Dollar can see through Six Paths' sword skill, and the fingers keep flicking to where they need to be. It looks very dangerous, but it isn't. Does that mean Dollar knows the weaknesses of Six Paths' sword skills? Sumi asked. No, it does not. There are no invisible powers or factors here. If you want a sword that is very hard, it will lack flexibility. That is not a flaw, that is just how things are. Dollar uses the right strength for the right situation, Furnace said. Sumi looked as if he understood. But he didn't. Then he asked, I still don't understand. What's the difference between that and weaknesses? Furnace Emperor, with a wry smile, shook his head. I don't know. I can tell Six Paths' sword skills are strong, but Dollar sees right through them. Many elites discussed the battle between Han Sen and Six Paths. Dollar is straddling the edge of a knife. If he slips up, he'll be killed by Six Paths' sword, the Outer Sky leader said, looking at Battle God. Strange. Dollar seems to know Six Paths' sword skills. Otherwise, how could he make the correct judgment of Six Paths' constantly changing moveset? The sacred leader looked suspicious. Demigod Gu, what is happening now? Wang Yuhang could not see the fight, so he asked Gu Qingqing. Something dangerous. Gu Qingqing frowned. Who is in danger? Tang Jinliu asked. Dollar. He is gambling. Even if you've successfully gambled 100 times, all it takes is one loss. If he loses, he'll be done for, Gu Qingqing explained. Gambling. Everyone looked at Gu Qingqing with confusion. The fight between Han Sen and Six Paths was too fast for them to keep track of. Gu Qingqing, after a moment of thought, said, Six Paths' Emperor's sword skills are incredible. He is a champion with the sword. He won't grant an opponent a moment of reprieve, and he is flawless. He does everything he can to take the advantage and make his opponent lose hope of victory. His sword skills are something you can't overcome. Does that mean Dollar is actually losing? Wang Yuhang opened his eyes wide. Gu Qingqing shook her head. Maybe not. If it was someone else, they might use strength to break the attack. If the power was sufficient to suppress Six Paths, his sword skill would break. I don't think anyone can possess more strength than Six Paths in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, however. So Dollar is doing something different. He is gambling a potential victory. Gamble? Wang Yuhang still did not understand. He had no clue what she was talking about. Gu Qingqing looked at Han San and said, Yes, he is gambling. The champion sword is using his experience to beat the opponent. He's not supposed to reveal a single flaw he has to his foe. Dollar, on the other hand, is doing things differently. He is not trying to uncover flaws through skills. He is going with the flow, rather. When the enemy strikes, he falls back. When the enemy falls back, he strikes. It's keeping Six Paths from gaining the advantage and pushing Dollar to the point where his hope begins to wane. That sounds good. Why is it gambling? Tang Jinliu did not understand either. Gu Qingchang said quietly, sword skills can be different. You cannot predict where Six Paths Emperor, who is so strong, or an average run-of-the-mill swordsman, will put their strength. Now they knew why Dollar was gambling. It was hard to predict how an opponent would use their sword precisely, especially for a fight as wild as that. Everything was happening at breakneck speed, and it was difficult to determine where the next strike would fall. If Han San did this correctly, he could slowly eliminate Six Paths' sword power. But that was just the power of his sword, and there was still no guarantee of victory. If he blocked the wrong direction and failed to beat back the Six Paths sword, things could go bad. All that time, Han San was using his finger to flick Six Paths' blade away. It didn't cost much strength, but it required a lot of unflagging judgment that was much harder than exerting total strength. He couldn't afford to miss once. If this continues, Dollar will miss and Six Paths is going to win. He has gotten so strong. I hope I don't have to meet him until I reach the rankings of the 10 Son of Gods. A powerful elite now realized Han San was actually in trouble. It was a gamble that he could not afford to lose. Dollar only had one life, whereas Six Paths had many. Time passed and the fight raged on. The faces of the audience began to change. Weird. Why does he keep succeeding? Does he know Six Paths' skills better than Six Paths himself? No way. How can he always be right and never miss? This Dollar is weird. Does he have falsified sky power, and that means he always moves correctly? This is unbelievable. The match continued, alongside much discussion. No one understood why Dollar was so lucky in his judgment. Interesting. Jade Shura looked at Han San with much intrigue. Six Paths looked interested, too. He was keen to see how long his opponent could last. He was pushing Bloodsword to the max. But still, he could not penetrate Han Sen's defense. As everyone looked on, trying to predict how much longer he'd last, the sword light suddenly disappeared. Six Paths withdrew his sword and stopped attacking. That is some incredible power, control, and foresight. You are undoubtedly the best I have ever seen. Six Paths spoke to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at Six Paths but did not say anything. He knew the next attack would be even scarier. Life Sword was even more frightening than Blood Sword. If Blood Sword was a champion sword, Life Sword was a killer sword. You could predict the champion sword, but not the killer sword. Han Sen was not psychic. He was just excellent when it came to prediction. Six Paths Emperor then turned into a different person. Now, he was like an animal that was full of the wild unknown. He brandished his sword towards Han San, prompting Han San to flick it again. But this time, he could not send it astray. Six Paths' sword skills had changed. He started to slash without a moment of reprieve in between. Six Paths became a monster that wished to strangle Han Senator. He came out from different directions to attack Han Sen's weak spot, and he took aim at his life door. It wasn't steady, and the chance of calculating the attacks was non-existent. Every slash did not seem connected, and they couldn't be predicted. Han Sen had no choice but to fight. Han Sen's body then glowed with holy light. He could not predict the flight of the Six Paths sword, and he had to react instantly. They were both like a pair of ancient monsters, battling in a primitive arena. These two are too scary. We're only talking about battle skills, and yet they can cause a reaction such as this? Their battle powers must be inside their bones, Furnace Emperor said with a little awe. Dollar is starting to take advantage, the Sacred Leader spoke to himself. It wasn't just Sacred Leader thinking this. The entire elite audience had watched Six Paths unleash himself. Yet when he used Life Sword, he was suppressed by Dollar and put at a disadvantage. Powerful Dollar. I wonder where he comes from. Outer Sky looked confused. Six Paths Emperor used Life Sword and got suppressed. This had only happened once before. And at that time, Six Paths hadn't been this strong either. Han-san believed going up against Six Paths' Life Sword would be difficult. After all, Life Sword resided at the heart of Six Paths. It was his essence. If you took away the limitations of skills, all he had left was primitive drive. Six Paths' sword skills, when cast, were something scary to behold. This would be the sixth sword skill, and it was the only one from the set Han-sen had heard about, but not actually seen in action. It wasn't that Six Paths did not want to show it to Han-sen, it was just that Life Sword was something of a personal achievement to learn. It was pointless to simply see it. But Han-sen knew it was strong. He just didn't know how strong. And now that he could see it, he was getting a feel for its power. It wasn't as threatening as Blood Sword, though. A battle that was based on reactions and strength was something Han-sen was good at. That was what he did before he amassed an array of hyper-genoarts, after all. Six Paths had learned a lot, but Han-sen's combat abilities weren't anything modest. He also had the advantage of the Dongxian aura. It would be an advantage that lent itself to any of his fights. Seeing Dollar suppressing Six Paths, the audience was all in shock. Han-san kept flicking his fingers until Six Paths inevitably had to fall back. He couldn't fight him. The fingers of his opponent were so sharp. The Six Paths sword was soon delivered a deep scratch. Scary. Too scary. Who is this Dollar? Dollar is good. This is the rhythm to beating Six Paths. Strong. He is strong. He is my idol. Some of the demigods who weren't as talented hadn't been able to tell what they were seeing before. But this bit was plain for all to understand. Six Paths had been suppressed by his opponent and couldn't fight back. Seeing Six Paths incur more wounds across his body, Sacred Emperor frowned. Is Six Paths Emperor going to lose? Gu Qingqing's expression was complicated. It looks like Six Paths is going to lose. But Han-sen did not think this. Six Paths had used all six of his sword skills and had ended up suppressed. Yes, but Han-sen didn't think it was going to be an easy win. Six Paths' eyes were still brimming with clarity and the fire of combat. Han-sen was doing something that was akin to damming a river with mud, or throwing rocks onto a spreading fire. It seemed useful, but there was that constant worry that it was only a matter of time before the containment was rendered useless in a sudden outburst of power that had been held back and built up. Han-sen knew he couldn't stop. He attacked faster and faster with the desire to kill Six Paths before the sudden frenzy could manifest. Blood was spilling and bones were breaking. Six Paths' wounds were getting worse, but despite all that, his eyes shone brighter. The moment Six Paths relaxed his body, Han-sen felt as if he had just gone eye to eye with a viper. He stumbled back with goosebumps. He looked at Six Paths, who was covered in blood and still standing. Six Paths was still clutching his sword, but the tip was low against the ground. The sword mines were all gone, and he looked like someone who had forgotten how to use the blade. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Six Paths looked at Han-sen with excitement. Han-sen just looked back at Six Paths without saying anything. The spirit still looked like an ordinary person, but there was a sudden aura of danger. Han-sen hadn't felt this level of danger before. As a reward, please accept my final sword. Six Paths said this right before lifting Six Paths' sword. When he raised that sword, it felt as if all the power in the world was now coming down on Han-senator. It was as if the sword was at the center of the universe, and everything existed around it. Six Paths in one? Han-sen looked surprised. Heart Sword was about wielder's true self. Sky Sword was about the sky and the earth. Sonic Sword was about the acoustical powers. Spirit was about the spirit. Blood Sword was all about living. Life Sword was about existence. When they all combined into one, it made Six Paths become a part of the world itself. Like a true swordmaster, his sword became the center of the world. Boom! The power he had gathered up was too much, and the unbreakable arena was actually shattered. The sword created a giant crater in the ground, as the previously standing Six Paths was lifted into the air to float above the ground. The entire power was gathered there. The audience was in shock. They noticed that all their powers had been magnetized towards Six Paths. It felt as if they themselves were going to be processed into the sword he wielded. Some of the audience quickly cast skills to prevent power leakage, but many of the weaker beings were unable to do this, and they found their energy stolen and pulled into the sword. The strong spirits could stop this from happening naturally, but that had to be possible. Otherwise, none would have been able to watch the match. Six Paths is becoming a god. Outer Sky leader looked at Six Paths like an unrivaled swordmaster. Many of the other elites were shocked, too. After this fight, Six Paths is sure to become a god very soon. I can't believe he is breaking through now. Six Paths is on the verge of becoming a god. Dollar is in trouble. Gu Qingqing looked glum. Tang Zhenliu looked to be in shock, and he couldn't even find the words to speak. Simply seeing it all through the Marshall Hall's tablet was enough to make him feel suffocated. I am the sword. The sword is me. A sword can traverse six paths and become one. When Six Paths pointed his sword to the sky, his power had reached maximum capacity. The way he spoke made it sound as if he was a god, and it frightened all those who listened. Creatures that had weak minds were already prepared to obey him, as if he truly was a god. Creatures with strong wills could feel the pressure as well, and they felt as if they wanted to throw up because of it. After that, Six Paths swung his sword. A sword light was cast through the arena, covering it in its entirety. All in its proximity were swallowed. In that moment, Six Paths was like a god that could not be beaten. Everyone believed that it was now the end. Dong! In the sword light that brought ruin to everything, a golden light suddenly cracked the fabric of space. It traveled through the sword light and smacked into Six Paths' sword, then stuck to it. Everyone realized that the golden light was actually a coin. It was a beautiful coin. Boom! The Six Paths sword, which had previously been at the center of existence, had now been wrecked by that coin. The power that was going into the sword then started to travel into the coin. The scariest thing about this was the fact that the super elites, who had previously been able to stop their energy from leaking, were now unable to stop the process. The leaders of Outer Sky and Sacred also suffered under the coin. A portion of their energy was being stolen by the coin. Even the power and energy of the Six Paths sword was being taken by the coin. Eventually, the coin was bigger than the sword itself. Dong! A crunchy noise sounded, and Six Paths Emperor was no longer able to control the sword. He allowed it to fall, and when it came to a stop, it stood erect with its tip dug into the ground. Six Paths Emperor was still clutching the handle, and it was clear he wished to pull it out of the ground but couldn't. The sword actually got heavier and heavier, and as it sank into the earth, Six Paths Emperor started to go down with it. All the beings in the audience were shocked. Watching was what was happening to the Six Paths sword. The power Six Paths had gathered was nearly godlike, and yet, it had been beaten by what looked like a measly coin. His sword could not take the weight. Six Paths, who had now lost the sword, was frozen. That sword was something he had never lost before. To him, his life was his sword and his sword was his life. Having now lost his sword, he no longer wished to do combat. Even God is afraid of collecting taxes. Collecting taxes is scary. Hansen sighed, and then he flicked his finger once more. A shower of coins began to rain, and they covered the entire arena. They landed on Six Paths in frightening numbers, until he was buried beneath a mountain of them. A severe weight pressed down on him. Six Paths didn't move. All he could do was turn his head to see the coins that fell. He looked at Hansen and smiled. I lost, the sword is yours. There will be no other Six Paths sword. When you see me again, all you will see is Six Paths. After that, Six Paths Emperor wiggled his fingers. He was disconnecting himself from the Six Paths sword. And when he did that, the sword released its power and just fell on the floor. Six Paths Emperor's mouth bled, but he still worked up a smile before leaving. He conceded, leaving behind the Six Paths sword that was on the ground. Hansen did not feel joyous, though. After that fight, Six Paths had decided to abandon his sword. The sword in his heart must have been very scary, and if they fought again, victory would be even harder to achieve. Hansen picked up the sword and exited the arena, returning to his shelter. Han Sen and Six Paths had left the stage, but the battle had been incredibly exciting. It had shocked the entire Fourth God's sanctuary. Six Paths was half a god, but he had lost to the enigmatic Dollar. Everyone was curious about his true identity, and everyone thought Dollar would win the entire divinities bout. He would surpass the 10 Son of Gods and become the first Son of God. The media in the Alliance had reported the news as well. Champions return. The coin crushes everything. God versus God. The power of Dollar. All sorts of articles were released after the fight. They spoke passionately about the battle and Dollar's victory there. Dollar is the best. He must be able to reach first place. Don't worry. Dollar will never disappoint us. If he wants to, he'll definitely wind up in first place. The Fourth God's Sanctuary's divinities bout was something that had little to do with the general populace of the Alliance, but it was still a popular topic of conversation, nonetheless. Not many people saw the fight, either, and journalists were only able to make write-ups through interviews that were held with demigod witnesses. It was the only way for them to learn what happened. Due to their inability to locate Dollar, the journalists asked the demigods that watched the fight. Fong Mingxuan's interview was the most popular, and that was because he was famous and knew a lot of people. He had interviewed many demigods in the past, and he was a big fan of Dollar. People that liked Dollar would often go and read his articles. Demigod Tang, what is your opinion of the fight between Dollar and Six Paths? Fong Mingquan interviewed Tang Jinliu, a person he was quite close with. Tang Jinliu smiled and said, "Where do I begin? I mean, Six Paths was strong, but he just wasn't on the same level as Dollar. Dollar will be able to get to the top 10 Son of Gods, for sure, and he might even achieve first place." Most demigods that accepted the interview said many similar things. They all thought Dollar could reach the top 10 at the very least. But there were some unpleasant voices amidst the crowds, and some whispered Dollar was simply lucky. If he reached the top 10, it'd be through good fortune. There were many powerful spirits and creature ahead, and with them thinking Dollar was a cocky person, they didn't think he'd reach the top 100. There were quite a few arguments surrounding this, and the Alliance turned its focus to the issue. The elites in the Fourth God's Sanctuary spent a lot of time researching the fight. They were looking for a way they might be able to disarm the coin and beat Dollar if he ever came for them. Right now, Dollar had become their biggest, #1 enemy. He was the likeliest candidate to reach the top 10 thus far. The people felt very lucky when it was confirmed they might not have to face Dollar. But for those that had to fight him, they researched and researched. They wanted to find a way they might win. Han Sen didn't think much about any of this, though. He just retired to the practice of Dongxian Sutra. The coin Geno Core had reached superclass after the fight, and he was fairly confident he could reach first place. If Han Sen could get all his Geno Cores to super, that would be even easier. Before the next round started, Han Sen practiced constantly with the Dongxian Sutra. When Han Sen entered the arena next, it was 4 days later. He didn't have to fight, though, as every opponent he went up against had to concede. No one dared to do combat with him. The opponents of the next 4 rounds conceded, and all super elites grew fearful of Dollar. Dollar's name was very famous. Humans had also gotten used to referring to him as the Light of Hope. Even so, there were a few unfriendly voices. A widely known professional published an article that presented a number of reasons why Dollar was not actually human, and was in fact a spirit, and it repeatedly reiterated that humans should not be so joyous in celebrating the figure. Words like those incited the ire of Dollar's fanboys, and debates raged between the camps in the virtual community. The professional was earnest in his opinion and supported it, but he had even gone so far as to say that even if Dollar was proven to be a human, there was no chance he could breach the top 10 Son of Gods. He also predicted Dollar would have trouble in his 5th round and that he would get no further than the 7th match. Han Sen looked at who his opponent would be in the 5th round. He had only seen who he was to fight in the 7th round, and that was Jade Shura, the supposed queen of the Shura. He didn't realize he would also have a strong opponent challenge him in the 5th round. Aqua Sun Beast was a berserk super creature. Han Sen didn't realize he would be an opponent. But Han Sen was a man that wanted to come out on top, and he didn't care about who or what got in the way. If Jade Shura did not have a special identity, Han Sen would not have cared too much about her, either. The matches Han Sen had watched the most were not Jade Shura's, though. They were the matches of Gu Qingcheng, Outer Sky Leader, and Sacred Leader. They didn't encounter strong opponents. Everyone who faced off against them ended up conceding. Gu Qingcheng had a few matches, but her opponents were all killed with a single hit. She didn't even allow them the berth to draw a weapon. But today was the day for Han Sen to battle Aqua Sun Beast. Many people came to watch it, and there was a far greater turnout than there was last time. Because Han Sen's past 4 opponents had decided to throw in the towel, many more came to watch as well. They were all keen to see what sort of power Han Sen possessed. That expert who wrote the article, is he a demigod? How did he know Dollar would go up against a berserk super creature on the 5th match? Wang Yuhang looked at the Marshall Hall's tablet. What? You know about this Aqua Sun Beast? Tang Jinliu asked Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang nodded and said, I asked Cheap Sheep to collect information. Aqua Sun Beast is famous. He claimed 80,000 miles of the Aqua Sea, and he eats emperors. He is powerful, and I certainly don't expect him to concede. What kind of power does it wield? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Anyone who's dared to enter the Aqua Sea has died inside its belly. No one has seen how it kills people. Wang Yuhang shook his head. Gu Qingcheng coldly approached them and said, The power of the Aqua Sun Beast is not as mighty as the Destroyer Wolf. But with that being said, the elites of the 4th God Sanctuary would prefer to challenge the Destroyer Wolf than venture near the Aqua Sea. Perhaps that can give you an idea of how scary it is. Do you know what power it wields? Wang Yuhang asked. I don't know. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. That expert is smart. Aqua Sun Beast is so mysterious. It might cause Dollar trouble. Tang Jinliu frowned. What is there to be afraid of? He defeated 6 paths. After doing that, there is no need for him to fear any monster. Wang Yuhang was confident. While they discussed, it was time for Dollar and Aqua Sun Beast to do battle. Han Sen, wrapped up in the holy light, entered the arena. He didn't see Aqua Sun Beast immediately. When the time for the creature to join was almost up, a door of light was revealed upon the arena. A beast that looked like a jade Kirin came out of it. It stood in front of Han Sen, not saying anything. All it did was spit out a green orb. The orb size was double that of a basketball, and its color was like green jade. The orb also possessed a strange glowing symbol of some kind. When the orb showed up, a strange green light covered the entire arena. Han Sen used holy light to fend off that green light, but the green light didn't seem to be destructive. He wasn't entirely sure what it did or what it meant. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, he suddenly heard the Aqua Sun Beast roar. Then, the symbol upon the orb began to glow. And then, the same strange symbol appeared on Han Sen's body. It was atop him, stuck. Oh no! That is the power of a seal. Jing Jiwu was shocked. He has the same power as you do? Lin Feng looked at him glumly. Jing Jiwu nodded and said, It is the same, yes. But I only have it at gemstone class. The sealing power will be far stronger than mine. Now that Dollar has been touched by that green light, he will have been sealed. I doubt he'll even be able to move. This power can constrict Dollar just like that? Tang Jinliu looked to be in disbelief. Jing Jiwu had a wry smile. I'm only gemstone class. My sealing power is enough to constrict a super creature for 3 seconds, though. They can't move no matter what. Jade Sun Beast is much stronger than me, and even if 6 paths was the one in the arena, he'd suffer the same fate. No wonder he is so strong. It looks like we should never underestimate the abilities of a single super creature. Tang Jinliu's face changed. Dollar has been too careless. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be snared right away like that, Wang Yuhang said. It looks like that expert was right. Dollar is in trouble, Tang Jinliu said. The audience could observe the sealing powers of Aqua Sun Beast, and when they saw it, they were shocked. From what was seen in the match between Han Sen and 6 paths, defeating Han Sen through sheer power was very difficult. No one could be sure. Aqua Sun Beast's sealing power was like the issuing of a warning. Can Dollar get out of that sealing power? Sumi looked at Hansen. It will be difficult if it's possible at all. Aqua Sun Beast is probably one of the best when it comes to sealing powers. It is difficult to evade the beast's sealing light, but now that he is sealed, not even emperors can escape something like that, Furnace Emperor said. Aqua Sun Beast thought Hansen was now unable to get away. He grabbed Hansen with the plan of placing the human in his mouth. Seeing that the beast was about to bite his head off, Hansen pulled out a stone pipe and put it to his lips. He took aim and blew into it. Pang! A red light went right into Aqua Sun Beast's mouth. It blew up the beast's entire head, resulting in a mess of blood. The professional in the virtual community got stomped on. Everyone commented and asked for his opinion on how Dollar effortlessly broke the fifth opponent's head. Your prediction was accurate, and Dollar really was given a lot of trouble. The blood must have taken ages to clean. Blowing up his head in less than a minute must have been really difficult. This is worrisome. It was such a big creature. Think of all the meat. I don't know if we should bake, grill, or boil it. Of course, we can actually prepare it in 10 different ways. We can fry it, stir-fry it, steam it, roast it, deep-fry it, slow-cook it, put it in sauce, flamethrower it, nuke it, or just barbecue it. The professional said Dollar wouldn't get past the 7th round. This is great. The professional didn't respond, but after a while, he departed and left behind a single note. It said Dollar was guaranteed not to make it past the 7th round. It made everyone go crazy once again. In the 4th God's Sanctuary, all the beings were trying to find out what element Dollar was attuned with. The sealing power hadn't worked on him, and he seemed absolutely perfect in every way. He had no known flaw. It gave the others who wanted the title Son of God a headache. Many super elites investigated these events, but they could not find anything. But they were able to confirm that the pipe Hansen used was the Blow Blood Genocore from Drink Blood Emperor. That confirmed the sealing power did not work on Dollar. Blow Blood Genocore had been sealed, and over the years, none had been able to unseal it. Yet, when Dollar had it, he had somehow been able to do just that. Now people were able to confirm that the coin Genocore they had witnessed was actually the coin Genocore on the leaderboard, and it belonged to Dollar. Everyone was talking about this in fervent wonder about who might actually be able to stop Dollar. People investigated Dollar's list of battles painstakingly, and aside from Aqua Sun Beast, Dollar would go up against Jade Shura on the 7th round. Jade Shura's performance was outstanding. She hadn't beat 6 paths and Aqua Sun Beast like Hansen had, but she was great nonetheless, especially since she had falsified sky powers. That was something many beings were flat out afraid of. It was a shame Godslayer Luo hadn't decided to join in, but nobody dared to ask him to compete. Still, that meant the connection between him and Jade Shura would to remain a complete mystery. People assumed she was the queen of the Shura, a conclusion drawn from both her body shape and name. Still, people did not know why the queen possessed the falsified sky powers. Because her identity made things mysterious, it heightened the allure of the 7th match. And all wished to find out which of the two would end up stronger. When calculating the odds from a simple power perspective, the results favored Dollar. But falsified sky powers never missed. That power could very well kill Dollar in a second flat. Regardless, all the beings were extremely excited for the upcoming match. The beings that would later go up against the victor of the match paid extra attention to it, as well. It did not matter who won, as long as they could learn a thing or two. Inside the Shura Palace, a young Shura lady stood next to the Shura Queen. If Hansen saw who this woman was, he'd have been shocked. That was because this Shura lady looked just like Zero. She was obviously older than Zero, but she was practically the same in all other physical aspects. Minger, you need to be careful tomorrow. That Dollar is unusual. The Shura Queen spoke to the young Shura. Mother, do not worry. I will beat him, and I will rise to take first place. I will tell everyone that Jade Shura is the greatest of all creations. Minger spoke with absolute confidence. The Shura Queen laughed. She held her hands and said, You cannot be careless. Our falsified sky powers still possess flaws. Until we obtain the second half of the falsified sky sutra, it will never be perfect. I know, But do not worry. The deal for the next 10 years will result in me beating Luo Haitang, and then I will obtain the second half of the falsified Sky Sutra, Yu Ming'er said. The Shura Queen shook her head. She knew her daughter well, and she knew the girl wouldn't listen. But the Shura Queen wasn't too worried. Yu Ming'er was the most talented person in Jade Shura to have learned the falsified Sky Sutra. She was so strong, and there was no need to be concerned with her safety. Even if she was unable to win, she could still survive whatever came her way. Han Sen, meanwhile, was investigating something he was holding. After killing Aqua Sun Beast, he didn't get the beast's soul. But he did obtain the dead body, Geno Core, and Life Geno Essence. Life Geno Essences were now useless for him, and he gave the meat to Little Silver and the others. He brought the Geno Core with him, though. A green jade orb with a weird symbol of light. It contained a strong sealing power, that much was certain. If other people did not have a sealing power, they could not make use of the orb. And it was at times like this the benefit of Han Sen's collection of spirit Geno points really showed. Han Sen did not possess the power of sealing, but with the sealing spirit Geno points, he could simulate sealing powers to make use of the orb. The orb was useful, and if monsters were touched by the sealing light, even a superclass little star would end up stunned. This is good stuff. Han Sen played around with the orb and came to like it. It was called the God Orb, but it was not perfect. If Little Star was traveling, the God Orb would not be able to shine on him, for example. The sealing light could also be blocked by objects, such as shields. But still, even if a shield was deflecting the sealing light, the shield itself would end up getting sealed. This applied to armor as well. If the armor was sealed, your body would be locked in place. Han Sen took the God Orb and returned to Divinity's bout. The sixth enemy conceded, a move prompted by witnessing Aqua Sun Beast's merciless execution. So, Han Sen exited the background and waited for the seventh match. He was curious about the Jade Shura. Luo Haitang, who did not show much interest in Divinity's bout, went straight to the martial hall when the seventh match began. He was eager to watch the fight between Dollar and Jade Shura. Luo Li walked over to Luo Haitang, and with a serious look, asked him, "Sir, is that Jade Shura the real Shura Queen?" Luo Haitang sat down and said, "If she isn't the Shura Queen, then things will be much worse." "Why is that?" Luo Li asked, confused. "If she isn't the Shura Queen, then that means the Jade Shura have a second scary person," Luo Haitang said calmly. Luo Li thought that made sense. The Shura Queen was already giving him a headache, but the prospect of a second individual like this would be worse for the Luo family. The Jade Shura family had many elites, whereas the Luo family had no one. Aside from Luo Haitang, none were strong enough to represent them. "I hope Dollar can kill Jade Shura. Even if she is not the Shura Queen, killing her should sort the problem out," Luo Li thought. She didn't dare say it out loud in front of Luo Haitang. Luo Haitang did not say anything. He simply watched the stream displayed upon the martial hall tablet, waiting for Dollar and Jade Shura's match to begin. When it was time for the fight to start, Han Sen strode right into the battleground. Jade Shura hadn't arrived yet, so there was a bit of a wait. When the entry time was almost over, Jade Shura made her appearance. She looked the same as she had before, clad in black armor. She had a pair of purple horns and a mask on. "She's not the Shura Queen." Luo Haitang frowned, as this was bad news for the Luo family. Han Sen checked out Jade Shura carefully. He had never met the Shura Queen, so he could not tell if it was really her before him. The pros love to enter at the last second, don't they? Does that make you look stronger or something? Han Sen asked after she walked in. He didn't care whether she entered early or late. He just wanted to find out whether or not she was the Shura Queen, judging from her response. Jade Shura coldly responded, "Isn't it a good thing? It's me being merciful, letting you live a little longer." After hearing her speak, Han Sen was able to guess that it wasn't the Shura Queen. With the Shura Queen's age and manners, she wouldn't have replied like that. Han Sen thought it must have just been some young Shura lady. If she is not the Shura Queen, she must at least be from Jade Shura. Han Sen thought, then he said, "You are kind. I am not, but if you are willing to concede, you can walk away with your life," Jade Shura said. Hansen laughed and said, "You are confident. I wonder what your strength is really like. Try me, and you just might find out." Jade Shura gave a grunt. Then, she raised her hand and began to build up falsified sky power in the cup of her palm. The crowd felt that they could almost see something there, like she was holding a mirage. Han-sun looked at the left hand she had raised and frowned. Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, but still, the level of power she possessed seemed nearly perfect to Han-sun. Luo Haitang saw the problem, too, and he frowned. "How is that possible? Her falsified sky power is like you. Did they get the second part of the falsified Sky Sutra?" Luo Li screamed, completely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Luo Haitang shook his head and said, "No, she didn't get it. Then why is her falsified sky power?" Luo Li couldn't speak. Luo Haitang had the complete falsified Sky Sutra. That meant she was accusing him of something. Luo Haitang looked at Jade Shura's left hand and said, "We possess the falsified Sky Sutra, but it was something we stole from a tomb belonging to the Shura, and we need Shura blood to practice it. That means it was originally a skill for the Shura. Jade Shura bred with the Shura for many generations, so their blood is probably completely Shura now. But it still can't be like the absolutely pure Shura that cannot practice the falsified Sky Sutra. Jade Shura's blood is strong enough to almost complete the falsified Sky Sutra. So she is scarier than the Shura Queen herself. If she really did come to own the complete version, there's no telling how strong she might become. Can Dollar beat her?" Asking that made Luo Li feel guilty. Luo Haitang shook his head and said, "It'll just be difficult. Her falsified sky power is close to my level. Very few beings can block her attacks. Dollar will have to get rid of her before she strikes. Otherwise, I fear it is already too late." Luo Li heard this and felt very anxious. Jade Shura had already gathered up her falsified sky power while Dollar watched. He didn't even seem interested in attacking her. What is wrong with him? Does he not know the strength of falsified sky power? What is he standing there for? Go kill her. Luo Li felt a need for haste, but no matter how she felt, all she could do was watch. Many creatures shared the same feelings. Those who knew what falsified sky powers could do were confused. They did not know why Dollar was refusing to attack. That Dollar is conceited. He is waiting for Jade Shura to strike first, Furnace Emperor said while observing Dollar. Doesn't he know that falsified sky powers will not miss? If Jade Shura strikes, he's a dead man. Sumi looked on strangely. True, but everything around this Dollar is weird. Perhaps he does have some power that can go against it. Furnace Emperor was not entirely sure. Jade Shura saw Dollar unmoving, waiting for her to strike first. She looked annoyed, and she thought to herself, "If you want to die, then fine." After that, she swung her hand. An invisible force came rushing forward to Han Senator, and everyone's eyes traced it from her left hand. The strike was nothing beautiful. There was no light or ripple as it came, but people knew what the strike did, and they knew how frightening it truly was. Han Sen looked at Jade Shura's left hand. Still, he did not strike. He just wanted to see how far she had come with her practice of the falsified Sky Sutra. Everyone's focus was on Han Senator. They knew watching Jade Shura was pointless. Falsified sky power was invisible anyway, and if they watched her, they wouldn't see how the attack killed him. Is Dollar playing around? This is falsified sky power he's up against. Tang Jinliu's hands were getting sweaty. He wasn't related to the Luo family, and it was a Shura using that power. He earnestly hoped Dollar would win. Nobody replied to him because they didn't know the answer either. Everyone was intensely focused on Dollar. Just as most people were expecting Dollar to start spewing blood, he moved half a step. He did it casually. But after that step, everyone froze. After that step, nothing happened. And the fact that nothing happened was what struck people with disbelief. Falsified sky power had been cast, but nothing became of it. It was strange, and everyone turned to look at Han San with surprise. Even Jade Shura. No one could believe that the falsified sky powers had missed Dollar completely. Did he dodge the falsified sky power? Luo Li's eyes opened wide. She had seen all that transpired, but she still couldn't make sense of it. Luo Haitang looked just as surprised. But he only looked at Dollar without saying a word, retreating into thought. Jade Shura was wearing a mask, so nobody could see her face. But Jade Shura knew her own face was full of shock. She couldn't accept what had just happened, and she didn't believe her falsified sky power could be avoided. Because Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, it was not impossible to dodge. But hers was different. Her falsified sky power was almost perfect due to her blood. In recent years, no one had been able to dodge her ability. Jade Shura's eyes looked cold. She didn't say anything and simply cast it again. She swung both hands and kept repeatedly slashing towards Dollar. Han Sen remained still and firm, only moving to casually dodge the strikes. And still, Jade Shura's falsified Sky Sutra did not hit Han Sen, and he managed to dodge each and every attack. Jade Shura's falsified sky powers were almost perfect. Even if she had a variant that was absolutely perfect, Han Sen's Dongshan Sutra would allow him to dodge it. He wouldn't be struck by it. Is it fake, perhaps? It must be a fake falsified sky power. Shit! Dollar is too strong. Falsified sky power is useless against him. I must be seeing a fake falsified sky power. Dollar is scary. Not only did the ceiling power not work against him, but neither has falsified sky powers. What power can work against him? Dollar will surely get into the top 10 Son of Gods. None of the beings had expected this. Godslayer Luo killed everything with his falsified sky power, and he had even taken down a super shelter with it so humans could have a place to call home in the fourth God sanctuary. Spirits and creatures knew how powerful it could be. Even top-rank spirits and creatures would not underestimate falsified sky powers. And yet, Dollar had effortlessly evaded it. It made them wonder if the ability they were witnessing was fake. The falsified sky power is not fake. It's just that Dollar is so strong. He broke 6 paths and is immune to ceiling powers. Not even falsified sky powers can hurt him. Where did he come from wielding such power? I have never heard of such a thing before. Sacred's leader frowned while looking at Han Sen. Haha, see, this is a strong human. Falsified sky powers are nothing. Dollar is God. In front of God, everything is rubbish. Many human demigods were fans of Dollar, but now they were even more hyped. They all wished they could be like Dollar, making battle with enemies of the different species in Divinity's bout and achieving a more widespread human glory. Spirits and creatures did not believe Dollar was human. It's not an elite human. It is a creature. It's not a creature. It is a spirit. The audience argued amongst themselves. Inside the arena, Yu Ming'er was still reeling in shock. The power she was most proud of had proven useless against her opponent. No matter how hard she tried, the falsified sky powers had lost their luster. Han Sen's moving body started to look bigger and bigger in her eyes. Her opponent looked so mysterious, and it knocked her confidence down more than a few pegs. Han Sen now fully understood how proficient she really was with falsified sky powers. Her ability was far from being perfect, and it was much worse than even zero. If Han Yen became superclass, she'd be better than Jade Shura as well. That Jade Shura is a potential threat. Even half of the falsified Sky Sutra is extremely dangerous. I should kill her to avoid further problems. Han Sen's expression turned murderous, and he suddenly started sprinting towards her. Yu Ming'er's confidence had been trampled, and her attacking momentum was now low, but she was still able to dodge the punch Han Sen threw. But Han Sen turned and revealed his blood Geno core. Then he blew it at her. A red light came flying at her face. Yu Ming'er had the best blood out of all the Jade Shura. In a situation like this, she could still remain calm and evade the attack. But she was unable to dodge it completely. The red light went right for her face and broke a part of her mask off. Han Sen teleported in front of her with his fist raised to punch her in the face. But when he saw her image, he stopped. He didn't want to punch her. Why do you look so familiar? Han Sen was in shock. Yu Ming'er looked just like Zero. If she hadn't looked older than Zero, he would have believed that Zero herself was standing before him. Kill me, if that is your desire. Yu Ming'er stood where she was, seeing the fist in front of her. She gritted her teeth in anticipation. "Tell me, what is your name? And from which Shura tribe do you hail?" Hansen asked her. Hansen wanted to find out more about Zero, and although he'd never given up, there hadn't been clues for the longest time. Now that he had seen Yu Ming'er, he was taken aback. Until he could figure out the connection between the two, Hansen was going to spare her life. Yu Ming'er did not say anything. A door of light appeared behind her, and she ran towards it. In anger, she turned and said, "Dollar, right? I'll remember you. I won't lose next time." Hansen watched Yu Ming'er concede and did not move to stop her. He had decided not to kill her, so stopping her would be unnecessary. And even though she had said nothing about the fact, Hansen at least knew she was of the Jade Shura. She couldn't run from him. Dollar had become the most famous person in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, perhaps even the entire universe. Everyone was curious about the true identity of Dollar. To all the creatures in the Fourth Sanctuary, it didn't matter who Dollar actually was. They had all concluded that Dollar would definitely make it to the ranks of the 10 Son of Gods, and he might even win the entire divinities bout. Hansen didn't have the time to care about that after he went back to the Alliance. He immediately started to observe Zero, and the more he looked at her, the more he found that she looked like Jade Shura. Is Jade Shura Zero's mother or sister? Hansen was thinking. However, he didn't think it made much sense. Though Zero looked like a little girl, she wasn't young anymore. Jade Shura might not even have been as old as Zero. Hansen thought about it for a while, and he still went to see what he could find about Jade Shura's identity. She had actually shown her face, and she came from the Shura race. She had to have something to do with the Jade Shura family, so it should be fairly easy to find out who she was. After asking a lot of people, he found the information he wanted. Actually, it wasn't a difficult job at all. The news that Yu Ming'er lost to Dollar was also important news in the Shura race. Soon, Hansen learned that Yu Ming'er was indeed someone from the Jade Shura bloodline. She was a daughter of the Shura queen. However, before the divinities bout, nobody knew that Yu Ming'er was so powerful. A daughter of the Shura queen? Does that mean Zero might be a daughter of the Shura queen as well? No way. If she was, why would she look like a human being? Hansen felt that the information he had found wasn't accurate, but he couldn't figure it out himself. I'll have to look for an answer from the Jade Shura bloodline, Hansen thought. Divinity's bout was still going on, but the competitors Hansen was about to fight all chose to back out. Nobody dared to fight him. Hansen went through a very peaceful competition period, but at the same time, another major event happened in the divinity's bout. The Outer Sky leader was defeated by a creature nobody knew, and he was crushed. His body was destroyed with one punch, which shocked everyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. It was just as shocking as Hansen's defeat of Six Paths. The Master of Outer Sky was a spirit, so he didn't actually die. Hansen felt sorry after hearing that. However, being powerful enough to kill the Outer Sky leader did make Hansen alert. After he heard more about the fight, Hansen became concerned. Based on Wang Yuhang's description, the guy who killed the Master of Outer Sky with one punch was mysterious, and Wang Yuhang wasn't even sure whether it was a spirit or a creature. The being was wearing black armor, and his punch had wielded a fire that was powerful, yet icy cold. Outer Sky leader's genocore was frozen, after which it was crushed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. The armored man from the Iron Chimenia? A terrifying being popped up in Hansen's mind after he heard Wang Yuhang's description. Hansen's stomach felt a little upset at the thought. If it was actually the armored man from the Iron Chimenia, Hansen couldn't be guaranteed to defeat him. Hansen still remembered the fight between the Headless Rockman and the Black Armored Man. In Hansen's memories, the man in black armor was already much more powerful than many of the strongest beings in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Hansen didn't think he could kill Outer Sky's master with only one punch. Hansen went to see the fight of the man in black armor in the next round. Though the competitor chose to quit the battle, Hansen still saw the armored man, and it was indeed the one from the Iron Chimenia. Why did he come to join the divinities bout instead of enjoying his time in the Iron Chimenia? Hansen couldn't understand it. Hansen studied the bracket of upcoming fights, and he found that he wouldn't meet the man in black armor until he became one of the 10 Son of Gods. That was relieving. If he fought the man in black armor and they both got crushed, others would exploit their weakness, and then it would be a tragedy for both of them. Luckily, he would enter the top 10 before he had to worry about that. Because of the armored man, everything was changed now. Everyone thought that Dollar was likely to be the top of the 10 son of gods, but now people were discussing who was stronger, Dollar or the armored man. It was bizarre because nobody knew where the armored man came from, so no news was spread. Even other creatures didn't know that the armored man came from the Iron Chimenia. It's indeed a handful. The headless rockman couldn't even defeat the armored man with Destiny's Tower. Can I actually handle him? Hansen wasn't sure either. Hansen didn't run into any trouble in his battles. He went to watch the fights of the armored man several times, but all his competitors conceded as nobody dared to fight him. Everyone knew what had happened to the Master of Outer Sky, so none of them were willing to take the risk. Hansen took a look at the contestants that the armored man was about to fight. After reading it for a while, he noticed that Gu Qingcheng would run into the armored man before trying to become one of the 10 son of gods. Gu Qingcheng is indeed powerful, but that armored man was just wicked. I'll try to convince her not to fight. Hansen ran back to the shelter to find Gu Qingcheng, and he told her about how he met the armored man and fought him. Sister Gu, that armored man is very dangerous, and his power might not even belong in the fourth god's sanctuary. Don't fight him. Otherwise, your beautiful face might get injured, Hansen said jokingly. What? You think I can't compete with him? Gu Qingcheng looked at Hansen, smiling. No, I just think he's like a monster or a beast. You're a beautiful woman, so it's not worth it for you to fight a beast, said Hansen. Gu Qingcheng stopped smiling. She looked at Hansen and said, if he's really from that Iron Chimenia, then there's more reason for me to meet him. Why so? Asked Hansen. Do you know what that Chimenia is? Gu Qingcheng didn't answer Hansen's question but asked him one in return. How should I know? Hansen smiled. If he had known what the Chimenia was, he wouldn't have messed with it in the first place. Gu Qingcheng's facial expression was veiled as she said, if your description is correct, the Iron Chimenia should be the alchemy pot of a famous Taoist. Are you saying that the Iron Chimenia belonged to an ancient human being? Hansen's eyes popped, and he stared at Gu Qingcheng. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't be sure, said Gu Qingcheng calmly. Was there something like the Iron Chimenia in ancient times? Hansen found it hard to believe. Humans had been around for tens of thousands of years, and there was a time when humans didn't keep historical records. But even so, the history of humans was not as long as that of the Shura race, not to mention the ancient races like the crystallizers. If humans had possessed something so powerful in ancient times, they would have risen in the universe a long time ago. They wouldn't have taken so long to gain power, and the Shura wouldn't have maintained dominance for so many years. At that point in history, humans controlled some strange items. Actually, you have one yourself, but it isn't as powerful as it used to be. Gu Qingcheng looked at Hansen with a smile. You mean Taya sword? Hansen thought about it, and that sword was the only thing he had with a rich history which came from the era of Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng nodded and said, Taya's sword was mighty before it was broken. When I left, Taya's sword was still one of the top 10 sacred swords, but out of nowhere it got broken. Lots of things were lost or destroyed around that time, and I don't know what happened after that. There's one thing I can be sure of. If the Iron Chimenia is as you described, it's probably an alchemy pot. Is it used for making medicines? Asked Hansen. Gu Qingcheng paused for a while and said, in that era, many Taoists wanted to become angels, and making medicines was one of the ways to achieve that. It was very popular among the Taoists, and the most famous alchemy pot was the long-living pot that belonged to the Taoist Su Fu. Su Fu? I've heard that name somewhere before. An emperor in ancient times once went to find medicines that could help him live forever. Was that him? Hansen asked after a moment of thought. He had heard that story when he was in kindergarten. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. He wasn't an emperor. Su Fu was a very famous Taoist, and he was great at making medications. He was using the Chimenia to reshape his own body. Reshape his own body? He wanted to turn himself into a medication. Han Sen was very surprised. Of course not. He was using the Chimenia to train his body, and he absorbed the forces from the medication. He then condensed the medications and tried to become an angel. Unfortunately, modern science has proven that there isn't anything like heaven, and the so-called Taoist technique back then was proven to be just a rumor. Only a few seemed to actually break the space and ascend. Perhaps nobody actually succeeded, and even if one succeeded, nobody knew where they went, but it wouldn't be heaven. Gu Qingcheng shrugged her shoulders. Han Sen's interest was piqued. If Dongxianzi broke through space and entered the sanctuary, then what about the other Taoists who broke through space? Did they reach the sanctuaries as well? However, that didn't seem quite right. Jade Little Lion King once said that his father had seen that iron Chimenia when it was still young, and based on the age of the Little Lion King's father, that iron Chimenia had been around much longer than humans had. If that ancient creature saw the Chimenia when it was young, there was no way that the device once belonged to humans. I think it's just a coincidence that they look alike. The iron Chimenia has been in God's ruin for so long, and it's definitely older than human history. It's not likely that it's some pot that belonged to Su Fu, said Han Sen to Gu Qingcheng. We need to see it first, said Gu Qingcheng stubbornly. Seeing Gu Qingcheng insist on fighting the armored man, Han Sen stopped trying to persuade her to concede. He had already warned her and told her everything he knew, so it wouldn't be his fault that something bad happened to her. The divinity's bout continued. Han Sen and the armored man didn't run into any obstacles. All the creatures and spirits conceded, so they passed round after round of battles without fighting. After half a month, the battle between Gu Qingcheng and the armored man came. Gu Qingcheng also had great performance in her previous battles. So many creatures and spirits were attracted to her fight with the armored man. Lots of creatures were speculating on whether Gu Qingcheng had the courage to fight him. The truth was, Gu Qingcheng was a very stubborn person. Even though Han Sen warned her several times, Gu Qingcheng still insisted on fighting the armored man. When she showed up on the battlefield, lots of people cheered. They were cheering for Gu Qingcheng's courage, but at the same time, they would finally see the armored man strike again. Nobody paid any attention to the armored man until his fight against the Master of Outer Sky. And after that fight, no creatures dared to fight the armored man. So most of the crowd had never seen the armored man strike before, and they didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Gu Qingcheng was the first person since Outer Sky who had been willing to fight him, and this was the perfect time to see whether the armored man was indeed as invincible as the rumors said. Han Sen didn't have a battle that day, so he left Shadow Shelter and went to watch the battle with Wang Yuhang and his friends. Han Sen knew that Gu Qingcheng was powerful, but that armored man was also terrific. Han Sen wasn't sure whether Gu Qingcheng could win or not, so he could only wish Gu Qingcheng good luck. Old Han, will Sister Gu be okay? Wang Yuhang was a bit worried. He had watched the armored man kill Outer Sky's leader with one strike, so he knew how terrifying the armored man was. He was very worried. If she thinks she can do it, I don't think she'll have a problem. With her power, even if she can't defeat the armored man, she can still survive long enough to resign the fight. Nobody in the fourth god's sanctuary can stop her. Han Sen could only hope for the best. Fleeing? It'll be the armored man who'll flee. Elysian Moon sneered and walked toward him. She then sat down on the stone steps. Let's hope so, said Han Sen. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow also came to cheer for Gu Qingcheng. Unfortunately, Gu Qingcheng couldn't hear anything in the battlefield of Divinity's bout. The battle had begun. Gu Qingcheng walked into the battlefield, and almost at the same time, a door of light showed up in opposition to Gu Qingcheng, and the armored man walked out. Everyone was staring at the armored man, and they were all greatly anticipating his performance. All the creatures were still thrilled by how the armored man killed the Master of Outer Sky with one strike, and many people wished to see the same thing happen again. Gu Qingcheng stared at the armored man thoughtfully. It seemed that she might have figured out something. The armored man didn't say anything. He raised his fist, and fire started to burn across his body. But the burning fire wasn't hot at all. Instead, it was cold as ice. Gu Qingcheng was more direct. She took out her blade and rushed toward the armored man, summoning a powerful sword light from her sword. The fist and the sword hit each other, and the fire shook and the blade light shattered. The terrifying forces exploded, creating a hole that was larger than a basketball court in the indestructible battlefield. The power of the attacks was already at the same level as Six Paths' trump technique, and all the creatures watching were thrilled. Hansen frowned. It seemed that Gu Qingqing's blade technique was better than he thought. However, the armored man didn't seem to care at all. The fire on his body got denser, and his power slowly grew. The battlefield became covered in flames, completely surrounding Gu Qingqing. Then the entire battlefield looked like an exploding volcano, and the tumbling flames rushed to the sky. The flames were the only thing the audience could see. Gu Qingqing and the armored man were nowhere to be found. Pong! A comet flew out of the flames and hit the wall of the battlefield hard enough to shake the stands. It was Gu Qingqing's body. She spewed out a mouthful of blood, which splashed everywhere. There was ice covering Gu Qingqing, and she looked like she had been coated in white powder. In the next second, the fire flashed toward her again. Gu Qingqing was terrified. She took a step back and went through a door of light she conceded and exited the battlefield. Everyone watching the battle was completely shocked, and more than a little terrified. Gu Qingqing had shown such incredible power, but she could barely survive 2 strikes from the armored man. That display of power had shocked everyone into silence. It was absolute power, and it was absolute suppression. "Are you okay, Sister Gu?" Hansen walked toward Gu Qingqing and supported her out of the martial hall. He could feel that her body was very cold, and just touching her made his palms feel like they were about to freeze and fall off. "I'm not dying," said Gu Qingqing with her lips trembling. "Come help her, little Silver," Hansen called. The silver lightning fell on Gu Qingqing's body, and after half an hour, Gu Qingqing started to recover. "It's okay now." After more than an hour, Gu Qingqing seemed to be recovering a little. Little Silver then stopped treating her. "Is the armored man really that strong, Sister Gu?" asked Wang Yuhang. Gu Qingqing shook her head without saying anything. After leaving the martial hall, she told Hansen to come and see her. "The armored man is indeed using the skills of a Taoist." "So he is actually Su Fu?" asked Hansen. Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, "No, though he's using the skills of a Taoist, his power doesn't seem like a human's. He feels more like a creature to me." Hansen frowned and looked at Gu Qingqing, as he didn't know what Gu Qingqing was trying to say. Gu Qingqing cleared her head and continued, "Do you think it's possible for a creature to learn the skills of a Taoist? Is that really possible? The powers of both creatures and spirits are inborn, so they can't change them. They might be able to learn some techniques or concepts from humans, but the power itself couldn't be changed," Han San said thoughtfully. Gu Qingqing considered that for a moment. "You said that the armored man is staying in the iron chiminea, right? If it's actually an ancient chiminea, the creature might be training itself in the chiminea in order to change its body enough to use the techniques of the Taoists." A mutant creature with the power of a Taoist? Hansen was really disturbed. Though Hansen knew nothing about that era or how powerful the Taoists were, he could still tell from Gu Qingqing that the Taoists were exceptional. A powerful creature with the abilities of a Taoist was indeed a nightmare. The armored man won again, and the news shocked everyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. They originally thought that Dollar might be able to fight that armored man, but after the fight with Gu Qingqing, they all thought that Dollar would most likely be defeated by the armored man. Even a random attack from the armored man could rival the most powerful strike from Six Paths. The power gap was obvious. How can there be such a powerful being in the Fourth Sanctuary? The fact that he still hasn't broken space and become a god doesn't make any sense. Perhaps he's a god fallen to the Fourth Sanctuary. I don't think there'll be any suspense in the divinities bout this time. The armored man will be ranked first, and Dollar will come second. Indeed, no suspense. That armored man is just too powerful. Even great beings like the Master of Sacred Shelter had given up. He just hoped that he could get into the top 10, and he didn't count on getting first place anymore. The power of the armored man was making people desperate. As for Hansen, he didn't think that way. The armored man was indeed incredible, but he wasn't invincible. Gu Qingqing survived 2 strikes from him, at least. As long as he wasn't invincible, Han Sen still had a chance. Han Sen asked Gu Qingqing about the details of her fight with the armored man, and about the kind of skills the armored man actually used. According to Gu Qingqing, the power the armored man used was the Dansha technique, which was very famous in her era. He condensed power into a medication, and when that medication exploded, the power it yielded was much superior to what the armored man possessed himself. Gu Qingqing told Han Sen that the armored man's body wasn't much stronger than hers. The first strike of the armored man was the power of the armored man himself, and Gu Qingqing was strong enough to rival it. However, the power contained in the armored man's medication was much stronger than Gu Qingqing, and the second punch contained that sort of power. Gu Qingqing couldn't resist it, which was why she lost. The divinities' bout continued. Han Sen got into the 10 Son of Gods. As for the armored man, nobody dared to fight him anymore, so he became one of the 10 Son of Gods too. After all 10 Son of Gods were chosen, the divinities' bout was over, and the final matches were the ranking competition for the top 10. Each Son of God needed to fight the other 9 Son of Gods, thus giving the final ranking. Everyone thought that the armored man would reach first place. Even some of the Son of Gods said that they wouldn't fight the armored man. After all, the creatures treasured their lives. Even the spirits who had the power of resurrection didn't want to be killed for nothing. Han Sen had been studying ways to defeat the armored man before the ranking competition of the Son of God started. Han Sen wasn't sure how powerful the armored man could be when he fully triggered his medication. If the armored man had shown the full extent of his power in the fight with Gu Qingqing, then Han Sen's own physical power when combined with Little Angel and his blood pulse technique could defeat the armored man. Han Sen found somewhere silent to combine with the Little Angel. The power infused his entire body, and his strength immediately surpassed the Emperor level. There wasn't any downside to combining with the Little Angel, so Han Sen had been fighting in this mode. However, Han Sen wasn't sure if he could defeat the armored man or not. Han Sen tried the Blood Legion technique while under this status. Han Sen's blood slipped out of his veins and suffused his flesh, which made some strange changes in Han Sen's body. Suddenly, in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, Destiny's Tower started to shake as if it were responding to the changes in Han's Senator. It was no longer peaceful like it had been. Han Sen summoned Destiny's Tower and held it in his hands. He tried to control the Geno Core to make attacks. He didn't actually fight because he just wanted to see how long he could last under this status. The results beyond his best expectations. After combining with the Little Angel, using the Blood Legion technique didn't place a huge burden on his body. He lasted for a whole day before he gradually felt kind of tired. I think I should have enough time, and I don't think it's going to take that long to end the fight. After separating himself from the Little Angel, Han Sen felt that his body was much weaker than before. It seemed that the Blood Legion technique still had a significant impact on his body, but merging with the Little Angel significantly weakened that influence. When he returned to the Alliance, he found Little Flower and Bower playing in the yard. Zero was drinking tea on the stone chair beside them as she watched the two play. "Zero, are you bored here? If you are, you can go to the sanctuary." Han Sen felt a bit sorry for Zero. To ensure that his family would be safe, he asked Zero to stay in the Alliance to look after Little Flower and Ji Yanran. It had been very unfair to Zero. Zero gave a very calm smile, and she poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Han's Senator. She also filled her own cup, held the tea close to her face, and breathed in the steam as she sipped it. Looking at Zero, Han Sen suddenly felt relaxed, as if nothing else actually mattered. "No matter who she is, I won't let anyone hurt her," Han Sen promised himself. He then took the cup, took a sip, and enjoyed the moment. "Instructor, I still can't find Qingya. Perhaps he's already dead." Inside a palace, a man in a cape saluted a man sitting on the throne. "Who killed Qingya?" The man sitting on the throne looked very young, and he didn't look like a human being. He had silver hair and a bloody scar between his eyebrows. There was a spiral horn on his head that made him look like a unicorn, and at his back were a pair of golden dragon wings. With that golden crystal armor, he looked exceptionally powerful. "We haven't found out yet, But with Qingya's power, I can't think of anyone who could have killed him. Even the disciples from Blood Legion, while they might be able to defeat Qingya, I can't imagine that they could actually manage to kill him Qingya. The only one I can think of who could kill Qingya that easily is the chairman of the new community, said the caped man. Why him? Does he really have that kind of power? The instructor said, looking at the caped man. The man in the cape lowered his head. That chairman of the new community is too mysterious. We still aren't sure where he came from, and we aren't sure if he is like us. We don't even know if he is from Blood Legion. Qingya joined the new community to study him, so he's the greatest suspect. But we can't say for sure that he is the one who killed Qingya, said the instructor. If we want to know if he killed Qingya, just let me go and test him. Then we'll know whether he has the ability to do so, said the man in the cape. The new community is a part of our organization, and I have a pact with the previous chairman that I won't interfere with their issues. If we can't be sure that the new chairman is indeed someone like us, we'll just leave him alone for now, said the instructor calmly. Then what about Qingya? Asked the man in the cape, raising his head. Put it out of your mind for now. If the chairman of the new community really did it, we'll figure it out sooner or later. There's something more important for you to do now, said the instructor. Please do tell, said the man in a cape with his head lowered. You've heard about the two creatures in the divinity's bout in the fourth sanctuary, right? Asked the instructor. I did. Instructor, do you think that they might belong to Blood Legion? Asked the man in the cape. The instructor shook his head. That's not possible, but something is indeed strange. Have some people in the sanctuary inspect them and find out who they are. Instructor, they are almost invincible in the fourth sanctuary, which we cannot enter. The creatures we have in the fourth sanctuary might not be able to deal with them, said the man in the cape. No need to deal with them. Just send our forces to see if they are really human beings or not. That is enough, said the instructor calmly. Okay, I will go do it now. Eye of God is still in the fourth sanctuary, and with its power it should be able to tell whether they are humans or not, said the man in the cape. Have you figured out who the masters of the other three genocores are? Asked the instructor. I haven't identified the masters of Real Blood or Bulwark Umbrella yet, but the master of that crystal core might be Han Senator. I'm still trying to confirm it, the man in the cape said after some thought. The Hans again? Damn it. Just go and confirm his identity, the instructor said with a complicated facial expression. After a few days, the ranking contest of the 10 Son of Gods began, and Han Sen's first opponent was the Master of Sacred. Han Sen wasn't afraid of Sacred's master now, and if the divinity's bout hadn't been taking up his time lately, he would have already rushed into Sacred's shelter and killed Goddess. He now hoped that Sacred's master wouldn't concede, as it would be a good opportunity for him to kill Sacred Shelter's leader. He just needed to engage in one-on-one combat in Divinity's bout, but if he went to Sacred Shelter, he would be forced to deal with lots of super beings, which would be much more difficult. After entering the battlefield, Han Sen saw that Sacred's master was already on the battlefield, and he wasn't backing out. Han Sen was very pleased. Goddess was in the martial hall of Sacred Shelter, watching the divinities bout. A man covered in holy light walked onto the battlefield. Almost everyone in the fourth sanctuary knew about Dollar now. However, as Goddess looked at Dollar, she felt that he seemed familiar. It wasn't because she had seen his fights like everyone else. She felt that she had met Dollar before, but she couldn't recall when or where. It was natural that Goddess couldn't recall. She couldn't link this peerless being with someone who was defeated by her dog in a single strike. And also, Goddess hadn't given Han Sen a second look. Before she actually saw Han Sen clearly, her black dog had already smacked him into a wall. Goddess thought Han Sen had already died, which was why she could kind of remember his shape, but she couldn't remember where she actually met him. Sacred's master entered the battlefield and summoned a golden scepter into his hands. There was a pair of wings on his back, and he was wearing a beautiful armor. The golden scepter in his hands was gleaming, and he looked fabulous in the outfit. He really looked like some god from a religious legend. Han Sen looked at the master of Sacred Shelter, and he was considering how he could kill his well-dressed opponent without giving him a chance to concede the battle. Everyone in Sacred Shelter was a super creature, and Sacred's master was a berserk super creature. Even if Han Sen's super geno points were already maxed, he was still very interested in the beast soul and geno core of a berserk super creature. Before Han Sen moved, Sacred's master started to strike. He raised the scepter in his hand, and the golden crystal started to release a gleaming halo, covering the entire battlefield with golden light. Han Sen was completely invincible under his Super King Spirit mode, so he wasn't afraid of that golden light at all. However, when the golden light fell on Han Sen's body, it felt strange. It was as if the golden light wasn't giving out any forces, and it didn't affect Han Sen's body. Although he couldn't be sealed or dampened as a Super King Spirit, he would still feel something. Even if it wasn't destructive, Han Sen would at least feel something. However, Han Sen didn't feel anything, which meant the golden light wasn't trying to attack at all. Han Sen couldn't tell what the golden light was used for, but he didn't have time to think about it. Sacred's master raised the scepter in his hands and rushed toward Han Sen. Han Sen stood still, and when the scepter was about to hit his body, he raised blow blood to his mouth and blew it toward the master of Sacred Shelter. Pong! Even a great being like Sacred's master couldn't handle the destructive power of blow blood. The bloody light went through the face of Sacred's master, and his entire head exploded. In the next second, the creature's head recovered as if nothing had happened. The scepter moved toward Han Sen. Han Sen frowned a bit, and he hit the scepter with his fist. The giant force from his fist bounced the scepter away, but it didn't injure Sacred's master. Sacred's master noticed that his own power hadn't been reduced much, and he was exhilarated. He dashed toward Han Sen with the scepter in his hands again, with that terrifying golden light. Han Sen defended himself against the crazy attacks from Sacred's master while shooting streams of bloody light with blow blood. The bloody light hit Sacred's master and exploded on his body again and again. But Sacred's master seemed to be a true immortal, like some kind of god. No matter how injured he got, he could recover in less than a second. It was recovering instead of healing. When his flesh and blood exploded, his body didn't knit itself back together. It was just instantly restored to its previous state. Han Sen realized that Sacred's master was recovering so quickly because that golden light was helping. Inside the golden sacred light, the master of Sacred could endlessly store his body, and injuries meant nothing to him. They couldn't even weaken his power. No wonder the golden light didn't have any attacking power. He's using the power on himself. Han Sen was a bit surprised in his heart. Dollar isn't that strong after all. He's just a little bit stronger than Sacred's master. Dollar is indeed inferior to the armored man. The master of outer sky, who is just as powerful as Sacred's master, was killed instantly by the armored man. Yet Dollar can't even break Sacred's golden light. If he loses this battle, he might not even get the second place of the Son of Gods. No wonder Sacred's master is a top-tier demigod. Dollar is still too young. Dollar seems to be much weaker than I expected. He isn't as tyrannical as that armored man at all. I think Dollar just relied on his geno core. Without his geno core, he is just barely a top-tier being. You can't say that. Dollar hasn't used his self-geno core yet, so it's difficult to say who will win and who will lose. It doesn't matter, really. Even if he wins, do you really think he is now qualified to fight the armored man for first place? Fight for first place? The armored man will definitely be the first place, and Dollar is likely to be the second place. Sacred's master was indeed a top-tier being, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all against Han Sen in Super King Spirit mode. Within his golden light, he was like an undying god, and the fight became quite heated. Han Sen was quite interested in the golden light of Sacred's master. He didn't care what the onlookers were talking about. He put away the blow blood geno core and summoned the Six Paths sword that Six Paths had left behind. Though Han Sen couldn't use the Six Paths sword as well as Six Paths Emperor, Han Sen didn't intend to practice the entirety of Six Paths sword technique. He only simulated the last technique, Six Paths, as one. Though it was only around 60% alike, the power was still terrific. The power in the sky and earth flooded toward the Six Paths sword, and the power in the sword grew stronger and stronger. Everyone was pretty surprised. Other people couldn't tell Han Sen's power, but they were all very surprised that Han Sen was able to perform the blade technique 6 paths as one. It was conceptualized and created by 6 paths himself, and it couldn't be used simply by wielding a 6 paths sword. When Han Sen performed it, it looked very much like the real 6 paths, so everyone was amazed. When the power in the swords condensed, Han Sen slashed toward the scepter instead toward Sacred's master himself. Sacred's master was scared. He didn't dare resist the 6 paths sword directly, so he dodged it. 6 paths as one could be used several times, and that was what Han Sen did. Though the power wasn't as strong as what 6 paths himself wielded, it was still incredible. Sacred's master didn't dare to let the 6 paths sword hit the crystal on his scepter, so he conceded and quit the battlefield. Though Han Sen won the battle, many people lost confidence in him. Nobody thought that he could beat the armored man anymore. The fight between Han Sen and the armored man was Han Sen's 4th fight aside from Sacred's master. Han Sen also defeated 2 other Son of Gods. Though he defeated them, his performance seemed to pale in comparison to the armored man. The armored man didn't have to fight at all, as all his opponents immediately conceded. Han Sen wasn't as frightening as he was. All the creatures were speculating on whether Dollar would actually dare to fight the armored man. Han Sen didn't think about it that much. He was still practicing the Dongxian Sutra like usual, hoping that he could advance Bulwark Umbrella to super level. Ji Yanran went to the company. Han Sen, Little Flower, and Bauer were at home. Little Flower and Bauer were playing in the garden, while Han Sen was practicing the Dongxian Sutra. In the afternoon, Ji Yanran still hadn't come back yet. She was very busy in the company, and she needed to do overtime in the afternoon. Han Sen thought about it, and then he took Little Flower and Bauer to the street for some food. "Father, I want ice cream," Bauer said happily, holding Han Sen's neck. "Okay, since your mom is not here, let's get wild today. You can eat whatever you want until you are full," said Han Sen, smiling. "Yeah," Bauer cheered. Han Sen didn't want to drive them to the shops himself. It was much easier to just ride there. They arrived at the street, and they stepped onto the automatic portal, arriving at the business center. The 3 ate happily, and they toured all the restaurants and food stands. Han Sen wasn't afraid that Bauer and Little Flower would get food poisoning. Their bodies were strong enough to resist even real poison, not to mention ordinary food. Little Flower was only 1 year old, but he could already eat a lot more than ordinary adults. However, he was very polite and quiet, and he was very elegant even when eating food. After eating, Han Sen went to the bathroom, and he put Bauer and Little Flower in the children's entertainment area. Bauer and Little Flower sat on small chairs as they played. Suddenly, a lady walked toward the children's entertainment zone, and she arrived at the doors. She was stopped by the owl. "Lady, you didn't put a child here. Is there anything I can help you with?" said the owl to the woman. "Of course." The lady put her hands on the owl, and the machine exploded. Nobody panicked because of the explosion. The entire children's entertainment area seemed to have been cut off from the building. Everything happening here seemed to have nothing to do with the building anymore, and everyone overlooked the area. Other kids were still playing, but Bauer suddenly jumped off the seesaw. She walked to Little Flower, and she stared at the woman walking toward her with her large eyes. "You can actually sense me coming. It seems that you're not just a pet for companionship," said the lady as she looked at Bauer, smiling. "Please leave now, sister. My dad is very ferocious. He doesn't like women. If he sees you here when he comes back, he'll be angry and kill you." Bauer stood in front of Little Flower and looked at the lady. "Then I'll leave soon. I don't like men who are very ferocious either. I only like boys who are cute and beautiful," the woman said while she moved her body. She teleported beside Little Flower and reached toward his collar. Bauer immediately grabbed Little Flower and jumped up. She dodged the woman's palms and rushed toward the exit of the children's entertainment zone. The woman was surprised. Those people are idiots. Their intelligence is completely wrong. A pet for companionship? Even ordinary top-tier demigods are not this fast. Pong! As Bauer tried to run out of the children's entertainment zone with Little Flower, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, and they bounced back immediately. The woman smiled and walked toward them. Even if you're a pet at the demigod level, it's still useless. If you don't want to be killed, stand there and don't move. Sister Bauer doesn't want to die, but if I lose my brother, my father will beat me to death. You're so beautiful, so you must be a very good person. Help me, okay? Don't take my brother away, Bauer begged, looking at the woman. What a cute pet. I just want to take you back and eat you. The woman licked her lips. Her tongue was long and thin like a snake's, and it looked absolutely bizarre. Bauer is still very young, so I don't have that much flesh for you to eat. How about you wait for a few years, and when I grow up you can come to eat me? Bauer said with her eyes wide open. Little Flower looked at the woman curiously. You're so smart, but there's no use in stalling for time. Even if you are one of Hansen's beast souls, you can't get through my Senluo illusion to contact him. Don't even think about it, the woman said while moved her body again, teleporting over to grab Little Flower. Bauer grabbed Little Flower, and she was extremely quick. The woman teleported several times, but she still couldn't touch Little Flower, so she was upset. She looked at Bauer for a second. The woman then said, "Those people are all useless. They actually think a powerful pet like this is only for companionship. I'll have to ask the instructor to punish them when I go back." And then, black and purple smoke started coming out of her body, filling the entire children's zone. The smoke looked like threads, and they moved toward Bauer and Little Flower. There was black and purple smoke everywhere, so Bauer and Little Flower didn't even have a place to move anymore. The black smoke touched other children, and it bound them like ropes. The kids were all falling down on the ground. Some kids were terrified and wanted to cry, but they found that after they were bound by the black and purple smoke, they couldn't even cry out loud because their mouths seemed to be sealed shut. They could only cry silently with their eyes wide open. The black and purple smoke that looked like hands sealed all avenues of escape for Bauer and Little Flower, and then it started to attack them. Bauer slapped her palm, and then a small gourd showed up in her hands. She held it toward the black and purple smoke, and then the smoke was quickly sucked into the gourd. What is that? Is that a geno core? How can a beast soul have a geno?